Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The frame shows a purple portal. It talks about the events that happened 15 years ago, when the world turned upside down. Inside the portal, you can see a monster. He looks away. It explains that there were rifts. Creatures with wings and claws are sitting. It says that demons came out of there. The hero pokes his finger at the screen. It says that with them a system of levels and abilities appeared so that people could resist this. A fighter with a sword stands next to another. It explains that people who protect the world from demons began to be called adventurers. The hero leafs through a book. He points his finger at the screen. He reads the book, sitting on the floor. It says that adventurers choose their own fighting style, and this is called classes. In the picture, the monster pokes a weapon at a person. It explains that magicians are slow and have difficulty controlling magic, and it is believed that this class is very weak and useless. A guy with dark hair and yellow eyes looks forward, thinking. It is said that he chose a class with the dexterity of a thief. He runs against the background of a book, explaining that it seemed to him that first of all it was necessary to gain more experience and improve survival skills. He looks ahead in surprise. Gold is pouring down on the hero with a sword. He says that gradually he gained an incredible amount of experience and became one of the strongest adventurers, known as the Blade of Divine Speed. Cities are destroyed and burning with fire. He explains that every year, rifts began to appear more and more often, and he thought that he could protect the world of people from demons. A bird is depicted in the frame. Its eye looks forward with the gaze of a predator. A griffin with 4 legs confidently watches something. The frame shows 4 characters in different clothes and with different weapons. They are standing in a room opposite each other. Ryuzaki with a serious look tells the protagonist that they are excluding him from the Sword of Glory. The guy asks why in surprise. He sighs. He stands in front of 2 other members and asks if he should know the reason. The guy is shown next to his friends, explaining that the level of monsters increases every year. His attacks are no longer effective against high-ranking monsters, and without support or recovery skills, he has become a burden. He clenches his fist. Ryuzaki puts out his hand and states that the times when thieves were strong are long gone, and they came to the conclusion that his class will only be useful for obtaining materials from low-level monsters. The fighter in front of the red-haired heroine states that it will be more useful against bosses to have a mage in the party who can inflict decent damage. Ikoma is shocked to hear that the guild also decides to deprive him of S rank, because the new rifts are much more difficult than the previous ones. The protagonist takes hold of his clothes and screams that he understands that he lacks firepower. He exclaims, asking how they can do this, because he has risked his life many times, and when it comes to poisons, no one can compare to him. Ikoma yells that depending on the opponent, even he. Ryuzaki looks at him speechlessly. He states that he has one request for him. Ikoma asks him again in surprise if it is true. He smiles, placing his hand on his shoulder, and asks him to pretend that they do not know each other. Ikoma is shocked to hear this. He stands completely alone. His team is walking away. Empty cans and a pile of cigarette butts are lying on the floor. Ikoma is lying by the couch, smoking a cigarette, looking broken. He hopelessly looks away, thinking about something. He sadly realizes that he dedicated his entire life to being an adventurer and thought that he would fight demons for his country. Ashes fall from the cigarette. He wonders why after all he has done, he was just disposed of. The protagonist collapses on the bed, realizing that he has already noticed that he began to lag behind the others, and that is why he had to spend money on consumables and spent all his money on equipment and potions. He looks at his room, realizing that he has absolutely no money. He thinks that the guild also deprived him of S rank, and now he cannot clear high rank rifts. He looks away sadly. Not far from him on the table lies a smartphone. He understands that the Sword of Glory is sent to China. In the picture, happy fighters from the team, he says that they managed to conquer the Rift of the Dark Palace. Happy participants congratulate each other. He looks ahead with a stone face. On the screen, people are writing something. He sees it in surprise. There are comments from subscribers. Where Ikoma? Whether he is sick. Another answers that he only runs around and has always been a ballast for the team. The main character screams damn. He sadly realizes that he simply made a mistake in choosing a class. He looks away and understands that if he sells all the potions and equipment, he will be able to hold out. In the picture, his eyes close up. He understands that there is one but. In the frame, happy team members. He screams in rage that he has dedicated his entire life to them. He falls onto the bed, not understanding what to do now. A loud notification appears on the screen. He picks up his phone and does not understand what it is. The smartphone warns that an S-class monster has appeared in Tokyo and that he must immediately proceed to the nearest safe place, namely, the Demon Research Center. He asks again if it is really an S-class demon. Ikoma is shocked and wonders why this happened when the Sword of Glory is not in the country. He is puzzled that there are no more strong adventurers in this city to deal with it. Ikoma puts his hand to his chin and thinks that he is not sure he can defeat it. The protagonist with a huge scar on his chest looks at the wall. He smirks. The picture shows a large creature with wings. The guy holds the blade and is glad that he has not sold the equipment yet. He pokes at the screen with the inscription Chronos Time Dragon, thinking that this is a pretentious name. Ikoma stands in front of him and tells him to remember today. The protagonist smirks and says that he will be the last one to do so. The monster roars loudly. The protagonist charges, realizing that he is an adventurer after all. The dragon throws fire at him, while he realizes that the villagers have evacuated, and he only needs to hold out until the other adventurers arrive. Ikoma moves quickly with his blade. The dragon flies to attack. The protagonist is puzzled, noticing the monster's high speed. The dragon smashes Ikoma's blade. A large hole appears in the wall behind the protagonist. He turns around in surprise. The monster stands in front of him, realizing that he needs to keep his distance. Ikoma slides along the ground. He throws a poisoned sickle. It hits the dragon. Ikoma is shocked, realizing that his skin is difficult to penetrate. Chronos performs a claw attack. It almost hits the fighter. The tired protagonist realizes that their levels are too different, and if he didn't specialize in speed, he would have died long ago. The protagonist stands calmly on the roof, realizing that in any case, he has no other options. Ikoma spins his weapon. He throws the thief's claws at the enemy. The picture shows this weapon. It is explained that it is one of the skills of this class. With it, the thief can steal an item from the enemy. Ikoma looks ahead and thinks that such a demon must have powerful items, and if he is lucky, he will get them. A bright flash occurs. The protagonist sees the claws. They cut Ikoma's body. The bloody protagonist smiles slightly. He lies on the ground, bleeding. Almost losing consciousness, the protagonist wonders if this is the end. The dragon bows down to the defeated enemy, who thinks about how he can't see anything, noting that they were always called heroes, but he could only hold out for a few minutes, and if he survives, he will definitely try to become stronger. The boy holds an object in his hand, not understanding what it is. In his hand is a gold watch. He realizes that he got it with the claws of a thief. The picture shows this object. It says that it is the dial of the god of time, which allows you to rewind time 10 years ago, and after using it, it will disappear from all timelines. The beaten protagonist exclaims that this is a mythical class and notes that this is the first time he has heard of such a thing. The dragon roars loudly, while the fighter wonders if he can really go back in time. The tired fighter looks ahead, realizing that he has no time left. He grabs the watch and exclaims that he will turn back time. The enraged dragon deals its blow to the protagonist. Its claw pierces Ikoma's body. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, he feels strange, not understanding if he is dead. He is not pleased with this feeling. The guy lies with a smartphone in his hands, having fallen out of bed. It says that it is September 13th, 20:38 a.m. The guy wonders if he is sleeping. He opens the curtains. A rejuvenated Ikoma looks ahead in shock. He sees a calendar and does not believe that it is 2030. He remembers the characteristics of the item. Ikoma thinks about the status in shock. He looks at the screen and exclaims that he has not received a class yet, realizing that he really went back in time. He smirks. Ikoma stands calmly and declares that he did it, and this time he will become the strongest adventurer. The man in the shirt hears the question of whether there are casualties. He says that a normal person cannot enter the rifts. The guy brushes his teeth. The man in glasses explains that the levels and sizes of monsters are constantly increasing, and this will be a real disaster for humanity. Ikoma looks at the smartphone screen, thinking that he really is in the world of 10 years ago. He washes his face and realizes that in the future there will not be so many arguments, and the point will be that people should have had a high level. He looks in the mirror and realizes that the fact that he returned to the past gives him an incredible advantage. He imagines jewels and monsters, realizing that he needs to get as much experience and rare items as possible because knowledge is his main weapon. The guy holds the smartphone, thinking that first of all he needs to get a class. He puts on a jacket, realizing that for this he first needs to rise to level 10. He shows the screen to the soldier. It says that there are special rifts for low-level adventurers who have not yet received a class. There is a portal in the room. It explains that these rifts are not cleared and are under control. The protagonist fights in the cave of F-rank goblins, exclaiming that he will soon reach level 6. The man confidently cuts down monsters with his sword. He smiles and tells Ikoma to be careful, asking if he is injured. The protagonist wonders who this man is. The hero with the sword looks at him and asks if he hunts alone, noting that it is too dangerous, because the goblins can surround him and then there will be problems. The guy in turn asks who he is. The man with a smile introduces himself as Kenji, saying that he is a warrior with a two-handed sword of level 16 and helps newcomers in this rift. He looks at the guy with a happy look, saying that usually people call him a guide. The protagonist thinks that he seems pretty good. They walk forward. Kenji learns his name and tells that recently the companies have had heavy losses due to problems with the rifts, and he thought that the work of a guide is a great hobby for his pension, and this is what happened. Ikoma looks at his companion with a serious expression and understands that he will always follow him and talk a lot. The protagonist cuts through enemies and rejoices at level 10. He holds a sword. The window says that 2 skill points and 6 experience have been received. Kenji pats him on the back, telling Ikoma that he did a great job. He in turn thanks him. He tells the guy that he will become a great adventurer. He in turn thinks that he was once S rank. The man loudly rejoices, saying that by raising level 10 you can get a class, and you need to think carefully about the choice, and if Ikoma wants, Kenji will give a couple of tips. The protagonist with a serious face listens about getting a class. The frame shows several types of warriors. He explains that the class you get depends on your characteristics and abilities, because skills can be acquired with skill points. The pop-up window shows information about the list of skills. Kenji recommends the warrior class with a smile, because it can teach you many techniques. He crosses his arms and says that the thief class is better suited to his fighting style. Kenji stands behind Ikoma and asks if he has acquired skills. He watches him closely and asks if he even knows how to do it. He looks at the guy and asks if he was taught how to activate acceleration and reinforcement in class. The girl flies in space. Kenji explains that these skills increase the adventurer's physical parameters. A warrior with a sword is shown in the frame. It is said that pumping is now in first place. However, in order to become the strongest, it is better not to waste skill points on such things. The main character closes his eyes and thinks about how he thought all evening and realized that he will need it. Kenji loudly asks Ikoma not to do this. The pop-up window talks about soft fall, which reduces damage and increases gravity resistance. The man assures that there are few places where such a skill can be useful. Kenji thinks about it. The window says that 5 skill points have been spent. Ikoma, with a serious look, feels that everything is fine. Kenji stands behind him and says that they do not have many high places and he should get more. The man shouts not to rush so much, while the pop-up windows say about improving soft fall to level 3. Kenji grabs his head and shouts no. He lies down on the floor and says that the guy spent all his points on this skill. He touches his face and says that with such skills, only a swordsman or a peasant are suitable for him. Ikoma notes that this is not quite true. Kenji is surprised. The protagonist pokes at the Gravity Master tab. The picture shows a character in a hood with an apple above his hand. It says that the hidden Gravity Master class only appears when all points are used in the desired skill. The apple is inside the energy. It is explained that it was found much later due to strict conditions of appearance. The apple hits it. It is said that even after this class was discovered, no one wanted to choose it due to its weak abilities. It falls to the ground. It is said that even after 10 years, no one has solved the mystery of this class. He remembers his battles, thinking that he understood the essence of the skill when he was an S-rank adventurer. On the screen it is written that the Gravity Master is the strongest class of all possible. A pop-up notifies whether he really wants to choose it. Kenji shouts wait, because it is a magic class and he can still become a swordsman. The protagonist says with a smile that this is exactly what he wants. Pop-ups say that the Gravity Master is chosen and the gravity magic and control skill is obtained. Ikoma stands in front of his partner and is happy that he got this class. He is very happy. He thinks about the party members and realizes that with this class, he will definitely become the best adventurer in the world and this time he will not go through this again. Kenji looks at him with displeasure. The man explains that the magic class does not suit him at all. He raises his hand and explains that there is a high probability that he will not live long, because such a class is very difficult to fight. He closes his eyes and states that therefore it is better for him not to become an adventurer. Kenji stands in front of Ikoma with a sad face and says that at this time, the melee class is considered much stronger than others. The man is shocked when he hears something. A level 17 red-capped monster appears nearby. Kenji exclaims, not understanding why such a monster is here. The enemy runs at the woman. Kenji covers her. He looks forward in fear and realizes that he was here because he was unsure of his strength in a real fight, and if they escape. He turns around and realizes that the adventurers here are no higher than level 10. He smiles and realizes that he has to do something about it. The man charges, telling Ikoma to run while he distracts the monster. The protagonist thinks about the red cap enemy with displeasure. He sees the fight and realizes that Kenji can't defeat him. The man flies away from the goblin. He flies to the side while Ikoma realizes that he is clearly not used to fighting opponents of his level, or higher. Kenji holds his sword and loudly asks if there is anyone higher than level 15 who is willing to help in the fight. The spectators watch the action and discuss how he probably can handle the goblin, and that he has such a strong enemy. One mistake and he is dead. Ikoma watches and realizes that he can't help because his level is too high for him. He looks ahead and realizes that he can't see his movements properly. He clenches his fist and thinks that his gravitational force is still too weak and he doesn't know much about his abilities yet. Ikoma remembers his caring partner. He smiles. The protagonist takes out his sword and declares that he can't abandon such a good guy, because he likes him. The protagonist rushes to attack, shouting that he can't abandon him. Kenji blocks the blows with his sword and exclaims that Ikoma should not come near, because the goblin is stronger. The man loudly shouts that his magic class is very weak and with such a difference in strength, he can simply die. The protagonist calmly declares that he is testing his new powers on the red cap. He jumps off the ground, thinking that he is ready to risk his life to find out what the strongest class is capable of, and if they can't defeat him, then there is hardly a chance to escape. The monster knocks Kenji down. Red Cap runs to attack. The man shouts for the protagonist to run away. The goblin strikes, but he dodges, realizing that the weak point of magic classes is the lack of physical abilities, because magicians are heavily dependent on the help of other classes. The guy realizes that the Gravity Master is not like that, as he can improve his physical parameters in exchange for mana. Ikoma screams in rage, summoning purple fire using gravity weakening. Red Cap runs to attack. Surprised, Kenji notices that he moves very fast. The protagonist calmly holds the sword, realizing that he reduces gravity and thereby increases his speed. He seriously realizes that he has made his movements predictable. The goblin flies towards the guy with the sword, thinking that it does not matter what the enemy does if you can read his movements. Red Cap slashes at Ikoma, but he dodges. The protagonist counterattacks, realizing that in his past life he won more than 1,000 fights using only his speed. Goblin holds his wound, kneeling. Shocked, Kenji notices that having a low-level magic class, he was able to wound Red Cap. The protagonist goes forward, thinking that the Gravity Master is a special class with high physical indicators. Thanks to good control over mana and having the necessary skill, the potential of this class reaches unprecedented heights. Ikoma smiles, realizing that in the early stages, the movements of monsters are predictable, and with the help of his speed, you can dodge attacks as much as you like. Surprised, Kenji wants to call the protagonist something. Ikoma stands in front of the enemy and shouts at the man to attack the goblin. Kenji is very surprised, opening his mouth. He rushes to attack. The man runs up to Red Cap swinging his sword. The boy watches. Ikoma smirks and uses gravity magic, saying that he shouldn't have turned his back on him. The chains entangle Red Cap. The monster looks away in surprise. Kenji flies, swinging his sword. He slashes at the goblin, shouting at him. The monster lies dead on the ground. A pop-up window says that 28 experience points have been gained and the level has increased to 12. The protagonist states that they did it. He smiles and realizes that it was a very intense fight, and with the Gravity Master class, he can definitely become the strongest adventurer. The spectators watch him and do not believe that he is a newbie, exclaiming that he defeated Red Cap. Surprised, Kenji notices that he can't even land a hit, and Ikoma, having a low level, was able to defeat him. The man looks at the boy and is sure that he is very powerful and does not know it himself. Kenji is worried that he cannot call him just a genius, wondering who Ikoma is. The protagonist puts away his sword with a straight face. He sighs. He holds onto a rock and laughs. He notices with a smile that there is not even a drop of mana left, because the skills of a Gravity Master consume a lot of mana. The protagonist holds onto a rock and thinks that he cannot even move a finger and should think about this moment later. Kenji watches him and smiles. He leans towards him and thanks him, asking if he can help him. The guy says with a smile that he will be very grateful. The man carries him on his back and says that besides him, there were many low-level adventurers. Kenji looks ahead and mentally thanks him for not only saving his life, but also helping him overcome his fears. A man stands among insects. It is said that he always lacked the courage to fight strong monsters and so he only hunted lesser demons. He looks down and realizes that the boy helped him take a step forward and it is probably time to end his role as a guide. He walks on the ground. The protagonist sits with his eyes closed on the back of a man who is glad that he was able to personally witness the birth of a new hero. He stands in the middle of the street, looking at the sky and thanking Ikoma. The protagonist walked around the reception area, deciding to level up after learning what his gravity magic can do, but it will not be so easy to do alone. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought about finding a temporary team. The receptionist looked away and muttered that she had never heard of a Gravity Master. She rubbed her chin and noted that it seemed to be a magic class, but the stats were very low, so maybe it was not suitable for battle. Ikoma frowned but remained silent. The receptionist raised her eyebrows and said that they currently had a few low-level teams. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked if he could see them. The receptionist looked at the boy and said that his stats were so low that there might be some difficulties. The hero looked down and thought that he was a rare and unknown class, so it was to be expected that he would not be welcome. He leaned over and asked to speak with the team leaders anyway. Suddenly, a blond guy approached from the side and asked if the receptionist was having problems and perhaps the guest should not be so persistent. The hero turned to him and asked who he was, and the interlocutor was surprised that they did not know him. He pointed to the two adventurers standing behind him and introduced himself as Utsunamiya Sho, the leader of the famous Thunder Knights group. The brunette looked at him and asked if he was a warrior class, and the other guy answered in the affirmative, saying that everyone knew that magic classes were useless. Sho pretended to press his hands to himself, and grinned that it was a class for those who were afraid to even get close to monsters. He closed his eyes and added that that was why they couldn't be adventurers. The blonde grinned and said that the hero could only blame himself for making the wrong choice. The two stood opposite each other, and Sho said that the brunette simply had a rare class with very low stats. But his class was also rare, but he could achieve a lot with it. Ikoma calmly looked at the upstart and asked about his class. The team leader's eyes sparkled, happy about such interest. He held out his sword and offered to see its power. The guy raised the weapon above his head and used a lightning strike, so that everything around sparkled. The blonde leaned on his sword and said that the Thunder Knight is a very rare class with high stats and strong skills, and that suits him. People gathered around, admiring such an incredible class. Sho smiled smugly, listening to the compliments. The administrator looked at him and reminded him that using skills in the guild is prohibited, to which the guy replied that he simply showed his strength to a newbie. The blonde grinned and said that they do not recruit all sorts of rabble, and besides, no one will take a stranger. Ikoma looked indifferently at the young man, who said that he was behaving a little stupidly, because adventurers are not volunteers to help everyone in need. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that the Thunder Knight, specializing in attack, has very slow movements and a complex implementation of abilities. Sho smiled haughtily and crossed his arms, and the hero noted that his class was very weak against opponents who specialized in agility, or enemies with lightning resistance. Ikoma continued to stand silently, and the people around him exclaimed that some weakling with a magic class was trying to get into the party, although everyone knew that magicians were useless. The blonde smiled contentedly, listening to people envy him, because to get such a class, you need high starting stats. The protagonist frowned and remembered that it had been a little while since the rifts appeared. He glanced at Sho and the others and thought that maybe it would be better to be alone for now until he earned the trust of the others. The brunette rubbed his chin and realized that he had completely forgotten what happened before, because back then the emphasis was on flashy abilities and high stats. The woman looked at the blonde with alarm and muttered that she shouldn't speak like that. The protagonist turned to her and said that everything was fine, because he decided to be alone for now. Sho raised an eyebrow and advised him to give up on becoming an adventurer. It would be better not to die, at least. The young man waved his hand and thanked him for his valuable opinion. The blonde only smirked. The Adventurers Guild archive room. Ikoma was leafing through the records, muttering that a temporary team would not be enough to gain the trust of the others. He reached for the bookshelf, deciding that it would be better to find people with whom he could form a full-fledged party, and also take into account the compatibility with his gravity abilities. The hero sighed, frowning, and remembered that he still needed to level up and earn some achievements. He closed his eyes and noted that he was able to defeat Red Cap without any problems, because the movements of low-level monsters are predictable, and he also managed to figure out how to use the powers of gravity. The brunette snapped his fingers with a smile and decided to level up a bit and head to the high-level rifts. He looked at the book and thought that the rift that was suitable for him now was the Stone Statue Temple, level 25. He imagined a purple portal and noted that this one was for leveling up and mining stones, and it was under the control of a guild. He imagined one in the mummy, and remembered that the rift was where the walking statues appeared, which were very easy to defeat, and if you were a mid-level hunter, you could effectively collect materials and level up. Ikoma rubbed his chin, thinking that this place was like a beginner's dungeon, and if he could hunt alone, he would find companions faster. He put the notes on the table and noted his low level of 12, and wondered if he could grow enough without going deep into the rift. He closed the book and muttered that it couldn't be helped. The protagonist moved forward, wondering if he could find classes that suited his abilities by leveling up in the Stone Statue Temple. Some time later, a dungeon. A man was walking down the stairs, breathing heavily and holding his hand. He looked ahead and shouted, "Don't listen to him under any circumstances." The guy jerked forward, but tripped over a slab. The adventurer looked back in fear and screamed. A powerful blow fell on the floor. A large, multi-faced statue stood above the victim. The receptionist jumped up and asked again if the young man really wanted to go to the Stone Statue Temple, being level 12. The hero showed the card and noted that this was according to the rules. The interlocutor nervously turned the pages and hesitantly agreed. She frowned and exclaimed that the guy was going to his death, because the recommended level for this rift was 25. The brunette turned around, not intending to listen for long while the girl said that the dungeon was unstable, and there could be very strong enemies there. Ikoma smiled and said that he would just look around a bit and come back right away. He touched the portal, realizing that without risks he would not become stronger, and he had no other choice but to defeat strong monsters, because all for the sake of increasing his level. The young man stepped inside. The hero walked along the corridor, thinking that he would not stay long, and if he defeated at least one, he would already be able to increase his level. He passed by the figures near the wall. One of them jerked. There was a screeching sound, and the statue rose and swung its sword. The protagonist easily dodged and muttered that it was a cheap trick. The young man looked at the system screen, where the opponent's level was 20. Ikoma turned to him and decided that it should be enough. The enemy lunged with the sword, but the brunette dodged, noting that it was close. The guy stopped by the wall and looked away. The face of the statue was illuminated by a torch. The protagonist created a purple sphere on his palm and used gravity weakening. He quickly found himself behind the enemy, striking. The enemy slowly turned his head. The brunette squinted and thought that even with such a level, the monster was no match for him, because you can easily read his movements. Ikoma made several swings with his sword, attacking the enemy. The statue was all chipped and cut, but it stood, and the hero admitted that he was strong. The young man smiled and said that the enemy was only good at defense. The enemy raised his weapon and ran towards the adventurer. The hero frowned, saying that he was much faster, so why was he still thoughtlessly flying into the attack? The guy's body glowed, and the sphere for using gravity weakening appeared in his hand again. Ikoma deftly dodged the blade. He lunged with his sword, using double gravity. His weapon pierced the enemy's body. A bright light appeared at the wound site. The statue split into two parts. The brunette pulled out his sword. He put it back in its sheath with a click and muttered that if you reduce the pressure by half and accelerate, then remove the decrease right before the strike, you get a pretty powerful attack. The statue in front of him crumbled, and the system notified him of receiving 28 experience points and an increase to level 16. The young man looked at the characteristics with a smile and was glad that he raised several levels at once, and also received skill points. He pressed the screen, deciding, for starters, to improve gravity magic and gravity control to level 2. The hero thoughtfully touched his chin and said that now he only had enough for one skill. The boy pressed a button, selecting gravity control. He smirked, pleased with the result. Ikoma looked closely at the system window and noted that he could now control the direction of pressure, not just change the weight. The boy looked away and decided that, depending on how he used it, it was a pretty useful skill. He crouched down to pick up the red sphere and noted that he had achieved what he wanted, one way or another. In his palm lay the demon core, which should be enough to prove his victory over the walking statue. The brunette looked at it and muttered that he could already go back, but there was still a lot of mana left. The boy looked back slyly. He smirked and decided that he should try out the new ability. The blonde opened his mouth and summoned lightning strike, after which the statue was cut into two pieces. The adventurer stood in front of the burning remains. The man looked at the boy and said that, as expected of him, he was able to take out such a monster with one blow. The woman smiled and added that even with lightning protection, they would not be able to withstand such a force. Sho chuckled smugly and said that their protection was invisible, and was also declared as a training rift. The guy, who had reached level 26, smiled and noted that they were no longer growing so quickly, so they could already move on to more difficult rifts. He stepped on the remains. The adventurer looked down at the statue and bared his teeth. The brunette frowned and reminded him of the mage from the guild, muttering that the blonde had gone a bit too far. Sho narrowed his eyes and replied that he had only spoken out of good intentions. The guy made a gesture with his hand and added that if the young man had gone into the rifts, he could have simply died, so there was no point in comforting him with false hopes. He looked at the man, asking if he thought the leader had done the wrong thing, but the man only sighed and asked not to ask him. Sho looked back at the stairs where the sounds were coming from. The adventurer drew his blade and assumed that these were more walking statues. The woman frowned and asked why the footsteps were so loud. The other man grinned and replied that there was no need to worry, because even monsters have their own characteristics. A large, multi-faced monster appeared in front of them. The man and woman looked at it in fear, not understanding what it was. The blonde bared his teeth, wondering what such a big guy was doing in this rift. It was a level 30 walking statue, but the young man said that it was only slightly taller than the others, nothing more. The brunette looked at it in fear and exclaimed that they had not fought such a monster yet. Sho narrowed his eyes and said that he had long ago noticed that fighting weak monsters was incredibly boring. He took a fighting stance and added that such a Thunder Knight was much stronger than other adventurers of his level. The entire team rallied, looking at the enemy, and the leader smirked and said that he was ready to fight him, so let him show his skills. The statue raised its arm to strike. The floor cracked under its onslaught. The man turned pale and asked if they could really handle it, but the blonde man just smirked, asking if 3 of them couldn't defeat one. The boy pulled his sword out of its sheath. He raised his eyebrows and said that no matter what level it was still just a walking statue. Sho raised his weapon and exclaimed that their movements were slow and predictable. The statue looked at him with one of its faces and waved its hand. The boy jumped back, gritting his teeth. He held the blade out in front of him and muttered that it might have picked up speed, but the gap between attacks was the same. The boy pushed off, summoning lightning. He rushed at the enemy. His sword touched the body of the statue. Sho stopped behind his opponent and asked if he now understood the difference in their strength. The enemy gripped the hilt of the sword. The statue turned and struck. The blonde frowned, sparking with magic, and thought that these pathetic attempts were already starting to irritate, but he just needed to get closer. The enemy flashed red eyes and attacked, and the boy only had time to goggle. He flew back, receiving a cut. The boy closed his eyes, trying to understand what kind of monstrous power this was. Sho turned pale in fear, wondering how he could be so strong, although his level was only slightly higher than usual. The woman looked at the bloody boy with alarm and shouted his name. The boy frowned and advised her not to be distracted from the enemy. She turned around, and the statue was already getting closer. A powerful blow fell on the brunette, and she barely managed to put out her blade to block. The man ran up to Karen to help. He was immediately hit in the stomach. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The blonde looked at his comrade who had fallen in front of him. His eyes widened, because he didn't understand what was happening. The statue stood above him, and the boy tried to comprehend this monster in front of him. The monster's eyes flashed and extended its hand. Sho raised his blade, calling lightning strike, because he remembered that he couldn't be scared as the strongest adventurer. A bright discharge fell on the enemy. The boy frowned, mentally offering the enemy a taste of the strongest skill of the Thunder Knight, because now he wouldn't get off so easily. The statue squeezed the sparkling blade and growled. The young man's eyes widened and his mouth opened. He remembered how the woman had smiled just recently, and said that these monsters had protection from lightning, but they couldn't resist his power. The enemy broke his sword. The blonde sat there, watching his weapon fall apart. The boy gritted his teeth and muttered, "No." His eyes filled with tears, and he hoped that this was just a dream. The monster gripped the handle of his weapon. The statue grinned with its mask. It raised its hand to attack, and Sho begged for it to stop. The adventurer began to cry, screaming that he did not want to die in a place like this. He fell to his knees, and a shadow loomed over him. The statue stood looking down. The blond man's whole body trembled. Sho pressed his forehead to the floor and begged for mercy. He widened his eyes, begging not to kill. Purple energy flashed in the air. Someone quickly approached them. The monster had already raised its sword to strike. The protagonist delivered a spinning kick, using gravity weakening. The enemy stopped. He looked back at one of the faces in confusion. A purple mark was visible on his side. Ikoma landed on the floor, engulfed in energy. The brunette narrowed his eyes and muttered that it wouldn't be that easy. The blond man looked at him and exclaimed that it was that newbie from the guild. The protagonist didn't turn around. Sho turned pale and shouted that he would never be able to handle such an opponent. Ikoma rubbed his chin and agreed, because he was now level 16. The statue in front of him flashed its eyes, and the boy noted that the difference in level from 30 was too great. The brunette looked ahead and said that the enemy was able to evolve to a new, unique state, devouring adventurers and other monsters. The boy stood in front of the enemy, noting that he was a little big. He squeezed the handle of the sword and said that there was still a lot of mana, so it should be enough for one fight. Ikoma extended the blade and suggested not to delay. The monster grinned and leaned over, and the blonde asked if the boy really hoped to defeat this giant. Sho frowned and said that they needed to run as soon as possible. The brunette glanced sideways at the adventurer, who said that even the three of them could not cope. His two comrades were lying on the floor. The protagonist frowned, calling on dark energy, and used gravity weakening. The statue lunged forward, grinding. The boy quickly dodged and moved forward, leaving a purple trail behind him. The monster turned around and swung his sword. The boy stopped and crouched. He pushed off the ground, ending up above his opponents. His blade fell on the statue's head. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise, not believing that a newbie with a magic class was in front of him. So where did he get such strength from? Ikoma frowned and straightened up. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that the enemy was very slow for his level, so gravity control should be enough. There was a cut on the figure's head, and the hero admitted that he could not deal enough damage. The walking statue, which belonged to the defensive-type monsters, turned around, and the boy noted that due to the difference in level, he received almost no damage. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and muttered that maintaining gravity control was using too much mana, so he could not wait any longer. The enemy swung his sword and moved forward. The brunette jumped back, dodging. He furrowed his brows, calling for more energy, and said that there was no choice but to rely on the final attack. The enemy struck with a roar, but Ikoma nimbly dodged. The blonde narrowed his eyes tiredly and muttered that he hoped to defeat him quickly, but the statue's defense was higher than he expected. The protagonist was enveloped in purple energy, thinking that gravity weakening consumed too much mana, but without this skill, he would not be able to deal with the opponent. He moved forward, realizing that there was no point in delaying, so he needed to finish him off quickly. The monster brought down another blow, looking at their faces. The brunette leaned back to avoid the attack. He pushed off the ground. The adventurer found himself in the air above the enemy. The youth furrowed his brows, looking at the enemy. The statue roared in displeasure and reached out with its claws towards him. The hero's body emitted purple magic. In an instant, he found himself on the monster's head. Sho opened his mouth, not believing that a mage could have such speed. The brunette jumped slightly when the enemy twitched. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that with the second level of gravity control, he received a new skill that was time to try out in practice. The guy flipped in the air and used gravity shift. He found himself upside down on the ceiling. The statue turned its head, trying to find the enemy. Ikoma grinned and admitted that the effect was interesting. The young man squeezed the sword and decided that it was time to finish. The brunette pushed off the ceiling and used double gravity. The blade in his hand glowed. The adventurer flew down at an incredible speed. He frowned and shouted that this was the end. Ikoma landed behind the statue, cutting it in two with meteor fall. The cut on the monster sparked. The mask flew to the floor and broke. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and straightened up, and the system notified him of a level increase to 23 and 524 experience points. The brunette turned around and asked how he liked that. The guy grinned and noted that he defeated an enemy twice as strong as him. He sheathed his sword. Suddenly, Ikoma abruptly fell to the floor, exhausted, but soft fall reduced the damage. The young man grinned and realized that he had used too much mana again. The blonde frowned and was amazed at such incredible power. In front of him lay the remains of a statue, which his lightning strike could not even scratch. Sho smiled awkwardly and said that he did not expect that he would be the one to save him, because he had said all sorts of things to him in the guild. The adventurer froze, assuming that the brunette wanted to take revenge by embarrassing him. The protagonist approached him and addressed him, and Sho frowned warily. Ikoma extended his hand and asked if he could stand up. The interlocutor's eyes widened in shock. He looked down and grinned. The blonde accepted the help and thanked the hero for saving him. Some time later, the adventurers' guild. The woman's eyes widened and asked again if he had really met a level 30 walking statue. The protagonist nodded, when the interlocutor turned pale, not believing that he had even won. The receptionist frowned and said that she did not believe him, because the guy was still a newbie, and he acted alone. Ikoma held out a bloody sphere in his palm, noting that this stone should be enough for proof. The woman took the trophy and muttered that it looked like a level 30 stone, so it would record his achievements, although it was a little suspicious. The brunette looked at her when she asked if he wanted to sell it for about 200,000 yen. The boy looked at the sphere and thought that it would be enough for a start. Ikoma looked back when he was called. The blonde waved his hand and exclaimed with a smile that he wanted to thank him again for saving him. Sho grinned and added that he came today to tell the good news. He spread his arms and declared that he wanted to recruit the hero into the Thunder Knights. The surrounding people looked at them in shock, not believing that the boy was invited to the strongest group of newcomers. The receptionist looked at the hero with surprise, who was holding the sphere in his hand. The blonde tilted his head and declared that he was very lucky, because many people only dream of this, but he is not a bad guy. The brunette scratched his head in confusion, while the other guy asked him not to worry, because he was his savior. Ikoma frowned and refused. Everyone froze, hearing that he had refused an invitation to join the Thunder Knights. The blonde sweated and reminded him that he was looking for a group. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and explained that plans had changed a little. He turned around, leaving Sho with his mouth open. The brunette walked to the door, thinking that he had to make it in time if he was going to level up at this rate. The guy imagined the black blade and remembered that a new crazy dream theater rift was supposed to appear in the near future, in which the unique item he needed would drop. Ikoma grinned, clenching his fist, and realized that he remembered everything that had happened there before, so he had to be the first to get the artifact. The guy took the crystals out of the bag and said that he wanted to sell the materials. Everyone stared at him, dumbfounded. The receptionist turned pale and guessed that he had been hunting a lot again, and alone again. The protagonist opened the system window. The young man pointed to his rank and said that he wanted to apply for promotion to rank D. Ikoma presented a pyramid and remembered that adventurers have their own ranking system. Starting from rank F you can advance to rank E, and after rank D you can clear Rio rifts. The interlocutor frowned and reminded that for this he must be at least level 25. The brunette showed her the characteristics, and noted that he had a sufficient level for this. The woman jumped, not believing that a loner with a magic class rose to 26 so quickly. She looked at the young man in surprise and asked why he was leveling up so quickly. The brunette calmly looked at her, while the receptionist wondered how strong the gravity master was. The guy grinned and asked if it was already possible to get rank D. He remembered his last flare and thought that his strength was determined not only by his class, but also by his experience and knowledge of rank S. The brunette smiled and decided that he needed to rise as soon as possible, even if it looked strange. He imagined several dungeon cards and thought that with rank D, he would be able to enter many of them, and it would be much easier to receive quests. The young man imagined a fire sphere with a blade and remembered that in the near future, the crazy dream theater rift should appear, and it contains a unique weapon. An image of a man who had received this sword and suddenly gained incredible power, but then went mad and started killing adventurers popped into the brunette's mind. Ikoma clenched his fist and closed his eyes, deciding that he couldn't let such a weapon fall into the wrong hands again. He looked around, thinking that he needed allies to clear the rift. There were many other adventurers in the hall. He imagined himself with someone else and decided that a large group would only slow him down, so he could find someone who would be good with gravity magic. The brunette imagined a silhouette that already had a sufficient level of skill. Then he visualized them shaking hands with this lone wolf, agreeing to his terms. Ikoma rubbed his chin and admitted that he had quite a few. He looked at the map, wondering if he would be able to find anyone on such short notice, but decided to visit other guilds as well. Some time later, the brunette was walking down the street, realizing that he had spent almost the entire day going around the guilds of the city. The guy looked ahead and muttered that this was already the fourth. He went inside, suggesting that he should lower his selection criteria a little. Suddenly, some adventurer frowned and shouted that she could not believe that she was so useless. The girl with a short haircut looked down in embarrassment and apologized to Aoi. The interlocutor standing in front of the protagonist put her hands on her hips and replied that she did not need such an apology. The brunette narrowed his eyes, deciding that this was an argument. The blonde frowned and declared that she was excluding Satsuki from the party. She turned pale and promised to try harder next time. The adventurer presented her characteristics and countered, saying that the girl's skills were very weak and useless, so more effort would not help. Aoi grimaced and added that she could demand monetary compensation for such efforts. The interlocutor burst into tears, but did not answer. She only pressed her lips tightly. The protagonist watched them with his hands in his pockets. This situation reminded him of how the group abandoned him. The brunette passed by, thinking that he was very familiar with this feeling, but he should not interfere, because when choosing allies, one should not rely on pity or mercy. The blonde grinned and said that the class she could choose was also complete trash. Satsuki lowered her gaze, listening to what was useless. Ikoma froze when Aoi said that she should have kicked the adventurer out earlier, having heard about her shaman class. The guy turned around while the girl was offered to quit such an activity. The brunette imagined Satsuki and realized that the shaman class was perfect for a gravity master, and her skills would play a significant role in the battle with the boss of Crazy Dream Theater. The young man looked at the girl thoughtfully. Aoi looked at him with displeasure and exclaimed that this was not an introduction for him. The guy opened his characteristics and introduced himself, explaining that he came to this guild to find an ally. The blonde looked at his status in shock and realized that he was a D-rank adventurer. The girl's face immediately changed, glad that she kicked the girl out, and said that they had a place in the group. Ikoma approached Satsuki and asked to team up with him. The interlocutor looked at him perplexedly and asked again. The blonde sweated and screamed in shock. The guy frowned, realizing that he was lucky to meet a shaman, so he could not miss such a chance. Aoi made a hand gesture and exclaimed that the girl had a completely useless class, so it would be better to team up with them. Satsuki was embarrassed and muttered that she would gladly accept the offer, but he was AD rank and she was still at level 10. The hero took her hand and replied that the level problem could be easily solved, and that he needed her strength. The girl closed her eyes and exclaimed that she was very weak and would only get in the way, but the young man assured her that he would help with that. Satsuki sweated and said that she was not sure, and maybe she should quit her job as an adventurer. The brunette put his hand to his chest and asked him to give him some time. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise when he promised to help her become more confident. She bowed and asked him to take care of her if he wanted to. Aoi turned pale, standing next to her comrades, and muttered that he would regret his choice later, because mages really are useless. The hero closed his eyes and thanked her for the advice. The guy passed her and said that he knew his class much better than they did. Satsuki hurried after her new partner. She looked at him in confusion, while Ikoma thought that the weaknesses of shamans can be compensated for with the help of gravity magic, and her curses will be incredibly useful when fighting the boss of Crazy Dream Theater. The main character smiled and decided that as long as she was with him, there was no doubt that they would get the weapon. The girl sat down at the table and introduced herself, clarifying if everything was okay. The guys sat opposite each other, and she lowered her head, muttering that her class was very weak. The guy smiled and asked not to worry, because he also has a magic class, which everyone considers useless, but in a few years everything will change. The interlocutor clasped her hands and asked again, and the hero suggested discussing the strategy before the rift appeared. Satsuki clenched her fists and said that she would try her best no matter which training rift they chose. She flinched when the brunette stopped her. Ikoma furrowed his brows and said that he wanted to discuss a strategy for clearing a new rift that would appear soon, and it would be level 30. Satsuki raised an eyebrow, horrified by the difficulty, and asked if it would be an unknown rift. She cringed, and the hero thought that such dungeons were the complete opposite of training rifts, since there was practically no information about them. The girl sweated and muttered that she was only level 17, and a weak class at that. The adventurer looked at the hero in bewilderment, who said that there was no need to be afraid of difficulties, since he was always ready to help. The guy remembered how he sat over books in the past, learning everything about this rift, so they could prepare well before clearing. He put his hand on his chest and said that if the two of them were on the same team, they could pass it. Satsuki folded her arms when the boy asked to trust him. Ikoma presented the blade and, apologizing for his lack of restraint, explained that he simply really needed an item from there. The interlocutor was embarrassed and asked what he meant by "in the near future." The brunette put his finger to his lips and said that he could not tell all the details about his rare item, so let it remain a secret. The girl looked at him questioningly and reminded him that it was impossible to predict where and when a new rift would appear. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and she flinched. Everyone looked at their screens. The message was a warning about a new rift that had appeared not far from here. The partners were sitting at the table, and the hero noted that it was just in time, and they were leaving tomorrow. Ikoma grinned and said that for a week no one would dare to enter the Buddha without information, so the path to the boss would be free. The next day, the guys were standing in front of the entrance, and the girl was surprised to see that there really was no one there. There was a man in glasses standing near the van, and the guy said that the Rift Agency had had a hard time that day, too. A woman ran up to the partners and stopped them. She introduced the dark entity and crystals and asked them to get any information, be it the internal structure of the rift or the boss's skills, and then be sure to return alive. The girl turned pale and added that it was easy to die in an unknown rift. The guy stepped aside and nodded. Satsuki looked at the hero and asked if he wasn't going to completely clear it out, and the brunette explained that they wouldn't have been allowed in if he had told the truth. They were transported to the Crazy Dream Theater rift, and the young man asked if the girl was worried. The shaman sweated and replied that she was just a little, and the hero apologized for making her go with him. They stood next to each other, and Ikoma said that he would fight in the vanguard, but would retreat immediately if it became too dangerous. The interlocutor clutched the staff and shook her head, exclaiming that she would try her best. The young man looked at the girl, who said that she could fight in close combat and even become bait if necessary, and the guy replied that her curses would be enough. The girl raised her head in embarrassment and reminded them that they were quite weak, and the hero asked if she had mastered the mana drain skill. He imagined the staff and remembered that it was a skill that absorbed the magical energy of the target. The silhouette in his thoughts sucked the mana from the enemy, and the hero realized that this was great for fighting strong monsters. The brunette imagined himself being given power, since this skill allows you to restore the mana of allies, which is especially useful for gravity masters. The young man grinned and thought that this way he could fight without worrying about running out of mana, and he could also spend more time in the rift and increase his level. Satsuki raised an eyebrow and asked if this magic wasn't weak and ineffective, since there were many spells that deal much more damage. The boy frowned, realizing that this was a common question due to ignorance, and said that he would act as bait, and she could attack when the boy lured the monsters out. Sometime later, Ikoma was attacked by a level 26 circus bear. The boy looked back and shouted, "Now!" Satsuki took aim, summoning a magic circle, and used Darkness Bullet. A black projectile flew towards the enemy. The bear roared, having been injured. The protagonist frowned and pushed away, shouting that it was his turn now. His silhouette flashed over the enemy's head. Ikoma swung his blade, using double gravity, and cut the monster. The boy put his weapon back in its sheath, and a body collapsed next to it. The brunette frowned and noted that he was finished, after which the system notified that she had received 212 experience points. The girl blushed and said enthusiastically that she had gained 3 levels at once. She squeezed the staff and added that she was very happy, but she felt like some kind of parasite. The hero smiled and explained that he needed her strength, and it was also important that she level up, because they were allies. The interlocutor smiled, muttering that she had never felt this way before when working with others. The girl grinned and suggested that they continue to try together. The brunette chuckled, looking at her, and asked her not to overexert herself, and Satsuki thought that she had been so tense and insecure, but the hero helped her open up, and her fighting instincts were also well preserved, so she could handle it. The guy frowned and decided that he could defeat the boss and get a rare weapon. He imagined a red-haired man who had obtained the blade in his past life and became one of the most feared criminals among adventurers. But if he did not get the trophy, the story would surely change for the better. The protagonist and the girl looked ahead, and Ikoma decided that he had to get the item at all costs, and that person would take over this rift much later, so there should be no problem. The man swung his mace and cursed. The red-haired man dodged the attack with a smile. He bared his teeth. The opponent jerked sharply, piercing his opponent with a death strike. His dagger was stained with blood. The red-haired man smiled and noted that the man should have been more careful when fighting. The adventurer narrowed his eyes and noted that the level had risen. He raised his eyebrows and exclaimed that he thought too much of himself for his level. Zabi Keiru, level 37, grinned and said that the world works on the principle of beat or die, but for some reason it is much easier to hunt people of the same level than monsters. The protagonist frowned and used double gravity. He created a sphere in front of him. The level 27 killer doll fell down under the pressure. Satsuki, who had reached level 22, looked at the guy and noted that she was growing very quickly, although she simply attacked with magic from behind. She blushed and apologized for having to drag her around, because he would have dealt with her much faster alone. The guy walked forward, saying that at this level, monsters are not so dangerous, and their movements are easy to read. He turned to his companion and repeated that mages are a very strong class. The girl looked at him and offered to go back, because there was little mana left. The brunette looked at his stats and agreed. Ikoma crossed his arms and said that he would increase his stats with gravity control. The interlocutor raised her eyebrows and said that if there was less than half of his mana left, then they should return to the guild. The partner grinned and noted that the time had come, and the girl asked again in bewilderment. A level 24 goblin clown appeared in front of them. The hero frowned and said that the preparations were complete. He grabbed the monster and asked Satsuki to use mana drain. The interlocutor turned pale, squeezing her staff. She imagined the tied-up clown and thought that with this skill and an immobilized demon, mana could be sucked out infinitely. The guy visualized how his partner transferred energy to him, because in this way he could restore mana to his allies. Satsuki frowned and replied that she understood his logic, but maybe she shouldn't torment the enemy like that, but the brunette said that demons can't faint. The girl put out her staff and used mana drain. The protagonist turned around and suggested moving on, and the sorceress looked back and muttered that she even felt a little sorry for him. The clown lay on the floor without strength. Satsuki blushed and offered to restore the guy's mana. Ikoma looked at her and asked her not to be so embarrassed, but she only became even more embarrassed. The girl touched the adventurer's shoulder, and a blue light engulfed him. The guy opened the stats window and noted that his mana had been restored from 16 to 25 units. The interlocutor arched her eyebrows and concluded that the effect was not that strong, since she was only able to restore 9 units. The partner turned around with a smile and said that they just needed to use 6 more goblins. She opened her mouth and asked again, and he only added calmly that it was possible to raise the level. Ikoma cut another clown with his sword. He put his hand on his belt and reminded that it was the 6th, since there were things with mana, to which he was told that it was almost restored. The guy's levels meanwhile reached 24 and 28. Satsuki smiled and realized that using such tactics, you can hunt and raise your level as much as you want. They sat next to each other, and the hero said that there is no need to rush with restoring mana, because if you make a mistake, it can lead to serious consequences. The brunette grinned and added that if you do everything right, you can fight even 100 demons. The partners looked at the system window, and the girl was glad that she had raised her level so much today alone. She smiled and exclaimed that she saw such progress for the first time. Then she turned away and remembered that during training in the guild they were told that they cannot fight monsters of the same level, or higher. The hero tilted his head thoughtfully. He stood up and said that he was unlikely to be able to learn anything from the guild. Ikoma looked forward resolutely and said that it was impossible to raise the level without risking. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise. Then she frowned and nodded. The guys walked along the red hall, noting that they had already gone quite deep, and the sorceress clarified how far they wanted to go. She looked questioningly at the hero, who stopped, who said that they were there. The partners found themselves in front of a tall door, and Ikoma said that their goal was the boss of Crazy Dream Theater. He reached for the handle. The guy smiled and said that no one expected the rift to be cleared on the second day. The hero turned to his partner, who suddenly mumbled. The girl turned pale and muttered that she would be seeing the boss for the first time. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked if she was nervous, then offered to go back. The girl closed her eyes and refused. She remembered Aoi, who was always angry because the sorceress was afraid. The blonde lowered her head. Then she opened her mouth, about to say something. Satsuki put her hand on her chest and declared that she wanted to change. Her eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed that if he needed her strength, he could count on her. They stood opposite each other. The brunette looked at his partner in surprise. And then he smiled. The girl shuddered when he abruptly slammed his fists. Ikoma grinned and offered to go to the boss. The girl thoughtfully touched her chin and asked if such a strategy would really work against the boss. The guy touched the door and reminded her that a shaman was great for fighting such an enemy. They found themselves inside the hall. The adventurers shuddered when they heard the sound. A huge clown, engulfed in red energy, was hovering above them. The boss of the Crazy Dream Theater Rift, level 35, grinned. Satsuki squeezed her staff and clarified whether this was the main enemy. The clown was hovering in front of the hero. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and thought that if they defeated him, they would be able to get that unique weapon. The guy put his hand forward and said that they would act according to the plan. His partner nodded, and a silhouette flashed behind her. A red-haired man was peeking out from around the corner. A grin appeared on his lips. The antagonist laughs at the heroes. Ikoma blocks his assistant. Mad Clown steps towards the characters. MC looks sternly and decides that he must first distract his attention so that Satsuki can take a position. The system shows that the clown has higher stats than the protagonist, and also has health regeneration that restores 12 health every 60 seconds, and the guy understands that this boss has a lot of health and high regeneration, and with such a level it will be very difficult to defeat him. The hero runs, saying that he will have to play with the enemy a little. The enemy laughs maliciously. Mad Clown dodges the attack. MC uses gravity weakening in anger. He runs fast and thinks that with such jerks he will be able to dodge his attacks. The girl closed her eyes. Raising the staff, she uses mana drain. The heroine directs magic at the antagonist. The clown scoffs. The girl looks at him in confusion. The protagonist shouts at Satsuki to run. She runs away in panic, hearing the guy's instructions to head for the gate. The enemy laughs and there is a lot of magic around him. Mad Clown's eye sparkles, and MC shouts to stay closer to the center, otherwise she might be slammed into the wall. In front of the heroine is the shadow of the clown. He spews fire at the girl. Satsuki runs away from the fire in fear. Ikoma runs with his magic, telling the clown not to forget about him. The antagonist screams in pain. The guy runs and hits him with his power. The heroine watches closely and is surprised that MC's attacks are so fast. Jumping from place to place, the hero asks the enemy if he wants to run away. Mad Clown's eye glows and he laughs. The antagonist heads for the hero with his magic. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realizes that the passage to the gate is closed. There is flame around the clown. Satsuki calls out to Ikoma. The guy emits a purple light and uses gravity shift. There is a large explosion and the enemy stands around the fire. The clown sees what position he is in. MC jumps on top of the enemy and tries to gather himself, seeing where the clown is. Mad Clown smiles widely. Upside down, Ikoma is surprised that the skill works even better than he expected. The heroine holds a mug and wonders if the guy wants to attack from a certain distance. The protagonist holds his hands together, the fire is blazing and the clown prepares to attack, when MC realizes that the attacks of the Mad Theater boss are very fast, and if he moves too slowly, he can just burn. Thoughtfully looking, Ikoma thinks that if he attacks from afar, the boss will have big problems. Satsuki raises his staff up and uses mana drain. Mad Clown is worried. The antagonist's eyes widened in fear. The heroine is alarmed to realize that her companion was too far from the shelter. Looking at the fallen guy, she does not believe that he was hit. The red hand rushes forward. The girl cringed in fear. The boss stands in a stupor in front of the enemy. There is a purple flame around MC and he reports that their enemy has run out of mana. Standing with a sword under the clown, the guy understands that a barrage of fire and fast movement greatly consume mana, and Mad Clown is heavily dependent on his mana. Turning around, the antagonist runs away. The character looks at him. He rushed after him. Approaching the boss, Ikoma used Meteor Fall. After the enemy falls, smoke comes out and MC says that without skills, his movements are very slow. Putting a sword to the antagonist, the hero adds that he should not even dream of escaping. Black magic flows around the ball on Satsuki's staff. It emits a bullet of darkness at the enemy. Smoke comes from Mad Clown. Ikoma uses double gravity with a scream. He cuts off the boss's head with a jump. The guy looks at the enemy's hand. Putting the sword in the holster, the hero reports that the boss of the Mad Theater has been defeated, and the system reports that he has received 1043 experience points. His level has increased to 30, and he has also received 6 skill points. The heroine happily says that they did it and asks what will happen now, and MC replies that the portal will close over time, so it is better to get out of here quickly, but she does not understand what will happen if they do not have time to get out. Turning around, the protagonist replies that there is no need to rush, because it will close only in half a day. Satsuki awkwardly scratches the back of her head and thinks that she should have said this right away. Smoke comes from behind her. Looking at Ikoma, she guesses what it is. In front of the heroes is a blade and the guy explains that this is the boss item, the clown blade. Holding it in his hand, MC adds that this is the best item for Gravity Masters, and its power is beyond imagination. Standing next to MC, Satsuki asks if this is the item he wanted to get so much, and the guy says that it is. The weapon glows and the plate says that it is a rank C clown blade with an attack power of 11, acceleration of skill activation and reduction of mana costs. The heroine happily realizes that this is a rank C item. Looking at the interlocutor, she adds that the blade does not seem very strong in appearance, but the protagonist says that she is wrong. Frowning, he replies that the rank and attack power are not important, because the strength of this blade is in its ability. Light emanates from the sword and Ikoma explains that it improves all classes that rely on skills, and this is the strongest blade of all possible. Behind the hero, a black and purple light comes, and he explains that he will be able to use gravity magic faster. Leaning on a rock, the guy explains that the blade also reduces mana consumption, and thanks to it, he will be able to make up for all his weaknesses. His companion replies with amazement that she understood him. Keiru stands with his sword raised, and Ikoma says that the adventurer who received this item in his past life, with the help of its power, was able to rise to rank A. Holding the blade, MC adds that that character chose to become an assassin, and he was able to prevent this. He holds the handle of the weapon. Satsuki thinks about the fact that this weapon makes up for his weaknesses. She looks at him with apprehension. The heroine despairs, saying that the guy does not need her now. Looking at the girl, Ikoma replies that he would like to continue their cooperation, but even with him, his mana runs out very quickly. Satsuki stares at the blade. She narrows her eyes and declares that they are now rivals. Looking at the system, The protagonist sees that his level has also increased, so he has some skill points. He looks closely and realizes that in order to become the strongest adventurer, he should not forget about agility, and also thinks about pumping up the gravity skill. The guy thinks that maybe it would be better to take this. MC presses the button and the system says that the gravity level skill has been improved to level 2 and 10 skill points have been spent, and the gravity control skill has been improved to level 3 and 15 skill points have been spent. He is surprised to see that he has received a new gravity bullet skill. The blade shines and Ikoma decides that with the gravity control skill and a new weapon, it will be much easier for him to use magic. Standing with the system in front of his friend, the hero wants to try a lot of things and does not know where to start. The characters hear a question about whether he is late. Kaoru comes around the corner and asks if they are done yet. Clapping, he states that it is not bad. MC looks at him tensely and replies that he showed up at the wrong time. The interlocutor walks and the protagonist realizes that he used the camouflage skill to hide his presence and watch their battle. Imagining Kaoru watching them die, Ikoma realizes that if they lost, he would have easily defeated him using the information about the boss's skills and thinks that this is exactly what he wanted to do. Frowning, the boy thinks that although it is a mean thing to do, it happened often in his past life. Looking at the character, the protagonist asks if he has met him before somewhere. The boy stands with his hands in his pockets. MC looks in surprise after realizing that it is Kaoru, the wielder of the clown blade from his past life. He remembers Kaoru raising the blade and calling him an adventurer killer. The hero looks at the interlocutor angrily, not understanding why he is here, because it took him much longer to get here before. Looking at him in bewilderment, the protagonist thinks that they could not have met him during the boss battle. Kaoru is behind the girls and the clown. The blade is shining and Ikoma thinks that in his past life he did exactly the same, and for the sake of this weapon, he killed the adventurers who were weakened after the boss battle. Satsuki asks MC what is the matter, but he does not give an answer. Seeing the blade, Kaoru calls it an interesting weapon, and the protagonist clarifies whether the weapon is an item of the boss. With a smirk, the interlocutor asks to let him look at it for a while. The guy, holding the sword, refuses him. Kaoru calls MC an idiot. The characters stand in front of Kaoru, and he understands that he should not have weakened his. Licking his lips, the antagonist decides that once he kills Ikoma, he'll have some fun with his girlfriend. Putting his hand out, the opponent tells the guy to watch his feet. He reaches forward. Kaoru approaches, and MC uses a deadly thrust. The protagonist's gaze darted to the side. The enemy dodges the attack. The enemy, turning around, was surprised by this. The guy stands in battle readiness. He is preparing to fight with his magic. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ikoma does not like that his enemy dodged. Looking at Kaoru, he wanted to hit him while he was using his skill, but he moved too fast. Satsuki holds the staff, and the hero realizes that compared to them, he is on a completely different level. Black smoke comes from Kaoru and looking at MC, he finds it funny. Turning to the enemy, the antagonist asks how he knew that. With a malicious smile, the enemy says that he has already killed many people, and no one could guess. Turning his head to the side, MC shouts to Satsuki that their opponent wants to kill them and take the blade. Looking at Kaoru, Ikoma calls him a killer, a master of speed, and his class specializes in surprise attacks, and they hear him answer how it is rude to reveal all the cards. His gaze is red and the antagonist declares that he will not beat around the bush. In the guy's hand is a blade and the enemy asks to give him this weapon, and then, perhaps, he will spare their lives. The hero and his companion stare. Ikoma thinks that the problem with solving crimes in dungeons is that no one can find evidence. He holds out his blade and replies that he is sure that Kaoru is not the type to let them get away so easily. The antagonist looks ahead sullenly. Laughing, the character states that this is true. Standing in front of the girl, MC hears his enemy call him a daredevil. Smiling widely, Kaoru adds that soon the boy will beg him for a quick death. The antagonist stands in a fighting stance. Ikoma narrows his eyes. He realizes that this is becoming dangerous. The enemy twirls his sword and MC remembers that Kaoru was an assassin who hunted adventurers. The character smiles. There is blood around the weapon, and the hero adds that it was his enemy who wielded the clown blade. The protagonist remembers his interlocutor coming out from behind the corner, and believes that he should have taken into account the possibility that he could come to the rift earlier. Sweat is pouring down his face and Ikoma understands that this miscalculation could cost them their lives. The girl calls her companion worriedly. She cowers in fear and begs him not to come closer. Standing in front of Satsuki, MC explains that assassins specialize in fast and unexpected attacks, and they primarily target spellcasters. The man cuts the guy's throat, and the protagonist adds that if they get close, it will be the end for them. The heroine is horrified by what she heard. Shielding his friend with his hand, Ikoma warns her not to approach the enemy under any circumstances, and that he will deal with him. Looking sternly, the guy is sure that even alone he is a strong opponent, but he will not cope with Kaoru. MC and the girl are in thought. Kaoru twirls the knife, and the protagonist realizes that their level difference is too big, and there is also a noticeable difference in skill. The antagonist holds the handle. He looks at her slyly, and the hero is sure that he will definitely aim at Satsuki. The girl is scared. Purple magic emanates from Ikoma. Light comes out of his blade after applying gravity reduction. The enemy's swords collided, which surprises MC. Kaoru wonders what's going on. Looking at the hero's confused face, he doesn't believe that he has never killed people before. Throwing the sword back, the enemy states that he has slaughtered a lot of people and such experience gives a huge advantage in battle. With a smirk, Kaoru wants to have some fun with the enemy. Ikoma holds the sword with clenched teeth. MC attacks and the enemy can barely withstand his onslaught, and cannot find a hole in his defense. Dodging, the character sighs. He looks tensely. There is a guy in front of the antagonist, and Kaoru sees that his blade is no longer shaking, realizing that the hero has fooled him, because with each swing, it adapts better and better to his movements. Satsuki looks worried when the enemy is perplexed how this is possible, because MC is much lower in level than him. The heroine looks with anxiety. Standing behind the guy, she states that Ikoma is very smart. The protagonist is ready for battle, when Satsuki realizes that she has not yet met a person stronger than him. Frowning, MC is glad that they managed to get the clown blade. During the battle, he realizes that due to the acceleration of skill activation, he can switch between his skills faster, which greatly helps him in the battle with the enemy. The blade rushes into attack and the hero adds that, in addition, mana consumption is reduced, so you don't have to worry about it yet. The enemy screams that MC got him. He puffs out his cheeks, deciding that he has had enough of playing around. The character spits out a poisonous needle. The needle is heading towards the protagonist. Ikoma looks on, alarmed. He reflects the needle with his blade. Kaoru is furious and thinks that this can't be happening. The protagonist runs towards the opponent. A blow flies past the antagonist's face, as he tries to comprehend how the boy reflected the poisonous needle from such a distance. Kaoru has a scratch on his face and is angry. In rage, he shouts that MC was just lucky. As he attacks, he tells the protagonist not to be arrogant. Ikoma backs away. The enemy, his eyes flashing, is pleased that MC was caught. Pointing his blade at the hero's neck, he uses a deadly thrust. The boy's face lights up with purple light. He knocks the weapon out of the enemy's hands with the help of double gravity. As he steps towards the enemy, he hears how much pain he is in. As he approaches, the protagonist calls Kaoru too predictable and says that when using skills, assassins always aim for the neck. Indignantly, the antagonist does not understand who this kid is. Looking down on the character, MC adds that this is why it does not matter how many times he uses them. Staring intently, Ikoma says that the enemy's movements are too easy to read. Satsuki stands in front of them. She uses a bullet of darkness with a scream. The girl throws blue magic at Kaoru. The guy's legs give way. The protagonist swings his blade. He strikes the enemy. Blood gushes from Kaoru's forehead and he calls the protagonist a bad person. Blood drips onto the floor as he does not understand how his opponent dared to do this. The antagonist screams and holds his eye, from which blood is coming. The guy looks at him from a distance. Putting out his hand, Ikoma realizes that he already knows all of his skills, so Kaoru was unable to catch him off guard, and with the help of gravity, he can keep up with his movements. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist decides that the problem is mana. Looking serious, he adds that after the battle with the boss, there is almost none left, although it is only a matter of time until the mana runs out, and the system reports his stats and level 30. Lying on the ground, the protagonist is sure that if this happens, his opponent will kill him. Kaoru, holding his eye, wants to end this. Standing in front of MC, he does not understand what is going on and why he can't do anything against him. Sweat drips from his forehead as he realizes that the longer they fight, the better Ikoma understands his movements, and for some reason he is so strong. The protagonist is darting in the enemy's eyes, and he realizes that he needs to come up with something. Kaoru watches with one eye as MC uses his blind spot. The antagonist backs up. The protagonist runs at him and Kaoru uses shadow jump. Smoke comes out around the protagonist. The guy swings his sword. The opponent looks at MC, not understanding why he is in such a hurry if he has the advantage. Blood runs down Kaoru's face and he smiles. Ikoma stands with the sword when the antagonist realizes that he does not seem to have time to recover from the boss fight. Satsuki stands next to MC and the enemy admits that he is strong, and if he had survived this day, he might have become a hero. Kaoru starts walking. In rage, he says that he is done for now. He laughs maliciously. With a scar on his face, Kaoru adds that the guy is very unlucky to have encountered him. Standing with the girl, the hero frowns. The antagonist laughs loudly. Kaoru laughs maliciously. The hero attacks with a bullet of darkness. Satsuki uses her magic. It rushes at Kaoru. He escapes from the attack with a shadow jump. The girl's gaze widened. She sees that she cannot hit him at all. The heroine looks at the characters fighting. MC is angry. Satsuki holds his hand and says that everything was fine, but Ikoma suddenly began to lose for some reason. Kaoru confirms her assumption with a scream. Fighting with the protagonist, he says that he needs to kill, or he himself will die, and he does not often get a chance to kill someone like him. With a smile, Kaoru sarcastically suggests that they have more fun. The antagonist bends away from MC's attack. The hero turns around. The sword flies past the character when he realizes that it was close. Ikoma bent down in front of the enemy. He kicks the enemy in the face. Kaoru gritted his teeth in pain. The enemy jumps on the guy. Running in front of the hero, the antagonist asks him to show everything he can do. The protagonist stands on one leg and he realizes that by using the decrease in gravity, he even has some acrobatic skills. He remembers how he kicks Kaoru. MC also remembers how they fight and realizes that Kaoru just attacks head-on and his attacks are easy to block. The enemy sits on one leg and Ikoma thinks that he figured out that he is low on mana. Smiling widely, the antagonist sees that MC is still holding up well. There is a purple power around the hero and the enemy thinks that this is a body-strengthening skill, and as soon as his mana runs out, he is finished. Grinning, Kaoru asks if he is already at the limit. The guy walks, flashing his blade. He is very tense, since his mana is almost gone. Dodging the character's jump, Ikoma understands that he must defeat him at the first opportunity. MC runs away in different directions. Looking up, the antagonist wonders why he was able to jump back like that, assuming that this is another skill. The protagonist in purple light decides that now is the time to use double gravity, and the enemy calls him a fool, because now he will not be able to dodge. The guy looks closely, realizing that now is the time to strike. The handle of the blade emits purple power. Ikoma decides that now he will use all the remaining mana. Falling from above, MC creates an explosion using the meteor fall technique. Tensing, Kaoru does not understand where his enemy got such strength from. The swords clashed and the antagonist does not believe what is happening. He screams from the explosion. Smoke comes in front of the guy, and the system reports his characteristics. In the distance, a girl calls Ikoma. She is happy that he did it. Looking back, the hero denies it. He tells Satsuki that he failed. The heroine is worried. The wounded enemy approaches MC. Holding his stomach, he tells the guy that it seems he has no more mana, calling him a poor guy. Looking at his companion, Ikoma tells her to run. He shouts for her to do it now. With fear, Satsuki hears that Kaoru is not strong enough to pursue her. The antagonist mockingly says that the guy is cool, since right after the battle with the boss, he was able to fight him on equal terms. The girl is worried about what to do. Her gaze widened. Holding the staff, she hears the enemy say that the protagonist with such ballast was able to wound him. Standing in front of the heroine, he adds that he likes her. MC gritted his teeth and hears that the antagonist wants to hear his full name. Satsuki stands shyly and says that she knew she was a burden. Tears flow from her eyes from the realization that if she had given up like Aoi said, Ikoma would not have lost. The enemy laughs. She remembers how MC asked her to believe in herself and that he needed her strength. The heroine bowed her head. Satsuki looks seriously. Closing his eyes, the hero declares that he will not say anything to a worthless person like Kaoru. Sweat runs down the enemy's face and he replies that there is no need to be rude, because the protagonist is the first person he has acknowledged. The guy looks at the enemy. Jumping with a sword, the antagonist says that he will forever remember Ikoma. The heroine uses the power of a dark bullet with a scream. Blue magic rushes at Kaoru. It knocks him down. The character puffs out his cheeks. The staff hits the enemy. Frowning, he calls the girl a devil. Looking at the torn clothes, Kaoru realizes that she attacked him from a blind spot. MC, kneeling, sees Satsuki running towards him. Helping him up, the girl asks him to run faster. Turning around, the protagonist explains that he has no strength left. She seriously yells at Ikoma that he showed her that she is capable of much. The heroine closed her eyes. The girl's hands are on MC's back and she uses mana recovery. Looking at the light, Kaoru states that it pisses him off, so let him die. He watches as Satsuki heals the hero. The antagonist runs in rage, using a deadly thrust. The girl looks back. He watches carefully. A sword swing flies by and Ikoma thanks Satsuki, calling her his savior. The enemy's blades clash. The guy's sword emits a blue light. Gritting his teeth, Kaoru is shocked that this skill restores mana and calls MC a miserable coward. Standing next to his companion, Ikoma says that from the very beginning, they fought together. The heroes look sullenly at the enemy. The protagonist tells Kaoru that he is wounded, and his own mana has been restored. The guy's face is serious, and the antagonist frowns and MC asks which of them will die today. The antagonist defends himself from the hero's attack. Kaoru is very tense. Ikoma runs forward. He makes a blow with a weapon. The enemy angrily shouts that this is not all. A red symbol appeared in front of him after using black magic. The girl is shocked by what she saw. She stands fearfully with the staff. MC's sword emits gravity magic. Frowning at the antagonist, The hero explains that his magic takes too long to activate, and in his previous life, the activation speed was increased due to the effect of this weapon. The protagonist raised his blade up. The antagonist sees the hero using magic and hopes that he won't make it in time. He looks on in fear. The magic hits Kaoru and he screams. A scream was heard among the black movement. A large purple ball was flying forward. Kaoru with a wounded eye thought how this was possible. Why was he losing if his level was much higher? Ikoma looked at him proudly. A multi-story building of the crime investigation department towered over him. He was not yet so developed in matters inside the rifts. The guy was sitting by the broken wall, and therefore if someone kills, it cannot be proven, but this time Satsuki is here too. Looking ahead, the hero said that he would keep an eye on him. Turning to the girl, he ordered to report this incident to the rift crime department. Satsuki quickly ran down the corridor. After conquering the rift, demons no longer appear, so she can easily return back. Kaoru was holding his injured arm. Looking at the guy in surprise, he thought that he was just a child. Where did he get so much strength from? Ikoma turned his burning gaze to him. The opponent looked at him tensely. Looking at the hero surrounded by a purple glow, he thought that he was radically different from everyone he had met. Who was he anyway? The heroes were sitting opposite each other at the table. The news tab with a photo of Kaoru was open. Reading the news, Ikoma thought, so he was safely captured? Satsuki smiled, saying that she thought they would ask a lot more questions. The guy sitting opposite closed his eyes, saying that crimes in the rifts are difficult to solve. If the criminal is unknown, then the department refuses the case. He imagined money and substances against the background of the building, and thought that with the appearance of the rifts, the situation in the country has changed a lot. The crime rate in them has decreased. Control over emergency situations has been significantly strengthened. He imagined a crying person and thought, still, due to the changes in social structures, the number of poor people has increased dramatically. This condition has now faded into the background. Holding a glass of drink, the girl said that she knew that there was crime in the rifts, but she did not expect that they would encounter a murderer. Ikoma scratched his neck, asked if she was worried. Such cases in the life of an adventurer are not uncommon. Shifting his gaze, he concluded that this is their world. He imagined the office staff and thought that this does not mean that there is no other way to survive except being an adventurer. Holding a glass of drink, the girl said that if she said that she was not worried, she would be lying. The guy remembered how she healed him too and thanked him for saving him. The girl replied that at that moment she felt that she became a true ally for him. With a smile, looking down, the girl said that she was very happy. She was sure that she still had many trials to go through, but when she was next to him, with a sweet smile, she finished. It felt like she was capable of anything. The guy looked at her silently. Then he awkwardly scratched his cheek. Extending his palm, Ikoma said that he hoped for her in the future. Satsuki smiled happily and agreed. They shook hands. The glass with the drink was empty. Raising her finger, the girl told this to the hero. He thought that she was a good person. Satsuki thoughtfully looked away, saying that she still did not understand a lot, so she tried to do everything she was told, but someday she would learn to make decisions on her own to be useful to the team. The hero looked tired, bowing his head. Closing her eyes, Satsuki continued to say what she thought. Aoi also did not like this trait of hers, and probably that was why they were so angry with her. The boy tilted his head to the other side. He was surprised when the girl, imagining a romantic picture, said that when she was next to him, she felt like she could overcome any difficulties. Interlacing her fingers, the girl said with a happy smile that if it was not too much trouble, she would like to stay in the party with him forever. The boy awkwardly looked at her. He sat opposite the shining girl and thought that she was a really nice person, but sometimes she talked too much. With a sweet smile, the girl continued to chat. Looking at her, the hero smiled and wondered where she kept the switch. The people looked at them in surprise. And then, looking at the phone, they asked if they were the two from the rumors. They defeated the boss and caught the killer in one day. Turning there, Ikoma said that it seemed like they were celebrities now. He pointed at the person who said that was putting it mildly. Sho held the phone and said that now all the guilds are talking about him. Looking down at his phone, the blonde said he didn't remember the exact name, but he was on every video now. He presented phones with video recordings, saying they were collecting information from different sources and creating legends about him. Showing the phone screen, the guy said that of course, his real name was still unknown. Everything is sometimes exaggerated. Sho pointed his finger decisively and said that the fact remains, he is now a celebrity. Smiling, he promised that he would definitely recruit them. The girl pushed him away, shouting that she had finally found her. Aoi came up and said that Satsuki had been looking for her everywhere. She took the girl's palm in hers and apologized. Holding her friend's hand, she said that she had said too much to her. Smiling, she continued that she had thought about it a lot, so she asked to come back to her. After all, they were allies. Satsuki blushed. Closing her eyes, the blonde asked with a smile how much she had been able to earn for clearing the rift, and she probably raised her level. The girl pursed her lips. She stood up while the blonde was saying that now she was sure that she would become an irreplaceable part of the team. Well, instead of answering, she told the hero that it had become too noisy here and called him to leave. Sho had a bump on his head, and Aoi tried to stop her friend. Clouds floated in the sky above the multi-story buildings. The heroes walked along the road. Ikoma turned around and asked if they were friends, but the girl asked him not to say anything. With a gloomy look, she looked ahead and said that it was some stranger. Satisfied with her answer, the hero replied that he understood. Ahead, Satsuki said that she was really popular. On the screen was a video with over 1 million views. She said that it was a video from that incident. Looking at her phone, Ikoma said that videos from the rifts always attract a lot of attention. These recordings are posted on the websites of many popular companies. He presented the covers of several videos. Then he turned around, saying that they do this not for fun, but for views and profit. They understand that this is a dangerous place. Emotionally holding the phone, Satsuki exclaimed that so many people are watching the stream. Should she really unsubscribe from the channel? The hero replied that she wants to. There was darkness in the depths of the cave. The man in gloves held the phone, hearing laughter and words about how it had over 1 million views this month. The girl in the red hat raised her hand, shouting that she was the best in the world. The screen showed the same video, and words were heard about the serial killer being a mysterious adventurer. The knight stood behind the blonde, who exclaimed that this video had many more views than hers, and said that it couldn't be helped. This video was more popular than hers right now. The phone showed the news about the serial killer being arrested. Words were heard about how no, she's not us. The new video will surpass it. Many people liked how they quickly cleared the rift. The girl sat with her legs crossed, and said that she didn't like this guy. The girl in the hat holding the phone was the Rift Explorer Hashinen. The heroes sat at the table, their mouths open. Satsuki asked, her weapon? Ikoma, who was sitting opposite him, confirmed and said that as the level increased, the rarity of the monsters that needed to be defeated also increased. He presented a scale with monsters on the scales and different types of weapons, saying that for an adventurer, weapons were key to compensate for the lack of combat power. Shamans did not need an expensive staff. The guy looked down and said that he hoped to earn as much money as possible in the next rift. Touching his chest, the girl said that after that, they were probably very expensive. Ikoma closed his eyes and said that they were worth worrying about. He wanted him and his comrades to have good weapons. The girl froze when she heard this. Then she touched her cheeks with her hands, repeating touchingly. With a happy smile, she said that of course, they were comrades after all. The hero thought, what a naive girl. He hoped that everything would work out well for her in life. His finger touched the screen of the tablet. Satsuki, who was sitting at the table, asked which rift they should go to. Ikoma turned the screen towards her and said that he already had one in mind. He showed the figures of the monsters and said that it was the tomb of the ancient kings. Holding the tablet with his fingers, he said that it was discovered a few days ago. It has a very high chance of dropping items. Such a rift cannot be found anywhere else. He remembered sitting at the computer and thought that no one yet knew that the tomb of the ancient kings was a rare rift. He was able to find out about it from the notes of researchers in his past life. He remembered how precious stones fell out of the bag and said that besides, the items that dropped were very expensive. A staff with a blue stone, he thought that it was easy to get rare items from it. The guy sat with his fingers intertwined and thought that there should not be many adventurers, because there is no information about the rift. Watching the insidious hero, the girl thought that he had such a scary face. It was quite dark in the tomb of the ancient king's rift. The heroes walked down the corridor. Satsuki turned around in fear. The hero drew his sword. A level 29 skeleton warrior appeared in front of him. Surrounded by a pink glow, the hero used gravity weakening. The girlfriend turned away from the bright glow. Then she turned around, opening one eye. Ikoma attacked the skeleton with bright flashes. A bright trace remained from the movement of the weapon. The skeleton fell back. Looking at the guy, the girl thought that this was to be expected from him. He dealt with such a strong enemy very easily. The skull opened its mouth. Stabbing blows are ineffective against the skeleton. The hero pulled back his hand with the sword. Turning to his girlfriend, he shouted at her to attack with her magic. A magic seal appeared under Satsuki's feet. The guy jumped back from the skeleton's attack. It opened its mouth. A purple beam from the use flew at him. Satsuki closed her eyes from the flying debris. The hero touched the information window with her finger. And in it was information that 240 experience points were obtained. On the floor of the tomb lay bones. Ikoma bent down. Satsuki exclaimed that there was something else there besides the magic stone. The guy was holding the blue blade of ancient kings in his hand. Satsuki was surprised to hear that they were very lucky. They would be able to sell it for about 400,000 yen. Raising her palm in surprise, she exclaimed about how much, and was told that it was such a blade, it was hard to find anywhere. But that's it, they would quickly find a buyer. She smiled awkwardly. The guy, without looking at her, heard the question of how much they could earn, and answered 3 million yen, knowing how long it would take to obtain such a weapon. It was a completely acceptable price. Opening her mouth in surprise, the girl asked again and was told that no one knew yet that it was a rare rift, so they would use it to the fullest. Turning to the side, Ikoma said that they will not stop. He looked into the distance, saying that for 3 days they will continue to mine items. All this awkwardly introduced the piggy bank, saying that if they mine items for 3 days, they will be able to earn in a day. She blushed, saying that this is a beautiful place. And from the darkness of the corridor there was a noise. She said that someone was fighting in that direction. Touching his chin, the guy offered to check what was there. The girlfriend watched in surprise as he went there. The mummy, wrapped in bandages, roared. She stood in front of the girl and the knight. The knight jumped, leaving a mark. Swings of the sword. And the mummy falls back. Standing next to Hashinen, the manager said that he was sure that the lady could handle him. The girl asked if the camera was ready. And it was held in the hands of the knight in the green scarf and answered that everything was ready. The knight held a shining blade, using a magical enchantment, a fire blade. Holding the weapon, the blonde smiled. She jumped high and attacked the mummy, causing it to burst into flames. Then she landed behind. And posing for the camera, she greeted the viewers, saying that today they decided to explore a completely unknown rift. The girl spread her arms with a smile. The man on the platform watched her leave, saying that she was able to destroy this monster with that blow, so it seems that this place is not so dangerous. The heroes watched her. Satsuki exclaimed that this is a rift explorer. Opening her mouth, she said that it was definitely her. She saw her on several video sites. Her gaze became admiring. She heard words of gratitude for the support. Then she was surprised. Ikoma looked displeased. The shocked girl opened her mouth, remembering the guy's words that they are not doing this for fun, but all for views and profit. Frozen with fear, she remembered that Ikoma disliked rift explorers. Someone's legs were visible on the camera screen. The cameraman looked in that direction. The girl also turned and noticed the guys. Ikoma frowned, hearing the question of why they were standing there. They ruined such a shot for her. Pointing her finger in displeasure, Hashinen exclaimed that she spent a lot of time preparing, and all in vain. Putting her hands in her pocket, Ikoma asked if she herself was not ashamed to deceive her fans, and heard that it was all a show. The girl adjusted her hair, saying that she should only show her best side. Looking at the camera, she asked the manager if they could use the footage they had already filmed. He replied that they would have to edit it a little, but overall there were no problems. There were shots of a beautiful girl on the screen. He said that they had a whole bunch of great material. Disappointedly closing her eyes, Hashinen said that so much good material was ruined. She turned around and exclaimed discontentedly that he was rude. Touching his chest, the girl said that her name was Hashinen and that she was the best rift researcher. Turning his head, the hero introduced himself as Ikoma. Standing opposite, he said that they were sorry that they had ruined her video. The blonde spread her hands and said that it was okay, they would film a lot of interesting material. She crossed her arms when he asked her why she had become a rift researcher and said that he was asking nonsense. Making a coin with her fingers, she said that of course, it was for the money. She imagined video covers surrounded by money and said that rift research was a very profitable business, and that such videos always got a huge number of views, and if they gained popularity, they would be offered advertising. She posed with her hand raised, saying that it was also thanks to the video that adventurers became very popular. She felt like a real idol. Ikoma said that being an adventurer was not as easy as she thought. She should stop before she got hurt. The girl turned around indignantly. Looking at the figure next to her, the guy said that in rifts of this level, you can't relax. Looking to the side, he said that if they continued to take this lightly, they might regret it. The blonde was silent. Then she lowered her head, sadly saying that he not only ruined her video, but also said so many nasty things. Satsuki looked at the other one worriedly, saying that maybe he went a little too far. He replied that he was saying this for their own good. Hashinen raised her shoulders in displeasure. Stretching out her hand, telling the lady that there was no need to get so excited, the girl repeated that they needed to be ignored. Then she resolutely looked forward. The cameraman standing behind him was surprised to hear the request to prepare the camera. The girl was standing nearby and asked again that his name was Ikoma. She looked at him resolutely and said that if he said such words, he must be confident in his abilities. Touching her chest, the girl said that they would have a competition and see who could collect the most magic stones. If she won, he would apologize and take back his words. She pointed her finger at the camera and said that he would do it in front of the camera. She imagined the hero with censorship on his eyes and said that he should not worry. They would make sure that he was not recognized. Opening her mouth, the blonde said that if he won, she would listen to his every word. Closing his eyes, Ikoma agreed, surprising her friend. The blonde confidently pointed her finger, saying that it meant more, but they would meet at the entrance in 3 hours, and not even think about running away. A smile appeared on her lips. Torches were burning on the walls. Walking behind, the knight extended his hand and said that she was a good girl. She decided to put that tourist in his place, and even came up with an idea for a video. The girl said with pleasure that with such a video her popularity would skyrocket, and they would earn a lot of money. She stopped, saying that it was also very offensive to listen to such words. Looking forward seriously, Hoshinin thought that she would make him take his words back. The look of her red eyes was determined. The hero stood in front of the mummy. Swinging her sword, she screamed. A bright beam crashed at her feet. The monster turned around. Then he lowered his head. A scream was heard from above. The hero attacked with a pink beam, using a meteor fall. The system reported that 364 experience points were received, the level was increased to 31, and 3 skill points were received. Turning around at the lying mummy, the guy thought that she was usually very slow. He imagined jumping, and thought that he was jumping with the help of gravity shift. Imagining himself removing with a sword, he thought that he would then knock out the monster with the help of gravity doubling. A spark flashed among the stones. A blue metal glove appeared, another artifact, the ancient ruins gauntlet. Holding the staff, Satsuki asked if maybe he shouldn't have gone too far with her. Without turning around, his comrade replied that he was annoyed that they were using the rift to film. He was not going to lose the bet. If they realized that it was dangerous, it would be good for them. Opening the zipper on his bag, he said that if the items continued to fall so often, it would be problematic to carry them all. The girl imagined her bag and said that hers was also already full. The heroes stood in front of a glowing passage. In front of them was a large figure. What kind of place was this? A dead end. A glow appeared next to the Sphinx. Suddenly, its eyes lit up blue. Satsuki turned around in surprise. A grate appeared on the arch, and she exclaimed, "Closed." Looking forward, the hero said that this was a rift trap. With a slight smile, Ikoma clenched his fist and thought that a rift trap was a special trap that appeared in rifts. But they could be used to their advantage, especially in a rare portal. You can't miss such a chance. The figure of the Sphinx opened its mouth. The hero heard a voice saying that he needed to prepare. The test was beginning. The eyes of the Sphinx were shining. A voice was heard that demanded to prove that they had the wisdom of kings, and answer him 3 questions. From the open mouth, they heard the words that if they made even one mistake, they would lose their lives. Satsuki stared at him in fear, asking what kind of monster it was. Touching his chin, the hero replied that it seemed to be a special kind of riddle trap. If they answered incorrectly, they would be attacked immediately. They needed to try hard. His level was very high. The girl exclaimed in fear. Putting his fingers to his temple, the hero said not to worry. He was not going to lose to this statue. Words were heard from the Sphinx statue that this was the first riddle. In the darkness, a question was heard. How many experience points are needed to rise from the 1st to the 10th level? Satsuki opened her mouth in surprise, asking who could even know such a thing. But before she could ask, the hero had already answered that 45 points. He stood in front of the figure with a sword in his hands, announced, "Let's go next," and thought that he remembered all the answers from his past life. The figure was discouraged. She said that the 19th riddle, a monster with 3 heads and 4 paws, the guy answered that it was a hellish doll. He got tired and sat down on the floor and asked how long they would continue or if he was waiting for them to make a mistake. Let it be faster, they were in a hurry. The Sphinx looked discouraged. Satsuki smiled and suggested that her friend make a mistake. The monster closed his eyes and announced the 20th riddle. Which monster throws green slime? The hero opened his mouth and said that the rift in which you can meet green slime has not yet appeared. Introducing a person putting his fingers together, he said that it can only be created with the alchemy skill. The Sphinx opened his mouth in surprise. Pieces of stone fell from him. He exclaimed, 120 correct answers, this just can't be. The figure crumbled into pieces, screaming that this can't happen. The guy looked at the rising grate and thought that the exit was open. The statue was so surprised. If it were someone else, then he would probably answer incorrectly, and mentally apologized. The girl pointed and said that something fell out of the statue. The hero turned around in surprise. He saw a golden keeper's bracelet, which could store items, and thought that it couldn't be. Looking at the information window, he said that it was a very useful item and extremely rare. Looking at the bracelet, the girl asked how expensive it was, and the hero replied that if they sold it successfully, they would get about 10 million. The girl asked again in shock. The golden bracelet was shining. The guy remembered the images of the conversation with the Sphinx and thought that maybe this was a reward for the number of correct answers. Putting the bracelet on his hand, Ikoma heard that they had spent a lot of time. As for their dispute with Hoshinin, the guy said that with this bracelet they would have no problems with items. Smiling a little, he now said that victory would be theirs. The heroes walked along the corridor. The guy thought that it would not be difficult to deal with the monsters here. The attack beam cut the monster. The skeleton warriors have good defense against swords. Satsuki was holding the staff resolutely, but while it distracted his attention, she had the opportunity to attack them with magic, so they easily dealt with them. The hero attacked the mummy. Thinking that they were slow, he dealt with them without problems using gravity control. The girl stretched out her arms, attacking the monster. The hero thought that they were vulnerable to mana drain. The defeated monsters were lying on the floor. The system reported that the hero's level increased from 31 to 33. Holding the knives of the ancient ruins in his hand, Ikoma read the message and said that it was great, as expected from a rare rift. The swords in his hand began to disappear when he used the storage. Satsuki, opening her mouth, saw this and heard that this bracelet is really very useful. They have collected so many magic stones now, he thinks it will be enough. Besides, their main task is to earn money. Ikoma smiled contentedly and suggested hunting the undead. Hashinen coughed, covering one eye, and the words that they had done it were heard. She was sitting on the floor next to the mummy, saying that these guys were very strong. The knight pointed with his hand and said that they had only defeated 2, at this rate they would never be able to finish the purification. The man in the knight's helmet said that he understood that this was a completely new rift. The blonde looked at him disapprovingly, and he hesitated, saying that those of yours must be having a hard time too, but what if they lost? The manager sitting behind him heard that, then she would give him money and ask him to forget about this incident, and asked, what about their video? The words were heard that he did not think they had time to relax. Hashinen opened her mouth, seeing the heroes. She crossed her arms and turned away, saying that there was no problem. How was their stone collection going? If he apologized now, they could cancel the bet. A blue glow appeared above the guy's palm from the use of the storage. Hashinen looked at the mountain of weapons and stones in shock. She opened her mouth, exclaiming, and where did so many stones and items come from? What kind of ability and bracelet is this? Smiling, looking at her, the guy asked, what's the matter? The girl pursed her lips, displeased to hear that if she apologized now, then he would forgive her. He looked at the blonde, who turned away, saying that the argument was not over yet, and they should move out. Satsuki timidly looked at him and asked if he thought this was too much, something he replied that he only teased her slightly. He lowered his gaze. Hashinen resolutely walked forward. The hero said that he hoped that she would not do anything stupid. 2 knights walked behind the blonde. Ikoma turned, hearing the question, so he is trying to get revenge on that girl? Looking at his friend, he replied that she was too frivolous about dungeons. He did not like it. He introduced the posing Hashinen and said that the dungeon is always a risk. Exploration should not be taken lightly. If she continues to treat it like this, she will soon regret it very much. Hashinen frowned in displeasure, saying that in order to defeat him, they need something grand. She grabbed her head in dismay, asking how it happened that they did not get so many stones and artifacts. The knight standing behind said that they had made good progress, and there was little mana left. Turning around displeasedly, the girl exclaimed that she knew that it was important to watch mana, but they could not go back and lose. Gritting her teeth, she thought that she had not yet shown what she was really capable of. 8 years ago, there was a huge fire in the city. A one-eyed monster was illuminated among the smoke. A cry was heard that this was a disaster. At that time, rift breakthroughs occurred very often. The blonde looked forward in fear, hearing a request for help. The green monster grabbed the guy who screamed and asked not to leave him. The girl hugged her younger, and then, grabbing his hand, ran away. Young Hashinen ran away with the younger. There were tears in her eyes. There were many boos in the room. The brother was sleeping, well, even with his head on her lap. Someone was discussing that these children, their parents must have already died. In her hand was a phone. She heard the words that this is the 5th A-rank adventurer in Japan. Looking at the screen, she heard that she did not like the feeling of helplessness in the face of such a disaster, so she worked on her skills for a long time. The blonde looked down, heard that she was surprised. After all, she knew how and decided to show it on television. On the screen was a beautiful girl who said that she was glad that she could become that brave man for someone who would save them from monsters. Hashinen thought that she wanted to become as strong as she was, as kind and sympathetic. On the screen was her channel avatar. She thought that she wanted to inspire not only her loved ones, but all people. Resolutely looking forward, Hashinen thought that she did not want to be looked down upon. She had to win. Turning to the knight, the girl said that they had too little material for the video yet, and they needed something else. A sly expression appeared on her face. She exclaimed that she had come up with an idea just in time. The knights watched her head forward. Catching up with the girl, one of them asked where she was running. The blonde said that while they wanted to go back, she remembered one enemy. With a smile, she looked around the corner. There was a large figure with glowing eyes. The system reported that this was the Rift Boss, a fallen pharaoh of level 40. Hashinen looked at him in shock, thinking that it couldn't be the Rift Boss. What was he doing here? She couldn't defeat such a monster. The knight held the sword, saying that it was similar. He had chased the other adventurers from the depths of the dungeon. The second one said that they couldn't do anything against him. They had to run. She looked away in fear. The girl agreed, thinking that if they found a narrow passage, he would be able to chase them. She remembered. The man extended his hand and asked for help. The tense girl remembered her brother and the words of the heroine, who said that she didn't like the feeling of helplessness in the face of disaster. The little girl held the box, thinking that now she understood why she was so attracted to it. She cried. Hashinen thought that because she desperately needed help, she would not run away anymore. Determinedly moving forward, the blonde shouted for her assistants to run without her. She blocked the blow, protecting the man. The adventurer sitting behind heard her shout that she would hold him back and that he should run. The boss raised his hands with weapons, and words of gratitude were heard. The blade was moving downwards. The girl in the hat standing in front of him heard that she would not allow it. She looked at the manager, who said that he was the mistress's biggest fan. The masked man said that he could not just run away. The girl looked at the camera and heard that although he was not very good at fighting, the knight with the green scarf also said that he would also show everything he could do. The three of them stood in front of a huge monster. Hoshinin was holding the sword with both hands. The knight extended his palm. A blue barrier appeared in front of him from the use of the barrier skill. A bright beam remained from the boss's attack. The barrier shattered into fragments. Hoshinin closed one eye, thinking that she was a weak spot everywhere and could not be defeated. The hat fell from the head of the frightened girl. The pharaoh raised his weapon. The blonde looked scared. Then she closed her eyes. Illuminated by the purple glow, Ikoma said that she was too reckless. The bright rays crossed. The girl closed her eyes, then hesitantly opened one. Ikoma held her in his arms, using gravity's shift. Looking at him in surprise, Hoshinin exclaimed, asking why, and heard that he decided to make sure that she did not do anything. Closing his eyes, he exhaled, saying that then he heard the story of the escaped adventurer. The guy remembered the footage of the previous conversation. With a slight smile, he said that it seemed that he lost. And holding the girl, he said that he was ready to take back his words. Someone appeared above the heads of the heroes with a loud noise. They opened their eyes wide and stared forward. The pharaoh landed on the ground, holding out his hand. The couple made a dash. Frowning, the guy used gravity reduction. The girl opened her eyes in surprise as a blue flash flashed in front of her. A flash occurred between the opponents, from which the hero covered himself with his hand. The young man and the lady landed when the protagonist narrated that by reducing gravity with the skill, he was able to parry the attack with a halberd. The pharaoh stood in front of the heroine, who held the magic wand tightly in her hand. A blue cloud appeared above the opponent. It was a bullet of darkness. Putting out his hand, the man defended himself from the blow. His eyes were shining brightly. The blue-haired girl raised her head and thought, he withstood the attack. Her magic is useless. Looking at the couple, she continued the thought that they were seriously injured and could not run, and their opponent was a high-ranking Rift boss. The situation could not be worse. Their opponent was a fallen pharaoh of level 40. Then the heroine remembered the clown and thought, although the clown blade reduces the gravity of opponents when attacking, the fight will be many times more difficult than with that clown. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that things were bad. The heroes were talking loudly when the girl thought that these two came here because of her. She can't just run away. The man held the sword tightly in his hand and said not to worry, he will keep them safe. The protagonist looked at the enemy, and in front of him stood a girl who said that she does not mind testing her strength. The blonde turned her head and told Satsuki to restore Hoshinin's mana. The brunette got angry, frowned when someone shouted that he would buy them time. Hoshinin used Fire Charm. She is a magic swordsman who fights in close combat with a little magic support. She should have the healing skill, because she is from the magic swordsman class. The heroine bowed her head to the sword, when someone thought, while he distracted the enemy, she will restore her health with healing, and with the help of the shaman, restore mana. The blue-haired girl flew up, putting out her hands. The protagonist made a dash, and narrated that with the decrease in gravity, he increased his speed. However, the attack power decreased, for now his goal is to distract the raven, so there are no problems. But Ikoma gritted his teeth and added that the difference in levels is too high. Will he cope using only a decrease in gravity? The protagonist moved towards the enemy. The hero put out his hand, using an increase in speed. The protagonist's body sparked when the knight behind him used force. Looking after the guy, he asked to save their mistress, to which the yellow-eyed man answered, of course. The young man made a dash and thought that the strength of this boss is that he is big and fast. It is difficult to guess the moment to attack. The pharaoh moved forward with a cry. The protagonist jumped when the opponent was too close. The eyes of the fallen pharaoh glowed brightly when the guy thought that he was incredibly fast. If he touched him, it would not seem like much. The young man looked away angrily and continued the thought that he must hold out until help arrived. The knight lay on the floor and thought, he is still alive, the body is so heavy. Then he stretched out his hand and said, Madam? Suddenly he was dumbfounded, seeing the battle of the heroes and thought what was happening, such fast and dexterous movements. The man squeezed the thing in his hand tightly. Pressing his legs, the protagonist dodged the pharaoh's blow. After that, the enemy screamed loudly. The blue-haired man opened his mouth and swung his sword. The knight was filming all this on camera. The hero, continuing to film, said, Incredible. The pharaoh was very big, when the guy thought, for now, he can compensate in levels by reducing gravity. Looking forward, he continued the thought, however, he cannot cause damage. Then he remembered the girls and thought that he alone would not be able to defeat him, but the transfer of mana. The blonde looked at the blue-haired girl and said, Thank you now. Suddenly she put the sword in front of her face. Then she smiled widely and shouted that she was joining the game. Concentrating her magic, she used healing. The red-eyed girl opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Great, she is ready to fight." Satsuki took out her magic wand and shouted that she would help too. The protagonist smiled and said, "That's better." However, the situation is still not in their favor. They can't drag it out with him. They must defeat him in one attack. The blue-haired man raised his head and looked at the monster. Rocks began to fall on the guys from above. The protagonist frowned. Then he raised his head up. Satsuki put in front of him a staff and thought that Ikoma was pressed against the wall. The pharaoh was illuminated by a bright light. A glow appeared near the protagonist's hand. He applied gravity reduction and weight reduction. The statue was illuminated by a purple glow. And the guy lifted it into the air, directing it towards the enemy. But it broke into small pieces after the blow. The protagonist thought that this was their chance, and opened his mouth and shouted for Satsuki to shoot him in the head. She pointed her staff at the monster. A bullet of darkness appeared from her staff. The pharaoh's eyes lit up. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and thought that it didn't work. The protagonist grinned and thought that he was caught, because if there was such strong armor there, then there was something important behind it. The monster turned its head. The blonde approached it, and thought that this was its blind spot. The monster looked around. A projectile flew at the girl and she flew away from that place. Covering her face with her hands, she thought that because of his 4 arms, it was completely impossible to get close to him. She remembered how the protagonist was able to attack him head-on and did not understand how he did it. A young man appeared behind her and called her, saying that he would weaken him, and she would destroy the mask with her skill. Magic swordsmen have the skill of penetrating armor. It takes a little time to prepare, but it significantly reduces the enemy's defense. Hashinen brought the sword to her face and said that she understood. Then she looked worriedly and thought about what he was going to do. The guy rushed towards the enemy. The power of the fallen pharaoh lies in his 4 arms, but if they are immobilized, he will move much slower. The young man, gritting his teeth, moved forward. Leaping into the air, he thought that then they would have a chance to attack. Then the protagonist swung. Ikoma used gravity paths. The chains went towards the enemy. This is magic that restrains the movements of monsters. He used it to tie the pharaoh's hands. The chains began to tighten on his body. The guy thought that this would be enough to slow him down. He used the chains closer to the shoulders. In this position it would be very difficult to untie them. The main character grinned and thought that such tactics could be used against large and multi-armed opponents. He watched the monster with interest. The blonde did not look at all this and thought that it was necessary to act now. The girl frowned. She rushed forward with a scream, breaking through the armor. Ikoma and Satsuki watched this with their mouths open. Ural hit the pharaoh's neck. Cracks went down his face. And he grabbed it. His face began to flow down. The guy frowned and thought that this was his weak spot. The girl noticed that he had a very creepy face. The protagonist rushed towards the monster, thinking that he needed to attack while his movements were slow. The fallen pharaoh roared loudly. The young man used gravity shift and soared into the air. The enemy looked up at him. He remembered that he had seen this move before, a powerful attack that affected all hands. The protagonist landed on the surface. The enemy raised both hands up. The young man watched this. It was predictable that while his hands were tied, he would use this technique. And also, Ikoma noticed that with such an attack, he lowered his head strongly. The monster's eyes lit up. A rift occurred, and the protagonist screamed that this was the end. He moved towards the monster and used meteor fall. The pharaoh's head shattered into small pieces. The guy grinned triumphantly. The decapitated body fell to the ground. Ikoma held a sword in his hands and said that the boss of the Tomb of the Ancient Kings was defeated, and a notification about receiving experience points and leveling up appeared. The girl was kneeling next to the knight. She looked through the gap in his helmet, and he thanked the lady. The guys were standing next to the corpse of the boss, and the guy said that after the death of the enemy, something appeared. The king's staff emitted light, and a notification about its characteristics appeared. The hero took the weapon in his hands and assumed that it was a staff. He examined the item, realizing that it was perfect for his partner, and knew that such things often dropped from the main ones. But he thought that they would have to continue looking for things to sell for a long time, and noted that luck was on their side and they got the staff. Satsuki raised her fist to her neck and asked if she really could take it, to which he asked her not to even doubt. Mad Clown looked down and gained energy. The sword was shining and the protagonist was talking about how she helped him get equipment in the Mad Theater. However, Hashinen also participated in the battle. The girl looked back and said that he could not worry about it, because he saved them. MC looked away, holding a staff in his hands. The red-eyed girl nervously took her hand and said that the guy could keep the staff and magic stones. She looked away embarrassedly, going to say about their competition. Ikoma closed his eyes and suggested that we consider the girl the winner. The blonde held her hand while he said that as they agreed, he would take his words back, because she definitely took it seriously. She looked away, thinking that it was good that he understood this. The partners looked forward and they were satisfied. The hero tilted his head to the side, saying that in order for her to advance as an adventurer, she needed to stop doing such things, to which the man aggressively asked what he was talking about. He clenched his fist, saying that being an adventurer may not always bring in income, unless one has a high level, then one can try to provide, but due to a disaster, the lady's mother lost her legs, and she also has 5 younger brothers. The girl was sitting in a wheelchair with a photo and was surrounded by children, and her father was no longer with them, and even now the woman has a hard time providing for her family. Hashinin was angry and looked at the knight. The hero watched as the interlocutor asked her partner not to blab too much about her family. He rubbed his head and said that he thought she loved money because of her selfishness. The girl looked away, saying that she always takes it seriously. She relaxed her eyelids and, imagining a preview of various videos with her participation, said that everyone was afraid of disasters, and she wanted to give people smiles in such turbulent times. She became wary after the interlocutor noted that this was a good goal. Ikoma smiled, showing his teeth, and praised her. The red-eyed girl looked ahead in surprise. She turned away in displeasure. People with papers stood in front of children. The city was hidden behind a green hill. The girl turned back and asked about the condition of the equipment, and said that it would make a great video demonstrating the skills of an experienced adventurer. She put her hand on her chest and, after saying that fortunately there was no damage, said that this was wonderful. The knight looked at the tablet, and said that they had few magic stones, and there were no frames from which to edit a video, and this was a difficult situation. The servant looked at her, asking if she should at least take the stones from the boss, to which she replied that she did not want to accept handouts out of pity. Hashinin approached the subordinate and asked if they had anything they could use, to which he hesitantly said yes. The fighter looked ahead and noticed something. The camera display was recording the battle with the boss. Light was reflecting off the glass windows of a tall building. The apprentice looked away. The student looked at him while the other was talking about something. The guys were sitting at a table with books on it. Satsuki pulled the phone to the puzzled guy and asked him to look at the video. He looked away, saying that she should not look for information about the rifts by sight. Ikoma looked away and suggested asking the experienced adventurers. They looked at each other, meaningfully silent, and they felt the appearance of a mysterious adventurer. The video was paused and was titled appropriately. Viewers wrote comments, admiring the speed and risk. The hero smiled. He raised his head contentedly, and closed his eyes, thinking that this is why they were looking at him like that. The violet-eyed girl raised her hand, thinking that more than 1 million views in less than a day was exactly what one would expect from a partner. The blonde was sitting at her laptop, noticing the large number of views. She raised her hand up, thinking that she was the best. She looked at the phone lying on the ground and became wary. The protagonist's name was displayed on the screen, and she thought that she forgot that they had exchanged contacts. She closed her eyes and asked into the phone if he missed her. The girl held the smartphone to the phone, asking if he had finally decided to become her fan, to which he replied that he had seen the video. Hashinin was very embarrassed, saying that they had agreed that if she won, she could post the video, and if he didn't like it, she could delete the video later. The red-eyed girl looked away tensely. Ikoma looked down and was meaningfully silent. He remembered how she had yelled at the knight, and was trying to feed his family in such a troubled time. The hero was calm and after a short silence asked to close the topic, to which she agreed. The blonde happily looked away, saying that her interlocutor was now on everyone's lips. She smiled, asking to shoot a joint video together. Hashinin looked at the screen and realized that he had hung up. The protagonist was shaking, holding his finger on the screen, and was asked what she had said, to which he said that he had not heard. He was sitting at the table and was such a speed of development. Perhaps he was able to obtain a very rare item in his past life. The ring was shining and was near the portal. He smiled, knocking on the table, and realized that the whole story would change dramatically if he got it. The girl looked at the hero's level with a trembling hand and thought that for confirmation you need to have at least level 35, and noticed that he really did have it. Ikoma looked ahead and was told that his application was approved. The guys walked away from the table. The hero looked at his partner and said that she would soon be able to increase her rank too, to which she said that as expected, he was able to reach rank C. The man trembled and looked at the monitor, and he was surprised that he was the first to reach this level in the guild. He remembered Mad Clown, and in order to increase his level, you had to constantly defeat monsters of a higher rank. His image popped up in his head, and without the proper knowledge, it was not easy to achieve it. Satsuki was happy for her friend and said that adventurers who reached rank C were already considered first class, and she would do everything possible to keep up with what the guy said her name to. They walked through the building and the hero said that he wanted to reach rank B. The blue-haired girl looked at her interlocutor and asked again, saying that it was impossible to do this in a month, because only a few people were able to reach such a high rank. The protagonist looked away, saying that he wanted to find one item. The tree was illuminated by light from above, being in the library, and the item was in a place where it was impossible to get without rank B, and this place was called the Library of Mysteries. The shadow of the monster fell on the floor and a ring of wisdom fell out of the rift boss, and the girl asked how he knew about it if the monster had not yet been defeated. They looked at each other, and she asked about the effect of this ring, to which MC clarified whether she really wanted to know. He looked up, talking about the ring of wisdom, that it could be related to the phenomenon of the occurrence of rifts. The city was painted in light colors. The girl looked ahead in surprise and asked again. Plants curled around the ring, and the ring of wisdom was a rare item with incredible potential. However, in a past life its location was unknown, but according to rumors, it contained the secret of the occurrence of rifts, and the guy had little time, but if possible, he would like to get it. The hand extended the ring forward. Ikoma looked at the interlocutor, saying that he could not involve her in his adventures, therefore, if she refused, then he would understand, to which she replied that she wanted to help him, because she was indebted to him. Satsuki hid her hands behind her back and happily said that she would be glad to help him in any matter. The hero closed his eyes and thanked her. The protagonist looked at his phone and said that he still needed to reach rank B in a month, and that he needed to think through a plan well. He turned the screen away from himself, covering his face with his hand, and noted that he had already thought about it. The guys were walking through a dungeon littered with skulls, and he had managed to make a plan for capturing rifts. The monster looked ahead and growled. The hero struck the boss and went to the side. A bright blue light was coming from the rift. The mermaid held her ears while Satsuki hit her. With the help of a meteor fall, the hero cut the creature in half. The protagonist's hand touched a notification about his partner's level, and he said that they had passed 4 rifts in 2 weeks. They stood at the system notification, and he said that the last boss gave them problems, to which she replied that although it was a low-level rift, they had to try hard to defeat the boss there. They walked down the street, and Ikoma said, however, the boss's movements at this level are too unpredictable, and you shouldn't expect anything unusual. The light from the screen illuminated his face, and he thought that he had chosen the rifts well, which were easy to defeat, because he had carefully studied the information about the Tokyo rifts for their level. The smartphone showed a diagram of the rifts, and MC said that if they passed 5 more rifts of the 30th level, they would be able to pass to rank B. The sky above the city was dotted with clouds. There was a stand on the table. The girl held her hand in the air and said that after checking the status, they confirmed that the minimum requirements were met, and it was very difficult to raise such a level in such a short time, to which Ikoma replied that he wanted to move to rank B. The man watched as the redhead said that a strict exam was held to move to that rank and asked to wait a couple of days, and the observer asked that they must be joking. The man looked ahead and asked if they really wanted to get B rank. The big guy had an emblem on his clothes. The hero looked at it with a smile, thinking that he was a contract soldier. He looked at the paper and thought that experienced adventurers can sign contracts with guilds. Their job is to manage rifts and respond to unforeseen situations, and also help with capturing difficult rifts. They have a huge influence on the guild. The contract soldier looked ahead with a confident grin and asked if these kids wanted to get B rank, and said that this could not be. But then the secretary said with concern that they had already reached level 40, and they also had a good track record. He was wildly surprised to hear this. He turned his attention to the hero and his partner, and thought that such small ones had already managed to defeat a lot of bosses. He immediately imagined his emblem and thought about how he had been working as an adventurer for over 7 years and was the only B-rank adventurer in this guild. The black-haired man looked down with disdain and thought about what they wanted to tell him, that this upstart was trying to take away his glory. The hero calmly looked at him and exhaled heavily and thought about how they had attracted the attention of an unpleasant person again. The big man stood in front of him with a smile and said that he could not accept this, and that such youngsters who had not worked for even a year were not worthy of this rank. The protagonist became more serious and thought about how Okami was one of the few B-rank adventurers in the guild. Perhaps the guild would not be able to ignore the opinion of such an adventurer, and that made him laugh. Then the guy imagined the institution and thought about how applications for promotions were reviewed by the heads of the guild, and the opinions of the contractors were also taken into account, and it would not be possible to avoid his decision, but there was a catch. The blue-haired man turned his attention to his companion and thought that if it were him, he would have kept quiet, but she was with him, and they would not retreat. Ikoma looked at the black-haired man and asked if he could find out the reason for the rejection of the application. He suddenly began to speak. He took a small step forward. Then he loomed over the guy and said that they were too inexperienced to wear such a high rank and that the holders of rank B have a lot of responsibility. Then he became even more menacing and asked if he thought that you can just come and get what you want. Satsuki immediately shrank in fear. Other adventurers began to gather around, and questions about the fuss and words about how unlucky it was to catch his eye were heard. But then the hero became more serious after he was told that he had to be at least 17 years old to be an adventurer, and asked if he knew how many 17-year-olds had reached that rank. Okami was taken aback by such impudence and froze, asking what he was talking about. The blue-haired man lowered his head and said that it had been 15 years since the rifts appeared. He imagined a map and said that in Japan, only 6 people were able to reach rank B in less than a year, and then he asked if he wanted to say that they were all promoted by mistake. The protagonist immediately thought about killing high-class monsters, and if you kill enough, it is impossible to level up in such a short period of time. The guy frowned and said that he was strong enough to get rank B, and if he rejected his application for some other reason, he was ready to listen to him. The old man froze and tried to say that the laws related to the rifts were still being refined. He tried to look confident and said that he should listen to the opinion of a more experienced adventurer. But then the hero imagined a statue of the goddess of judgment and said that he should look at their achievements and not make decisions based on his own feelings, because the decision should be made in accordance with the rules. He immediately turned to the secretary and said that this is the policy of any adventurers guild. She immediately climbed into her laptop and said that everything is really so. Satsuki looked at him from behind and anxiously thought that it was surprising how he dealt with an experienced adventurer, and thought that Ikoma was showing his superiority even here. The people around immediately began to whisper and say that Okami was reined in. Then the old man got angry and thought that these scoundrels dared to laugh at him, and thought that he would not forgive them, and that he would regret that he decided to argue with him. Then he looked away and asked about his current class and level, to which the short-haired girl immediately said his name and the class of a level 38 gravity master. The bearded man immediately looked away and thought that he had never heard of such a thing before, and thought that this was probably some kind of rare class. But then he imagined the guy at the throne and thought that this was probably a magic class, and if he had good connections with the warriors, then it was no wonder that he had such a high level. The protagonist nodded when he heard that he admitted that he had rushed to conclusions, and he should have taken his abilities into account. But then he spoiled all the honey, folding his arms across his chest and shouting that this would only happen under one condition. He looked at the guy with a smile and said that he would personally check if he was worthy of rank B, and said that as soon as he was ready, they could come to the training hall. The conference room, the reception desk and the training arena were on the same floor. Some onlookers came to watch the battle from above. The contractor with an unpleasant smile folded his arms across his chest and said that if he beat him in a training fight, he would agree to a promotion, but if he failed, then there was no need to expect a new rank. The observers began to crowd a little and discussed what they heard, that Okami killed 2 people in a training fight. The black-haired man leaned his elbows on the railing and said that this guy was clearly in trouble, and he just decided to take it out on him. Satsuki began to worry and folded her arms across her chest and quietly called the blue-haired man. The contractor looked at his opponent with a smile and thought that he had already disgraced him several times in the guild, and it was time to pay. He immediately imagined the difference in their levels and thought that he was 2 heads taller than him. Then the man imagined them in a group and thought that he also had a magic class and that he was an ordinary villager who had been helped to raise his level. Then he imagined himself and his class in the most pompous form with an axe and a bear in the background and thought that he was a warrior druid, and this was a class that enhances physical abilities with the power of animals. He smiled like a villain and thought that his class, level, and experience made him better in everything, and then he was going to trample his pride into the dirt, and he would never want to appear here again. But the hero calmly began to leaf through his inventory. He looked at the proud opponent and thought that he clearly had high physical abilities. Afterwards, he looked at the window he had called up and thought that he might be in trouble and thought that he should spend his accumulated points. His skill points were 27 and his magic levels were immediately increased. He held out his hand in front of him with the most serious expression and thought that with the improved gravity control skill, he could increase his stats even more. Afterwards, the guy tensed up and thought that there was nothing he could do about it because he wanted to improve these skills anyway. But the contract soldier looked at him with a smile and asked if he thought that improving his skills right before the fight would help him. He became even more insistent and said that accidents during a fight were common and that he needed to be careful. But then the hero calmly closed his eyes and suggested not to worry. Afterwards, he took out his sword and said that he hoped that he would also listen to these words. The veteran looked at him menacingly and thought that he was too self-confident. He turned his attention to the opponent's companion and the observer, thinking that this would be an example to everyone. Okami smiled slyly again and thought that if they thought they could be rude to him, they would regret it very much. After that, he raised the huge sword over his shoulder and asked if it was time to start, and then said that so be it, he would not use his skills, and he could use whatever he wanted. The blue-haired man calmly looked at him and meaningfully remained silent. He stood all alone, while many people were watching him and thought about starting their duel. The villain grinned slyly at that moment. He created a purple sphere in his hand and said that he was starting, and thought that he would use gravity reduction. The old man watched him without changing his stance and thought that he had a low level and also a magic class. And every adventurer in the guild knows that magic classes are useless, and none of his attacks can harm him. After that, he focused on his opponent, and thought that it was time to have some fun. A sharp flow of mana began to flow around him. The hero stood motionless and looked ahead. His blade almost touched the warrior's neck. The unshaven man immediately became wildly scared, asking what happened. He began to block his attacks with a huge sword and wondered where such speed came from, because he was a low level. After that, The guy was already behind him and had already raised his dagger to attack. Okami tried to turn around and wondered what was happening and thought that he was simply caught off guard and immediately ordered him not to dare to be impudent. He immediately swung his sword and thought that he couldn't escape and called him a scoundrel. But as it turned out, the protagonist was already at the very ceiling. The high-level one felt it and quickly turned around. Then he felt a distortion and cursed in his head, thinking that he couldn't resist. The guy was already flying towards him with his weapon raised. But then Ikoma hit him in the chin with his knee. The old man immediately spat out blood and lost his balance. He immediately tried to wave it off and cursed again. His breathing became very heavy and intermittent. The old wolf immediately remembered the hit and thought that it was almost impossible to kick from such a position if he was a newbie and wondered who he was. One of the spectators started filming it on his phone and thought that they were making fun of him and wondered how he defeated Okami. His friend leaned on the partition in surprise and said that there was nothing surprising about it, because it was just a test of skills, and the old man did not use skills. The veteran put his hand in front of himself and thought that he would not admit it and would not let this kid get the same rank as him. But here the hero was as if in another dimension during the strike. The black-haired man looked at him in horror and thought that he could not hit and wondered if he could lose. He immediately imagined how he was filmed and laughed at and thought that he had to win, otherwise everyone would laugh at him. He was horrified and thought that he could not disgrace himself like that in front of everyone. Okami felt the presence of the enemy behind him and thought that his level was much lower than his and wondered what was going on here. The hero frowned and thought that he must not know. He immediately imagined a guy in a cloak lifting rocks and thought that Gravity Master was the strongest class one could obtain, and with the gravity control skill one could compensate for the lack of physical strength. The boy quickly parried the blow and thought that in short duels his mana should be enough to use gravity skills to the maximum. He looked menacingly in front of him and thought that even though he had a higher level, it would be very difficult to win without using skills. He immediately imagined his fight with the swordsman and thought that Kaoru was much stronger in close combat, and he had good fighting skills, and he did not have such a pronounced dislike for him. He immediately imagined them as a single person. After that, he created a smooth movement and thought that it was time to finish. His blade at that moment approached the veteran's side. He hit the blade and used gravity doubling. The old man held on with all his might and clenched his teeth and thought about how his sword suddenly became heavier and wondered if it was only good in speed. The man struck. He stood in a stance and moved his hand with the sword to the side, not understanding whether his opponent had disappeared. He looked ahead and did not believe that such a thing could happen. A figure appeared behind the stunned opponent. He landed on the floor. The hero jabbed the blade into Okami's back. The enemy's gaze froze and tension was visible on his face. He remembered how he outplayed him, and at the moment when he attacked the man, he reduced gravity, taking advantage of the moment, jumped over him, and at the moment of the jump, he was in the opponent's blind spot, and therefore it seemed to him that the protagonist simply disappeared. The spectators watched the battle and shouted that he was able to defeat a B-rank adventurer. Satsuki put her hands on her chest, saying that it was great because Ikoma was able to win. The contractor was trembling and assumed that they were joking. Confusion was visible on his face, and he could not believe that he could lose to him, and did not admit it. The hero stood behind his opponent and said that there shouldn't be any problems now, and he wasn't allowed to finish. The protagonist fell into a stupor, feeling the thirst for blood. The warrior turned and his eye glowed red. He rushed to attack, using the rupture of animal claws. MC parried the powerful attack. From the powerful blow, Ikoma was thrown back and he groaned. He leaned on his sword and thought that he had lost his vigilance when he defeated him in a duel. The enemies stood opposite each other. The man grinned while he imagined the previous attack and realized that he had used the weapon as bait and attacked with a skill, and the contractor asked what was the matter and assumed that he hadn't had time to react. The bearded man looked forward while the spectators from above said that this was a mean act and reminded him that he had promised not to use skills. Okami looked away. The hero looked at him from under his brows and asked if they would continue and what was the matter. The man was furious and asked why he dared to be rude to him even when he was barely standing on his feet, and thought that he would never admit defeat. Ikoma looked at him and said that this would be enough. Okami frowned and clicked his tongue in displeasure. The sun's rays fell on the windows of the high-rise building. The man underestimated his interlocutor because of his level. Rumors of defeat would not give him life in the guild. His lips stretched into a smile. He agreed that it was pointless to continue, and then he rejected his application for a rank increase. The guy looked seriously. The onlookers were shocked. Okami put out his hand, explaining that the decisive blow was not delivered. With such an approach, the young man would not cope with strong demons. He arched an eyebrow, saying that he left so many gaps in his defense, but he did not take advantage of them. The hero held onto his wound, which he received when his opponent could not use skills. He understood that he was not able to react quickly. The audience was dissatisfied. One spoke up, realizing that he had no intention of acknowledging him from the start. Okami looked at the man with dissatisfaction, horrifying him. They approached him from behind. While he regretted what he said, his comrade advised not to anger him, because you never know what Okami could do. Sho went out to the balcony, shouting that it was unfair, trying to shame him for it. The blonde frowned, looking at him with dissatisfaction. Ikoma raised his head in shock, realizing that it was Sho. The guy dissatisfiedly stated that the hero was able to defeat him fairly, but he broke his promise and used a skill. Okami blushed with anger, hearing that the contractors were completely arrogant. The blonde looked at the guy from the balcony. He said his name. Okami gave him a thumbs up, calling him his best friend, saying that he will definitely help him. The boy looked at him skeptically. He appreciated his help, but he was embarrassed that he was called his best friend. Kisaragi was standing behind him. She was clearly uncomfortable. Behind him, the blonde man from the balcony continued to swear, but until the boy was acknowledged, all this would be pointless. The boy struck from his knee. The difference in strength was obvious. The hero pointed the sword at his opponent's back, wondering if he had hurt his dignity, realizing that he should have hit him harder. He frowned and thought. Okami frowned in displeasure. The boy suggested that he should have just given in to him. The boys looked away when someone asked what the noise was and what was going on. Okami frowned, realizing that it was the deputy head of Sarazawa. The man with glasses looked at them, saying that he was looking for a man, also asking what was going on. Okami spread his arms and covered his eyes, saying that it was a small test and that he wasted his time. Sarazawa looked at the boy, noting that accidents were not uncommon during training, so he asked him to be careful and seek medical attention. Okami smiled, saying that it was just a scratch, nothing serious. The man with glasses frowned, saying that was enough. He turned around, telling Okami that he needed to talk to him urgently, so he asked her to follow him. The boy with the gun on his shoulder looked and said that the test was over, because unlike his opponent, he was a busy man. Someone's hand hit the railing. He was called a coward. Sho looked and said that he didn't think that such a person was one of the best adventurers in the guild. The boy held his head, hearing the question of what to do. He would have to find another way. The two men were heading somewhere. Sarazawa asked what this fight was for. Okami replied that the boy wanted to get B rank, but he pointed the boy to his seat. The man looked ahead, wondering if this kid had applied to get B rank, suspecting that he was underestimating adventurers. They walked to the door, where Sarazawa scanned his card. They sat opposite each other. Okami with his hands behind his head asked what the man wanted to talk about. He looked at them seriously, saying that they were talking about a B rank rift, a beast mausoleum. Something was sparkling and shining in the gloomy place. This rift is difficult to control. Adventurers level up faster and get good materials. A hand reached for the tablet on the table. They received a message about a sudden change in the location of monsters in the rift. The city was ablaze. The man adjusted his glasses, saying that at this rate they were expecting a disaster, but they had to eliminate any risks. The boy took a piece of paper, asking if he wanted to capture the rift before the disaster happened. The papers were on the table. The agency wanted to keep such rifts. The guild leader also insisted on keeping the rift. Okami frowned, because the man wanted him to close this rift. Sarazawa looked at him, asking him to change the leader's mind. Because they knew little about rifts, he did not think it was wise to make such hasty conclusions. His hands were on his legs. He was told that he always gave boring tasks for the adventurer. He was indignant, saying that they had not finished talking yet. Sarazawa covered his hand with papers. He was told to be quiet. Sheets of paper fell from the man's hands. He made it clear that this was not his problem. The man picked up papers from the floor, telling the interlocutor to look at the data again. His foot stepped on the sheet. He asked if he thought he could find out anything about the rifts by digging through the numbers. Okami waved goodbye, saying that he had more experience, and if something happened and there was trouble, he would just close the rift. The man's fist hit the floor. He shouted that it would be too late, because they didn't know how exactly the disaster would go. The guy disappeared behind the door. Sarazawa frowned, looking after him with displeasure. He stood with his back to the panoramic window, understanding that they were obliged to protect the city. The man hoped that nothing would happen. In the darkness, a fox-like creature with many tails, human arms and two heads lay on the ground. Its eyes, surrounded by human arms, suddenly opened. The boys sat in the cafe, discussing how terrible it was. Kisaragi remembered Okami, not expecting such a high-class adventurer to be such a person. He stood with his hands on his sides. The rank increase could only be obtained in his own area. They were sure that Okami would not allow it. Someone was entering the magic library. A B rank was required to enter. Kisaragi could pass the exam, but her level was still too low. The guy thought. The girl looked at him, sitting opposite. With his hand on his chin, he closed his eyes, thinking about what to do. Hashinin slammed her hands on the table, saying that she heard that he had some problems with a contractor during the exam. He showed her his phone, saying that she had quickly gathered information, because one of her fans had sent her a video of the fight. A girl in a school uniform had sent her a text message. In the comments under the video of the fight, everyone was talking about the adventurer's tyranny. The girl said that he showed it to the whole world and her subscribers were furious. The guy was skeptical, saying that he would get by when she suggested getting more views. She imagined herself in the arms of a young man who offered to repay her debt with everything he could. The hero looked at the girl, calling her by name. With her hand on her head, she beamed, adding that she thought she could make good money from this. The guy closed his eyes, realizing that she was still talking about the same thing, adding that they still didn't know much about the rifts. Okami stood near the sign. They couldn't do anything. Guilds rely on the experience of seasoned adventurers, and that guy was hardly the type to change people's minds. The girl listened keenly as the boy said that he didn't care about others at all. Kisaragi listened attentively to the blonde, who agreed with his point of view. Her gaze frowned, she blushed. Hashinen folded her arms, saying that she was worried about the guy. The girl looked suspiciously at Hashinen, who was turned away, asking if she happened to like Ikoma. The blonde blushed and became indignant, asking what she was talking about. The boy was drinking coffee. The girl said that he was too rude and self-confident. Such guys were not her type. She closed her eyes, trying to justify herself by saying that she was helping him because he saved her life. Kisaragi remained silent, hearing her words about her being an idol, and they still can't date. The phone on the table was glowing. The girl was asking her about her suspicious look. The guys were surprised when the tablet screen lit up red. The girl took the phone, reading a warning that a new B-rank rift had appeared in the city, so they should proceed to a safe place. The guys took out their phones. The rift appeared very close. The girl said that it was a beast mausoleum, asking if there would be an invasion. The Cyclops was climbing out of the portal. The invasion was a disaster. When demons enter the human world, to stop it, you need to defeat the boss and destroy the rift. The guy looked ahead and thought it was strange, because in his past life this had not happened. The young man thought, his memories were like on a film one after another. He wondered if this was a coincidence, or the result of his changes in this world. The blonde looked at the phone, realizing that the rift was getting out of control. She frowned, realizing that he had passed all the checks and the guild should be monitoring him. She held the phone in her hands, realizing that she had not yet been in a B-rank rift. Her level was too low. Hashinen remembered being with her younger brother, and her father was tormented by a monster. She understood that there could be people in the city who did not have any level at all. The girl looked at them, shouting that she was going to the rift. Hashinen looked at the hero who stood up, who said that they were coming too. The guys were together. The rift was out of control. It was unknown what could happen if they did not figure it out now, so they hoped that it would be possible to get by with just an invasion. The people stood in front of the monster, inside the rift. The werewolf with red eyes was level 34. The adventurer pounced on him, swung his arm, shouting berserk. The man shouted for everyone to get out of the way. He stood in front of the dead werewolf. Okami grinned, not understanding why this was happening now. He recalled the conversation with the deputy chief and the hero, realizing that he had embarrassed himself again, not understanding why everyone wanted to make a fool of him. The people behind him began to praise him. After all, this is what they expected from an adventurer of his rank. He defeated such a monster with one blow. The man looked at them, shouting at them to stop chatting. After all, the monster was only a C rank. He turned to them, saying that he was stronger than those they had worked with before, and they agreed, calling him the chosen one. The man told them to disperse and stay in touch. The city was burning. He knew that if there was too much damage, his position could be in danger. The boss was a level 47 Phantom Fox. The guy knew this, so he knew that defeating him was not that difficult. He recalled Serizawa, intending to defeat the boss before everyone else, become a hero and throw all the blame on the man with glasses. He smiled and suggested to defeat the boss quickly and end it all. The streets were burning even more. People were confused. The monster's paw stepped on the ground. People wondered if it was the boss. An evil fox appeared in front of them. He suddenly began to grin viciously. People were scared, realizing that the monster was completely different from their information. It was a two-headed demon fox spirit, level 55. Its monstrous appearance frightened everyone. The adventurers stood in front of the monster. Its heads were roaring. The monster could evolve into another life form. This often happens in combination with other troubles from monsters. Okami tensed up, realizing that it was not only the flooding of the labyrinth, but also the evolution of the boss. The guy was scared when he saw the level of the monster, not understanding how they could resist this monster. He looked at his partner, who suggested retreating and finding another squad. They needed to buy time and wait for help from other adventurers. The boy stood in front and worried, knowing that if their efforts went down the drain, his role as the portal's protector would be in jeopardy. He looked at them and shouted that he was a B-rank adventurer. They looked at each other in disbelief, while Okami explained that he had been in similar situations many times. His eyes turned red. He confidently declared that they could not retreat, and that he could easily deal with this monster. The boy began to shout, asking if he could defeat it, telling him that it was too reckless. If he attacked it, he would die instantly. Okami bared his teeth, wondering how they dared to doubt his words. His lips stretched into a smile. He said that there was nothing to be done, so he would help them gain some confidence in themselves. He extended his hand with a red cloud of energy. He hit the boys, who began to suffer from its effects. It was a magical skill of a beast warrior. It temporarily increased the attack power of a person. The boys held their heads with their hands. Okami wished for them to throw away their worries and go to battle. He remembered himself in the past, how he used the skill as a decoy. However, it had been a long time since he used this ability. He kicked one of the boys with his foot forward. They walked towards the beast with swords in their hands, preparing to attack it. They were going to attack under the influence of the skill. The boy was going to use them as bait, and then deal the finishing blow himself. Okami smiled confidently, understanding that an ordinary adventurer would not survive unless he used cunning. The monster stood in front of the attackers. Suddenly some strange aura appeared. Its eye opened wide, emitting this strange energy. It expanded, using its demonic destruction. The debris around suddenly began to move. The adventurer saw the monster lift the debris with its ability. He looked up, not understanding anything. There were 2 rocks in the air. All the rocks flew at him. He ran, not understanding what kind of spell it was. The rocks also fell on the guys who were under the influence of his skill. A huge boulder fell right in front of Okami's face. He dealt with it with the King of Beasts strike. He became nervous, realizing that this was a telekinesis skill. The monster grinned, while the adventurer realized that the scope of its ability was too large. The demon fox spirit was approaching him, but this was the first time he encountered a level 55 magic ability. Okami turned around, realizing that he had to do something immediately. The monster suddenly pounced on the surprised adventurer. He held his sword in fear, realizing how strong it was. A strange energy emanated from his eye. Okami understood that he had to run while those guys distracted him. The guy dodged the stones that flew at him. The hero covered himself with his sword from the falling boulders. He was very surprised, looking to the side. The monster swung right in front of him and wounded him in the chest. Blood splashed and screams were heard. Okami lay wounded, understanding that the beast was too strong. He remembered how the guys distracted him. He did not understand how the monster appeared here. In close combat it had no equal, and how the fox wounded, not understanding why it happened so easily. His heart was struck by energy. It was a dead man's skill, allowing you to disguise yourself as a dead body for a few seconds. Only beast warriors have this skill. The fox looked straight ahead. After the monster turned to the side, the guy understood that he needed to act now. Okami ran away, looking back at the monster, realizing that he had to run. He didn't have time to care about the others. His life was important. The monster's eye was blazing. It spread its tails on both sides of the adventurer. Looking at him, the monster swung. The boy was very surprised when he noticed his tail. The monster struck him, waving its tail. Okami lay wounded again, not understanding how he noticed it. He could no longer move. He looked at the monster with his mouth open, telling himself that he would not die in such a place. The fox looked away, starting to use telekinesis again. The adventurer was surprised, looking at him, realizing that he was using his skill again. The monster held the man with his power. The frightened boy thought that the monster decided to mock him as well. His eye was at first resting, and then sparkled brightly. Frightened Okami opened his eyes wide, looking at the antics of the fox demon spirit. He stuck his tentacle in his mouth, after which screams were heard. Drops of blood appeared. The sky was cloudy. The city was still on fire. The hero, with a sword in his hands, looked at the killed monster. He looked away. They had received 544 experience points. The blonde was sitting next to the man and using her healing skill. The man looked at his hand and was surprised that there was no wound. The guy looked and told him to run in the direction they came from. He shouldn't meet any monsters on the way. The man turned around and shouted a huge thank you to them before running away. The girl was standing next to the guy. She called out to him. The city was burning and people were running away. She said that they wouldn't be able to protect everyone. If they didn't clear the labyrinth, there would be more victims. Her look was serious. The hero agreed with her. The young man took out his phone. The clock showed the time. More than half an hour had passed, but the threat was still not eliminated. The fox demon spirit was sitting on the ground. The boss should have been defeated by one of the squads, but too much time had passed and there was still no result. Holding the phone in his hand, Ikoma looked away, realizing that he had to prepare for the worst. A maddened Okami flew at the girl, laughing evilly. The girl held back the blow of his sword. Sparks were emanating around. She shouted at him to come to his senses, because they were a squad of exorcists. The man looked at their slaughter and said that it was useless to convince him. He had gone crazy. His eyes were glowing red. Probably this was the influence of the monster's skills. The plate with Okami's photo said that he was a B-class adventurer, with a rare class of beast warrior. What consequences would happen if he ended up on the enemy's side is unknown. The guy and the girl rushed to attack. They attacked Okami from behind. He was fighting with another adventurer. His lips stretched into a smile. He had fangs, as if he had gone wild. He screamed loudly, deafening those around him with his scream. The man clenched his teeth and covered his eye from such a scream. Okami touched the exorcist with his hand. The guy was very scared, looking at this picture. The man watched as Okami attacked the boy with a King of Beasts strike. He clutched his sword in his hands, looking at his opponent with displeasure. Their blades collided, his strike was easily blocked. His eyes were glowing, his fangs were sticking out. The dark-skinned man knew it was useless. The weapon still swung over him. The girl screamed Kurosawa's name in fear. Okami laughed evilly. The man was at the adventurer's feet, realizing that a mortal fight with him was like a fight with a high-level monster. It was just a side effect. A terrifying aura reigned in the city. It was a disaster that none of them had encountered. It was not a task that adventurers or exorcists could handle. Okami raised his hand, intending to injure his opponent. He swung his hand at him. The boy shouted words to make gravity decrease. His sword flashed. It flew right above them, attracting all their attention to itself. He looked at him, assuming that it was a mental effect from the monster's skills. Okami's eyes were completely white, and he was growling like a beast. The man looked at the hero, warning that Okami was not an opponent that ordinary adventurers could handle. The boy suddenly circled around his opponent. He flew to the side, realizing that an adventurer of his rank should fight an equal opponent. He ran into him, and then realized that he was fighting a little differently. The hero dodged the opponent's strike, realizing that his movements were slower than during the exam, assuming that this was a side effect. Okami clenched his hand, starting to cast something, continuing to growl. Swinging, the adventurer used the King of Beasts strike. The youth hung in the air above them. Looking at him, he noted that the opponent lost his patience and attacked him prematurely. The hero struck from behind, using the double gravity skill. The boy struck his opponent. Okami was holding his head. The hero was asking him if he was awake. The pupils in his white eyes were visible. Ikoma was in front of him with a sword in his hands, remembering his words about fighting and continuing the rank promotion exam. The boy's out-of-breath face also came to him as a memory. Okami decided that he would not let him look down on him. He roared furiously. His eyes turned white again. He was going to use the berserker skill. He madly rushed to attack. Apparently the influence of the monster on his brain had increased significantly. The boy with a sword in his hands was watching this bad aura. The hero appeared right in front of him, realizing that even if the opponent was stronger, he could not drag out this fight any longer, so he apologized to the opponent. Okami swung his sword. The hero rose higher. He swung his sword, realizing that the higher he rose in the air, the stronger the impact from gravity would be. The hero cut off his limb while delivering his terrible meteor strike. Okami was left without his right arm, blood splashed everywhere. He screamed terribly. The severed limb lay in a pool of blood. Okami fell to his knees. Ikoma also cut his tendons. Now he will not pose any threat. The man looked at the hero in fear. He looked at the body of his opponent, realizing that while fighting an adventurer of his class, he had to hold back so as not to finish him off. The girls ran after him, asking why he ran away, receiving in response that the situation was an emergency. He ran faster than the girls, since movement speed depends on the class. Kisaragi was next to the man, shouting that all these people need to be taken to a safe place. The hero looked up, saying that they will not succeed. The Rift boss was right above them. The boy looked at him, realizing that they have a much more serious problem. The girls looked at the monster with alarm. It suddenly landed, a questionable aura emanating from its eye. A strong wind rose in the city. The heroes stood in front of the wind. The boy clutched his sword, looking at the monster. Its two fox heads were growling viciously, looking in different directions. The boss was definitely hunting. Kisaragi looked, wondering what kind of monster it was, noting that its eyes were completely empty. The boy opened the window. The monster stood in the ruins. The boy showed that it was the boss of the Beast Mausoleum Rift, a level 55 demonic fox. The information in the dossier about this monster was different from the one he received. He assumed that the evolution of the monster was instantaneous, which complicated the situation. The boy frowned, realizing that when a monster evolves, it is difficult to predict what skills it will use in battle. The blonde stood next to him, saying that if they defeat it, they will stop the destruction of the city. The monster began to use beast necromancy. The guy realized that defeating it would not be so easy. Two fox ghosts appeared. They were phantoms of the 30th level. The guys looked at the approaching pack of ghost foxes. The girl was very surprised, realizing that the boss had summoned even more monsters. She remembered the past of her family, realizing that if this continued, then even more innocent people would suffer. Two fox heads growled angrily. She understood that these monsters only enjoyed destroying and killing innocents. Her gaze was frowning. The guy approached the monster, telling the girls to take the wounded to shelter. Hashinen looked at him, asking how he would be. Ikoma looked and resolutely answered that he would try to defeat him alone. The girl reached her hand towards him. Her mouth opened. She was about to say something. Her legs stood up confidently. She said that when a guy plays a hero, she wants to do everything even more in spite of him. She pulled out a sword behind him, telling him to let him deal with the phantoms. They will also cover the wounded and their safety. The guys got into position, getting ready to attack the monsters. The men behind the girls said that this was crazy, Considering the level of this boss, he thought that if reinforcements did not arrive, they would all die. The guy looked at the phantom foxes, only telling him that he was in their way. The hero jumped up, right above the girls and the fox. He looked down, shouting at them that he was leaving the phantoms to them. Kisaragi looked up and answered positively. Ikoma rushed straight to the boss. His eye lit up, getting ready to use the roar of the ghost beast. From the pile of rubble, stones began to rise into the air. From the destroyed building, boulders also rose up. The boy watched all this with a smile. There was a pile of stones in the air in front of him. He found it very interesting. The men shouted in shock, "What kind of area of application of the skill of this monster is this?" Clearly indignant. The fox head suddenly growled towards the guy. All the stones flew straight at the young man. The girl turned around, worried about her comrade. The blonde frowned, realizing that he could not lose to him. A terrible aura emanated from this monster, but the forces were not used even at maximum. The man watched the girl fight off the phantoms. The fox heads growled discontentedly. It felt like this monster was just playing with them. The guy lit up, preparing to use gravity. He jumped from one stone to another with lightning speed. Kurosawa watched in shock, wondering how he could move so fast, because he had never met such a fast adventurer before. Ikoma looked at the floor. In his past life he had too much experience in speed fights. He thought that life with the thief class was good for him. He smiled a little. The monster looked at him angrily, waiting. The boy continued to move, calling it a pity that their spell did not work on him. The monster bared its teeth, starting to growl angrily. It pounced on the boy. Ikoma rose up with the stone in his hands, using the skill of partial gravity. Swinging, the hero threw a huge stone right into the mouth of the beast. The fox gnawed this boulder with its teeth into small pieces. The fox turned its head to the suspicious glow. The boy realized that the monster was still distracted. He was creating a huge gravity bomb at this time. A terrible roar was heard and blood splashed everywhere. Kurosawa narrowed his eyes, realizing that the hero alone dealt with a boss of this level, wondering what kind of person he was. The boy sat on the throne. No doubt, one day, he will become the strongest adventurer in the world. The guy looked down, saying once again that if the boss was defeated, the rift should close. The monsters were disappearing, so it was necessary to finish quickly. There was little time. The girls stood back to back. The young man clutched his sword, saying that he would finish him once and for all. The monster was on all fours, preparing to attack. The stones from the debris suddenly rose straight into the air again. The fox growled loudly. All these stones above the guy suddenly began to fall right on him. He skillfully managed to go around each stone. He admitted that the monster was huge and strong, but everyone loses control during a fight. The toe of his boot came off the ground. The hero apologized with irony, because he would not have been able to defeat him in this way. The young man flew right above the monster with the help of his gravity. The main character swung with a huge boulder in his hands, using double gravity. He threw this stone right on one of the heads of this monster, arranging a rockfall for him. The fox's head clearly winced after such a blow. The young man landed right in front of the monster, lifting it into the air using his double gravity power. In the air, he swung his sword at it, asking if the fox thought that if the opponent is in the air, then he is defenseless. The young man smiled slyly, saying that this is not for the master of gravity. His two fox heads growled angrily. The hero assumed that he had lost his advantage, and he was right. The monster's head suddenly roared heartlessly. The guy rushed to attack along with the stones in the air. He calmly attacked, realizing that compared to other bosses, this boss is much easier than other humanoid type, but there is a nuance. Ikoma injured the monster in the tail area. The animal bared its teeth and began to growl. This fight will not end quickly. This is not surprising, given the difference in the levels of the opponents. The guy looked at her seriously. He was level 38. The rift boss growled angrily, but the boy's mana was at 0. He knew that it would not be easy. He was lucky so far, considering the difference in levels. The guy swung his sword. He was almost not damaged by its attacks, and if he continued to waste mana senselessly, the demon spirit would simply kill him. The monster stood among the rubble. The boy leaned over, realizing that he needed to not waste mana in battle, but this was impossible. His gaze frowned. He understood that he would not be able to win if he saved mana. The boy looked towards the girls, thinking to involve them in the fight. The girls were back-to-back dealing with phantoms, so they could not be distracted. The wounded people were shaking with fear. They were under their protection, so the girls were definitely not a suitable option. Behind the hero's back stood himself in a past life. He had already learned to predict the endings of the battle. The boss had typical attacks. Health is restored by itself. He closed his eyes. The past-in was standing next to him. He would be lucky if he suffered only from running out of mana. The boy regretted dying in such a place. Their legs were back to back. The boy walked on, not intending to stand. He wondered if there was another solution. The screaming girl's face was in shards of glass. The boy knew that if he hesitated, the catastrophe would not be stopped. He looked, realizing that he simply could not escape. He smiled. The boy saw himself in his past life, realizing that he had no other way. Ikoma stood in the way of the attacking fox demon spirit boss. He swung his sword diligently, telling himself to focus and use his powers effectively, to dodge to save the others. The hero jumped right on the face of this monster. The boy stabbed his knife with a scream, intending to be even more reckless than before. The monster's eye was bleeding, it roared loudly from the blow. The boy jumped back a distance. The monster continued to roar in pain. The monster's gaze became more ferocious. The beast used its ability and summoned more phantoms. This was the beast's demonic art. The boy looked from under his brows, asking if he would summon his phantoms again. His eye was shining brightly. The boy thought it would be a waste of energy. The monster went crazy, lifting all the stones into the sky, using the roar of the demonic beast. Kurosawa watched in shock, realizing that he was using his ability very carelessly. Without thinking about mana, one adventurer could not handle this. The blonde turned around and shouted that the boy could not handle him alone. Kisaragi looked at her, saying that they needed to help him. She suddenly froze, her mouth open, wondering why the boy was cornered, but she was not going to retreat, as if the boss was afraid of him. The two heads of the monster continued to growl viciously. The boy looked at the approaching phantom. The boy held his glowing sword, closing his eyes, feeling a drop of water. He tried to concentrate. Opening his eyes, he gave himself the command to go forward. In an instant, all the phantoms were cut by his blade. He turned around with the sword above his head, looking at the splashes of blood. The man's jaw dropped from such power, it seemed terrifying to him, calling the hero a monster. The monster watched the swings of his blade. The boy said that the monster finally showed its weak point. The boy flew over the boss, noticing the eye on his back. The eye was surprised, realizing that it was exposed. The boy rushed to attack, realizing that he would finish everything with one precise blow. Ikoma, from a sufficient height, swung his sword with all his might to strike right at the eye, using the falling meteorite. The protagonist used meteor fall, dealing a powerful blow to the enemy. The demon opened its mouth and let out a death roar. The enemy's body began to burn in front of the young man. The bluish shadows also dissolved into thin air. The street turned into rubble, but everything became quiet. The protagonist noticed a system window appearing nearby. He looked at it, and muttered that he miraculously survived, but for killing the boss he received 6 levels at once. The sign showed a notification about receiving 6,480 experience points and increasing to level 44. Ikoma imagined the image of the monster and noticed that the phantoms it summoned had also disappeared. He turned around and assumed that with the rift closed, the rest of the demons must have disappeared too. The brunette smiled and thought that their chances of winning were pretty low. Satsuki smiled and exclaimed that they won. The blonde looked in her direction while the girl was saying that the rift was closed and the monsters had disappeared. Hashinen looked ahead, wondering if she had become a hero who had protected many lives. A memory of her father came into her mind. The man looked at the hero in shock, muttering that the boy had defeated that boss all by himself. Satsuki and Hashinen ran up to the boy, and the captain wondered who that adventurer was. A few hours later, the Adventurers Guild. Ikoma and his companions approached the receptionist, and the woman muttered that the rift was closed thanks to a C-rank adventurer. The boy looked at her when the receptionist said that with his help, they were able to minimize the damage. She bowed and thanked them on behalf of the townspeople and the guild staff. The shaman turned around, noticing that the people around them were looking at them and discussing that they had saved the town from disaster, and had also dealt with the boss all by themselves without a special squad. Satsuki blushed and muttered that she was a little ashamed, because it felt like Ikoma had handled everything himself. The young man remembered the moment of the fight and objected that without them, who covered him from the phantoms, he would not have been able to win. The blonde waved her hair and smugly agreed that it was all thanks to their support. The hero turned to her and asked with a grin if she regretted not filming the fight on her channel, but the girl replied that she had no time for that, especially since she had to help the wounded. The brunette frowned and thought that he was taking all this too calmly. 2 men were walking down the corridor. The bespectacled man frowned, thinking that he did not expect the disaster to happen right after the conversation with Okami, and even the special squad did not have enough strength to solve the problem with this rift, so it was lucky that that squad of adventurers was in the city. He stopped in front of the crowd, who were discussing that the 3 of them had closed the rift by themselves. The man turned towards the hero. The boy was talking to someone, and Sarazawa realized that he had seen him somewhere. The man shuddered, immediately remembering. The moment with Okami popped into his head. Then he glanced at the boy who applied for rank B, although so young, but appearances were deceiving. The bespectacled man smiled, thinking that legendary adventurers were being born before his eyes. Ikoma crossed his arms, while the blonde argued with him, and Satsuki tried to separate them. The hospital building. The man slammed his fist on the table and cursed. Okami was sitting on the hospital bed, thinking that he vaguely remembered what happened in the battle when the boss took control of his mind. He remembered the moment when the hero cut off his hand, and now the guy is also praised as a hero who single-handedly closed the rift. The bastard just took all the laurels for himself. The man gritted his teeth and muttered that he would make the boy's life hell, taking advantage of his position and influence. The captain of the special forces opened the door, noting that he was still ungrateful. The patient turned to him and asked him again, and he explained that due to the fact that the Rift boss took control of him, there was every reason to kill him for the safety of others. The man frowned and added that Ikoma saved his life. Okami grimaced and asked if he should really thank this bastard for cutting off his hand. The captain nodded at his companion and asked him to go ahead, while the brunette continued to be indignant. The adventurer turned pale and his eyes widened. In front of him stood a bandaged soldier, whom he had used as bait. He remembered how the boys had winced in pain from his spell, and was horrified that one of them had survived. His face turned pale. The captain crossed his arms and asked if the adventurer had manipulated the minds of his subordinates, and used them as cannon fodder. The boy frowned as his superior said that using mental influence skills without consent was a criminal offense, especially to save one's own life. Okami's sweat dropped as the other said that a B-rank adventurer who had entered into a military contract with the guild could not possibly be ignorant of the laws regarding crimes in the rifts. The man gritted his teeth and cursed. A few days later, the Adventurers Guild. The woman handed over an application for promotion with a refusal. The protagonist frowned and asked why he couldn't apply for promotion to rank B. The receptionist looked at him guiltily and replied that a higher rank had more privileges, the rules were stricter, so in case of refusal, a quick review was impossible, and he would only be able to apply in 3 months. The brunette frowned and exclaimed that he was now level 44, all the requirements were met, and last time there had simply been a misunderstanding. The receptionist raised her eyebrows and said that she understood this, but if he applied in 3 months, he would definitely receive rank B. The young man imagined the illusion library and realized that by that time it would have been completely cleared out, and he would not be able to obtain that rare item. Ikoma grimaced, realizing that this was all because of Okami. Satsuki peeked out from behind him and exclaimed that her partner had become a hero and saved the city from disaster, and had defeated that B-rank adventurer single-handedly when he was under the boss's control. The woman closed her eyes and said that rules were rules, while the girl tried to convince him that the dismissed adventurer's opinion should not affect his application. The boy lowered his head and told the girl that it was useless and that it would be better to end the conversation. He frowned, thinking about how the Ring of Wisdom could affect the future of this world. Ikoma presented the artifact and decided that he needed to think of another way to get it. A man approached them from behind and asked what they were talking about. The receptionist looked up in surprise. The deputy head of Sarazawa was standing in front of them. The man came closer and said that he heard their conversation and decided to join in. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, wondering why he decided to butt into the conversation. He and the girl exchanged glances. The bespectacled man looked at the brunette and asked his name. Ikoma's eyes widened when the other man said that he approved of his promotion to B rank. The receptionist jumped up and shouted that this was not allowed. She frowned and reminded him that the adventurers had not agreed to this rule before, and that giving in could result in general discontent, and the guild leader would not approve of this decision either. The man closed his eyes and replied that they could not ignore his heroism in clearing the recent rift. He presented footage of the battle and said that he personally conducted an investigation into the disaster. Sarazawa smiled and said that the reason for Ikoma's failure in the exam was not Ikoma's abilities, but Okami's personal dislike, so there was no violation of the guild rules. The sun was shining outside the window, and the man added that it was their fault that they did not promote him earlier, and it would be a huge loss for the organization not to promote the young man right now. The staff paled as they imagined the guild leader, who always followed the rules without exception, and who would definitely have questions about this decision, and the bespectacled man muttered that he would persuade him somehow. The protagonist looked at the man in confusion and asked why he decided to help him. The vice chief turned to him and replied that his duty was to support the adventurers, because they were the protectors of their peaceful existence. He introduced the boss and said that the disaster that had befallen the city so suddenly should have been foreseen and stopped by the guild before it led to such destruction. Sarazawa extended his hand and thanked them for stopping this nightmare on behalf of the vice chief. Ikoma looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Then he smiled slightly. The protagonist decisively shook the man's hand, and they exchanged glances. The receptionist was typing something on her computer. Then she handed over the form with the approved request. Satsuki smiled happily and congratulated her partner on achieving B rank. She stood in front of him and remarked that it was surprising to reach such a level so quickly, and there weren't many adventurers of his rank in the entire guild. The boy just smirked in response. He imagined himself in the past and thought that he was really achieving new ranks at an amazing speed now, although it was possible to quickly rise by hunting enemies of a higher level. But he never thought that he would reach 44 so quickly. The young man thoughtfully lowered his gaze. The girl looked at him and asked what was wrong. Weren't you happy? The hero imagined an hourglass and replied that he was just thinking about the difficulties that lay ahead. The image of the last boss popped into his head, and Ikoma noted that the events of this timeline were moving incredibly fast, like the appearance of a B-rank rift that engulfed the entire city, and they were able to deal with it so quickly. The boy remembered the moments from their last battle and realized that in his past life, this disaster never happened, so could his actions have greatly affected the events of this timeline, since he went back in time. The brunette touched his chin and thought that rifts did not defy logic, but appeared suddenly, so it was possible that he appeared here and now, but he was not in the past. The young man imagined purple wings, thinking that he did not expect how he affected this timeline, but it was like the butterfly effect, minor changes in the world lead to devastating consequences. Ikoma put his hand to his chest, trying to understand why he was so worried. He sighed and decided that it was a bad habit to always think about the negative consequences. The boy smiled and said that, be that as it may, they had achieved their goal and received AB rank. The young man took out his phone, on which a message had arrived. A notification about the appearance of a new rift appeared on the screen. Ikoma grinned and muttered. That illusion library had appeared. The phone flashed news with information that had been published just a few minutes ago, and thanks to the deputy guild leader, he had received a rank increase just in time. Satsuki sat down next to him and clarified if this was the rift Ikoma was talking about, and the young man confirmed. He visualized the trophy and said that the boss of this dungeon drops a ring of wisdom, with the help of which one can unravel the secret of the appearance of rifts in their world. The interlocutor looked at her partner in surprise when he added that entering the rift required a rank of B or higher, and anyone else who wanted to could apply for the exam to enter the rift. The brunette smiled and asked if she was ready to submit an application for access. The girl nodded and resolutely agreed. A large mansion. A man was sitting at a table in his office. A current call with an unknown person was displayed on his phone. The man leaned on his hands and said that a rank B rift, illusion library, would appear in the near future, and the items that the boss dropped were very dangerous, so they couldn't let them fall into the wrong hands. The smartphone was on a stand, and the interlocutor asked if his squad couldn't clear it out completely. With such power and resources, they could completely seize this rift for themselves. The man straightened up and objected that various rumors would spread if they did that, so they needed someone to enter the rift first. There was a parrot in the cage and the voice said that it had a couple of options, but either way it would just be a puppet. The bird turned its head and chirped, and the man added that its identity and intentions should not be revealed, so they needed someone who could not manipulate it in the future. Its silhouette was visible from the window. The owner stood up and asked to contact Chimera Fong as soon as they went into the portal, because the main task was to destroy the boss and eliminate all the dropped items. He turned to the window and ordered that all the adventurers who ended up in the rift should also be eliminated. The man pressed the phone screen after adding that he would make sure to present their deaths as an accident, and there was no need for the public to know the truth. As the man picked up the smartphone, there was a knock on the door. He turned around and allowed entry. A man appeared on the threshold with a document, who reported that he had received a report from the special forces regarding the recent disaster. The guy looked at his boss in surprise. The brunette looked at the master and asked if someone was calling him. The interlocutor's eyes flashed, and he replied, "Less talk, more action." It was the head of the Special Forces Unit Hoju Kurebi. The train rushed past the crossing. The main character and his partner were sitting next to each other, and the young man was looking at something on his phone. Satsuki looked at the hero and asked what the illusion library was, to which the guy replied that it was a huge library, and all the monsters in it used magic attacks, and the boss was at level 60, so you always need to be on your guard with such an opponent. The interlocutor turned pale and asked if they could handle it, but the brunette said he was sure of it. He grinned and said that he had already prepared a winning strategy. Some time later, Ikoma looked at the receptionist in shock, asking why their application was not accepted. The woman, looking at her nails, replied that such was the order from the guild. Access to the illusion library was restricted. The companions glanced at her, and she noted that they were from a different division, so they did not know anything. She remembered several newspapers and said that recently in their area, adventurers were dying one after another, and if a warrior tried to pass a rift in this area and died, the guild master would be blamed, so now the issuance of passes has been greatly tightened. Ikoma frowned and exclaimed that if they ignored the appearance of rifts, they would only increase and create more chaos. The interlocutor looked at him indifferently when the guy reminded him that the job of B-rank adventurers was to handle the closing of rifts to prevent a catastrophe. The receptionist closed her eyes and sighed. She narrowed her eyes and offered to take a look. Ikoma and Satsuki tensed up when she pointed out that the hero had only recently reached B rank and his girlfriend was only C rank, so entering the rift was out of the question. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the boys and asked if they wanted to enter the illusion library too. The hero turned around and asked the stranger's name. The man in the cassock smiled and introduced himself as Seiji, a level 43 healer. The man grinned and added that he was also a B rank who wanted to clear this rift. Ikoma touched his chin and thought that if they gathered a larger group, they should be allowed in. Seiji remained patiently silent, while the boy thought about what he had promised Satsuki, that she would level up before they entered this rift. But if they had high-ranking adventurers with them, he wouldn't have to worry about her safety. The brunette narrowed his eyes and noted that this guy looked too suspicious to be trusted. The girl smiled and exclaimed that it was great that they could enter the rift together. A hand was extended in front of her face. The healer turned to the protagonist and said that he wanted such a first-class adventurer to join their party. He frowned and added that he wanted to clear the portal, and it would be much harder with a girl. Satsuki froze when the man said that she would be useless since all the monsters there used magic. Seiji smirked and said that the more people there were, the harder it would be to distribute the spoils from the boss. Ikoma frowned and said that he would not go anywhere without her, while his partner muttered something confused. The interlocutor looked closely at the hero. He frowned and noted that such stubbornness would not do him any good. The healer introduced two silhouettes and said that his squad already had two first-class adventurers, and they intended to clear the rift. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that the shaman class would not be superfluous, as he was able to replenish the mana of allies with his skills, and for people like the gravity master or the healer, such a person was irreplaceable. The man grinned silently. He made a hand gesture and nodded. Then he took out his phone and offered to exchange numbers so that he could talk to the other members of the group and give a final answer. Seiji waved his hand before leaving and added that if they came to a common decision, they would submit documents for a pass to the portal and meet at the entrance. Ikoma and Satsuki were sitting in the waiting room. The girl arched her eyebrows and asked if the hero was sure that it would be a good idea to go with such a person who seemed to despise her. The interlocutor took out his smartphone and agreed that the guy was really unpleasant, but could be useful to them. The brunette narrowed his eyes and noted that, in any case, it was good that they had stated their conditions right away. He remembered the man's face and added that he looked like a leader who did not like unnecessary conflicts. Ikoma closed his eyes and promised to protect his partner if he did something like that again, and the pale girl thanked him. The protagonist frowned and thought that they were in no position to refuse such an opportunity, and if there were more of them, the chance of getting a wisdom ring would decrease, but none of this mattered if they failed to enter the rift. The guy imagined the healer with the team and decided that it would be easier to defeat the boss in a large group, so the winning strategy would be even simpler. There was a sign on the fence, "Safe Zone." Someone hit the ground with a weapon and irritably asked what it meant that the plans had changed. Inoue Cheyenne, level 40, put her hand on her belt and asked not to drag them in, since the man was going to take unnecessary ballast. The healer smiled and noted that they had no choice, and it took a lot of effort to get permission to enter, and their group was short of people. The girl frowned and asked why they needed a support mage and a mage who could only be useful in close combat, and they didn't even name their classes. The interlocutor continued to smile, saying that there were reasons for that. The protagonist and his partner stood next to each other, and Seiji explained that the guy was quite a high level, and they needed the sorceress for backup. Satsuki sweated and thought that she was glad to have the opportunity to enter the rift, but everyone was very tense. She leaned towards the brunette and asked if he was sure of his decision. Cheyenne turned her gaze to Ikoma, who was thinking that he was sure that the healer would be the biggest problem, but he was wrong. The adventurer narrowed her eyes and said that she would say it directly. The girl held her scythe in front of her and said that she would personally kill them if they did not help, hoping to get the loot, so it would be better without magic tricks. The brunette looked at her and replied that he agreed that everything should be fair, and everyone would get as much as they worked. A guy was standing by the wall, and Cheyenne asked him what he thought. Kasai Hiru, level 45, crossed his arms and replied that he did not care if they could get into the rift thanks to them, since he was already tired of standing in one place. The protagonist looked at them and noted that everyone was high level, but they did not take each other into account. Clouds floated in the sky, and the young man remembered that there were huge privileges in the cleanup in the first days of the rift, and it would be possible to sell information to the guild, and the appearance of a new dungeon is always a hot topic for discussion, plus the very first adventurers get rare items. Cheyenne and Hiru's eyes flashed, and Ikoma thought that the healer hadn't thought through who would be best to gather in this rift. The companions sighed tiredly, and the boy decided that there was no choice anyway. Seiji clapped his hands and said that although their group was created in a hurry and there might be disagreements, adventurers of such high ranks rarely gather together, so he was grateful to everyone who decided to join. The team moved forward to the illusion library. Seiji smiled, Cheyenne looked ahead gloomily, and Hiru looked completely indifferent, which was not the case with the worried Satsuki. The protagonist frowned, hoping that greed, arrogance and insolence would not hinder their trip to the rift. Sunlight penetrated the large hall of the illusion library. The companions walked quietly along the corridor. The healer looked around and muttered that the elite rift looked too simple. He smirked when he said that such dungeons were very rare, and clearing it clean was a great opportunity. Ikoma and Satsuki glanced at him. The girl pointed a long nail at Seiji and said that the guys were only taken because there weren't enough people in the group, so they shouldn't shirk. The shaman puffed out her cheeks and thought that she was putting on airs too much, although her level was lower than the heroes, and the brunette replied that they had come a long way, so they wouldn't leave empty-handed. The adventurer frowned and exclaimed that he was asking for it. She shuddered when the guy calmly said that he was only stating his position. Ikoma sighed and said that he remembered their agreement, if you do nothing you get nothing. The girl turned around and agreed, adding that she didn't need any unnecessary scenes with the showdown. Satsuki approached her partner and asked if he was sure that they would be able to get at least something, because it seemed that they would not be allowed to do so. The young man turned his gaze to her and replied that he was also worried about it, but it was worth focusing on the further strategy. The hall was full of tall cabinets, and the brunette thought that this was not the kind of rift that could be easily cleared, and only thanks to his knowledge from his past life, he had an idea of what they could encounter here. But its structure could change at the boss's will, and it was very difficult to predict anything for sure. The man pulled out one of the books, asking what else it was. He opened the volume with interest. The pages were covered in writing, but the healer said that he did not even know what kind of language it was. The protagonist looked ahead and remembered that all the items here, with the exception of those that dropped from the boss or his minions, could not be taken outside the dungeon, and in the future, scientists would study the rifts from the point of view of culture and art. The guy presented various artifacts with books and noted that from these studies he understood only that the cultural and technological aspects of the things found in the portals were very distorted, and it was still impossible to find out what language family these manuscripts came from, and it was impossible to understand what was written there. He recalled the news headlines and remembered that many theories were put forward about this language and cultural remains, but all of them were based only on guesses. Ikoma visualized the ring of wisdom that could answer all the secrets of the rifts. The brunette frowned and decided that he would not let it go under any circumstances. 2 fireballs flared above the healer. He extended his hand and used a shield. The attack crashed against the blue wall. The level 40 librarian monster held a staff and chuckled. Hiru appeared behind the enemy, using Death Grip. The enemy looked back in surprise. The adventurer delivered a quick slash, cutting off the enemy's head. The hero looked at the body part that had flown off with indifference. Seiji clapped his hands and exclaimed that Hiru was incredibly agile, but the other asked him to stop this ostentatious flattery. The assassin turned to the heroes and suggested that they at least collect items from their opponents to be useful for something. Cheyenne chuckled and said that this was how one should do their job, and the shaman noted that she herself had done nothing. The girl frowned and exclaimed that either her finest hour had not come, or the sorceress had decided to test the power of her scythe on herself. Satsuki sighed in irritation and apologized. The hero looked at his companions and noted that they quickly assessed the situation and knew how to use their skills correctly and effectively, which was quite good. He rubbed his chin and thought about what it reminded him of. The guy turned his gaze to Hiru. Ikoma approached the surprised man from behind and asked his name. He turned around and asked what was going on. Satsuki glanced sideways at her partner, assuming that he had decided to respond to their insults. The brunette opened his mouth and muttered, "A deadly hold," followed by a decapitation. Ikoma smiled enthusiastically, feeling some kinship, and guessed that his interlocutor's class was a thief. The shaman stared wide-eyed, not understanding such a reaction. The brunette closed his eyes and muttered that his comrade had come from behind on purpose, since he knew that he was going to hit straight ahead, and then performed a quick decapitation. The guy's eyes sparkled when he advised Hiru to pump up his stealth skill if he wanted to do more. He jumped back in bewilderment, trying to figure out what was wrong with that guy. He could barely contain his irritation as Ikoma recommended that he mix the class with a magical support class or learn the lure skill, as he could achieve a lot that way. The man waved his hand and shouted that he didn't ask for advice, and that he was well versed in his class, and if the hero blurted out something like that again, he would lose his head. His partner looked at the brunette and asked why he decided to chat with this scary guy, and he explained that he was partially familiar with his class. The young man furrowed his brows and thought that the man would lose everything if he didn't do anything, because in the future, a thief would become a useless class, and the hero wouldn't want him to repeat his fate. Cheyenne looked at the guy with displeasure and asked what such an idiot could possibly know about the thief class, especially since Hiru was one of the best B-rank adventurers in their country. Ikoma remembered himself in the past, when he was also the best thief. The guy chuckled and thought that it didn't matter anymore. The assassin ran his hand along the shelf, and the healer said that he had heard that this rift was stuffed with all sorts of useful items. Hiru, standing next to him, frowned and asked him to keep quiet, and Seiji again said that he was glad that such a strong warrior had joined them. Suddenly, the adventurer froze. The silhouette of a rabbit flashed by his side. It was a level 45 sentry, peeking out from around the corner. The protagonist looked in surprise, wondering how the monster had ended up here, and the thief noted that this toy was much higher level than the librarian's. Ikoma imagined the image of the demon, and remembered that this was one of the rare bosses that had cut down many raids in its time, and it was not so easy to deal with him. The hero came closer and suggested looking for a workaround, because this enemy would not attack unless provoked. Hiru turned around and said that he could handle it himself, and the other one should get lost if he was afraid. The brunette gritted his teeth, realizing that it would be very difficult to defeat the rabbit if the man activated it now. The assassin approached the monster. The guard froze menacingly in front of him. The rabbit turned around, and the adventurer rushed after it. The protagonist frowned and shouted at the guy to stop, realizing that if he ran after the monster, he could fall right into its trap. Hiro swung his blade, but the enemy easily dodged. The man turned around and struck again, but again missed. The assassin frowned, not understanding the need for a monster that only dodged and did not attack. The demon turned and ran away from him, using a rabbit run. The hare jumped, and the guy muttered that he decided to escape with the help of a skill. Hiro narrowed his eyes and thought that, judging by the strange manner of behavior, it could be a boss, in which case anything could be expected from him. The protagonist, standing next to the healer, frowned and realized that retreating would not work, since they had already attracted the enemy's attention. He frowned and decided that he would have to fight. Ikoma turned to the others and said that the demon's main skill is speed, so they need to cover each other, and if they let their guard down for a second, they will immediately die. Seiji looked at him in bewilderment, and asked what he was talking about. The man narrowed his eyes and thought that there were 5 of them, so they could defeat the rabbit, despite being level 45. The healer turned pale and assumed that the enemy could manipulate space. The thief looked back and said that he was not going to listen to a boy whose level was lower than his, and in general, he warned that he would cut off his head for this. A watch appeared in the rabbit's paws. The demon opened it, and suddenly a glow appeared. 2 books flew off the shelves. The tomes were hovering above Hiro under the influence of mirror magic, and the avant-just himself did not understand what was happening. A crack appeared on one cover. A red eye popped out. The books turned into predatory grimoires of levels 43 and 43. Seiji's eyes widened, amazed that 4 opponents above level 40 appeared in one place. The rabbit waved its paws and squeaked. The protagonist approached the assassin and shouted at him to retreat, as he could do nothing to them. The interlocutor turned around and replied with displeasure that he was not going to listen to his orders. At that moment, one of the grimoires shot fire at him. The adventurer's jaws were already clicking behind him. The guy swung his blade, demanding that he leave him alone. Cheyenne and Seiji looked in his direction with alarm, and the healer warned that danger was above. The thief raised his head and saw a rabbit. It opened its toothy mouth and flew down. Hiro's eyes widened, having discovered that the demon, who had been running away before, had begun to attack, and he realized that things were bad, and that he could die like that. The protagonist ended up between them, holding a sword. The young man frowned and noticed that it was close. The rabbit turned to him and squeaked. The demon noticed the weapon in the brunette's hands. Suddenly, Ikoma turned sharply and kicked. They started to descend, and the adventurer thought that he wouldn't lose to anyone in the air, as long as he could manipulate gravity. The rabbit puffed out his cheeks. The hero looked at him and grinned that the boss was even offended. Hiro landed behind the brunette. The assassin sweated, realizing that he almost died, but this kid was able to foresee a sudden attack and save his life. The sentry turned and ran to the side. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and remembered that the demon would never attack directly, because his tactics were terribly simple: suddenly attack one target, and then retreat. The brunette looked at the healer and asked him to deal with the 4th grimoire while he took on the 3, and the interlocutor replied that this was too reckless. The man put his hand on his chest and said that he understood that they had not shown themselves in the best light in the last fight, but they were also experienced and could be trusted. Ikoma looked at him sternly and said that a mistake could cost everyone their lives, so they should do as asked. Seiji turned pale and flinched. The team stood in the middle of the hall, and the young man thought about how the sentry rabbit was not only fast, but also cunning, and when faced with such an opponent, it was impossible to remain calm, especially if you do not have enough experience in clearing rifts. Hiro rubbed his hand, and the hero guessed that he had lost all confidence in his abilities. Cheyenne was shaking, starting to panic. Satsuki and Seiji were clutching their staffs, and the brunette knew that they would not be able to help them if everyone did not pull themselves together. The girl frowned and exclaimed that the hero was crazy to want to fight 3 monsters of such a high level at the same time. The shaman knitted her eyebrows and thought that if her partner said so, then everything would work out. She resolutely looked at the others and called for them to gather to cover Ikoma. A grimoire appeared in front of the protagonist. The young man dodged the shark teeth. He squinted, noting that they were moving quickly in the air. The books were floating between the cabinets, and the brunette thought that the huge attack range and high magic damage were an obstacle, and, on top of everything, he should not let his guard down, otherwise the rabbit could easily catch him off guard. The adventurer glanced sideways at the hare. He closed his eyes and realized that his situation was now much more difficult than during the battle with the monsters in the city. The guy resolutely looked forward, realizing that this was not a battle where he could afford to make mistakes. Ikoma grinned and suggested that the enemies attack if they wanted to be chopped into tinsel. The rabbit happily raised his paws and squealed. The grimoires flew at the hero. Seiji raised his staff and activated the shield. The enemy crashed into the shining wall. Cheyenne jumped up and demanded not to underestimate her. She delivered a slashing blow to the book. The girl landed and noted that the enemy had high attack power, magic damage, and could also move freely in the air. She glanced sideways at the rabbit in horror, reminding herself of its presence. The adventurer closed her eyes and was indignant that in such a situation the protagonist decided to take the blow on himself like an idiot. Ikoma gritted his teeth and attacked one of the grimoires. The other two hovered on both sides, summoning magic circles. The young man narrowed his eyes and used gravity reduction. He deftly rose up, dodging the fireballs. The guy rose into the air, pushing off from one of the books. The adventurer squeezed the hilt of the sword and frowned. He forcefully thrust the blade into the enemy, using meteor fall. The grimoire began to spontaneously ignite, and the system notified the hero of receiving 2015 experience points. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and realized that he had only dealt with one. Satsuki pointed her staff at the enemy and summoned Darkness Bullet. Hiru stabbed the dagger into the grimoire with instant strike. Seiji and Cheyenne smiled, happy that they had already defeated two. The rabbit picked up his pocket watch and beeped. 2 tomes sparkled above his head under the influence of Alice's magic. The protagonist frowned and assumed that the enemy had decided to summon 2 more grimoires as a replacement, since he could only manipulate 4. His partner raised her eyebrows and exclaimed that there would be no end to this. Cheyenne looked at the new monsters in shock. The girl hesitantly clutched her weapon and exclaimed that she was no joke and that they should attack. The hero turned to her and asked her to work together with Seiji's shield. The interlocutor clenched her teeth, indignant that the young man considered them weaklings, although she herself could handle these books. The girl swung the scythe and shouted, "Take it!" Suddenly her eyes widened when she heard a sound. Cheyenne remembered how the rabbit flew at her comrade, clicking its teeth. She turned around. The monster was standing in front of her. He stretched his paws, whistling under his breath, and the warrior thought that this was the sound the boss made when attacking. Seiji looked at her with alarm and shouted to run. One grimoire sank its teeth into the girl's side. She fell on her back and screamed. The demon grabbed the pale adventurer, and she was horrified that she would die like that. Her eyes widened in fear. The main character flew up to her and said that they would have to tear him off by force, but the interlocutor replied that the enemy had bitten her hard, so it would not work. The brunette frowned. A purple sphere appeared in the air and the boy used gravity bomb. The grimoire flew away from the girl. She hit the cabinet and sank to the floor. Cheyenne turned pale and thought that her whole body hurt, but the brunette saved her. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of her face, sticking out its tongue. Ikoma jumped between them and delivered a slash. The boy turned to the frozen healer and ordered him to heal the girl immediately. Satsuki looked ahead worriedly, muttering that their striking force could no longer fight, and only Ikoma remained. Grimoires circled above the adventurers. The hero narrowed his eyes and said that it was not over yet, because Alice's magic consumed too much mana, so if they continued to kill grimoires, they would be able to defeat him. The boy looked at the rabbit, realizing that he was well aware of this, so he should be patient in order to fight him. The monster joined its paws. The protagonist struck again with the double gravity blade. He ran away from his allies, thinking that the monster's bodies were quite strong, and their mouths were protected by fangs. The boy stuck the blade into the grimoire's mouth, and it collapsed. Ikoma frowned and used gravity bomb. A dark sphere grew inside the monster. The boy froze with the blade, and fragments of pages flew around, after which the system announced that he had received 808 experience points. Satsuki smiled and exclaimed that this way you can defeat them all. Seiji frowned and objected that it was too dangerous, especially since the brunette had become an ideal target for them. 2 grimoires moved towards the boy. The rabbit hovered behind the hero. It was staring at him. Ikoma did not turn around, but suddenly asked if it really decided to attack him. The adventurer jumped, using double gravity. The rabbit flew past, not finding a target in front of it. The boy looked down at the enemies, thinking that even if he eliminated the remaining 2, it would not be considered a final victory, but they decided to use a surprise attack. The hero visualized himself in the center between the opponents, and noticed that they had cooperated and driven him into a corner, deciding to act together, but they also had blind spots. The brunette imagined himself near the closet and decided that the enemies would not be able to use this technique against him, but if he pursued the rabbit, these 2 would attack him from both sides. Ikoma pushed off and noted that the sentry wasn't that bad. The brunette spun around in the air, and the enemy was about to run away. The young man gritted his teeth, realizing that he had to act quickly. He swung his blade. The rabbit jerked to the side, dodging the attack. The guy frowned, noticing that it had managed to dodge. The hero imagined a longitudinal cut on the enemy's body, and thought that he had tried to put all his strength into speed, so he tried to strike horizontally. He visualized how the hair was pierced, and decided that it would be more effective to strike vertically, but it was hard to fight against a small and mobile monster. One of the grimoires snapped its jaws shut on Hiru's dagger. The other 2 tried to break through Seiji's shield. The girl stood behind the healer. The protagonist, engulfed in purple energy, moved forward, deciding that there was no time to hesitate, otherwise they would finally be sucked into the space of the looking glass, so victory was needed as soon as possible. The rabbit moved to the side with a squeak. The brunette looked at it and thought that there was no point in just chasing it. The boss raised his paw and imagined the adventurer lunging with his sword and missing. The guy opened his mouth and created a gravity bomb. The enemy jumped up to run with Rabbit Run. He smugly raised a sign with the number 10. Suddenly, the monster shuddered and turned around. A large purple sphere was approaching him. A powerful explosion made the enemy jump back and fall to the floor. The protagonist approached him and asked if he really thought he could just dodge the bomb. He looked down at the enemy and said that every high-speed skill has its weakness, and his Rabbit Run has a short range, and at the end of the use, the enemy becomes even more vulnerable, so you just need to guess the time and deal damage. The monster opened its mouth and rushed at the boy. Ikoma quickly cut it into pieces, receiving 2,404 experience points and increasing his level to 45. The predatory grimoires turned into books and flew down. Seiji and Satsuki looked at the pile of tomes with relief. The brunette looked at his partner and noted that everything was over, and they were able to exit the looking glass. Cheyenne burst into tears and asked if everything was really over. The shaman looked at her, and she shuddered in embarrassment. The girl recoiled, assuring that she was not crying, but just dust in her eyes. The healer approached the main character and thanked him, because without him they would not have defeated him so easily. Seiji glanced sideways at the rabbit's body and said that he thought he had assembled a sufficiently prepared group, but he was wrong, and 3 people were not initially enough to clear the rift. One of the books was shining. The men looked at it and came closer. The brunette picked it up and guessed that it was a rare item from a secret boss. The Sentry Rabbit Rank B skill manual was sparkling and allowed one to further learn the monster's skills using skill points. The healer's eyes widened when he heard that the manual might be useful depending on the skills, but it could be sold for 10 million yen in the guild. The man smirked and muttered that even if they split it evenly, it would be 2 million each. He rubbed his chin and said that they had better get out of this rift since he had been underestimated. Plus the healer had used up all his mana, and Cheyenne had been badly injured in the battle. The girl looked away and covered her side. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and thought that it would be the right decision, but he couldn't let anyone take the wisdom ring. He looked down and said that the biggest problem in this rift was the rabbits, which could be ignored, and the adventurer's wounds would be treated by the healer. Seiji looked at him questioningly when the hero said that there was a way to fully restore mana. Satsuki paled, remembering how she sucked energy from demons, and muttered that it was better not to. She hung her head in resignation when her partner said that librarians often went alone, and they had a huge reserve of mana, which could be used. The healer glanced sideways at the others and muttered that he himself did not mind. Hiru crossed his arms and declared that he would continue. He narrowed his eyes and thought that Ikoma was strong, and with him there was a chance to clear the rift, so he could not miss this opportunity. Cheyenne paled and exclaimed that they were joking or forgot what had just happened to them. The healer rubbed his chin and said that he understood her fear, because she was badly hurt, which is why she wanted to leave, but the girl immediately changed her shoes and said that she was not afraid. After that, everyone decided to continue clearing the dungeon. There were soldiers standing at the entrance to the rift. The guy looked at the pass he held out and said he didn't know a special squad would be coming, and the man explained that it was a secret mission. The guard took a stance and let the 2 of them through. The girl folded the card and asked why all this caution. She threw it aside. The man looked ahead and said that after everything that had happened to the rifts in this area, such procedures were necessary. The pass fell to the ground behind them, and the man added that thanks to her power, they were able to enter here calmly. Arisa shrugged and said that she didn't understand the point of destroying items from the rifts, not even knowing what power they possessed. The soldier stopped and said that he didn't care about such details, because their task was to fulfill the order as members of Chimera Fawn. The girl looked at her partner, who decided that it was time to dispel the illusion and not waste mana. She scratched the back of her head and noted that the guy was boring. The man glanced at her and demanded that she follow orders, as they would need strength to fight the rift boss. The girl smirked. Kikyu, level 54, and Arisu, level 57, were walking forward, and she muttered that they could just kill everyone who got in their way, to which the man noted that there would still be a chance to have fun inside. The level 43 book demon opened its mouth and growled. Cheyenne cowered and sweated at the sight of it. The monster struck, but the protagonist arrived in time and parried it. The boy frowned and shouted at the adventurer not to stand there like a pillar. She jumped back, and the boy delivered a slash. Blood was flowing from the wound on the monster's stomach, and Ikoma remembered that the book demon's specialty was that it could stretch its limbs as it wished, and it was not worth looking into its eyes, because it only enjoyed human fear, spurring it on to attack. The brunette glanced sideways at the girl and noted that this was a particularly unpleasant opponent for her, given her weak psyche. Satsuki was engulfed in a glow, and she summoned the darkness bullet. A bright light burst out of her staff, and the demon was grabbed by dark fetters. The girl narrowed her eyes and pushed off the floor. She hit the enemy with her weapon with force. The adventurer looked down at him and received a notification about receiving 980 experience points. The hero looked at his partner's stats and noted that the battle against the sentry rabbit had been good for her, and the girl was able to increase her level, and her skills were becoming much more mobile and powerful. Ikoma turned to the men in front of the other monster and thought that Satsuki was using too much mana, but thanks to this they deal with the enemies on the way to the boss much faster. The guy approached the girl and praised her, saying that there were still 2 left. Satsuki turned around with an ominous smile and asked Cheyenne to get out of Ikoma's way. The blonde, clinging to the hero's hand, suddenly turned pale. She jumped back and exclaimed that she had misunderstood everything, justifying herself by saying that she was simply scared, and the guy had gotten in her way. The brunette looked at her indifferently and noted that she admitted to being afraid, but the interlocutor immediately corrected herself, adding that she had only slipped. The shaman grimaced contemptuously, and the girl asked why she was looking at her like that. Cheyenne pointed at the main character and nervously thanked him for being there, after which she shouted that this was the last time she would use his help. Seiji extended his staff and activated his shield. Hiro plunged his blade into another enemy. The hero looked at them, noting that they had dealt with him without them, and his partner glared menacingly at Cheyenne. The assassin jumped, dodging the attack. The healer flinched and reminded him that the brunette had asked not to kill the last one. The brown-haired man raised his dagger over the monster's head. He froze and replied that he remembered. Hiro appeared behind the enemy and strangled him with a fishing line. The protagonist looked at the collapsed monster and thought that the librarian had the largest mana reserve of all the local monsters, so with his help Satsuki would be able to transfer energy to them. The thief put away his weapon, and the young man noted that he was a good person, albeit a rude one, but always came to the rescue and watched everyone in the group from the shadows, covering their backs. The tide monster was sitting by the wall. The shaman extended her hand to the healer and used mana transfer. The man clenched his fist in surprise and exclaimed that now he could use his powers to the fullest again. Cheyenne glanced sideways at the bloodless demon in fear, while Seiji admired that with such a useful skill one could explore the rifts non-stop for at least several days. The man looked at the hero and noted that if they caught 2 more librarians, then Satsuki and Ikoma would also be able to fully recover, but the brunette reminded that physical fatigue still accumulates, in addition to psychological exhaustion, so mana transfer is a useful skill, but it must be used wisely and only in extreme cases. The healer patted the guy on the back and thanked him for being back in action. There was light ahead, and the young man reported that they had almost reached the depths of the rift. Ikoma looked seriously at his companions and asked again if they were really ready to go to the boss. He returned around, surprised that it was so fast. Cheyenne turned pale and exclaimed that he really still wanted to fight the main villain. The brunette looked at her, asking if she was afraid, and the interlocutor turned around, assuring that everything was fine, and Satsuki thought with a grin that her partner was easily manipulating the girl. The healer rubbed his chin and said that he had initially gathered this group for a complete cleanup, but they had obtained so many precious resources that there was no need to go further, although his own greed played a role in him. Tall bookcases stretched to the ceiling, and the man asked if it was worth the risk and continuing on his way to the boss. Ikoma closed his eyes and replied that before entering the rift, he had learned everything he needed to know about the local boss with the help of a rare item, and with this information they could easily defeat him. Seiji looked at the interlocutor in surprise. He looked down. The man imagined himself in the center of fans and thought that clearing a B-rank rift sounded very attractive, because he could immediately become popular. The protagonist made a hand gesture and stated that for this information they would give him all the items that the boss dropped, since that was his original goal. The young man grinned and added that they could take and split between the 3 of them everything they got along the way. The guy exchanged glances with Satsuki, who was already aware of this plan, and the hero said that he could pay each of them extra if that was not enough. The man rubbed his chin and thought that he would like to get rare items from the boss. He remembered the book with the skills of the clock rabbit, the cost of which could be divided between only 3. Cheyenne glanced sideways at the daydreaming healer and asked him to come to his senses. Hiro closed his eyes and reminded the girl that everyone except her had already agreed. She frowned and agreed, adding that they would not get anything if they shied away on the boss. Ikoma and Satsuki looked at her skeptically, thinking that she was at it again. Light fell from the windows and illuminated a female figure in a dress. She extended a doll's hand. The boss of the Illusion Library Rift, level 60 Akasha, grinned. The heroes approached the huge doors that lead to the room with the main boss. The main character asked the man to act as was agreed upon earlier, because the local boss is not so mobile and not very agile. The other participants with serious faces hear that the main thing is not to panic and work together, and then everything will work out. The blonde grins and says that according to Ikoma's plan, they will defeat this boss without any problems, because they are experienced adventurers after all. The white-haired girl is indignant, asking if they really believe in this, because an item that allows you to find out everything about the Rift boss is some kind of joke and this cannot be at all. Satsuki looks at her and asks if she herself did not agree to come here with them. She exclaims that no and this is just funny. The girl points her finger at the hero and says that he didn't even show the item, and everyone believes him unconditionally. The blonde raises his hand and says that one of the rules of adventurers is not to reveal their strengths and trump cards to others. Besides, Ikoma has helped them out more than once throughout their journey, and he doesn't think that his information is unreliable. The girl looks at him with displeasure. The guy in the mask, crossing his arms, says that he is not going to leave, since he has come a long way to the boss, adding that if she is so worried about her life, then she should go home, since they have already cleared the way to the exit. Ikoma seriously says that the profession of adventurers is full of dangers, and if she is not ready to go, then it is better to change professions. He is suddenly interrupted. The enraged heroine screams that he is mocking her, since she was just testing him. The frame shows a guy in a mask and a blonde. The main character says that the girl has nothing to worry about, because he and Hiro will take the main damage, and Satsuki and Seiji will protect her in case of an unexpected attack. The guy in the mask looks at the heroes. The white-haired girl is indignant that Ikoma decided to belittle her in this way. He replies that he just wanted to instill a little confidence. Hiro looks at them and thinks that he is worried about her, but it seems in vain, because she has always been like this and therefore he is used to it, because in any case, his goal remains to destroy the boss of the rift, and if you completely trust the main character, you can die. The main character pokes at the screen and says that before going into a fight with the boss, you need to determine the skill points. The pop-up windows say that there are 29 skill points left and gravity magic is at level 23, costing 15 skill points, allows you to control gravity magic. Ikoma thinks that it would be much more useful to raise the control to level 4. He looks at the screen and realizes that in order to defeat the rift boss, it will be much more effective to pump up magic. The pop-up windows say that gravity magic is pumped to level 3 and he spent 15 skill points on it. Ikoma looks at the new ability with a smile. The pop-up windows say that gravity magic allows you to destroy a target with magic, using a cut, a bullet, a blow. He turns around and says that he is now ready to fight the boss. A passage opens. The heroes calmly move forward. Ikoma looks up. The heroine is standing in front of the windows. There is some kind of helmet on her head. She turns around. It says that this is the main boss of the Library of Mysteries Rift, Akasha level 60. The white-haired girl is surprised that she is the boss. Hiro states that she is clearly immobile. The guys go to attack according to plan. The villainess uses the thunderclap skill. Electric lightning shoots towards the protagonist. The guy looks at her and thinks that as expected, she will start using lightning magic and his information from the past timeline was confirmed. He bounces off the attack and realizes that thunder magic has a short range, but its power is huge, so for the first stage, he and Hiro approach. The protagonist confidently moves, being sure that he is fast thanks to gravity magic. Hiro runs forward. Ikoma thinks that due to his thief class, he moves just as fast. The villainess fills with red energy. Ikoma realizes that Akasha can't defeat them using only thunder magic, and because of her clumsiness, she can't hit them. The heroes strike together, realizing that their main goal is to hit her after she uses her skill. Satsuki raises her staff, using a bullet of darkness. The white-haired girl exclaims about a whirlwind of blades. The combined attacks hit the boss. She calmly looks ahead. The villainess stands in front of Satsuki and says, "Don't you dare." The surprised girl asks if she can really talk. The protagonist moves forward and shouts for Satsuki and Hiro to move closer to Seiji, while realizing that she is aiming for her friend, and since that is the case, she will now try to attack with long-range magic. Hiro runs and realizes that it is not in his rules to listen to Ikoma, but this time, so be it. The boss uses a fire wave skill. The white-haired girl screams, not understanding where they should run. The protagonist thinks with a smirk that if they fail to dodge, they will face the attack directly. All participants in the battle stand next to each other. The blonde uses a shield skill, covering everyone from the fire strike. He says with a smile that the boss's mass skills can be easily dispelled with holy magic, just like Ikoma said. The fighter looks ahead and says that everyone can rely on him, because he will protect them from Akasha's magic, and when she finishes the attack, they need to be ready to attack. The villain is shown in the picture. It is said that she is not able to move quickly, but she has many strong spells in her arsenal and therefore many strategies can be devised against her in which she will not be able to respond to the opponent. Ikoma shouts loudly that he will cover everyone, so they need to attack again. The villain exhales. The white-haired girl urges everyone to move forward. Hiro looks away and thinks that the guy is not really bad, but he would rather get rid of a couple of people with the help of this boss. He looks at the protagonist and realizes that he is an incredibly capable guy. Ikoma calmly observes the situation. Hiro with a serious face realizes that if he gets rid of him, the whole group will fall apart to hell. The fighter with the thief skill runs forward. The villain holds her hands and is about to use magic. She transforms a weapon called the Sword of Zeus. The boss holds a huge sword and shoots lightning. The protagonist runs not far from her. Ikoma strikes with her weapon. He stands in front of her and realizes that she is too slow and as expected, close combat is not her style. The protagonist confidently looks and asks what happened, specifying if she left her long-range attacks for last. The white-haired girl shouts with a smile that this boss can be easily destroyed even by 2 people, attacking in her close combat. Satsuki hears her explaining that the boss is very weak and it is better to finish him quickly. The blue-haired girl thinks that she is acting too self-confident for the person who was the most afraid. The blonde looks ahead and thinks that he partially agrees with the protagonist, because the strategy turned out to be too simple to defeat the Rift boss, but in real combat, his tactics work with amazing accuracy and use the enemy's weaknesses, attacking him from close range and retreating during mass skills. Without much risk, he also takes into account the skills and heroism of Ikoma. The picture shows the protagonist fighting the villain. The guy thinks that his skills allowed them to believe in him, acting with precision according to his plan, and his self-confidence and fearlessness really raise many questions. He thinks with a smirk about the amazing calmness and precision in his movements, and the fighter suggests that Ikoma is actually an experienced adventurer who has survived many battles. The boss attacks his enemies using a stone rook. Ikoma watches it and realizes that they will have to change their battle tactics slightly, otherwise they will not get close to her. The diagram shows the characters and the boss. The protagonist explains that the stone rook limits Satsuki's actions, thus Akasha protects herself from long-range attacks. But at the same time it will be harder for them to reach her if they come out of hiding. She will try to attack them with her magic. The protagonist turns around and orders to hide behind a stone column. Hiro hides while the enemy shoots at him. The villainess turns around. She sees disturbances in space. The white-haired girl shouts with a smile that she would also build a whole fortress so that no one would get to her. The heroes hide behind the columns, while the girl teases, asking if this is really all she can do. The protagonist moves forward, realizing that Cheyenne was able to choose the optimal position for cover. The girl hides behind a column. Ikoma realizes that this way she can. The guy runs forward, apologizing to Cheyenne in advance. The white-haired heroine turns around questioningly. He jumps on her back. He deftly lands on top of the column. Cheyenne looks up in displeasure and shouts that she is not a diving board. The protagonist flies towards the enemy with the blade in his hands, thinking that Akasha is watching them closely, waiting for them to come out of hiding to try to attack her. However, if he uses the reduced gravity and attacks from above, she will definitely not have time to react. The protagonist hits her using the meteorite fall skill. The villainess's horn breaks off. Cheyenne shouts in delight that it worked. Ikoma watches and realizes that this is not the end. He looks at the enemy and sees in the window that her health is 42 out of 302. He realizes that she has a high defense stat, more than he expected. Hiro looks out from behind the pillar and thinks that if he does nothing, this fight will end too quickly. He holds the blade in his hands and realizes that Ikoma is too good. He calmly wonders how he will be able to dodge his attack. The villainess raises her hands, intending to attack. The boss raises a huge energy ball above her. Ikoma looks at this and realizes that she is going to use Elemental Burst. This is a mass effect spell, consumes a huge amount of mana, and after such a powerful spell, she will be defenseless, and he will be able to get close to her for the final blow. The villain watches while the protagonist thinks that if she is really going to use this skill, he needs to act quickly. Ikoma quickly runs towards the enemy. The villain holds a huge ball. The protagonist realizes that fortunately the guys will be able to take cover from such a massive attack and everything will end in one precise blow. The boss prepares to attack the heroes. Ikoma deflects a flying rock with his dagger. Hiro looks out from behind a column and wonders if he really deflected his attack, noticing that he has impeccable reflexes. Hiro looks at him and apologizes, assuring that he was aiming at the boss. Ikoma thinks discontentedly that there is no doubt that the guy in the mask was aiming at him, but in any case, he does not have time to deal with him. The protagonist loudly declares that Akasha is preparing for a powerful attack. The boss holds a huge blue ball above herself. Ikoma orders everyone to hide. The window says that an elemental blast is about to be used. Hiro looks out and does not understand what is happening. Cheyenne looks up and thinks that she is being mocked. The villain holds an entire energy sky above herself. The protagonist is frightened by bright lightning. He is puzzled by the elemental blast. The villain is preparing to attack. He realizes that this spell launches a hail of magic bullets at enemies until she runs out of mana, but if you bypass all her attacks, dealing a decisive blow. Ikoma calmly understands that in this case he will finally receive the coveted Ring of Wisdom. Ikoma quickly dodges the attack. He sees the villainess and thinks that the boss is low on health and can't get close to her. He looks at her and realizes that she is doing everything she can to keep him from getting close. Hiro watches the battle. He thinks that Ikoma is very strong, but not strong enough to get close to the boss. He watches closely, realizing that he will wait behind the pillar, since it is much safer to wait until the boss is completely depleted of mana and then act. Hiro sees a bright flash above him. He begins to run, realizing that the boss has just destroyed the pillar. He is scared, realizing that even if he constantly dodges her attacks, he will not be able to hide for long, while blaming Ikoma for exposing everyone to the attack. The protagonist stands in front of the boss and realizes that if he hesitates, her magic can hurt Satsuki and the others and they do not have time and need to attack now. Ikoma starts to get closer to the enemy. Cheyenne shouts loudly that he is approaching her too fast. The protagonist rushes forward, holding his weapon. Cheyenne watches what is happening and does not understand what he is even thinking. Satsuki looks on silently. She, holding a staff, states that they should also approach the boss. The white-haired one does not understand what she means. The villainess smirks. Satsuki explains that the Rift boss will not be able to attack them with physical attacks. The protagonist dodges, saying that it will be much safer to approach him than to stand aside, and Ikoma understood this. Seiji looks forward and refuses. Cheyenne thinks the same. The blonde states that they are a team after all and should help their comrade. He holds a staff and says that they have relied on Ikoma for too long. Seiji with a serious look says that now they must help him and do everything possible to cover his back. A guy and two girls rush to help Ikoma. The boss watches what is happening. She releases blue lightning at the enemies. Seiji and the others stop abruptly. He thinks about an attack that they will most likely not be able to dodge. Seiji stands next to Satsuki and orders them to retreat. He activates the shield ability, covering them from the attack. He holds the staff and realizes that he will not be able to hold back such magic for long, and everyone needs to leave immediately. Satsuki and Cheyenne escape, thanks to Seiji. The blonde falls to the ground. He wipes his face and thinks about how it has been a long time since he risked his life for others. He calmly looks ahead and realizes that he will cover them, so the boss's death is on the main character. Ikoma runs forward and assumes that he was able to reflect her attack, hoping that the girls managed to hide. The guy moves on, thinking that now is the best moment, and thanks to Seiji, they were able to repel the attack. The heroine holds her energy above her. Ikoma realizes that she needs to act until she finds a new target. The protagonist sees the villain and uses hypergravity, a magic that increases the pressure force of the target. The villain begins to smoke black. She raises her hands up. Ikoma realizes that for the elemental blast, she needs to hold her hands above her head in order to aim at the enemy, and under the effect of the skill, it will be extremely difficult to do so. He calmly yells at her that she will not be able to attack them. Satsuki, standing with a staff, sees that he has deprived the boss of the ability to cast magic. The girl attacks the enemy using shadow fetters. Ikoma sees what is happening and assumes that she is not going to give up so easily. The aura of the villain has darkened. The protagonist thinks that they cannot allow her to recover mana, otherwise, they will not be able to defeat her. The girl runs forward, asking how she likes this. Cheyenne attacks using Moon Slash. The villain falls from the impact. She grunts in pain. The enemy raises his hands and groans. Ikoma watches unperturbed. Satsuki and Cheyenne are surprised by this. The villain's hands are shown in the frame. The monster lowers its head down. The protagonist flies into the attack, shouting that it was done well. Ikoma delivers a powerful blow with his sword to the enemy's body. The villain sighs. The protagonist stands in front of him, unperturbed. The pop-up windows say that he received 11,016 experience points, increased his level from 45 to 49, and received 16 skill points. Satsuki happily declares that they did it. Seiji sits on the ground and says that Ikoma did a great job. The protagonist clenches his fist near his happy friend and declares that this is how they defeated another Rift boss. The frame shows a ring. He thinks that now he will finally be able to learn all the secrets of the appearance of the Rifts, because he obtained the item that was lost in the first timeline, namely the Ring of Wisdom. Hiro looks at them with a serious expression. Ikoma is sitting in front of a broken cage. He holds the jewel and exclaims that they defeated the boss of the Rift of the Library of Mysteries and got what they came for. He touches the shining ring. A pop-up window says that the Ring of Wisdom is a B rank. It summons a great witch from the Library of Mysteries. Satsuki looks at Ikoma and asks if it can give an answer to the origin of the rifts. He replies that most likely yes. The girl stands in front and says that if so, they should take the ring to the special forces. He notes that this is not a good idea. The protagonist looks ahead and states that there are 3 good reasons for this. The picture shows a building. The first reason he says is that in the past timeline, this ring was given to the head of the special forces, but for unknown reasons it was lost. The picture shows a shining jewel. It is said that after what happened, he cannot trust it. The previous version of Ikoma is shown in the frame. The second reason is that only a high-ranking adventurer can unlock the ring's true power, and he, a former S-rank adventurer, can unlock its full potential. He says the third reason. The protagonist realizes with a grin that no adventurer in their right mind would refuse a rare item obtained with blood and sweat. Satsuki watches him with a smile and realizes that she has not seen him so happy in a long time. She happily calls him, not understanding what he is doing. Seiji stands next to him and states that thanks to him, they overcame Akasha and he is immensely grateful to him for his heroism. The blonde boy smiles and asks him to let him heal his wounds as thanks. Ikoma seriously states that he tried to avoid her direct attacks. He stands in front of him with a smile and says that although she did not do much damage, the protagonist will be grateful. Seiji sits behind the protagonist and casts a spell. He smiles and thinks about how lucky he is for the first time. He looks at him and thinks that he met an adventurer with such outstanding abilities. Seiji grins as he remembers the moment where he covered others, realizing that he always cared only about exploring the portals and not about his allies. But on this trip he was inspired by Ikoma's heroism. The guy sits in front of him. The healer is grateful to fate for meeting such a good guy. Hiru stands next to Cheyenne, who states that at some point she thought that everyone was finished. Trips through portals are still exhausting. The masked fighter says with a serious expression that he came here for rare items from the portal boss, and he is not going to give them to such a weakling. Hiru takes out his dagger and realizes that he is not going to beat around the bush anymore. The protagonist is sitting on the ground. It is said that the battle was very intense, and after the victory, the adventurers relax and let down their guard. Hiru runs to attack, realizing that there is no better moment. He jumps on Ikoma, realizing that thanks to the skills of the thief class, he can move silently, and his class boasts high attack speed and he will not even have time to blink before his head is cut off. The protagonist is sitting with his back to him. He uses Shadow Grab. Ikoma frantically turns around. The guy blocks Hiru's blow. The masked guy is perplexed, asking how he even noticed him. The protagonist uses the skill Double Gravity. He punches Hiru right in the face. The masked fighter slides on the ground. Seiji asks excitedly what they are planning. The protagonist shouts that Hiru betrayed them, because during the boss fight, he already tried to kill him. The masked fighter stands in front of him, and the protagonist realizes that he will have to deal with him eventually. But he did not think that he would try to attack him again in the rift. Ikoma looks at him with an angry look and says that he almost did not participate in the battle, so he has more than enough strength. However, he still has mana left to fight Hiru. He excitedly realizes that it is 4 against 1. Hiru holds the jewel and asks not to worry, because he already got what he needed. On his hand is also the Guardian Bracelet. The protagonist realizes that he did not want to kill him, because his goal was only rare items. Seiji is shocked to realize that Hiru stole a rare item from him. The picture shows jewelry. It is said that this bracelet itself is valuable, but inside it, they put all the loot that they collected along the way. Cheyenne is angry and indignant, not understanding what the fighter is doing, while threatening him. Hiru starts to run. Cheyenne orders to urgently catch up with him. The masked fighter watches them and realizes that except for the main character, everyone here is a nobodies, and he knows that his class also relies on speed, but will he be able to defeat a high-ranking thief? Ikoma is standing next to Satsuki. He is standing on the ground and understands that it is hard for him to admit, but in speed in this timeline, he is not his equal. The main character remembers moments with Hiru and realizes that he could not think that a B-rank adventurer would be engaged in banal theft from his comrades. But he was wrong. The guy runs forward. It is said that his whole life is built on blackmail and intrigue. Hiru stands in front of the heroes. It is explained that from the very beginning of his career he had a bad reputation. No one wanted to deal with him. He stands in front of the character and remembers that he went all the way to another city for the sake of new rifts. But even there everyone knew him not only because of his bad reputation, but also because of his strength, and there he thought that his career was over. Seiji rejoices in front of Satsuki. The narrator explains that he met a stupid and greedy leader of the group. In the picture, the main character is talking to someone. Hiru says that in addition, he met a simpleton with useful information about the boss of the rift. The fighter in the mask looks ahead with displeasure. Seiji is kneeling and declares that he stole all the things, all 10 million. Ikoma stands in front and says that this is all because of his carelessness, and they need to catch the criminal and hand him over to the special forces. The protagonist realizes that he stole their loot, and it will be difficult to prove, because legally they did not secure the division of loot from the monsters and everything is based on a regular verbal agreement, and the special forces may not be able to help. The protagonist looks puzzled and thinks about other reasons. He understands that he needs to return the Ring of Wisdom at all costs. Ikoma turns around in surprise. The heroes are standing in the doorway. The girl says that they are late because the satellite is very slow. Satsuki is shocked to see that more adventurers have arrived, shouting that this guy is a criminal. Hiru flies at them. She says that he is very dangerous, and they need to run. The mad and masked fighter demands not to stand in his way. The heroine tells her bald partner that this job is just for him. Hiru runs at them and says that this is worse for them. The bald fighter takes it. The guy in the mask thinks that he is a high-ranking adventurer of the B rank, and it will be funny if the guys defeat him. But he is suddenly interrupted. The surprised guy notices that the opponent is very fast and also strong. He falls down, cracks form around him. He is on his knees. All the heroes are extremely surprised by this outcome. The protagonist looks at the strangers and notices that they disabled Hiru with one precise blow, after which he notices that he has already seen a similar white form. He excitedly realizes something. The bald guy is standing next to the blonde. The guy recognizes them. The guys are standing in front of the defeated enemy and call him a weakling. The girl pokes him in the face and says that he fell with one blow, and it is not interesting at all. Cheyenne watches with malice, realizing that he is one of the top adventurers. She is shocked to realize that he fell with one blow. The girl holds a ring in her hands and says that it is a very beautiful thing and she wants to take it for herself. The bald guy pokes at the screen, while the blonde every second finds out if it is possible. He looks at the screen and says that this is why he and Arisa came. She asks again if they should destroy it. Arisa looks at her partner and claims that maybe she will take it after all and no one will know about it. The interlocutor replies that right now she is on duty and if she does not follow the orders of the leadership, then he will kill her here and now. Seiji approaches them and thanks them for neutralizing the criminal. Hiru lies on the ground. He asks if it is cruel to do this to him. Arisa looks at him questioningly. She starts laughing and says that they have misunderstood. The girl raises her dagger and says that they came here to finish off every single one. They stand in front of the heroes and state that they were ordered to eliminate every adventurer that entered this rift. Seiji is shocked to hear this. Cheyenne and Satsuki are shocked. The protagonist looks at them and recognizes them by their uniform and skills. He calmly realizes that they are from the Chimera Fawn. Arisu turns around and is surprised by his knowledge. She states that this is the first time she has met an adventurer who has heard of them. The white-haired girl looks at Ikoma and asks if he really knows who they are, noting that this organization is just a fantasy. The image of two enemies appears in the frame. It talks about an underground organization that reports directly to the government, doing their dirty work for them. Regarding the rifts, in the future they will cooperate with the governments of other countries. The picture shows a building. It is explained that their influence is growing throughout the world, as a strong underground organization with first-class soldiers. In the frame, a warrior fights an enemy. It is said that even in the first timeline, rumors about the Chimera Fawn were considered an ordinary tale on the internet, which no one believed, but he met a soldier only once in one of the rifts. The protagonist holds the blade, realizing that although they are still unknown, he met them now and this is the worst outcome of all. The protagonist calmly looks forward, realizing that these guys are not the kind to reveal their existence to ordinary people. Arisa stands next to his partner. The enemies fly to the attack. He understands that they are going to get rid of them. A frightened Seiji and Cheyenne think that they should retreat immediately. The healer calmly states that they can win with numbers and they need to cover each other and attack blind spots using the strategy they developed in the boss fight. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that they are no match for them and they need to retreat, or everyone will die. Arisu is happy, standing next to the bald fighter and says who to finish off first, asking if it is possible to play with that swordsman. He answers that they did not come here to have fun. She wears a ring on her finger. The protagonist thinks that he has come all this way in order to learn all the secrets of the rifts, which only the Ring of Wisdom can answer. The protagonist rushes to attack, realizing that he will not let them take him away. Ikoma strikes the first blow. Arisa smirks as he hears that he can handle her alone. The bald fighter stands in front of Seiji and the others. The protagonist asks to deal with him, realizing that this is madness, but otherwise he will not return the jewel. Satsuki fearfully declares that they must fight together, while Ikoma is completely alone. The healer says that this is the most correct decision in this situation. Seiji with a grin says that she should not forget that they are only a support class with him, and will not be able to be the main attacking element. The bald fighter looks forward. He explains that they will not cope alone against a melee enemy and unlike Ikoma, who fights one-on-one with a melee enemy, having power and combat experience, they must rely on Cheyenne. The white-haired heroine watches what is happening. It is said that the protagonist has decided to fight alone, but they must make every effort to defeat the enemy together. The protagonist fights Arisu. The picture shows a beaten Hiru, telling him not to forget that their opponent took him out with one blow. The protagonist thinks about the bald guy in the background of the heroes and is sure that they should focus all their efforts on him. The villain turns around and says that they underestimate Arisu. He says with a serious face that she is actually stronger than him. Seiji does not understand what is happening. Ikoma is fighting a girl. Arisa thanks him with a smirk because she has not had fun in a fight for so long. She holds the blade and notices that the enemy is exhausted. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that he is good at dodging her thanks to gravity magic, but he is almost at his limit, noticing that she does not look tired and this only proves their huge gap in level. In the picture, a defeated Hiru, she wants to tell Ikoma a secret that her partner is level 54. The girl looks at the screen and says that she is level 57. The girl hits her opponent and assumes that Ikoma's level probably doesn't even reach 50, asking how he's going to beat her with such a difference in levels. The protagonist looks at her with a serious face and says that he thought that her level was much higher. Arisa says with a smirk that he's being impudent. She stands in the frame and explains that since birth she was forced to earn levels like crazy and that was the Chimera Fang soldier. They are required to level up every day without a break and many can't withstand such pressure and are quickly disposed of. She says that after everything she went through, some boy will boast about his level, standing behind his comrades and poking at opponents with his pathetic toothpick. Ikoma stands in front of her and says that he doesn't quite understand her indignation, because judging by her fighting style and weapon, she also belongs to the class that acts in the shadows, relying on speed. A bald guy stands with a spear. saying that while they may not take all the damage like adventurers with higher defense and powerful weapons, they are much more mobile than most and are responsible for inflicting more damage on the enemy. The protagonist says with a smile that they are the same. She is displeased to hear the question of whether Arisa decided to judge by herself, thereby claiming that she is not that strong. Ikoma frowns and thinks that without finding out what she is really capable of, he will not be able to defeat her, so he will have to provoke her. An excited Seiji turns around and asks what he is doing. Arisa begins to laugh loudly. She raises her hand and calls him interesting, stating that he asked for it. The girl holds bright red energy above herself and begins to use a phantom vortex of blades. Arisa with a smirk assures that she will make him bite his filthy tongue. The villainess holds a cluster of energy in her hand. The protagonist with the weapon understands that the phantom whirlwind of blades is an attack aimed at multiple magical damage to one target, in other words, her class. The picture shows Arisa's hand. He calls her class one of the rarest and most problematic. The villainess attacks, calling him to dance with him. The protagonist jumps away from her attack. She calmly watches him, thinking about light and fast movements, understanding that his skills allow him to be quite agile and strong at the right moment. Ikoma runs to attack. She is sure that this guy easily dodges knives. She smiles and calls it interesting. The protagonist runs to attack, hearing that he is actually stronger than she expected. Arisa holds a knife in his hands and says that she expects to see his look, full of horror and despair. Ikoma hits her with his sword. She blocks. The protagonist at level 49 looks at the enemy at level 57 and realizes that the difference is too big, and he is still holding on thanks to gravity magic. But it won't be like this forever. He holds the hilt of his sword tightly and thinks that if he doubles his gravity, he will only waste his mana and they are not equal in their amount, and he will not be able to attack her directly. The protagonist fights, realizing that he cannot rely on Satsuki and the others for support right now. Behind him, the heroes are fighting another enemy. The confused guy realizes that this is not all that Arisa can do. He shouts at her to stop playing around and show her what she is worth. He thinks that if he provokes her into larger attacks, her mana should quickly run out. Although it is risky, there is no other choice. The girl stands with a dagger. She hears that these tricks are just ridiculous, and this is not her true strength. Arisa laughs and says that he is good since he is apparently knowledgeable in the classes. Girls in suits hug, talking about illusionists, a combat class that can make any fantasy, even the worst one, come true. The villainess raises a giant energy ball and declares that since the enemy wants to face her in a real fight, using a phantom vortex of blades, a reflection of being. The protagonist holds a fighting stance, remembering that the reflection of being is able to multiply the illusion several times, increasing the radius and number of knives. Arisu attacks him, declaring that neither a monster nor a person has yet been able to dodge such an attack, specifying how Ikoma is doing. The protagonist jumps high above the ground. The girl calls it good, but notes that it is not enough. On the red background it is explained that the reflection of being can be easily combined with other magical attacks, and thus it puts the opponent in a stupor. He thinks that the most terrible thing in this spell is that it causes genuine fear and the unknown of what awaits the victim of the spell. Ikoma rushes into the attack, being ready to look fear in the eyes. He looks ahead in surprise. Bright rays penetrate his body. Surprised Arisa looks at him and does not understand what is happening. The protagonist runs to her, thinking that illusions are not scary at all, if there is an opportunity to find a gap between light and shadow. The villain in shock considers this impossible, because he was not even afraid of the possibility of losing his head. The protagonist cuts her with his blow. At this moment she does not understand how he got out of this illusion. Arisa tries to block. She looks ahead in shock. The protagonist is already behind her. She turns around, certain that the opponent was not just lucky and that he has knowledge and experience, and that she has never fought such an experienced adventurer before. Ikoma prepares to strike while Arisa reflects on the fact that she has fought high-level criminals and scary monsters before, but this guy is on a whole other level. There is a flash. The girl does not understand who he is. The protagonist holds the sword near the frightened heroine. She laughs and says that it seems that she underestimated him. She stands in front of him and says that this is the first time she has met a person who broke out of the illusion and did not give in to fear, asking if he is human. The protagonist looks at the blade and says that he wants to finish the fight with her with one precise blow. A drop of blood falls to the ground. Ikoma looks at her and asks if this would be too easy. The girl holds her bloody ear. Her hand is covered in blood. She looks ahead in surprise. The girl begins to laugh very loudly. Arisa holds her face with both hands and shouts that it's really cool. Ikoma holds the sword and hears that she feels it for the first time, namely, the feeling of fear of death, because he can really kill her, and as a token of gratitude she will show him her trump card. Arisa holds her face and shouts that she doesn't really like using this skill. Enemies fly away from it in seconds, and it's very boring, specifying that the protagonist is much more resilient. The pop-up window says about shadow doubles. Ikoma watches her and understands that she still decided to use this skill, calling it boring for an illusionist. The protagonist calmly looks forward and realizes that the illusionist is able to create 3 copies with this skill. 3 heiresses watch him with a grin. He understands that if he gets distracted even for a second, he will simply become their personal toy. The girl's projection smiled sweetly as the hero thought, a tangible illusion capable of producing magical attacks at their discretion, shadow doubles. Looking at them, the guy narrated that this skill allows the illusionist to produce several identical copies. The more copies the illusionist produces, the stronger he is. The protagonist began to fight the copies. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that because of this spell, he could not even attack her normally. The lady flew above the hero's head and asked if he was not having fun with them, why he did not even try to attack them. The blonde made a blow, from which the brunette covered himself with his hand. Then the young man landed on the ground and thought that shadow doubles can be defeated, but not with his low level. The heroine smiled sarcastically and asked, "He can still fight, right? Come on, let him show what he is capable of." Ikoma noticed the girl's hand and thought, and yet, he must take this ring. Suddenly, a big bald man appeared. The heroes stared at him in silence. The blonde man frowned and said, although Kasai was out of the game, they still had the advantage in numbers. Then he thought, if this guy tries to pounce on one of them, the other 2 will attack him. He is aware of this, so he moves more carefully, taking advantage of their advantage. They can defeat him. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted to the girls, "Now." The heroes began to attack the opponent and shout, "A bullet of darkness, a circular cut." The bald man stretched out his hand and used the fang of the fire dragon. The guy looked at him in surprise and opened his mouth. The opponent released his magic fang power. The girls looked forward in fear, opening their mouths, and the boy scared. The heroines hugged each other and sat down. The blue-haired girl looked at her friend pitifully and thanked her, to which she replied that this asshole had just done it. The blonde also stood in shock when the lady added what kind of power this was. If they hadn't dodged, there would have been no trace of the body. The blue-eyed man looked up and thought he hoped that he could stall for time and Arisa would come and deal with these 3. But she was still acting like a child and again dragging out a senseless fight. The hero stood firmly on his feet and said, enough. He was tired of babysitting them. The enemy's eyes lit up and he used the path of the bloody guard, and then shouted to surrender to fools. The girl frowned and asked what was wrong with him. He began to look like a monster. The path of the bloody guard is a skill that is available to all melee classes. Its essence is that all mana goes into strengthening the muscles of the body, making it stronger, and attacks much more powerful than an ordinary person. The bald man swung at the lady when the young man ran to stop him, and he thought, against such a skill, no matter how many people stand in the way of the carrier, no one can stop him. This skill consumes a lot of mana, but lives, he will deal with him faster than it runs out. Suddenly, the opponent swung when the guy covered the girls with himself. The blonde opened his mouth wide and thought that he began to move much faster, and then used the shield. The hero made a dash, from which the young man flew to the side. One of the girls jumped up and shouted that now she will make him kick the dust. After which she swung and struck the opponent. The yellow-eyed frowned and thought, what the hell, she hit him right in the hand, but it felt like she was hitting a pile of metal. After which the bald man made a blow from which the heroine flew off. She was wounded. The blonde was kneeling and thinking about what kind of power, either magic nor Cheyenne's scythe could take him. The enemy looked terrifying when the hero thought, he was definitely a human. Ikoma was fighting that girl one-on-one right now, but this guy said that he was much weaker than her, and that meant. The blonde was moving towards the protagonist, laughing loudly and telling him to hit her. She grinned evilly and screamed for him to show her real fear of death. The bald man looked ahead and thought that Arisa decided to use shadow doubles, which meant the boy would soon run out of steam, or he still had an ace up his sleeve. Looking at what was happening, the girls said, shit, he's too strong. The blue-haired man stood silently when the lady added, but they must distract him, otherwise these 2 will definitely defeat Ikoma. Clutching the stick in his hand, the man thought, no, this is wrong. Thinking back, the heroine thought that Aoi always used her as bait to distract the enemy, but Ikoma proved to her that she could stand on the same level as him, that she was capable of more. She continued with a frown, and after everything she had been through, she needed to play bait for the enemy again. No way. If she did that, she wouldn't be able to look Ikoma in the eyes, and then told the boys to listen, they hadn't lost yet. The 2 looked forward in surprise. She then threw an object into the air and said 3 against 1. The heroes gathered together as the girl added that they could definitely defeat him. The opponent frowned and shouted, and they still wanted to fight, how stupid. The man gritted his teeth, put out his hand and said, and yet knowing their enormous difference in strength, they still wanted to go to their deaths. The 3 looked at him seriously. The blonde looked away and thought, although his technique increases the physical capabilities of the wearer, they have no choice but to fight. But how can they approach him? He literally throws them around like soft toys, and the girl thought, after the fight with the boss, they all don't have much mana, so there is no way to drag out this fight. At such moments she thinks. The heroine closed her eyes. She remembered her friend and asked how Ikoma would have acted in her place. Standing in front of the enemy, she continued the thought that it was absolutely impossible to drag out the fight. Because of their difference in level and small amount of mana, they could easily lose. If they entered the fight, then they needed to neutralize the enemy with both of them with an accurate blow. The bald man stood with a spear in his hands, when the lady added, but how could they neutralize such a strong opponent? The blue-haired girl opened her mouth wide and thought that they would not be able to defeat him, but what if they could weaken him? The hero made a dash. The girls looked at him in surprise when one of them shouted that he was running at them again. The blonde looked angrily at her partner and shouted that he was a monster even in his normal state. But with these skills he was a real titan. What should they do? Satsuki looked ahead, frowned and said to rely on her. With her skills they would be able to stop him. As the enemy began to approach, the heroine shouted at Cheyenne to hit him on the right side, to which she responded, hit. Then the girl opened her mouth wide and shouted at her partner's back that her blow didn't work last time, and she wanted to try this tactic again, and besides, why on the right side? The blue-haired girl looked at Seiji and asked if he could cast magic on Cheyenne similar to the Blood Guardian skill. The blonde turned his head and answered yes he could, and suggested taking a risk. The yellow-eyed girl ran up to the guy and shouted what he was even thinking, to which he replied that she should at least believe in her comrades once, otherwise they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Then he frowned and said that he entrusted his life to Satsuki. The lady angrily clenched her teeth and replied, yes, they were mocking her. After which she tightly squeezed the weapon in her hand. Suddenly she put her hand forward and shouted, shadow fetters. The bald man looked forward in surprise. Then he swung at the magic hands. He clenched his fist tightly and said, not bad for weaklings. Fighting, the girl thought that this monster with their powers was unrealistic to stop, but there was no choice, to hell, and shouted, moon slash. A magical glare flashed past the hero. The lady's spear flew to the side. After which she raised her hands, opened her mouth wide and shouted, as she thought, damn, because of these idiots, she lost her weapon. A blue hemisphere appeared around the guy when he thought that using a shield he could attack him by running straight ahead. Suddenly he made a dash and began to scream. The opponent opened his eyes wide and thought, do they really think that this childish trick will work on him? Black hands crawled out of the floor and grabbed the girl's weapon, after which they swung it. The bald man frowned sullenly. He put his hand out to protect himself from the blow. His eyes were burning and his hands were covered in blood when he used the shield strike. A magical explosion occurred between the heroes. The opponent turned his head when his weapon fell out of his hand and he thought, damn. He struck the guy's shield with his other hand. The heroine stood on the floor and held the stick tightly in her hand. After which she swung and shouted, eh? The lady's weapon flew to the side. The two looked forward and thought, Satsuki. Looking at the bald man, the girl realized that he would not be able to use his skill without a weapon. Now he simply would not be able to attack them. The blonde looked askance at the girl and thought that she thought out the plan to the smallest detail. She was much more decisive than many of them. The blue-haired girl looked very serious when he continued his thought. Now it was clear what she learned fighting on the side of Ikoma. The heroine frowned and thought, they are not able to defeat him, but they managed to disarm him. The enemy looked at his bloody hand, when the girl added, and how will he fight them now? The man narrowed his eyes and thought that she delayed him with her skills, and even used others for her trick. No, it was his own fault that he underestimated her. Holding the spear in her hands, the girl looked at the opponent. Then she opened her mouth wide, raised her finger up and asked the bald guy what was wrong, lost his toy, and how will he fight with them now? Suddenly the hero swung. He struck the floor. Then he raised his head and asked if they really thought that he could not kill them with his bare hands. The three looked at the enemy. The blonde was flying above, when the guy stood, frowning. One of the copies of the lady looked at the protagonist, and said that he was too slow. The yellow-eyed man winced when she added, she already understood, he was going to save mana in every way, but at this rate he would not defeat her. The heroine smiled sarcastically and said, damn, if he was not going to amuse her, she would just finish him off. Come on, what would he do? Let him decide. Was he really tired already? The protagonist turned his head and thought that the illusionist's weak point was the merciless costs. It would not be in her interest to drag out the fight. However, he must find the carrier among the copies, and then they would disappear. But if he hit each one individually, his strength would quickly run out. Looking down, he continued his thought. On the other hand, he would not be able to find the main body so easily, because the clones would interfere with him. Such options would inevitably lead him to death. After which the yellow-eyed man smiled slyly. The blue-haired woman put out her hand with the weapon, opened her mouth wide and shouted, a bullet of darkness. After her words, the opponent made a dash. Looking at him, the girl thought, this man doesn't even think about retreating after losing his weapon. Suddenly, the blonde attacked the bald man. Then the yellow-eyed girl jumped up, swung at her opponent, and shouted for him to swallow it. The man stood motionless when the girl landed and opened her mouth wide. The bald man was frowning and breathing heavily when the heroine thought how this guy could fight three opponents with his bare hands. The young man looked at the hero's back and thought, as expected, he can't use his skill without a weapon to its full potential. Blood was coming out of the opponent's head when the guy continued his thought. Although he is not in the most advantageous position, he does not even think about retreating. The bald man narrowed his eyes and thought, these three are not as weak as they seem. The protagonist looked away as the man continued his thought. But the strongest of them is that dark-haired boy. Arisa has been messing around with him for too long. He is not able to help Arisa now. He simply will not be allowed to get too close to this guy. Then he crossed his arms and added, he must fulfill the mission given to him. After which he frowned even more and thought, even if he had to put his life on the line. The protagonist's rival jumped up and used infernal blades. One of the weapons hit the guy in the chest. Looking at him, the protagonist thought, damn, he did not manage to dodge. The girl's clans flew above the boy's head and said that he amused her, and thanked her. Suddenly, they began to attack again. One of the spears flew straight at the yellow-eyed man. Extending her hand, she shouted, but it's time for them to say goodbye to sweets. She struck. But the guy intercepted the lady's hand, stopping her. The blonde smiled slyly and asked, oh how, he put himself out there on purpose to catch her. Holding the opponent's hand, the protagonist replied that she needed to concentrate for the final blow, therefore, it would not be the clones who would deliver the final blow, but she herself. The copies looked at the boy in surprise. After which the guy looked forward seriously and said, he really had to let his guard down to catch her. The girl held the knife in her other hand and told the sweetie that he was certainly cool for catching her, but suddenly she brought the knife to the young man and added, does he really think that this is enough to defeat her? Then she kicked him and shouted at him not to get cocky. The protagonist flew back. The blonde smiled slyly and said he let himself be caught, knowing full well that she needed concentration, since her class was too dependent on mana. Not bad, but what now? As if this had made the task too easy for him. The guy opened his mouth and answered that's all he could do in this situation. He is well aware that due to the difference in their levels, he can't defeat her, so he decided to take a risk. The protagonist put his hand forward, on which he wore a ring, and added, and thanks to such a move, he took what was rightfully his. The blonde was upset and thought, this is that ring. Then she smiled sarcastically and added, damn, and he led her, and thought, he wanted to find the main body only for this. Yellow-eyed smiled and thought, and yet, the experience of the thief class came in handy. Then he narrated that the Ring of Wisdom is a unique item that drops from the main boss of the Rift in Akasha. It summons a great witch from the Library of Mysteries. Looking at the girl, the young man said that her shadow double skill is of course incredible, but even it has its weaknesses. Ikoma clenched his fist and added, and with his class skills, he wouldn't be able to defeat her so easily. But now, it wasn't for nothing that he had been saving his mana the entire fight, right? The gray-eyed girl opened her mouth in surprise and thought, it seemed to her that his mana was almost at zero, that's why he didn't use his skills, but he was saving it to use this ring. Recalling the moments from the past, she added, if he had planned to take the ring from her from the beginning, then from when? The heroine continued to think, he understood how her shadow double skill works, stop playing with her, let him show what it's worth. There was a storm of emotions inside her and she thought, no, this is complete nonsense. He deliberately forced her to use her most dangerous technique from the very beginning in order to catch her. The blonde smiled and asked, and what could this ring do against her? Remembering the preparation for the fight, the guy said that he spent many hours to study the phenomenon of the ring in his past life. If everything is as reported, then there should be no problems. The hero straightened his hand with the ring and shouted to appear. Then he frowned, grabbed the hand with the ring with his other hand and shouted, the Great Witch of the Library of Mysteries. The protagonist raised his hand and a bright flash occurred from above. A magical transformation began to occur. The portal began to emit rays. The heroine appeared in the air. She opened her eyes. Then she narrowed her eyes and smiled sweetly. Arisu opened her eyes in surprise and thought, this ring summons a magical creature. The brunette grinned and said, well, now? Approaching the witch, he added that he would be able to defeat her. Arisa looked at her copy and thought, in the rifts you can get a lot of rare things. Then she narrowed her eyes and continued the thought that she herself had seen them more than once. Summoned creatures are not that rare. Most often they are useless and waste mana in vain. She remembered the enemy and thought, but this guy was specifically saving up mana in order to use this ring. The blonde looked ahead sullenly and thought what he was planning. Then she smiled wickedly, looked at the hero and asked, does he mean to say that he deliberately put me in harm's way, saved his mana, and all this for the sake of summoning this rag doll? He must have been completely desperate, sweetie. To which he replied, in order to dispel her illusion, the first thing he needed to do was take the ring from her. Looking at the girls, he added, and now, he will be able to fight her at full strength. The heroine smiled, chuckled and said, sounds great. She and her clones made a dash, when Arisa shouted for him to show what this crap can do against her. The protagonist looked at the witch and thought that this doll was a mini version of the real Akasha. Then he began to narrate, and so she is able to use all the spells that the original Akasha knew. In exchange for his mana, he will be able to use all her skills as he wishes. Yellow Eyes pointed his finger and shouted forward to the witch. The girl spread her arms and used a fire wave. The opponent opened her mouth wide and shouted, "A mass spell." Looking at the couple, he thought that she had nowhere to run. The girl covered her face with her hand, hiding from the fire wave. After which she opened her eyes and thought, this magic did not cause too much damage. Her clones also resisted the power. Suddenly, they were covered by blue darkness. The heroine clenched her teeth and thought, but this is enough to dispel her illusion. The protagonist looked at the witch and thought, the fire wave is not the most powerful spell, but it consumes too much mana. He imagined that the first would be he, the master, the second would be a girl, a magical creature, and the third would be a spell, after which he narrated that using the magic of summoned creatures could end in a fatal exhaustion of the summoner's mana. There are many aspects to using summoned creatures that must be observed in order to conserve mana. Mindlessly using the powers of Akasha will not work. But the doubles are weak against mass attacks. The guy looked at the clans and thought that in order to save themselves from a wave of fire, magical protective spells are needed. And then he added, which an illusionist, as a rule, does not own. After which the young man smiled sarcastically. The witch was very cute. The blonde, gritting her teeth, looked at the enemy when he said that she must have also spent a lot of mana summoning shadow doubles, but now they will fight one-on-one. The girl stood silently and thought, he summoned this doll only for the sake of destroying her clones. Yellow-eyed looked down as the lady continued the thought that from the beginning his move seemed absurd to her, but now, could she? Suddenly the heroine opened her eyes wide and stopped. Ikoma stood in front of her, when she thought that she would lose to a boy whose level was much lower than her. Then she smiled and laughed. The blonde covered her face with her hand and said, amazing, he is simple something, sweet, no one has ever gone so far with her in a fight. She looked to the side and added that her heart was about to jump out of her chest, because no one has ever been able to drive her into a corner like he did. Then she spread her arms out to the sides and shouted, however, she still has something to surprise him with. The guy was surrounded by a magic skill, an illusory kaleidoscope. The rival smiled widely and suggested that they have some fun beforehand. Looking at what was happening, the protagonist narrated that this was a magic skill that used magical and physical attacks, but this skill again consumed too much mana. The heroine took the knife in her teeth and thought, Sweetie has already shown that illusions are not particularly scary for him, but dodging such a spell requires tremendous concentration, especially since this time she will not take her eyes off him. Suddenly she made a dash and thought, this time he will not leave her alive. Yellow-eyed looked to the side and thought, it will not be possible to completely avoid the attack. A bright flash appeared around him when he added, but there is one way. Squeezing the knife in her hand, the rival thought, got caught. Then she landed and lowered the knife. She opened her eyes wide, stared ahead and thought, he is gone, where did he disappear to? Meanwhile, the young man was hanging above her head. Looking at the girl from above, he used gravity reduction. A glare appeared on the ceiling. The blonde raised her head and thought, from above. Suddenly, the protagonist attacked using the meteorite fall. The heroine held the weapon with her hands. Gritting her teeth, she thought, a guy like him. After which the young man struck, and she added that he simply could not defeat her. Arissa's knife broke and she flew back. From the strong blow, she began to fall down. The opponent lay motionless on the floor when the guy said that the fight was over. Then he looked at her broken knife and apologized. Opening his mouth, the boy said that she was the only one who did not show her trump cards until the very end. The girl and screamed, bite me, struck. She gritted her teeth and thought that no matter how many blows she struck, he did not care at all. Kikyo was breathing heavily. The blonde frowned and was surprised that they were not doing any damage at all. But it should not be that simple. The skill path of the blood guard makes the user more resistant to enemy attacks. His physical strength also increases. It seems that he is in damn pain and he is already at the limit. But until he stops using his skill, they will not be able to defeat him. The guy's eyes were burning. Blood was running down his face, and he was breathing heavily. His torso was covered in blood. The man frowned and told Cheyenne not to panic. They will continue to stick to their plan until he is completely exhausted. Kikyo frowned and thought that everything is going exactly according to plan. He needs to hold out a little longer, and when Arissa deals with that boy, she will finish off these three in an instant, and then their mission will be completed. Satsuki opened her mouth and began to say that at this rate, Ikoma. But a flash appeared behind her. She turned in that direction. The protagonist stood there, breathing heavily. The girl opened her mouth and joyfully exclaimed that he had won. The bald man gritted his teeth and thought how this was even possible. How could Arissa lose to him? For years ago, he had followed a man down the hall, a chimera Fang, a group of outcasts from society who were incapable of anything but fighting to the death. Both had entered the room. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. There he met her, a warrior who never lost to anyone. The girl sat in a chair, resting her head on her knee. Remembering this, Kikyo thought how she could lose to an adventurer who was lower in level than her. Who the hell was he? The protagonist loomed over the girl and said that she was too dangerous. He brought a dagger to his face and said that he did not want to encounter her in the future, and asked for forgiveness. The boy's eyes turned red and he thought that if he couldn't defeat them, He should at least do what he could. The blonde opened his mouth and shouted that he was going to attack and that he could protect everyone. There was a flash, and he was stunned as the bald man rushed past him. Seiji turned his head in the direction he ran. The protagonist raised his dagger above his head. But then Kikyu appeared in front of him and shielded the girl. The blue-haired man gritted his teeth looking at him. The blonde looked at this in surprise and thought that this guy was not running at them, but at Ikoma. The bald man struck the boy and dodged. They both flew into the air. The protagonist frowned and asked if he was going to retreat. He looked at him intently and replied that it was only this time, but he remembered them all, and the next time they met again would be the last day of their lives. The blue-haired man frowned and asked if someone hired him to kill them, so who was it? Kikyu pursed his lips. He picked the girl up and said that they were leaving and used the illusionist's magic mirage. The blonde smiled and waved her hand, said bye-bye, sweetie, and added that she had fun and thanked him. The protagonist, frowning, looked after her. He fell to his knees and thought that she used her magic to retreat. To be honest, he himself was at his limit. If they attacked him, he would not have been able to last long. He was lucky that they decided to retreat differently. His hands were shaking. Satsuki came up to him and asked him to forgive them. A blonde man came up to her and said that Kikyu had run at him so suddenly that he hadn't even had time to put a shield on him. But the protagonist had replied that everything was fine and that they had done well. He thought to himself that the guys thought that he had taken on the heaviest opponent, but the whole fight he had only thought about how to finish it quickly and help them, but they had even managed to disarm him. The guys had shown everything they were capable of, and without them, he definitely wouldn't have coped. The girl stood with a weapon in her hands. The young man sat on the floor and thought that the Chimera clan would soon emerge from the shadows and they would be branded as losers, soldiers who couldn't handle simple adventurers. This incident could seriously affect their reputation, and in 10 years they wouldn't be able to become the most influential shadow group like they had in the previous timeline. No one had been hurt this time, but would they have such security in the future? The three guys were smiling. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that he had finally gotten the most important item, the key to unraveling the origin of the rifts, the Ring of Wisdom. He raised his hand up and began to examine the ring. Looking closely, he thought that this item was very important. This was confirmed when the Chimera Fang appeared. But now everything fell into place. In the past timeline this item was lost, although it was with the head of the special forces. And that time the Chimera Fang did not invade the territory of the rift. The building was illuminated by light. A dark silhouette stood behind Arisu and Kikyu. The protagonist thought if it could be that this time the Chimera Fang was given the order by the head of the special forces himself. Someone called out to Ikoma and Satsuki. Hiru, pressing his hand to his side, said that it was time for them to get out of here, asked to do him a favor and carry him out of here. The blonde raised her braid above her head and told him to scream that he was a bastard and how he still had the nerve to ask them for something. He should just shut his mouth. Does he really want to get out of here and how is he supposed to go to the next world? She probably escorts him. The blonde sighed and asked Cheyenne to calm down, and added that the guy did badly, but he shouldn't be killed. The guys looked at the guy and realized that he couldn't even stand, and it was decided to hand him over to the special forces as a criminal who attempted to take their prey. The bald guy carried the girl on his shoulder, who told him what a great fight she had and that she was already close to finally finding peace. She put her head on her hand and said that her mother would scold her, and then asked Kikyu if he was sure that running away was a good idea, because if he hadn't protected her, he could have pounced on that boy and finished him off in one blow, and now the sweetie would be in trouble. The young man walked along the road and objected that he wasn't worth her life, even though they lost this time, but they would meet them again. Next time they would ask the former A-rank adventurer for help in eliminating him. The blonde puffed out her cheeks and said that she didn't want that nasty man to kill her sweetie. The setting sun illuminated the clouds. The guards rushed to the wounded man. The girl opened her mouth and exclaimed, could they really defeat the boss of the Rift of the Library of Mysteries? The man laughed and said, of course, they are B-rank adventurers. The girl smiled and apologized for being so quick with him. A man appeared from behind and asked if they had cleared the rift. He scratched his head and said that he came here to practice his skills in this rift, but he didn't expect that they had already beaten him to it. Mayumi looked at them and said that they had dealt with them quickly. Frowning, he added that civilians do whatever they want and don't think about the consequences at all. The blonde opened her mouth and screamed that they were adventurers and were risking their lives to cover their asses and clear the rifts. The protagonist gestured for her to shut up and apologized to the soldier, because they were tired after the clearing, especially her. That's why she was being rude. There was no point in making enemies in the special forces and asked her to calm down. The girl screamed that she was not finished with him yet. The brunette raised his hand. The protagonist thought that in the special forces almost everyone treats adventurers like ordinary civilians. Adventurers appeared due to the desire of ordinary people to protect others and also explore the rifts legally. But the special forces closely monitor the activities of adventurers. It is dangerous to mess with them. They can also revoke the license. The guy sighed tiredly. Looking at the soldier, he thought that in the future, the special forces will completely control the activities of adventurers. But now they can do nothing to them except snap back once again. The man frowned. A girl came up to him from behind and asked the lieutenant not to start unnecessary quarrels. She looked at him pitifully, and said that she had leaked the main thing, that now the rift does not pose a threat to people. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that they wanted to inform on one guy. This man tried to steal all the loot they got in the rift. The brunette looked at him menacingly. The lieutenant turned in the indicated direction. The young man looked at the man and tried to argue that it was just a misunderstanding in the group, but the blonde interrupted him and started yelling at him to shut up, because he was trying to kill them and take everything from the thing for himself. The main character, looking at this, said that it was up to the guild to decide. It seemed that he should have a criminal record in another branch. He frowned and thought, judging by his behavior, this was not the first time he did something like this. He was sure that complaints had already been received about him from other adventurers. The herdsmen were seeing off the wounded man. The blue-haired man approached the soldier and said that in addition to this, something else happened while exploring the rift. He remembered the appearance of the enemy and said that they were attacked by 2 soldiers from the Chimera Fong organization, a blonde and a tall bald man. Mayumi's eyes widened in surprise. He frowned and asked if he was sure about it, because if it was just a joke, then it wasn't funny. The guy opened his mouth and said that it was true. He would make a detailed report to the guild and sent it to the special forces for verification. The brunette frowned and thought that this kid was definitely suspicious. The protagonist, walking away, thought that the soldier was a creepy guy. Mayumi scratched his head and said that he couldn't ignore such a statement, and ordered to contact the headquarters immediately. The sun was shining on the building. 3 people were sitting at the table. The man and the girl were looking at each other from under their brows. The man was typing on the computer. The sunset rays illuminated the building. The 4 were walking down the street. They were finally released. The girl opened her mouth and started to complain. How simple it would be if this bastard thief didn't create unnecessary problems. She didn't expect more from a thief, just a slippery and disgusting guy. She would never trust people of the thief class again. All these words fell like a heavy burden on the shoulders of the main character. Unable to bear all this, the guy opened his mouth and shouted that not all people with the thief class are bad, there are also honest, respectable citizens. The girl did not understand why he was upset. The blonde smiled and told them not to grumble. Everything ended on a good note, and besides, the whole share was now theirs. He smiled widely while saying this. The girl said that he, as always, only thinks about money. He only asked if they were sure that they did not want to split the reward 4 ways. The protagonist smiled and reminded that they had already agreed. The entire reward would go to them, in exchange for this ring, and he did not regret anything. He examined the ring on his finger. Approaching the fork, the blonde said that they had come to them from another area, and the station was in that direction. He smiled and added that he was so glad that he was able to meet such good guys. The 2 listened to him attentively. Seiji remembered that he initially wanted to use them as a workforce, for the sake of capturing the rift. He was driven only by greed. Next time, he wants to give it his all. Money signs were burning in his eyes. Smiling broadly, the man said that when a new Panenbi rift appears, he will not stand aside, but will help his comrades. He wants to become the same as they. The protagonist listened to this with a smile. Cheyenne hit Satsuki in the side. The blonde looked at the blue-haired girl and apologized for her rudeness, because they were much stronger than she thought, and without them, they would not have made it. If they needed a company to conquer the rift, they could call them. She was always for any action. The protagonist smiled and thanked for everything, adding that they would keep it in mind. The city was illuminated by the sunset rays. The 2 were walking down the street. The girl opened her mouth and asked what this object was. The Ring of Wisdom. Ikoma replied that this ring could summon a legendary creature, and he could show how it worked. They approached the playground. The young man opened his mouth and shouted, "May the witch from the Library of Mysteries appear." A witch appeared in the air. The girl opened her mouth and exclaimed that this was Akasha. At least she looked like her. Raising her head up, she added that she was smaller and cuter. The guy replied that this was Akasha, but in a weakened form. He could use her skills by spending his mana, although they were not as powerful. The witch took hold of the human finger. The guy raised his head up and said that although her magic was not as strong and consumed too much magic, having her in his arsenal increased the range of his abilities. The blue-haired girl said that she was indeed useful. But could this little girl really reveal to them the phenomenon of the appearance of rifts? She looked at the slide, and the protagonist said that Akasha was considered one of the most unique monsters. He raised his head up and said that she could speak their language. The witch looked at them. She saw 2 girls fighting. Summoned monsters have the same level as the summoner. Some monsters have a special parameter that increases depending on their level. Akasha has this unique parameter wisdom. If he continues to increase his level, one day he will be able to ask her about the secret of the appearance of rifts. The girl landed next to him on the ground. The boy extended his hand to her. Satsuki stepped back and asked what she wanted to say. The protagonist calmly replied that she couldn't talk properly because her level was too low. The witch began to rise into the air. She hovered there and said, "The end, this world will soon meet its end." The two looked at her in surprise. The lantern was on. The building was illuminated by sunlight. The man threw the phone at the wall and said that the Chimera Fong couldn't handle such a simple task. The broken phone lay on the floor. The man glanced at the laptop screen. He pressed a few keys on the keyboard. Thinking about the protagonist, he began to reflect that he had cleared a huge number of rifts. He was the first adventurer in history who could so easily obtain a rank, the adventurer who so easily saved people from the rift disaster, and the one who defeated the elite soldiers from the Chimera Fong. Remembering the ring, he thought that he had taken the wisdom ring. The man stared at Ikoma's photo, saying that he was an unusual person, someone who was living his second life, a master of gravity. His eyes lit up, and he told him not to think that he could hide from him so easily. A monster was running from a deep pit. The protagonist extended his hand and called on gravity magic. He struck and received 768 experience points. The girl turned her head and said that even though they were surrounded, Ikoma dealt with them so easily. The second added that she expected nothing less from him. If she had a manager, she would have requested a collaboration with him. The young man closed his eyes and asked him to stop using him to promote his broadcasts. The guy frowned and thought that he had decided to start leveling up, but at level 40 it was much harder to do such things. He remembered how the monster was running towards him. Even with Satsuki alone, they were having trouble coping, so they decided to call Hoshinin, and she didn't mind, since her manager was on vacation. Now she had a lot of free time. The building was illuminated by sunlight. The four of them were sitting at the table. The protagonist thanked Hoshinin for today. She replied that it was nothing. She smiled and said that thanks to them, she earned some extra money, and leveled up. Her eyes lit up, and she said that if they really wanted to repay her somehow, they could report this baby to her. Just for a couple of videos. She pointed her hands at the witch. The blonde grabbed her cheeks and said that although this is just a summoned creature, she is so cute. One can only imagine if she dresses in a maid costume, the comments will simply be torn apart by cuteness. The young man looked at her seriously and apologized. No, the girl replied that he is very boring. The boy looked down and thought that Akasha was an unusual summoning creature that couldn't be shown to everyone. She was unique and intelligent. The witch was eating a donut. The two stared intently. The boy thought that if he allowed Akasha to be filmed, the Chimera's Fong would figure out her location. The protagonist looked down and remembered the witch's recent words, thought that they couldn't be ignored. It bothered him a lot. She hadn't spoken since then, but she was the key to solving the origin of the rifts. The girl was covered in donut crumbs. The young man frowned and thought that he really wanted to know the whole truth about the rifts. But would this world really end? Maybe there was something he hadn't paid attention to since being reborn. The blue-eyed girl wiped the witch's mouth. The building stood. The young man thought that in 10 years the number of rifts would decrease. But inflation would increase sharply. People would not be able to control this phenomenon. But how would their world come to an end? The protagonist frowned and thought that he, as a former S-rank adventurer, must change the predetermined fate of this world. But to do this, he needs to increase his level. But for him and Satsuki, the new rifts were too difficult. He understood with a face and said that they would have to look for a fourth member of the group. The blue-haired girl repeated in surprise, a new team member. The guy replied that they needed a new member of the group who could be trusted and who could deal the most damage. Remembering his battles, he said that although his class was universal, but in terms of damage, it was not as good as others. He remembered another fight and added that the shaman class was also good, but it served more as a support. In the future it would be much harder for them to fight if they did not find a permanent party member. Hoshinin was not very interested in clearing rifts. The blonde looked at him in surprise. Remembering Cheyenne, he said that she had the same mobile class as him. She would not do either. He closed his eyes and said that there was also the leader of the Thunder Knights, but the girl said that it was not necessary. The girl put the can on the table and asked, he recently received rank B. She raised her hand and asked why he did not look for adventurers with the same rank. She was sure that he would find many strong singles who met his criteria. The young man looked down at the floor and thought, a talented adventurer of rank B with a combat class who would melt away on his own. He had one such acquaintance in his past life. But she. The protagonist held the girl in his arms and wondered why she rushed to protect him. She raised her hand and asked if he was hurt. She began to caress the protagonist's cheeks and apologized for not having been in a party for long, but she was happy to work in a party with an adventurer like him. The weapon was lying on the ground. The young man pursed his lips and wondered if this girl was alive in this world. Someone else's question about what he was thinking about pulled him out of his thoughts, and he abruptly raised his head. Looking at the girl, he replied that he was just reminiscing. Looking into the distance, the protagonist thought that they would meet in about 3 years. At least that was the case in his past life. But would they meet in this world? The two walked down the corridor. The girl opened her mouth and asked, another rift was cleared. God, no work was left. The blue-haired girl opened her mouth and said that she had never seen this girl here. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at the girl, he thought, this sword, this terrifying aura, could it be that? He remembered the girl lying in his arms. The young man suddenly rushed forward. Reaching out his hand to the girl, he asked if it was Kagurazaka Mio by chance. The blonde turned to him. She opened her mouth and screamed who he was. Satsuki approached them and asked if they knew each other. The protagonist frowned and said that he had heard a lot of rumors about her, a swordsman who had never lost a battle, a talented lone adventurer, and thought to himself that he could not act like old friends with her. The girl folded her arms across her chest. The guy turned to her and said that they were looking for a new member for their group, and asked if she wanted to join. Myo looked at him intently and said to join them. He was so straightforward and thick-headed. She stamped her feet and said that she refused, because she would never become a nanny for some helpless weaklings, like the two of them. The blonde looked at them menacingly. The blue-haired girl thought that Ikoma recognized her talent, since he even remembered her name, but she was just unbearable. The girl closed her eyes. The protagonist remained silent, frowning. Satsuki opened her mouth and said that she didn't even know what they were capable of. How could she judge them just by their appearance? Myo, looking at her with disdain, said that she had been working with adventurers for a long time, and she could immediately tell who was worthy of her attention and who was not. The young man frowned and said that they were both around level 40 now, and they had experience capturing B-rank rifts. Not a bad resume, didn't she think so? The girl looked into his eyes, and then looked away. She turned away and said that their high levels meant nothing. The guy asked why she disliked being hired by other adventurers so much. The blonde remained silent. Ikoma started walking towards her, saying that since she didn't want to coddle weaklings, how about testing their strength in the training arena? He came close. Looking into her eyes, he added that maybe then she could trust him to watch her back. Myo pushed him away and said that she wouldn't fall for such a stupid provocation. She wasn't interested in their group. She passed by the protagonist. He looked after her, thinking that after all, she didn't want to get close to anyone. The girl moved away from them. The blue-haired girl came up from behind and asked if he seriously wanted to duel her, since it was fashionable to get seriously hurt in the training arena, even if it was just a regular sparring match. Looking closely, she continued that usually in the training arena, an adventurer and a guild instructor fight, and for two adventurers to fight each other, permission from the administration must be obtained. Looking into the distance, the protagonist replied that this issue could be resolved, but she refused them, and not because she does not want to mess with weaklings. It's different. She realizes one simple thing: no one cares about her personality, because everyone just wants to get her power, because she has a rare Reaper class. The girl walked down the corridor. She raised her head. Two girls were discussing where they would go. Myo looked after them. She looked long and intently. She stood in place for a long time, and the young man continued to say that the Reaper class is when she can defeat the enemy not only with physical strength, but also with dark magic. No matter what enemy fights against her, she is able to defeat anyone. This class combines physical attacks and magic well. Anyone would want such a person in their group. The protagonist, looking at the floor, thought that she would achieve heights if she could save her life. The girl began to distance herself, saying that Ikoma had said that they needed to find someone they could rely on, but she doubted that she could get along with such a person. The guy tried to calm her down, saying that everything would be fine and that she was a reliable person, although she was very harsh with words. The girl looked down at the floor and said, well, if he says so. Only one window was lit in the house. The protagonist was sitting at the computer. The witch was sitting next to his hand. Looking at the screen, he thought that Myo always chose dangerous rifts to study. She was the bravest girl he had ever seen. She hated weaklings and had a pretty bad character. She always refused to fully join the group and preferred the path of a loner. The girl looked menacingly. She indifferently passed by. The blonde was lying all in blood. In the past timeline, she was the one who saved his life. The young man moved the mouse on the table and thought that the path of a loner is full of dangers since he was able to slightly influence the course of this timeline. In gratitude for saving her, he should make friends with her and save her life. The young man imagined her image in his head. Stretching on his chair, he asked Akasha if she thought he could persuade this stubborn woman to join him. The witch turned away and stepped aside. She rose into the air and said that the power of one person could change the course of events. The young man looked at her in surprise and asked her what she was talking about. But she only smiled silently. The guy frowned. He looked at the man and asked why they came here. He replied that they needed to find a person in the group who could inflict huge damage on the enemy and distract them. The main character smiled and said that he knew just one such person. If he was given time, he could persuade her to join them. The protagonist entered the room. The girl began to move away from him. They were in a bookstore. Ikoma smiled, holding a book on how to make friends, a guide for dummies. They went to another building. He happily held a card in his hands. It was pouring rain on the territory of the rift. There was a warning sign. Myo rolled her eyes, because it was him again. What was he doing here? The young man, standing with his arms crossed over his chest, said that many high-ranking adventurers go on raids in especially dangerous rifts. His group will also participate in the capture of the poisonous blade. The group members were talking among themselves on the ground. Smiling, the protagonist continued that this was a great opportunity to see them in action and decide whether she wanted to join them or not. The girl looked with disdain. A monster appeared from the rift. The two looked at it. Ikoma jumped up in his chair. After clearing his throat, he thought that he must have fallen asleep. Because of the meeting with Mio, he indulged in memories. The young man looked at the screen and read that a new rift catastrophe had occurred near Tokyo, where monsters were attacking people. The guy, leafing through the news, said that it rarely happens that such unstable rifts appear. The situation is apparently critical, since they are already assembling an emergency raid, and this is strange. Such anomalies should have appeared in 3 years. He looked closely at the screen. His eyes widened in surprise. He jumped up from his chair when he realized that the name of this rift was a poisonous blade. He thought that this was impossible. This rift should have appeared only in 3 years. The witch looked at him in surprise. He remembered that it was in this portal that Mio gave her life to save him. The protagonist looked with wide open eyes and did not understand what was happening here at all. The laptop stood open on the table. The building is illuminated by the sun. The girl approaches Ikoma and finds that the suit suits him very well. He thanks her friend for the compliment without emotion. Imagining herself in the arc with the protagonist, she says that she was very happy when he invited her to go shopping, since she would never have thought that she would be helping him choose clothes. Looking at the protagonist, Satsuki offers if he wants them to always go shopping together from now on. The protagonist reads the news about the poison blade and the rift that was supposed to appear in 3 years, and the heroine calls him. Ikoma is tense. Remembering how Mio gave her life in this rift in order to save him, he realizes that given her character, she will take part in the raid this time too. Standing in front of a table that says that he is a thief, the protagonist realizes that now he has much more experience in clearing rifts than in his past life. But his level is much lower compared to his past life. Behind the guy is written that he is a gravity master, and it seems to him that he still failed despite his level and skills at the time. Mio is serious, and MC seems that since her level is much higher than his, she will not listen to his advice. The girl screams. She pushes the guy away. Holding the phone in his hand, Ikoma thinks that he cannot leave her, although it is very reckless with his level to go on a raid. Remembering how he holds Mio in his arms, the protagonist understands that this rift is also too dangerous, and he cannot ask Satsuki to go with him. The heroine sees that her partner is in thought. She asks what happened to Ikoma, since he has turned pale, but he assures her that everything is fine, so there is no need to worry. Satsuki watches carefully. MC stands with his back. The girl clasps her hands and calls Ikoma. Taking the guy's hand, she states that if something is bothering him, he should just share it with her. The hero thinks about what to say and says her name. Looking at the protagonist, she explains that when he first invited her to his party, he said that he needed his strength, and hearing this, she was very happy. Ikoma hides the phone when the heroine says that she hates herself for not always being able to come to his aid, although he needs it. She sternly asks him to rely on her. The guy is excited. The hero introduces the girl. Closing his eyes, MC thanks Satsuki. The girl goes to a cafe. The phone shows a sign up for a raid on the Poison Blade Rift, and Ikoma shares that she wants to take part in one raid. The girl looks at the screen and replies that she read about an emergency raid, asking why the hero wants to take part in it. MC introduces Mio and asks her if she remembers the girl they met in the guild yesterday, and explains that she will participate in this raid and that she will die. Satsuki is shocked by the words that this girl will die. Folding his arms, the boy says that he understands how hard it is to believe, but he wants to make sure that Mio will be safe. Looking at MC, the heroine asks if he is sure that Miss Mio will even participate in the raid, and why he assumed that she could die. Frowning, the protagonist asks Satsuki to listen to him carefully. The heroine looks at him with interest. Presenting the film strips with images, Ikoma explains how all this time he said that he had a special item that helped him learn everything about new portals and special items, but it was a lie, and the truth is that he can see his future. Sitting at the table, Satsuki does not believe his words, but the hero replies that he understands that it sounds like the ravings of a man, and she may not believe him, but it is the truth. The girl looks out the window with concern. The protagonist looks sternly. Satsuki replies that she does not believe him. Recalling the Mad Theater and the Library of Mysteries, the heroine adds that MC has already proven it twice and knew every portal they cleared like the back of his hand. Smiling widely, Satsuki assures Ikoma that she trusts him and does not think that he would deceive her in such a stupid way. The protagonist enthusiastically turns to his friend and in his thoughts is glad that she believed him, but he is slightly worried about her blind faith. Smiling at the girl, the hero understands that she unconditionally believes everything he says and hopes that in the future there will be no problems with such things. The screen informs that this is Ikebana Station and there are 4 stations left until the destination, and while the train is moving, you need to hold on to the handrail and not lean against the sliding doors. The guy and the girl are riding on the train. Satsuki hears MC's suggestion that this raid may be the most dangerous battle of all that they have ever taken part in. Standing at the door, Ikoma states that they need to be very careful. The heroine reads on her phone that according to the article that the special forces posted, the local boss will be around level 65, which is not much different from Akasha. The protagonist introduces the monster, explaining that this boss will evolve during the raid and reach level 80, so they need to defeat it before it completes its evolution. The friend is shocked that the antagonist will reach level 80. Myo frowns and MC states that to be honest, he would not like to participate in the raid or fight this boss at all, so if they can't convince Myo to participate in the raid, they will have to go with her. The hero believes that at least 3 groups should participate in this raid and they should coordinate with each other and come up with a plan to kill the boss. Satsuki thoughtfully lowered her gaze. Looking at her friend, she tells him that although he doesn't want to take part in the raid, he wants to save Miss Mio's life. Ikoma stands with his arms crossed, and the girl asks if he had any connection with Miss Mio in the past. Holding his shoulder, MC doesn't know how to tell her. Mio is wounded and bloody. The guy looks to the side and says that she saved his life. Satsuki is shocked that Miss Mio saved Ikoma's life. The train moves along the train tracks. Approaching the girl, the hero says that they came to take part in the raid, to which she replies that they must have come to them from another city, thanking them for their concern. She adds with a smile how glad she is that they came to help, because in truth, few adventurers decided to take part in this raid. MC put his hand to his chin when he heard 5 more adventurers arrive before them, realizing that there are only 7 of them. Mio rudely calls out to the characters. She folds her arms and sullenly asks the characters what they are doing here, thinking that they are following her, and also repeats that she does not want to join their party. With a smirk, the protagonist does not understand what she is talking about, and states that they just decided to participate in the raid since they are high enough level for it. The lady incredulously states that she does not remember them from the previous raid that took place in Kanto. Satsuki frowned and wondered how such a girl who hates the weak decided to save Ikoma. She tensed up when Mio asked why she was staring at her like that, to which Satsuki apologizes, assuring that everything is fine. Hanagasaki asks the guys if they decided to participate in the raid too. Looking at Satsuki, the man calls her a small fry, but thinks that it is better than nothing. The protagonist looks at the character's patch and thinks that these guys are not from a guild and do not look like adventurers from a special forces unit, and he has seen a similar logo on this patch somewhere. The guy looks seriously. Coins fall from above in front of the buildings and MC explains that this is a commercial company that took a place in the entertainment industry and increased its image by maintaining public safety, and a company of adventurers undergoing special training for the sake of developing a business using class skills. The men talk and the protagonist is sure that in the future they will achieve great heights, but for now it is just a startup. The guy turns to Mr. Hanagasaki, saying that they are representatives of the driving force, so he needs to behave more politely with potential clients, to which he replies that he understood him and now Shiraki should apologize. The hero darkened. Standing in front of Satsuki, the boy apologizes for his boss's rudeness, explaining that he acts like a stubborn old man at times, but his personality is not that bad, and the heroine replies that there is no need to apologize. Satsuki stands in front of the lady and is glad that at least someone with a normal personality. Ikoma looks at the man with the envelope, who says that he will be glad to go through this raid with all of them. Showing the paper, the character says that he is a representative of the Shiraki Driving Force Company. Taking the business card, MC seems to have his instincts as an adventurer with 10 years of experience telling him that this guy is not as simple as he seems. He looks sullenly, deciding that he should be on guard. Putting his hand on his chest, Shiraki expresses admiration for such young and talented adventurers like them. With a forced smile, the character adds that he hopes for their friendship with him. Purple smoke in the rift of the poison blade. Level 44 bloodsuckers crawl. The monster lets out a scream after hitting. Hanagasaki hits the antagonist with an axe. The man realizes that they are not attacking one by one, but in a group, calling them smart creatures. Shiraki is behind the fighters and explains that this rift called anomalies, and because of it, local monsters can be much stronger than those they fought before. The guy seriously states that there are 7 of them, so with a good strategy they can defeat them. He shouts at the guys not to panic and to cover them from behind. The warrior uses a deadly lunge. The fighters run to attack. The girl uses the life drain technique. Looking at the allies, Ikoma thinks that they work well as a team. Looking at the man and the girl, MC thinks that those two are an offensive force and get rid of a large number of enemies in the shortest time. The guy is fighting bloodsuckers and the protagonist understands that this character is covering them, distracting stronger enemies. Looking at the leader, the hero sees how he stands behind and watches his comrades, and if the situation is critical, he will join the fight and cover the rest. When Satsuki uses a bullet of darkness, the protagonist reflects that the main thing in teamwork is not only to effectively divide the roles among themselves, but it is also important that the leader can cope with his comrades. An explosion occurs in front of the character. Ikoma strikes with a sword. There is a scar on the back of a level 44 bloodsucker. Satsuki looks at the system and understands that this is an ordinary monster, but it has a lot of health. She shouts at Ikoma that there are too many opponents and they should be dealt with in one blow using gravity magic, but the guy replies that this is a bad idea, because he will spend extra mana on such a powerful attack, and they can defeat them one by one, so there is no need to worry. The hero runs, hearing that a rift boss is waiting for them ahead and they need to conserve their strength as much as possible. Neo rushes forward using a crimson blade. A large explosion was heard behind the lady. Ikoma, looking at what is happening, understands that this was expected of Mio and that in the past and in this life, he has not met an adventurer who could lay down such a strong monster in one blow. The girl stands with a sword and MC is sure that her class has destructive power, and at the moment, among all of them, she is the strongest adventurer in their group. The bloodsucker trembles and the protagonist understands that he is still alive, but he only has enough health for one blow, which is an ideal opportunity. Turning to his companion, he asks Satsuki to drain all the mana from the enemy. The hand pushes the girl back. Hanagasaki makes a blow with the help of Heavenly Rift. Shiraki smiles and states that his boss is as energetic as ever. The system opens up in front of the heroes and Ikoma asks if Hanagasaki has managed to level up, asking him to listen. Standing in front of the man, he explains that the person who dealt the final blow to the monster gets more experience points, and besides, they still needed him alive, so it's not nice to come and take away their loot, but he asks why they feel sorry to give him one monster. Throwing up his hands, the boss says that there are still enough monsters for everyone, not understanding since when adventurers have become so petty, but the hero replies that the man deliberately pushed Satsuki away to take their experience. With a sly smile, Hanagasaki asks him not to nag him and adds that elders should be given in, calling MC a brat. The guy frowns, but the heroine asks him not to quarrel with them. Seeing Shiraki clapping his hands with Hanagasaki, she explains that for adventurers, level is an indicator of skill and there is an unspoken rule among adventurers that the one who deals the most damage to the enemy finishes off the monster. Clenching his fist, the protagonist decides that after such an act, he will never go into the rifts with such people, even though this is a one-time raid, but trust after this will definitely not increase. Turning his head, the man is perplexed how he can cover for someone who is so piggishly taking his experience. Shiraki runs up to the boss, asking what all the noise is about, to which he replies that the kids are just upset with him because of all sorts of nonsense. Waving his hand, Hanagasaki calls for an assistant, since they still have a lot of things to do and a lot of experience that the kids can still get, and if they stand and sulk, then in the end they will not get anything. Holding the back of his head, the chief apologizes to Ikoma, realizing that some misunderstanding has arisen between him and Hanagasaki. Covering his eye, the protagonist replies that everything is fine, considering that maybe he was too harsh with him. Raising his hands up, Shiraki shouts that he wants all of Japan and even the whole world to know about their feat in this rift, due to the fact that the special forces are gradually beginning to spread their influence to the rifts and free lone adventurers cannot reveal their potential because of them. The guy happily adds that he thinks that corporate adventurers are the future, because they also want to achieve safe portal clearing. Satsuki says with a smile that the chief is very ambitious in his plans. Hanagasaki smiles. The girl looks at him seriously. The boy looks at him carefully. Shiraki explains that there is one problem with leveling up, which is that their team is not able to level up that fast, so they take every opportunity. MC, frowning, thinks that this is true, since the higher the adventurer's rank, the harder it is to earn experience, especially if they are in a team of 4, because even in a group, conflicts can arise about the unequal distribution of experience points. Shiraki, turning his head, explains that because of this problem, they constantly had difficulties in controlling their comrades, so they asked to ask Hanagasaki for that stupid misdeed, since he also wants to be useful in the future. The girl, walking next to the protagonist, says that the burden of corporate adventurers is heavy and wishes them luck in leveling up. While under the tree, Shiraki explains to the guys that it seems the special forces have not yet explored the right passage and that they should stop for a while, because their duties also include drawing up a map. The warriors go forward. Standing still, Ikoma believes that something still doesn't add up. Remembering the fight, he says that in battle the guy could control his subordinates very well, and they obeyed his orders without question. Remembering Shiraki's stern face, MC says that now he declares that he cannot control their behavior in the rift. Looking at the hero's back, Ikoma considers him a bad leader, since his subordinates do not listen to him. The guy looks after the walking Shiraki. In the cave, the man says that the rift anomaly was not as terrible as they said. The warriors are in the gorge. The guy tells the boss that they were also chosen for this raid according to their rating. Looking at the social rating among the employees of Dvigadilshi Sila for the 3rd quarter, he thought that it would be much more difficult here, since he even had to go through a selection. Hanagasaki and his assistant look at the guy. Smiling, Shiraki hopes that their hike along the rift will be just as easy and asks Mr. Hanagasaki not to let his guard down. MC and the girl hear the hero's words that they were sent on this raid as representatives of the company, so they all cannot fall flat on their faces. Satsuki, standing next to the protagonist, understands what it means that all these people among other company employees turned out to be stronger than others. Ikoma looks at the people and thinks that this raid is different from anything these guys have ever seen, since the rift anomaly is only progressing, and albeit slowly, but eventually they will face serious consequences. The man lies on the ground and MC remembers how in the past timeline they came to the boss in the middle of his evolution, so it is possible that the same thing will happen now. Behind the heroes, the lady and Ikoma explain that the purpose of his presence here is research, as well as to stop Mio if she gets into a fight with the boss, and all he needs is to make a convincing report for the guild so that the special forces will pay attention to this rift, and thus the rift of the poisonous blade will be dealt with by trained soldiers. Introducing the fighters, the guy understands that everyone here wants to prove themselves by defeating the boss, but he needs to somehow convince them not to fight him, and besides, Mio is very stubborn, and simply convincing her will not work. Shiraki talks to Hanagasaki. Looking to the side, MC thinks that in order to fulfill this goal, he must be convincing and eloquent enough. His attention is attracted by something. Shiraki approaches Mio and the protagonist wants to understand what the leader of the group wants to talk to her about. The characters walk and the chief tells Mio-sama that he has heard a lot about her and that she is quite popular among solo adventurers. Smiling, the guy is surprised that she only recently received B rank, but has already participated in many high-level raids. The heroine remains silent. With his arms outstretched, Shiraki happily says that it is a great honor for him to meet such a legendary solo adventurer, as she calls her incredibly talented. Looking forward, Mio tells him to stop talking nonsense, and if he has something to say it directly. The hero is stunned by these words. He smirks. Shiraki stretches out his hand and declares that he wants Mio-sama to be his right hand and a member of the driving force, as he is sure that someone like her can handle such a job. The character stares and adds that, besides, if she joins them, he is sure that thanks to her talents, they will be able to develop their company much faster, so he tells the lady that he wants to protect their country from the rifts together with her. Satsuki looks at the chief and calls him an eloquent man, but according to Ikoma, Lady Mio will immediately refuse him. The lady frowns and replies that she is not interested, and Satsuki thinks that she was short and to the point. Shiraki insistently says that she should not worry, and if she becomes his right hand, he will gather as many capable adventurers as he can. Before he can finish his sentence about how he is not as strong as her, the girl tells him to shut up. As she leaves, Mio says that she is not going to join anyone's group, so she asks him not to talk to her anymore, since she chose the path of solitude because she wanted to. Standing next to MC, she shares that she has been encountering more and more persistent guys lately. Looking at the hero, she adds that she only joined them for the duration of the raid and that after it, they will go their separate ways. Shiraki comes up from behind and warns that the higher her level gets, the harder it is to maintain a solo adventurer career, since at high levels, going into an A-rank dungeon or higher alone can be too dangerous. Looking ahead, the lady declares that she will stick to her path for the rest of her life. Ikoma looks thoughtfully. He hears Satsuki say that Lady Mio always says and does things that make the atmosphere in the air very tense. Hanagasaki stands in front of the heroes and calls them kids. Grinning, he asks if he has seen how nice their boss is to them. The man asks in return, not to get under their feet. The boy and girl watch silently. MC replies that their allies are eager to prove themselves in the raid, and in the meantime, their boss is trying to attract even more workers to his company, so it seems like they are not doing very well. Hanagasaki is furious at these words. He aggressively yells at the hero to watch his language. The girl replies that he is trying to quarrel with them again and, turning to Mr. Shiraki, states that the man is trying to create a conflict out of thin air. Frowning, Ikoma says that he will not care about Shiraki's words, since this guy is not a leader at all and everyone listens to him only during battles out of fear of him. Hanagasaki, standing next to the boss, is very indignant. Shiraki sullenly looks away. The girl wants to ask her friend what he is talking about, and why they are afraid of the boss. Remembering the pictures of the past, Ikoma said that with strangers this guy is kind and always apologizes if his subordinates do something wrong, but never scolds them, trying to create a friendly atmosphere. The protagonist sternly adds that as soon as the battle begins, everyone obeys Shiraki unquestioningly, because in battle you need to be much more obedient than with ordinary people. The boss narrowed his eyes. Mio hears the words of the hero that the boss cannot boss others around through fear, since it is important for him to save face and good relations with unfamiliar adventurers. Shiraki, standing next to Hanagasaki, hears MC's statement that if it comes to that, then he wants to say that they can obey him like dogs, but not him. The chief explains with a smile that there must have been some misunderstanding between them, and turning to Mr. Ikoma, he adds that he must be tired of his subordinates' attacks, and he is very sorry about it, but they should calm down and work together during the raid. With a smirk, the protagonist replies that they will work together, but he will not try for their company so that they get high stats after the raid is completed. Purple flames are emanating from behind the heroes. The cave glows purple. The characters walk through it. Walking next to the guy, Satsuki tells Ikoma that it is hardly worth arguing with him in such a place. MC emotionlessly replies that maybe not, but he is tired of being manipulated from the outside and he thought that he is doing a good job as a captain. Hanagasaki gritted his teeth when he heard the boss's words that he seemed to have become a nanny for 3 troglodytes, since they were already well over 20, but all they could do was fight. Looking towards Ikoma, Shiraki realized that on top of everything else, it was in this raid that a smart guy appeared who was expressing his dissatisfaction. Remembering the guy with the gun, he adds that he is quite experienced and strong, and besides, he is not afraid to express his opinion, assuming that MC saw through him. Shiraki also remembers the social rating among the employees of Old Vigilshi Sila for the 3rd quarter, realizing that he agreed to this raid only because he would be able to quickly raise his level, and also earn the respect of the company. But he does not know if he can hold out with uncontrollable troglodytes and one arrogant guy. Closing his eye, the hero believes that, nevertheless, with someone like him, he should be more careful. The protagonist looks forward seriously. Mio frowned. Shiraki looks away. Bloodsuckers have appeared in front of the heroes and they understand that a new wave of monsters is approaching. With a malicious grin, the chief decides that this is the perfect chance to sort out the misunderstanding between him and Ikoma. He smiles evilly, realizing that it's high time to put him in his place. The level 47 killer mantis growls. Standing with his friends, Hanagasaki suggests squashing these damn bugs as soon as possible. MC frowns and realizes that their opponents are level 47 and the deeper they go, the more often they meet strong opponents. He remembers how they used to meet low-level fleas. Looking at the mantis, the guy adds that these guys are not only high-level, but also have powerful blade paws and a strong body. The hero is tense because he knows that the antagonists have absolutely no magical skills, but they compensate for their lack with their physical superiority, so the best way to deal with them is to hit their belly, and he thinks who is capable of such a powerful blow. Calling Mio, the protagonist warns her that it is too dangerous to come close to them, so he should not run at him alone and let them too. As she leaves, the lady replies that he should stop talking nonsense, since she can handle them herself. The girl hits the killer mantis with a sword. Ikoma looks at this. The enemies approach the heroine. Clenching her fist and closing her eyes, MC understands that he told her this. But she never listens to anyone and gets into dangerous situations, so there is no choice and she will have to fight. The protagonist shouts for Satsuki to help Mio, and he attacks these mantises from behind. People from the other team think that the battle promises to be interesting. Shiraki looks sternly, deciding that it's time to put this impudent guy in his place. The chief remembers a picture where the hero told him that the others can listen to him like dogs, but not him, since they will work together, but for the sake of their careers, he will not lift a finger. The guy smirks. The foot hits Hanagasaki's face, and the system reports to Training Ground A. The guys see how the chief kicks the henchman and understand that it is better not to get involved, otherwise they will get it too. Shiraki with blood on his face looks sullen and thinks that being a leader is not only a big responsibility, but also a leader is obliged to educate his subordinates. Beaten Hanagasaki lies on the ground and tells the chief that he realized his mistakes and asks for forgiveness. The other warriors watch in horror. Looking ahead, Shiraki decides that fear is the best teacher for such idiots, and he will prove to Ikoma that he is capable of risking his life for others. Giving commands, he orders 3 warriors to take the bugs on the right, and he will control the situation in the center. Hanagasaki obeys the chief. The hero looks sideways at Mio. The lady says that the enemy is strong and very agile, however, his attacks are too indiscriminate. The monster runs to attack. The lady prepares to strike. She sees Shiraki in front of her. He has put up a protective barrier. Turning around, he tells Mio with a smile that it is quite dangerous to fight alone, and he will cover her, so there is no need to worry. She angrily shouts at him not to interfere in her fight, calling him an idiot. The chief smirks. Being among the fighters, Shiraki realizes that standing in the center, he can watch Ikoma and come to the rescue at the right moment. The sword hit the ground in front of MC. Satsuki decides to use the bullet of darkness now. An explosion was heard above the mantis. Swinging his sword, the hero understands that now the enemy needs to cut off his paws and shouts to Satsuki that she did everything perfectly. The guy hits the mantis with double gravity. The enemy sees a warrior in front of him. A meteor falls on the antagonist from above. The heroine looks sadly from the realization that Ikoma spends too much mana on ordinary monsters and needs to finish this fight as soon as possible. Standing in front of the enemy, MC says that he can't put up with Shiraki, and Mio is busy with other bugs, so he doesn't have time to drag out this fight. The mantis trembles. Frowning, the protagonist calls him stubborn. The chief looks at the guy from behind and is surprised that his attacks were so fast and powerful, because he has never seen anything like it before. Thinking back to MC's attacks, Shiraki realizes that he shouldn't underestimate him, as his class combines great mobility in combat, and his combat skills are simply incredible. The character ponders that if the protagonist had joined the driving force, their company would have reached a new level, if only adventurers did not exist then. Shiraki listens to the boss, who praises him for organizing a special corporate unit of adventurers and training them so that they can bring corporate benefits in the future. The man adds with a smile that many of the upper management laughed at his ideas, but so be it, he will sponsor the boss if he shows good results in the next mission. Looking sternly, Shiraki realizes that if he can stand out in this raid, he will prove to everyone what he is capable of and will not let Ikoma take all the glory for himself. The guy calls out to Amelia. Looking away, he declares that the battle is coming to an end. Covering her mouth with her fingers, he asks the girl to pretend that she accidentally injured MC during the fight. The heroine is confused, and Shiraki thinks that during the battle in the rift, people are more focused on the monsters than their allies, and he will not even realize that it happened on purpose. The protagonist stands, and the chief realizes that if this is the only way to rein this guy in, he will definitely do it. Closing her eyes, Amelia does not know what the chief is thinking. A man approaches the chief. Ikoma swings his sword. As the girl runs towards the hero, he declares that they are almost done. Bringing the sword forward, Amelia apologizes in her mind, but knows that if she does not follow the chief's orders, he will definitely kill her. Frowning, the heroine suggests that if she hits him in the shoulder, he will not be seriously injured. MC looks back. The girl strikes with a laser shot. The girl frowned and used a laser shot. The hero looked back, thinking that the shot happened at a long distance. She looked ahead from under her brows, confident that he would not dodge. Ikoma stood between the enemy and the insect, and she understood that on one side there was a monster, and on the other, she and he would not have time to deal with them with one blow. The protagonist looked ahead and smiled. A powerful blow occurred and the insect's head was cut off from the body. The magic hand was aiming for the target. Amelia stood behind MC, tied with strong threads, and someone was using shadow fetters. She looked away, thinking that she could not move. The hero looked away and thanked Satsuki for her help. His partner looked at the enemy, and the guy said that she covered his back. The white-haired girl frowned, asking how she should understand this, and turned to her opponent. The lady looked down in confusion and said that she was aiming at the monster and slightly misjudged the force of the blow. The man looked back, thinking that no one should be entrusted with even the simplest task, because despite their age, the couple was very experienced. The man stood next to the monster and thought that they were ready for any emergency. The insect looked forward. Ikoma frowned and called out to him. The girl looked back while he said that the fight was not over yet and they should not relax. The monster crouched. He rushed forward, using ice needles. The projectiles hit the former opponent. The man grinned and was dissatisfied with the fact that such bugs can use magic. The girl was wounded and he thought that it was a mistake to send Amelia so close to the enemy. The white-haired man turned to the hero, ordering him to heal her ward right now, and noted that the man would accompany her. The bearded man looked away and said that he had not finished her off yet. The protagonist stood in front of the man in glasses and blocked the enemy's attack with his sword. He looked away and said that they were not their concern now, and noted that he could handle it himself, asking him to help her faster. People ran back while MC stood in a stance. The white-haired man passed by the fighter. He walked and grinned. The guy sat in front of the girl on his knee and looked at her significant wounds. Ikoma pulled out the sword and the monster's body and said that they were finally done here, and a notification about gaining experience and leveling up appeared. A powerful cut occurred in front of Amelia's face. The insect's head flew off to the side. The partners looked away and Satsuki asked if it was worth helping those at all if the lady was doing an excellent job herself. She looked ahead and said that they risked their lives because of their own carelessness and the mistake of their comrade Tech. The fighters looked around, meaningfully silent, and she said that if she had hesitated even for a second, her partner would have been seriously injured. The white-haired man stood next to the protagonist, putting his hand on his head, and said that she did not want this at all, and, it seems, there was another misunderstanding on their part, to which MC asked to stop with this false politeness. He looked ahead and meaningfully silent, while Ikoma said that the three of them also unconditionally obeyed him during the fight. The fighter looked away, saying that Amelia would never have made such a mistake with such strict control. Satsuki looked at her interlocutors with displeasure, thinking that they were not to blame, because they were under the control of their leader. But if she continued to turn a blind eye to this, someone could get hurt again. The girl folded her arms and thought that even if she tried to report this incident to the guild, it would be hard to prove that it was not an accident, and so she had no other choice. Amelia was lying on the floor with wounds. Ikoma looked away, saying that she was lucky that she was not seriously injured, but this could not continue, and noted that they had a fight with the boss ahead, but he had spent almost all of his mana due to the mistakes of his subordinates. They looked at each other and the hero said that in order to avoid casualties, he wanted to finish their investigation of the rift right now. The lady stood between them and said that she was tired of the conflict, and asked them to sort things out somewhere else, noting that she was not going to leave here until she defeated the boss. The protagonist expressed dissatisfaction, grinning, and thought that he decided to come here only for her sake and that Mio had too purposeful a character, bordering on madness, but he could not leave her here completely alone. The gray-eyed woman looked ahead, saying that all they did during the entire raid was sort out relationships between each other, and noted that they would only interfere during the battle with the boss, and was sure that she could handle the boss herself. Ikoma looked ahead and said that she hated working in a team. She was shocked after the question about not liking teams because her comrade died because of her fault. Satsuki was surprised and a powerful cut occurred. The mistress's sword was approaching the protagonist's throat. The gray-eyed woman looked at him from under her brows and did not understand how he found out. He looked at the tip of the blade and was meaningfully silent. The girl put away the sword and clicked her tongue. Mio walked to the side and said that they could finish the research, but she would not continue on to the boss, since they were only getting in her way anyway. MC looked at the figure leaving and asked them to stop. The white-haired man looked away and thought with displeasure that he could not let her leave in this situation. The guy imagined himself standing next to the woman and thinking that in the past timeline, he learned about this, and from the words of the guild members with whom he went on raids, he assumed that these were just rumors, but now everything fell into place. Ikoma looked back and said that he would go after Mio. He remembered holding her in his arms and thinking that if he let her leave, history would repeat itself again. The white-haired man blocked their path and ordered them to stop. He extended his hand, and when asked what he needed, he answered that they cannot be separated, since Amelia can no longer fight. The guy hugged the wounded woman and they needed to fight together, because if Ikoma left now, the raid would automatically fail. The hero looked away and was silent. The commander frowned, thinking that if he could convince him, they would be able to continue the cleanup. They stood in front of each other, and he could not return from this rift with nothing. The leader extended his hand, blocking the guy's path. The guy stood next to the injured woman, thinking that she would no longer be able to fight and they needed to escort her to a safe place. The partners looked ahead, and if they left after Mio, their raid would be over. The guy remembered the man, and he could not allow this to happen. He looked down and said that she herself made this decision, thinking that without them, he would not be able to achieve the desired result. The lady moved away from the group and he said that he understood the concerns of those, but she herself decided to go on without them. He raised his finger and said that now they need to stick together, for their own safety. Ikoma looked ahead and said that he was telling him about safety after he ordered Amelia to attack him, and noted that it was very funny and asked him not to interfere, letting him pass. The commander spread his hands, saying that it was a common misunderstanding, because he had already explained, and noted that he understood that he did not want to have anything to do with him and offered a profitable deal for both of them. He showed 2 fingers and said that he would pay each of them 2 million if they agreed to continue developing the rift with him. The protagonist was wary of such an offer. The white-haired one looked at him through his fingers, assuming that he already understood everything himself, but he needed to clear this rift at any cost, and he would do everything for this. MC was silent while he asked that they had not met before today, and why he would take such a risk when he could easily earn a lot of money. The bearded man looked at the boss and said that he didn't have that kind of money, to which the boss replied that if they cleared this rift, he would have much more than 2 million. He looked ahead from under his brows and thought that if he could prove that their team was capable of handling such difficult tasks, then his project would be sponsored. The creature was standing near the Ferris wheel and he thought that he would receive not only money, but also power, and noted that he had gone very far. A smile appeared on his face, and he thought that he had come so far, and being literally a step away from his goal, he was not going to retreat. He raised his hands and said that everyone could be bought, and these youngsters especially, and noted that Ikoma's fighting skills were simply incredible. Obsession was visible on his face, and he said that after clearing the rift, he would be happy to work with him, and with his connections and with his skills. He blushed and said that they would be able to stand at the top of a powerful corporation, and money, fame, respect, everything would be at his disposal, but the hero said that he refused it. He stood in front of the interlocutor, and said that he was not going to work with a person like that. Yellow Eyes was dissatisfied and asked again. The hero put his hand on his shoulder, and said that he would go look for Mio before it was too late, and asked him to step aside, and that he should escort Amelia to the exit. The victim closed her eyes. The white-haired man put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, and asked if he had heard him, mentioning that he would pay 2 million and that it would be the easiest money in his life. He pointed his finger up, saying that if this was a small price for the guy, then he could pay more, and promised that he would pay as soon as they cleared the rift. MC looked back, saying that unlike that, he became an adventurer to help people, and money and connections do not bother him much. He hit the interlocutor's hand and said that his decision has not changed in any way and asked not to waste his time. The white-haired man smirked and said that since he didn't want to. His attention fell on Satsuki and he asked her to leave her with him. He put his hand on her hair, asking if he wanted to save Mio like that, and said that she didn't ask for it at all, but as a leader, he can't let his partner go with him. He smiled nastily, asking if he thought that if he let her go with him, she would be in great danger. MC looked at him with disgust. The white-haired man folded his arms, saying that as a good leader and the head of the driving force, he is responsible for the safety of each member of the team. The blue-haired girl looked ahead with displeasure and thought that he wasn't worried and just wanted to delay them. Ikoma looked ahead and when asked what his level was, he answered that he was level 50. The commander smiled, saying that his was the same. He looked towards the guy and offered a bet. He extended his hand forward, saying that they would fight for the leader's place and the loser would be obliged to obey the winner unquestioningly until the end of the raid. The bearded man looked at him and said that it was too dangerous to fight inside the rift. He reached into his sheath for his sword and said that a conflict had broken out between the group members. He took out his weapon, saying that in order to settle it, they needed to fight the hierarchy in their group once and for all and asked him what he thought. Satsuki was tense and asked what kind of nonsense it was, fighting in the rift before the boss and wasting mana for it. Ikoma stood next to him and agreed to fight. He took out his sword and said that he wanted to end this quickly and that they would no longer get in the way of his feat. The fighter looked to the side and thought that he had not yet met a single person who could defeat the boss. But that brat had a rare class and whoever won this battle would seriously hurt both sides and the boss is not an idiot and understands this. The white-haired man stood with his back to his charges and called their names. He looked back and ordered them to help him. They were confused and did not believe in what was happening, while he ordered to do it faster. Hanagasaki used magic and looked at his fist. The guy took out a sword and it shone with a bright light and a notification about super speed came out. They looked forward and a notification about steel skin and increased magic came out, while the white-haired man looked forward and grinned. Magic enveloped his hands and he felt a wonderful feeling. The leader smiled and offered to begin, noting that this was their fair fight. Satsuki stood opposite and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking and how this was a fair fight. The fighters looked around while she said that he made his subordinates, with the help of abilities, strengthen their characteristics in every possible way in order to save his own mana for the fight with Ikoma. The hero lowered his head down while he said that initially he had about 42 points of magic and thanks to the enhancements, his magical and physical indicators increased twofold. The commander looked away, saying that he was definitely superior in strength. He put his hand on his hair and said that before it was too late, he could give up and admit defeat, because even though they had the same levels, thanks to the enhancements, going into battle against him would be unwise, because the protagonist would have to spend too much mana to win. He put his hand on his neck, thinking that he could not admit defeat, and noted that fear paralyzed the human mind. MC put his hand on his head, thinking that Shigaraki realizes this and manipulates people through fear and tries to do the same with him, demonstratively forcing him to strengthen him, offering to give up before it's too late, and said that he was watching. The white-haired man smiled, asking that without the help of others, he was no longer capable of anything. He froze and did not understand what happened. The hero looked ahead and said that he was in a hurry and therefore asked to finish it as soon as possible. The leader looked ahead from under his brows and thought that he was a bastard. The bearded man looked at the opponent and did not understand what the guy was thinking about, because right before his eyes, they strengthened the chief in every possible way with different spells. He remembered how their leader humiliated the guy and thought that after that, he would definitely not be able to resist him. Ikoma looked ahead and thought about the enemy's class and a notification about the paladin class came out. The warrior stood, holding a sword in his hands, and this was the ideal class for a leader, because paladins have a good basic attack, high defense and a predisposition to magic. The white-haired man smiled nastily and this class did not suit him, because the enhancements gave completely opposite characteristics. Shigaraki stood in front of him and asked him why he was still eager to fight and was so sure that he could defeat him. He smiled and thought that in this fight it was clear that he would win and agreeing to fight was a stupid idea. He became serious after the order to stop chatting. Ikoma looked ahead, saying that if he did not hurry, then all his enhancements would wear off. The white-haired man looked into the darkness. He rushed to attack, saying that he was a self-confident idiot. Satsuki watched what was happening and admired his speed. The leader swung his sword at him. There was a blow and a bright flash illuminated the silhouette of the girl. The hero braked on the surface with his feet. The bearded man looked to the side and asked if she saw everything herself, saying that the bastard was not their boss's equal. He looked ahead and said that to be honest, even without enhancements, he was very strong. The warrior adjusted his clothes and looked ahead. The protagonist looked ahead and he believed that only the local boss could defeat their boss. There was a powerful explosion that blocked the view of the battle. The girl looked ahead and thought that her partner had a very mobile class and with the help of gravity, he would be able to dodge in time and stop the enemy in time. She joined her hands and thought that at least she wanted to believe in it. The leader looked ahead, thinking that he decided to dodge all attacks and noted that this was strange. He looked at the opponent and said that he understood, expressing his thoughts. The guy stood next to Amelia. While he said that he was in a hurry to upset him, as soon as the old enhancements were off, his comrades will help him again. The main one raised an eyebrow, saying that he would not be able to cope with him alone. He concentrated his attention on the opponent, and said that strength is known in numbers. The building was lit by the sun, and he realized it when he was still a schoolboy. The students were dressed in uniform and he was always a gifted child. He could devote little time to studying and sports events, but still remained the best. He walked along the corridor and the boys looked at him, and seeing such an ideal student, others looked at him with envy. He was on all fours and the bullies asked if he could not get up. There was a satisfied expression on their faces and they asked about the fact that he could not fight back against ordinary schoolchildren. He looked ahead and the scum gathered in a group and beat him up after school. There was a sign on the wall with a male figure, and if they fought one-on-one, then none of them would stand against him, and at that moment he realized that a person is powerless against a crowd. The bag lay on the floor and from then on, he began to study human psychology. He was serious and decided to become an adventurer to make a lot of money and go into business, so he came to Black Steel and thought that he would create a new generation of corporate adventurers. He slightly opened his mouth and said that no matter how hard he tried to dodge, the fighter swung and said that it would all end in one blow. Ikoma looked ahead and noticed that he was talking too much. He counterattacked the guy and he flew to the side. He held his torso and groaned in pain. The white-haired man rested his hands on the floor, not understanding what happened and why it hurt so much. The hero walked away from him and said that he just hit him with the blunt side of the sword. The bearded man frowned, saying that it was impossible and thought that they strengthened the chief before the fight and did not understand how he was able to attack the main one. The leader stood up, saying that this was nonsense, and asking why the guy was able to attack him. MC looked away from him. Shigaraki remembered how he swung at the guy, and the hero said that his body was not adapted to such a number of enhancements. He remembered how he swung and said that although he had become stronger and faster, there was no point in it since the body could not cope with such a number of forces. Ikoma looked back over his shoulder, saying that he gave him the right to attack first, that he himself realized this, that even with enhancements, his body was still weak. The bearded man stood next to the satisfied girl and thought that he was weak from the very beginning, and the boy realized this from the first blow. His gaze froze and he thought that they did not help the chief at all, but made him even weaker. The white-haired man held his hand to his jaw and said that he seemed to have lost his vigilance, but it was okay, it would not happen again. He looked angry and said that he was in vain not to attack him with the tip of the sword and noted that the guy missed his chance to win. He frowned and thought that he had to win, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to prove his strength to others. The protagonist stood in front of him, and he thought that no matter how much he tried to weaken his resolve, he was still indifferent. He gritted his teeth, thinking that he was giving in to emotions because of this brat and losing. He looked down at the sword, saying that there were 3 minutes left until the end of the enhancements, and in that time he had to defeat the enemy. They stood in front of each other, and he thought that he could win with the help of the paladin's magic and the enhancement of his comrades. Ikoma was calm and said that he could no longer ask for help from his subordinates. Shigaraki froze and did not understand anything, and he said that it was pointless. The hero looked ahead and said that he would not allow him, from now on, even to hit him. The white-haired man frowned and asked again with aggression. The fighter watched what was happening and saw all this for the first time. The warriors stood in a stance and their boss was losing to someone, despite the enhancements. The leader remembered the counterattack, thinking that despite all the enhancements, he would not be able to defeat him with brute force in this state, but the enhancements did not only apply to physical strength. He stood in a stance and he understood that magic was also strong. A magic circle formed under his feet, and he thought that he would definitely be able to defeat him with magic and put all his strength into one precise strike. He struck and a notification of divine punishment came out. The bearded man looked forward and understood that this was the most powerful spell that he knew, and it took a lot of mana. The protagonist dodged, thinking that he could use gravity reduction to dodge the blow, but he did not want to spend even more strength on this fight than necessary. He looked to the side and something interested him. He parried the blow using gravity reduction. Magic power formed behind the guy. The white-haired man looked forward, thinking that he used the monster's fang as a shield. There was a broken object on the floor and Shigaraki's magic was not so dangerous to dodge it with gravity. He started to strike, saying that he was a coward and ordered him to come here. MC was behind him and he lost sight of him. He looked back. Ikoma was approaching his opponent, about to strike. The guy touched the enemy's forehead and a notification appeared that he had used double gravity. The leader waved him off, insulting the guy. He was very surprised and felt dizzy. He leaned on the sword and did not understand what he did to him. The hero looked forward and the human body was very sensitive to any changes in space. The white-haired man felt the blows and screamed in pain. He was lying on the floor and did not understand why he was so strong. The blade touched the guy's jaw and MC asked if he understood him and said that continuing the fight was a pointless undertaking. The enemy's gaze was busy and he thought that his comrades had put all sorts of enhancements on him, but even against the crowd, he was able to defeat him. Ikoma was stretching his hand with the sword towards him. The bearded man looked at the winner and did not understand anything. The protagonist looked away and he thought that they all had rank B, but the guy was still on a completely different level. The main one got up, thinking that he could not admit defeat. He was furious and had to be a leader and show the company what he was worth. The hero was calm and said that his time had come to an end. Discontent was visible on the opponent's face and he asked again. He rushed to attack. The protagonist raised his sword. The hilt hit the threat's head. He froze and thought that he really lost. MC stood next to the beaten guy. The fighter looked away, saying that the basic enhancement magic lasts for about 500 seconds, so his defeat was inevitable. Shigaraki froze and a bruise was visible on his forehead. The bearded man watched what was happening and did not understand how he could even calculate this, and the guy said that from now on he would be the leader and ordered everyone to exit the rift the same way and take a rest. Satsuki stopped the hand of her ward, who agreed with that. She looked at the offended one and said that because of the selfish desires of the former leader, Ikoma lost too much mana. She smiled, saying that they would no longer fight monsters and give them all the mana. The guy in glasses was angry and the hero said that, in fact, this was not part of his plans. The bearded man held Shigaraki and Satsuki took the mana from the defeated one. She touched the protagonist, who said that this duel was too long and noted that they should immediately follow Mio's trail. The white-haired man looked in their direction and asked them to stop. He looked ahead and said that with the power of that, they would be able to take the driving force to a new level, to which he said that he had already responded to the proposal. He turned away and said that he did not become an adventurer for money and fame, and thought that he had not met corporate adventurers in the previous timeline either. He remembered standing next to the group and saying that he did not need people, but tools, and a group without trust between members is doomed to disintegrate. Ikoma left, saying that with such an approach, he would never be able to achieve his dream. The white-haired man froze and hung his head down. The partners left for the rift, and his partner said that he was very kind to them, because he even told them how to get home and exit the rift faster. She hung her head, saying that after everything they had done, they did not deserve such treatment. To which he replied that even though they were bad people, he wanted them to reach the exit in one piece. He looked away. In front of them was an air path to the floating islands. They looked ahead and the guy said that they should go back because they were already at their limit. The hero looked back and said no, because they had just entered and he still had mana and he could handle the boss himself. He froze, thinking that in his youth he was also full of ambition and did not think that the opinion of each member of the group was important. The dark-haired man looked at him and was silently meaningful. Ikoma lowered his head down, saying that before he only thought about the result, and maybe that's why their paths with their former comrades quickly diverged. Satsuki turned and called out to the guy. She smiled and said that it was all in the past because he had changed, to which he hesitantly agreed with her. He went forward, thinking that at the first stage the rift boss was just starting to evolve, so Mio should not have suffered much. He walked forward, imagining her drowning and thought that he should hurry and stop this fight before it was too late. The girl stood in front of a huge insect. She looked ahead and was surprised by the boss's strength. There was a sharp movement behind her. The bug was approaching her. There were items on the floor. Ikoma picked up a stone and thought it was a magic shard. He looked at the shards and they dropped from monsters after killing and, apparently, Mio had been here recently. Satsuki looked at the item and asked why she hadn't collected them. The stones were shining and these shards contained the monster's mana and were very valuable and in the future, should become an environmentally friendly source of energy. The car stood against the background of wind power plants and even now these shards can be sold in the guild for a generous reward. Although knowing Mio, she never chased profit, so she did not pick them up. Satsuki looked at the guy and said that he mentioned her fallen comrade. He turned around and said that he had heard the story from other adventurers and didn't think it was true. The girl was lying next to a corpse and in her first year as an adventurer, Mio had lost a close friend while clearing a rift. The girl looked touched and asked what was the reason the lady preferred to work alone, to which he said that it was most likely. He remembered how she had put the blades to the guy's head and said that judging by her reaction, she still blamed herself for what happened. Ikoma put his hand on his jaw while she asked him why he was collecting this information about her, to which he replied that he wanted to get closer to her and tried to learn about her from others. The girl's face changed and suggested that he was stalking, to which he denied it, thinking that she had saved his life. Of course he wanted to learn as much about her as possible. Satsuki lowered her head and did not believe that he was capable of such a thing. He looked away. The partner was scared and assumed that he had fallen in love with Mio, and he thought that his behavior had created a lot of misunderstandings. The cave went on and Ikoma assumed that she had entered the deepest part of the rift. The guy looked ahead and said that they needed to hurry. The beetle looked ahead and made scary sounds. The gray-eyed girl looked ahead and thought that the level of the one was much higher than she expected and a notification about her level came out. The boss rushed to attack and began to make sounds. The white-haired girl dodged the blow. She looked back and thought that he had incredible strength with speed, as expected from a level 80 boss. The monster stood up while she thought that there were no other monsters nearby, which meant that he would soon begin to evolve and she would not be able to cope with him, and she needed to get out of here and report the danger. The guys were smiling and standing in a group and thought that if she ran away, the creature would run after her, and she would endanger the other members of the raid. She opened her mouth and said, "That's why she goes alone into the rift." She looked at the enemy, thinking that she couldn't run away, so she would have to fight, but in that case, she was doomed to die, and her class only reveals its full power on the verge of death, and in that case she could even the odds. There was determination in her eyes, and she understood that this was the only way she could kill him. There was a man standing behind her, asking if they would meet soon. She froze. The girl's eyes were closed. Mio stood in a stance and thought that she should focus on the battle. There were magic balls behind the bug. He rushed to attack and began to use poisonous larvae. Grey-eyed looked away, thinking that this was all that he could throw 4 poisonous larvae at her. She stepped on the surface and thought that he was defenseless. The lady swung and was about to strike. Her gaze froze and she was anticipating her turn to attack. A powerful explosion occurred, which illuminated the cave. She looked ahead and assumed that this boss specialized only in attack and did not understand how he was able to dodge. She turned and noticed the enemy. He was frowning and focused, while she thought that this creature was playing with her. Mio gritted her teeth and thought that he was stalling for time to evolve and ordered him to come here. Her expression was aggressive, and she shouted at him that he was a coward. The lady was preparing to attack. A powerful slash was approaching the insect's face. The girl approached him and thought that she would show him all her power. The white-haired girl was focused and had the Reaper class. The boss stood in a stance. He crossed his limbs in front of him. There was an explosion and particles flew in different directions. She pressed him with a sword and said that she could not be killed so easily. The beetle stood in the cave and thought that she had spent too much health and still could not defeat him. The monster dealt a powerful blow. Mio jumped to the side. She looked away, thinking that with such an amount of health she could hit him 2 more times. The boss rushed towards the enemy. She froze and did not notice that he had become stronger. She blocked the blow. Blood gushed from her mouth, and she screamed in pain. The monster looked in her direction. He broke through the defense again and hit. There was an explosion. The girl was sitting on the floor and a sword lay next to her. The walls of the rift were cracked. The girl sat on the floor and her body was pierced by terrible pain, and she could not move and felt herself losing consciousness. She looked to the side and did not understand why this creature had not finished her off yet. The insect was approaching her, making terrible sounds. Mio sat motionless, resigned to death. She looked to the side. She imagined the girl running among the rubble. It was raining in the city. The guys were standing on the roof. The white-haired girl looked ahead. She froze and closed her mouth. The dark-haired one pointed his finger at her and asked what she was doing here and said that there could still be monsters here and she needed to quickly return to the shelter. She looked ahead and begged to let her into her house. The fighter looked at her warily. She passed by him and he called out to her. He looked back and ordered her to stop. Mio froze after the order not to look. She stood in a room with corpses and recognized her parents in them. The lady bared her teeth, thinking that these freaks always take away the most precious things from her. She transformed and energy swirled around her. The beetle rushed towards her. He looked back and she asked about the fact that since she was lying on the ground, he thought that she was easy to kill. She looked at him and a notification about the Reaper's last wish appeared and this skill could work as long as she had mana. She stood up, saying that he was naive and their battle was not over yet, and she hated all these monsters with all her soul. The boss rushed forward. While she thought that even if he could restore health thanks to racial skills, he would not be able to restore severed limbs. She rushed to the attack and thought that she would tear off all 4 of his paws. They clashed with weapons. The monster counterattacked and was about to strike. The girl blocked the attack and slowed down with her legs, thinking that the Reaper's last wish was using up mana very quickly and she couldn't stop. She looked ahead and was going to put all her strength into the blow. He stood in front of the girl and used the poisonous larvae skill. Mio tried to dodge and thought that this time it felt like they had become more powerful and stronger. She looked away and behind her the projectile began to turn. There was an explosion and she understood that she wouldn't have time to dodge. She ran to the attack and was going to fight until her last breath. The lady hit the monster on the limb. Her attention fell on the blade and she thought that she would definitely be able to break it. She frowned and screamed. Part of the insect cracked and she thought that she had succeeded. The beetle brushed it off and it flew to the side. The girl fell to the ground. Mio looked to the side and understood that her mana had finally run out. The boss looked at her and was going to finish her off. Mio closed her eyes and assumed that this meant she would die like this. The mistress looked at the girl who asked her to wait, and she asked her why she was always following her. The girl looked ahead and offered her to rest. She twirled her leg and said that she was already tired of walking. The girl walked forward, saying that the monsters did not care whether she was tired or not. They had to kill everyone as soon as possible, and said that since you could not stand it, next time she would go alone. Mio walked forward, ignoring the requests. She looked back and asked what she needed. Her partner's face was covered in blood and she said that she died because of her, and asked why she was still alive. The mistress froze in horror. The victim took her head and asked when they would meet. She covered her eyes with her hand and asked not to worry, saying that they would meet soon. The monster rushed towards her to finish her off. Strong threads appeared. The insect froze in the air and was bound by shadow fetters. Satsuki looked ahead and asked her partner to hurry up. Ikoma stood next to her and said that her partner had done a great job. Mio looked away. The hero was calm. The guy stretched his hand to the side and thought about the grant. The protagonist holds his partner in his arms. Together with Satsuki, they take cover behind a rock. He turns around and realizes that they managed to save Mio after all and they arrived just in time. Satsuki worries that she is still in a bad way, as she has almost no health left and her body is weakened. Mio lies unconscious. The heroine understands that if they do not take her to a doctor, she will die. The picture shows a bright sky. The monster roars furiously. The protagonist looks out from behind the rock and says that they managed to hide, but they need to get out quickly and it will not be easy, because the boss of the rift itself is very strong. The monster stands on two legs. The boss is standing at the only exit from the cave, which Ikoma notices. The diagram shows a map of the cave. The protagonist understands that he is not only strong, but also smart. Satsuki sits next to Mio, who asks why they came for her at all, because even the three of them can't defeat him. Ikoma closes his eyes and says that's why he didn't want to fight the boss. The girl looks ahead painfully. The protagonist realizes that they miraculously managed to save her, but she can't fight them anymore. The picture shows the heroes with levels. Ikoma says that the difference in their levels is too high and also, the feature of this boss is high defense and speed and they can't defeat him in the current situation. The protagonist turns around and tells Satsuki to take Mio and run away, and he will distract the monster. The girl is indignant that this is madness. The white-haired heroine hears this displeasedly. She tells him to keep his heroism to himself. Mio begins to rise and says that she was a loner and will die by her, because when she chose this path, she was ready for such an ending to her story. The heroine leans on her sword and asks him to let her keep her pride, because she no longer wants anyone to die because of her weakness. The protagonist watches her and realizes that despite her severe wounds, her determination is unwavering, but the pain of the past does not allow her to accept anyone's help. He says okay. She sighs, hearing that she can stay. Mio states that she will distract the boss. Ikoma calmly states that they will stay too. Mio is shocked to hear that they will defeat him together. Satsuki and her look forward. The girl does not understand what he is saying, that they cannot defeat him, and the white-haired girl is badly injured and the two of them cannot defeat the level 80 boss. Ikoma turns around and advises her to use the mana transfer skill. This will help Mio hold out for a while. Satsuki is indignant that she can restore mana, but her partner is exhausted and has almost no health left, and it takes time to use this skill. Ikoma goes forward and calmly states that he will buy them time. Mio is shocked that this is a real suicide and she knows what she is talking about, because she fought against the boss and he is monstrously strong. The protagonist goes further. Ikoma realizes that he knows more about him than she can think and he has a plan, so there is no need to worry. The monster uses the poisonous larvae skill. Satsuki covers Mio with her body. She turns around and notices this loud howl. The protagonist looms over him and declares that he is completely at the disposal of the boss. Ikoma stands with a weapon in his hands. He confidently calls the opponent to attack. Satsuki touches the girl and activates mana transfer. Mio, with her head down, says that Ikoma is completely underestimating the boss. She seriously claims that he won't be able to handle it alone, because he's literally walking to his death. A ferocious monster approaches the cliff where the protagonist is standing. A very bright flash of lightning occurs. The protagonist looks forward and thinks that the enemy is trying to corner him. The boss looks at him with a serious expression. Ikoma performs an attack using the reverse gravity skill. He runs through the air towards the monster. A bright flash from the blade illuminates everything around. The protagonist is standing on top of the boss. Mio is surprised to realize that he was able to strike the cursed queen. Satsuki watches the battle, thinking that she knew about Ikoma's strength, but he was able to catch the level 80 boss by surprise. The heroine looks at him and thinks that he seems to see right through the queen. The monster attacks again. The protagonist, standing on top of the enemy, decides to attack. He jumps off her shell abruptly. The monster roars loudly. Ikoma stands in front of him and claims that he has been waiting for this meeting since that day. The guy holds the heroine in his arms. He looks forward, realizing that he dreamed, thought through options in his head on how he could finish her off. The boss roars ferociously. The protagonist jumps high, holding a blade in his hands. He pierces the monster's body. Its blood gushes around. Ikoma stands on top and teases the monster, asking if this is really all that a level 80 boss can do. Satsuki looks at Mio excitedly and clarifies if Ikoma can defeat him. She replies that of course not. The girl acknowledges his strength, but notes that due to the large difference in levels, his blows do not inflict enough damage on the queen. Satsuki is surprised to hear that he will sooner run out of mana than kill her. The protagonist stands with his back to them. Myo sadly realizes that Ikoma deliberately forced her to give up her mana so that she could fight him, and she wonders what he has in mind. She realizes that if she fights, she may not survive after activating the skill. The protagonist stands in front of the boss, realizing that it is a wonderful feeling that he has waited so long to take revenge on him for the death of his comrade. Ikoma confidently points his blade at her and urges her to attack, offering to have fun together. The monster attacks using the poisonous larvae skill. Myo looks at the fight in surprise, not understanding what is happening to the queen. She is excited to realize that she recognized him as a threat, even though he is 30 levels lower than her. Ikoma runs to attack, shouting that the queen is only capable of such a thing. The white-haired girl is indignant and calls him an idiot, wondering why he does not retreat, because it is dangerous. Ikoma rushes forward. A bright red flash occurs behind him. He insults her with a displeased face, recalling the fight 10 years ago. Red energy entangles Ikoma. A ferocious monster roars loudly in front of the fighter. The protagonist suddenly jumps up. He deals a powerful blow with his blade. The monster screams loudly. Satsuki holds an irritated Neo, who wonders if this adventurer is really a B rank. The boss stands in front of her. She notices that although he managed to damage her, it is still not enough. A pop-up window says that the cursed queen has 457 out of 616 health and 305 out of 444 mana. The girl clenches her fist and realizes that the queen is too strong, and no matter how much he hits her, she will eventually be able to restore her health with the skill. Myo watches them with confidence, knowing that it will take one precise hit to finish her off and only she can do it, deciding that she should go. Satsuki looks at her and objects that she can't, since she hasn't fully restored her mana yet, adding that the heroine is exhausted and if she joins the fight, it will be her last. She glances ahead, thinking that she has enough mana. The girl calmly uses the Grim Reaper's Last Wish skill, telling her friend not to worry. Satsuki is shocked to see this ability, saying that it is unique to the Grim Reaper class and allows you to use mana instead of health, using your power to the maximum until your mana runs out. Myo looks at the protagonist and realizes that Ikoma specifically asked her to restore her mana just so she could join the fight again. She takes off, confident that she will not lose this time. The girl stands in front of Myo and states that when she relies on someone, they will definitely die, asking if she is sure that this is the right decision. She closes her eyes and apologizes to Momwon. Myo goes further, stating that she cannot ignore the determination of a person who puts their life on the line for others. The monster furiously flies forward. It is attacked using the Darkness Bullet and Crimson Blade skills. Myo stands next to the protagonist and asks if he knew the special features of the Grim Reaper class, and that is why he specifically asked his friend to transfer mana. Ikoma fights, agreeing with her and explaining that only with the Grim Reaper's Last Wish skill will they be able to defeat the queen. Myo is surprised and says that he already tried to defeat her with this skill and it was a waste of effort. The monster furiously attacks them using orbs. Ikoma looks ahead warily and asks her to trust him that they can defeat the boss in 5 seconds. Myo asks in shock, what 5 seconds are you talking about? The girl quickly moves to attack. She sees the energy coming and is sure that she will not be able to dodge. Someone puts a hand on her shoulder. The protagonist is standing next to her. He helps her jump over the projectile using the gravity reduction skill. There is a very bright flash and explosion. The heroes upside down hear it. Myo is surprised by this skill. The protagonist rushes down, exclaiming that her time has come. The monster looks at them in surprise. She attacks him with shadow fetters. Ikoma strikes with her blade. Myo remembers the previous battle. A huge explosion occurs after using Meteor Fall. She realizes with fear that in order to defeat the queen, Myo flies down, realizing that she will have to use her full potential. She looks down and thinks about the Reaper class skill. Her health is 3 points out of 128. She raises her sword and realizes that in order to use the skill, she needs to gain high speed, and also not let other monsters attack her at the moment of impact. The monster and the protagonist look up. Ikoma loudly urges her to act faster. The girl is furiously burning with flames and uses the Bloody Revenge skill. A very large explosion occurs. The monster screams in horror. Myo is lying nearby. She realizes with a tired look that she cannot move, because she used up all her strength. The monster is lying on the ground. Myo realizes that they most likely won. The boss's body part catches fire. The girl thinks that the cursed queen has a special attack. The hero strikes with a blade. It is said that for some time she pretends to be dead, and at that moment, when the opponents let down their guard, the queen suddenly attacks. It is explained that at this moment she releases a poison sting, which instantly kills the enemy. All the heroes watch what is happening in shock. Myo turns around and thinks that this is too fast. She looks at him in fear and realizes that she might die now. The protagonist suddenly appears right in front of her. He realizes with a serious face that he needs to redirect the trajectory of the sting. He holds the sword and understands that it is necessary to reduce gravity. The tip of Ikoma's blade meets with a poisonous sting. The protagonist effectively holds his sword. The monster roars in surprise. Memories appear in his head. He declares that with this skill the boss took the life of a dear friend. Ikoma strikes with a powerful blow with his sword. He cuts straight at the enemy. Ikoma is standing on top of the cursed queen's body. He calmly shouts that he will put an end to this. A bright purple flash occurs, and a scream from the grantee is heard. The pop-up windows state that 31317 experience points have been gained, the level has increased from 50 to 58, and 28 skill points have been gained. Satsuki smiles as he realizes that they have won and have truly defeated the boss. The protagonist calmly looks away and is glad that despite the difference in levels, either of them have died. Ikoma looks at the girl sitting on the ground and realizes that he was able to save Mio, because her death greatly affected his life in the past, and it was because of her loss that he decided to become a top-ranked adventurer. The girl looks at her palm. She is surprised to realize that she survived. Mio looks forward in shock. The protagonist turns around and watches her. She does not understand if she was supposed to survive. The girl looks up. She sees a girl against the night sky being stabbed with a large knife. She asks Mio to run. The heroine grabs her head and exclaims Momon's name. She falls to her knees. Satsuki stands next to her and asks how she feels. The heroine calmly looks forward and says that she is fine. Just looking at Ikoma, she remembered. In the frame, the main character, the girl continues to talk about one annoying girl. Mio sadly sits on the ground and says that she is sure she can't stand her, because the heroine literally ruined her life. Ikoma hears this with a serious face. The girl stands in front of Mio and asks when they can meet again. The white-haired girl looks at her excitedly. The main character watches her friend and understands that this is why Mio hates joining groups and is always risking herself. The frame shows images of the girl. He thinks that even in the past timeline, she acted exactly the same, despising herself and being an adventurer, looking for a way to leave life alone. He calmly realizes that she is talking about an annoying girl. The protagonist looks at Mio and states that if she despised him, she would not have risked her life to save the girl. The white-haired heroine sits on her knees and hears that Ikoma means that he heard about it, because her friend died as a result of clearing the rift. In the frame, an image of her death, the protagonist explains that he knows for sure that Mio survived because she protected her. Satsuki holds on to her friend and says that this is personal, and you should not be so harsh with feelings after Ikoma said that it is easy to engage in self-flagellation, but you need to face the truth, because she survived for a reason. Mio listens silently. The events unfold during the daytime. A little girl asks if she really wants to quit school. Mio sits at her desk and tells Mom with displeasure that the number of rifts increases every year. She confidently looks ahead and says that because of these creatures, she has no one left and of course she gets benefits as a victim. But this money is not enough to enter university. The students go out into the corridor. Mio explains that this is why she decided to quit school and become an adventurer, because she is not going to university anyway, and a higher education is not necessary in the guild. Mio turns around and hears that the girl will also quit school in this case. Mom loudly declares that she will become an adventurer and will cover her back. She is very surprised. Against the background of the daytime sky, a question of what sounds. The girl stands next to the grown-up Mio and asks her to come back. Mio arrogantly declares that she thought so, that Mom is not cut out for this job. Her friend takes her hand. Hearing that she will go alone next time, the girl asks her not to say that. Mom excitedly states that Mio is not alone in this world, asking her to let her be by her side. The girl looks at her coldly. Against the background of the night sky, a request is heard to endure a little longer, because they are almost out and it is better not to lose consciousness. Mio carries the injured Mom on her back. She lies on her friend's back and still asks if she is hurt. Mio is kneeling and in shock, thinking that there is no doubt that Mom hates her. The protagonist looks at her and states that she does not know what the dead are thinking and should never think about it, even for the sake of preserving her sanity. The picture shows a happy Mom. Ikoma explains that she risked her life to save her, and she continues to risk and hates herself, looking for death, asking if Mio really thinks that her friend wanted this. The protagonist looks at her with a serious face and is sure that she thinks that no one will be upset if she dies in battle. Ikoma is sadly sure about Mom. In the picture, an image of her friend taking care of her, the protagonist says that she only wanted the best for her, and so much that she put her life on the line. Mio is shocked to hear this from Ikoma. She remembers how her dying friend still asked if Mio was okay. The heroine is kneeling while Mom is next to her. She asks if she ate, and if everything is okay, clarifying if she has made friends. The friend says with a smile that they will not meet again soon, but there is no need to worry, because she will always look after her. Mom hugs her and asks her not to die, because it is too early for her. With tears in her eyes, she begs her to live happily, for both of them. Mio screams her friend's name in pain. The heroes stand in front of the defeated monster. The protagonist stands behind Mio and states that she acted recklessly because of her guilt towards Mom. He explains to her that her friend always cared for her, putting her life above her own, and if she died, all her efforts would be in vain. He kneels down and asks her to listen to his request. He looks at the girl and offers to be her friend from now on. Mio is surprised to hear this. She quietly asks for time to think about it. Ikoma happily allows her. On a pink background are the words, "For a start, not so bad." The protagonist carries Mio on his back. Satsuki is walking next to them. The girl tells the protagonist that due to her low health she cannot move at all. He replies that everything is fine and there is no need to worry about it. Satsuki looks ahead with displeasure. In her eyes, they look like a couple in love. The heroine stands in front of them and says that she is very happy for them. Ikoma asks what she means. He goes forward and thinks that the higher the rank, the more dangerous the rifts. The picture shows a monster. It says that starting from rank A it will be hard to advance without a support class. Arisa smiles in the frame. It is explained that these monsters are not the most terrible opponents for him. The picture shows a warrior with a sword. The protagonist says that it is worth finding a person who can restore health at a critical moment, or get a rare item that will restore health when used. The protagonist goes further, carrying Mio on himself, and realizes that this will already be his next goal. A friend tells him that she has been working alone for a long time and for the first time she was able to rely on someone. She hugs Ikoma and realizes that it turned out to be more pleasant than she thought. She thanks the protagonist with a smile. He remembers the moment of the murder in his past life and realizes that he seems to have succeeded in changing the future this time. The present version looks at the past. The older Ikoma looks up. The younger version looks at him with a smile. They touch palms. The events unfold in the city the next day. The protagonist is sitting at the table across from Satsuki. The girl asks if Mio has written to him. The protagonist starts to talk about it with excitement. He opens the messages on his phone. Satsuki looks. The messages show that Ikoma has written and called her several times, but there was no response. Satsuki realizes with a smile that she is ignoring him, while the guy begs her not to say anything. He looks down sadly and states that he knew about her stubbornness, but he hoped that he could get closer. The friend objects that Mio is probably very tired and that is why she does not answer. In the picture, the heroine is sitting opposite a cold coffee. Satsuki says that she needs to be given time and she will contact him soon. The girl drinks it with pleasure. She looks forward in surprise. The protagonist, sitting at the table, says that she is probably right. The girl is sitting with her back to her. Ikoma thinks that Mio, although strong, is stubborn and proud. He remembers the moments of the battle and realizes that despite her low level, she was able to challenge the cursed queen and survive, and if he were in her place, he would die from the first blow, and he wanted to protect her from reckless actions. Mio walks down the corridor to the elevator. She goes further. The protagonist wants her to trust him. Ikoma looks at her friend who is not surprised that they are all sitting here. The girl watches them. The protagonist is shocked by her arrival. Satsuki runs up and asks how her wounds are. She replies that she is used to getting them, so she knows how to take care of herself and there is no need to worry about it. The protagonist looks at her and asks what she is doing here. Mio says excitedly that she has never been good at communicating via text. The girl puts her hand to her chest and says that she came here because she hopes to meet them, because such things should be discussed in person. Then she says that she wants to join their group. Satsuki happily exclaims her name. Ikoma agrees with a smile. A statement is heard against the background of the city that they are glad that she decided to join them. The villains have gathered in a room and are discussing clearing the rifts, killing the adventurer. The guy in the hood asks why he should be the one to do this, asking if there really was no one else. The girl with an eye patch replies that she hid him from government agents, so he should at least do his job sometimes. There is an ashtray with a cigarette on the table. The image of a bald guy is in the frame. It is said that their client is a big man in the government structure, and he made it clear that he will not tolerate failures anymore. The guy asks with a grin why they decided to give him this task, clarifying what is so difficult about it. He crosses his fingers and states that killing some B-rank adventurer sounds like a bore. He asks with displeasure why he should clean up after everyone, since they are the ones who killed him, and let them sort it out, while the other guy is indignant. The bald guy hears the question of whether he is really wrong, since they are the ones who let him get away and failed the task. In the frame, the villain stands with a knife. He explains that, unlike them, he has received better military training. He stands among other fighters and states that he fought on the side of the heroes of this world. The guy with a grin claims that he was the strongest adventurer, but the righteous make him sick. Arisa sadly thinks about how this pisses her off, while he states that these adventurers are just being used by the government as cannon fodder in a fight against the monsters from the rifts, and they are only too happy to go to their deaths for the sake of their heroism. The guy in the hood, sitting on a chair, says that this is why such stupid heroes especially piss him off. He turns around and says that since he and Arisa screwed up, it is better for them to stand aside and not interfere. He stabs a knife into a photo in the protagonist's personal file, and says that first he needs to test what Ikoma is capable of. In the frame is his photo. The villain declares that he will then finish him off. The events take place in the branch of the Adventurers Guild, the licensing department. Someone congratulates Satsuki. The girl with a smile says that from this day on she has been assigned rank B. Surprised, Satsuki asked again if her rank was really increased. The diagram shows a pyramid of ranks, explaining that if you look at the percentage of adventurers, you can see that there are only 1% of B-rank adventurers in the country. She is happy to be one of them. The protagonist looks at his friend and congratulates her, saying that it is all thanks to her hard work. The girl stands next to her friends and thinks that, compared to Ikoma and Myo, she is not that strong and useful. Satsuki raises her fist and firmly realizes that she needs to put in more effort, and she will not lose to Myo. The friend stands next to Ikoma and says that, in fact, this is a natural outcome. The picture shows Satsuki and Okami, explaining that her level is higher than that of a regular B-rank adventurer. Myo calmly states that it is only thanks to her services to the district that she was promoted and that she should not be proud of it. The inscription says that rank promotions only occur in the branch where you are listed. Satsuki sadly says that she is right and that she should try harder, while noticing that her friend is very strict with her. The protagonist looks at her and says that Myo could have congratulated her, because this is such a moment, and she tried very hard. She replies that she is just trying to be objective and no one except her comrades will tell her the truth. Myo coughs and says that they need to forget about it, because she has something for them. She goes forward and calls everyone to follow her. In the background of the room, she is asked if this will be a gift for joining the group. The protagonist stands next to Satsuki, and Myo opens the closet. Ikoma says that it is not necessary. She replies that it is, but she still wanted it differently. The protagonist watches her and wonders what she prepared. At this time she says that it is gratitude for saving her. The girl stands in front of the closet and says that if it were not for them, she would have died that day. Myo stands next to a happy Satsuki after saying that, to be honest, she hasn't tried to get close to anyone since Manhwa passed away. She sits in front of the door and states that it's just an ordinary gift, but she hopes they like it. Satsuki reflects on how she's been thinking badly of her all this time. She thanks her with a smile, realizing that she's actually a kind girl. Ikoma watches her, noticing that she used a large box to store it, guessing that it could be equipment or a weapon. The shot shows a teddy bear in a bag. She hands it over and states that it's a toy from a famous German brand, a limited edition released to celebrate the company's 5th anniversary. Satsuki thinks of the eternally serious girl, the lone wolf, but realizes that Myo is not what she imagined. The protagonist is shocked to think that she thought it was just an ordinary gift, wondering how much it cost. Satsuki hugs the gift and thanks her friend, wondering how she will drag it home. The protagonist takes the smartphone and is surprised by something. An urgent notification is written on the screen. A C-rank rift has opened. Please head to the nearest shelters until the situation improves. The protagonist stands next to his friend and realizes that there is another rift, and she in turn notes that their number has increased greatly lately. Myo looks down sadly and states that she knows this village, saying that it is not far from the capital and they will quickly get there if they leave now. The protagonist says that if this rift is really C-rank, there should be level 40 bosses there, and they can easily deal with them, while realizing that the appearance of rifts is not that rare, but this is the second urgent call in a week. He holds the smartphone and wonders why the special department does not begin an investigation into this abnormal activity. The guy looks at the screen in surprise. An urgent notification has arrived that the name of the rift sounds like a fairy garden. Satsuki turns around and asks if he knows about something. He replies that it is a level 40 rift, and as the name suggests, there are plant monsters living there, noting that the biggest problem is the local boss, the Tree of Life Geokarina. He is sure that he is not difficult, but they must not let him go beyond the rift. Ikoma looks away and realizes that if this happens, they will not be able to defeat him. There are girl stickers on the smartphone. The protagonist says that they will need help. He writes to the interlocutor that he has a request for him. The three heroes run forward. The character in the hood stands nearby. He looks at the smartphone. The mysterious hero exclaims that they really caused an artificial disaster. He looks at the screen and thinks that the government people have a way to create a disaster, summoning a rift, and such complications to lure a second-rate adventurer into a trap is too much. He puts the phone to his ear and asks if she is heading there. The villain stands and says that they will meet there. He looks into the distance and hopes that he will like the surprise prepared. The villain extends his hand forward and calls the protagonist's name. The level 24 Earth monitor growls at the enemy. The heroine jumps away from the object. Myo strikes with a crimson blade. The protagonist looks away as the enemy approaches him. He shouts to his assistant that it is time to attack. Akasha calls out a crushing wave of fire. Satsuki holds the small monster, who is trying to escape. He cries in despair. Satsuki smiles. She begins the process of transferring mana, saying that she has extracted enough mana from the monsters so she can help others. The small creature falls lifelessly to the ground. Myo strokes the little girl and assures her that everything will be fine now. Satsuki looks ahead and states that compared to the last disaster, the monsters are not that strong. She stands next to Ikoma and says that they will cope with everything even before the special forces arrive. He replies that the battle with the local boss will not be as easy as it seems. The picture shows a monster. It is explained that Geokarina is able to create monsters in huge numbers, and also has a high movement speed. Satsuki comes to an idea in surprise. Ikoma calmly notes that if the monster gets out of the rift, they will not be able to catch it. Against a background of buildings, the protagonist says that monsters will fill the city and the disaster can no longer be avoided. Myo holds the child's hand and asks how they will be able to find the enemy. Ikoma turns around and says that Geokarina is very cautious and timid and she tries not to approach opponents whose level is higher than hers. In front of them is a beautiful city. The guy explains that with their current level, they can easily defeat her, but catching her will not be easy. He holds the smartphone and thinks that this is strange, because he wrote messages, but she never responded. Myo is standing next to the girl and says that she thinks it is better to split up. Given their level, they can deal with enemies alone, and in this situation they will be able to explore most of the territory. And also, they need to escort the child to a safe place. Satsuki is standing next to the guy and says that this is a great idea. The protagonist with a serious look realizes that he has a bad feeling about this whole situation. The picture has an inscription that in the past timeline, this rift was the most ordinary and unremarkable task for beginners, but now it can become the beginning of a new disaster. He thinks something is wrong, but he can't explain what it is, and even if they split up, there's no guarantee they'll be able to catch the enemy alone. He looks at his companions and realizes that there's little time left. The protagonist turns to everyone and says they need to split up, noting that if they find anything unusual, they need to report it immediately. The picture shows a building, and someone is laughing. Food is cooking on the stove, and the protagonist says it's almost ready. The hooded villain thanks them for waiting, talking about a double hamburger with double cheese. He goes and says he loves family restaurants, because they offer customers delicious food at affordable prices. The room is in a big mess, and the villain says that a double hamburger combined with double Gouda cheese tastes incredible. He puts the plate on the table and hopes they like it as much as he does. A guy sits all alone in the ruins and declares that he needs to eat well before the mission, wishing everyone a pleasant appetite. He starts biting into a hamburger. The glass near him breaks. He sees the plate with shards fly away. A blonde man in a cloak calls him Saut, noting that his code name is Collector, saying that he is a serial killer hunting strong adventurers. The guy hides behind the table and asks what is going on, because he just finished making his special double hamburger, and if he was so eager to eat it, he could have just asked. Saut thinks about what skill he should use, considering that the enemy is all alone. A man with a large sword takes a fighting stance. The villain notices that this is not an ordinary sword, but a magic blade. A strong explosion occurs after using purple flame. The blonde man looks opposite and calls it curious. Saut calls him a magician with a smirk. He sits on top of a large monster and states that it uses melee attacks, suggesting that it is a combat mage. The man exclaims that the opponent is indeed a collector. The hooded guy hears that he received a report from his subordinates about a suspicious man in a mask with multicolored rings. The blonde claims that he has made a career out of killing such scum, calling himself an A-rank adventurer and Camera's bounty hunter. He stands in front of Saut, who asks if he really is a hunter, since it is hard work and he could become an adventurer. Camera says with a smile that it is a thankless job, where the maximum you can achieve is C-rank, but by killing people like Saut, he gets much more experience and glory. The hooded scoundrel states that he has a very boring life, since he gets up early in the morning and runs around with a proud look, killing supposed criminals. Saut says with a serious face that he doesn't even want to waste time on trash like Camera, specifying that maybe he'll just leave, and he'll spare him. Camera swings his sword and flies into the attack, insulting his opponent. He flies into the attack with confidence, realizing that summoning a familiar to the battlefield means spending a huge amount of mana and therefore dragging out the fight is not in his interests. Camera hits the opponent, realizing that he just needs to close the distance and finish the fight with one blow. Saut turns to the enemy with a smirk and offers to teach him a trick. Camera looks at him in surprise. He is discouraged to hear that this is called a surprise attack. Blood spills onto the floor. A little girl with 4 arms hovers in the window. Camera does not believe that he was attacked from behind. The summoned monster named Doll looks on menacingly while the villainous hero is sure that he looked around the room carefully before entering and did not see any other familiars, wondering how he managed to summon another one. Saut says with a smile that he knew from the beginning that he was being followed. Kamuro kneels in front of Saut while he says that due to his multiclass, he has high defense, as expected from a battle mage, which is why he did not die from one blow. The man begs not to kill him, because he will pay any amount. Saut teases him, saying that his horned friend should not be forgotten, and if he says anything again, he will smear him against the wall. The guy in the hoodie throws up his hands and does not understand why people always offer to save his life for money, noting that he feels like some kind of scum. A bright fireball flies towards Saut. Energy is coming at him. He doesn't understand what it is, a fire arrow or explosives. A huge red monster is standing behind Saut. A fireball flies towards them. There is a bright flash. The guy in the hood is surprised that the enemy killed his Gorgle with one blow. The guy is upset that he did not finish everything with one blow. The hero with the bow says that he missed. A whirlwind of energy circles around Saut. The girl with green hair uses this skill. A firestorm attacks the villain. Everything around is burning. He screams that because of them he will not be able to cook another portion of his double hamburger with cheese. He sees two heroes and understands that in addition to the bounty hunter, there were also guys from the special forces. They launched a fire arrow for a reason, because it was a plan to spread the fire and burn him. The man lies on the ground. The squad members run forward. Mayumi looks ahead calmly. The villain thinks that with this siege they were able to save the hunter and only one person from the special unit could have lured him into such a trap. The picture shows people with the inscription mediocrity. It is explained that not every adventurer they meet is accepted into the special units, because you not only need to be strong, but also follow the strictest rules, so many cannot stand to work in such conditions. The lieutenant in the shirt looks away courageously. It is said that he is the most talented and young member of the squad, and they say that he passed the entrance exam on the first try. Saut smiles, realizing how his hands are itching to defeat such a talented idealist. He sees all the participants and realizes that now is not the best time to fight, because his subordinates will greatly interfere. The villain clenches his fist and realizes that he was able to dodge the sudden attack, but he lost the Gorgle, and if he tries to engage in battle, he will waste a lot of mana. He grits his teeth and realizes that he still has work to do, and if he fails, he will definitely be quartered. Saut looks forward, realizing that he was lucky this time and hopes that he and Mayumi will have fun next time. He jumps forward. The squad members turn around and shout that the collector is trying to escape. Mayumi pulls back a bowstring with a fire arrow. He shoots at the villain using the fire arrow skill. The surprised partner exclaims that it worked, but the guy replies that it did not. A clone of the villain lies on the ground. The lieutenant explains that it is an ordinary slime, because he disguised this slime with his robe. A building is visible. The guy explains that Saut himself ran to the roof. She asks if they will follow him. Mayumi with a smirk says that it is pointless, because their goal is to stop the rift disaster, and they will lose a lot of time and effort chasing a person. The lieutenant goes ahead and says that first they need to deal with the fire. Kamuro is sitting on the ground. The lieutenant says that he will interrogate him later, as soon as he finishes with everything else. Mio runs through the buildings. The picture shows the boss of the Fairy Garden Rift, Gaokarina level 38. The girl understands that there is still a little left. The monster uses the skill to summon fairy creatures. Mio stands in front of a bunch of flying monsters. She begins to attack with her blade, ordering them to get out of the way. The heroine looks at the plants in surprise. She realizes with a dissatisfied face that she does not have time to fight them, and if she does nothing, Gaokarina will escape again. Mio's sword starts to glow brightly. She uses the Infernal Destruction skill and spends 44 health points, converting the Reaper's life force into dark magic for an enhanced attack. Bright beams reach the small monsters. The girl runs after the boss, confident that she will defeat him with one blow. Bright flashes touch the tree. Mio flies with a sword at the monitor lizard, not understanding how it got here. The monster bites her hand. She wants to scream in pain. A bright red beam hits the ground around. Mio holds the sword stuck in the body of the monitor lizard. Other creatures approached her. She thinks that the slug summoned more creatures and escaped. The girl is shocked. The protagonist runs forward, thinking that he does not find any traces of Gaokarina. He is in a big city. Ikoma wants to inspect everything from above, but then realizes that he will spend too much mana for this. The protagonist looks at the phone after a message was received. He sees the boss's location in the conversation. The action takes place among the city's high-rise buildings. The girl is standing in the blood of slain monsters. The picture contains messages of gratitude, because this means that the search area has been significantly reduced. Mio smirks. She turns around furiously and declares that she will smear the boss on the wall. Flying monsters rush to attack. The protagonist slashes them with his blade. Pop-up windows say that he has received 36 and 28 experience points. Ikoma stands in front of a large monster. He spews fire at it using the Flame Splash skill. The protagonist flies high into the air. He lands on a traffic light and prepares to attack. A bright purple flash pierces the monster's body. The protagonist sees with a dissatisfied face that 56 experience points have been received, and he realized this. He adds that it is a little unpleasant to receive so few points. The city is heavily smoking. Ikoma claims that there is no end to the monsters, and he still has not found the Rift boss. He understands that only by killing Gaokarina, the monsters will disappear. The protagonist is surprised to hear that he is recognized. The guy with glasses stands in front of Ikoma and shouts that a fighter would defeat these guys with such ease right now. The hero says that this is the first time he has seen such a strong adventurer in real life. Ikoma turns and asks if he knows that this place is unsafe, because only adventurers can be in the disaster area. The green-haired guy raises his finger and declares that he is an adventurer. He is the same hero as the main one, protecting civilians from abomination and rift. Ikoma does not understand who this weirdo is. The stranger hears the hero explaining that he has an E rank and his hillbilly class is quite strong. The protagonist looks ahead and asks again. The picture shows a diagram with levels. It says that upon reaching level 10, an adventurer has the right to choose a class for himself, and it depends on the initial characteristics and abilities. The frame shows level 10. It is explained that the characteristics depend on how you distributed them in the first place. The window says redneck. He thinks that among all the variety of classes there are representatives of rednecks. The guy in the hat looks down sadly. It is explained that this class can be obtained by evenly distributing all the characteristic points, but in the end they do not have any special skills or abilities. Okami smiles, raising his finger. It is said that among adventurers this class is considered the weakest of all, because even beginners in the guild are never told about this class and are not shown. They advise developing 2 or 3 characteristics to get a useful class. The green-haired guy laughs and says that although this is a rare class, it is completely useless. The protagonist looks down and thinks that most likely the interlocutor did not know how to properly distribute characteristic points, and in the end it all led to this outcome. The stranger whispers whether it is true that Ikoma, the owner of the rare class of the Master of Gravity, is in front of him. The protagonist stands in front of him and asks where he is from, while the guy exclaims that Ikoma is a true legend of the Adventurers Guild and everyone knows about his achievements. The protagonist happily holds up his smartphone and states that he also knows about them from Hashinen videos. She looks out from the side of the protagonist. He does not understand if she really tells everything in her videos. Someone says that he was even lucky enough to meet such a cutie. The green-haired guy stands behind Ikoma and claims that he is very jealous and they will meet someday, because he would like to control gravity, calling it a useful skill. Ikoma goes forward, apologizing for not having time for idle chatter, and he needs to go. The guy furiously asks to go with him, because such a chance comes once in a lifetime. The protagonist turns around and asks if he really has an E rank, clarifying that he is probably level 20. Ikoma assures that the local monsters are too tough for him. The protagonist tells him that he is chasing the Rift boss and if he wants to help, he needs to find people and escort them to the shelter. The guy smiles. He takes out a green crystal. He holds it in his hand and activates the splitting of objects. The hero directs it at Ikoma and heals him. He confidently states that the villager has a skill that allows him to transfer the characteristics of a destroyed object, and his power can help in catching the boss. Ikoma thinks with a serious face that the guy is very persistent, then says that in any case, he can handle it alone. The smartphone beeps from a notification, saying that he needs to catch the boss as soon as possible, and he does not have time to team up with someone he does not even know. Ikoma holds the phone and is happy that he finally received an answer. The messages contain a request to start a stream to find the Rift boss, and then that he looks like a small slime. He sends him a link. The picture is the profile of Hashinen, a Rift explorer. The girl stands in front of the camera and claims that she is broadcasting from the epicenter of the Rift disaster. The area is covered in monsters and she needs help. She holds a piece of paper and screams for help finding the monster, asking to leave photos with this monster with a hashtag. The picture shows a photo from a viewer and his comment, "He was so fast," then another picture and a caption that the boss is very elusive and the fan barely managed to take a picture. Hashinen at this time says that she will be grateful for any activity and let no one be fooled by the appearance of the slime, assuring that in fact he is extremely dangerous. The picture shows statistics. He is happy that thanks to the popularity of the girl, almost 2 million retweets have been collected and so he will be able to track Geokarina's movements in real time. Ikoma thinks with a grin that he cannot hide with such a trump card. There is a photo of the monster in the smartphone. The main character thinks that this is the last tweet where he was seen. Against the backdrop of buildings, he reflects on the fact that although he now knows about movement, he is still very fast and he needs to come up with a tactic to trap him. He scrolls through the posts and thinks that he needs to write about Satsuki and Mio, because they are not far from the place where Geokarina was last time. The protagonist feels a green-haired guy behind him. He turns around and asks his name. The guy puts his hand to his head with a smile and calls himself Wajima. He replies that he is now going to another place where he was the boss last time. The protagonist looks at him and says that he still doesn't think he should go with him, but if he wants to, you can join him. A happy Wajima raises his fists. A bonus is written against the clear sky. The protagonist turns around when a girl calls him. Satsuki is standing in front of him in a swimsuit and waving at him. Ikoma is embarrassed when he sees her beautiful figure. He quickly covers her with a towel. Satsuki is standing next to him and is embarrassed. Wajima runs after the protagonist and shouts that it's incredible, because he is going to clean up with the Tokyo legend. He rejoices and says that no one can hide from their incomparable duet. The guy reminds him that he is not obliged to help him. Ikoma picks up a smartphone. Wajima asks what he is looking at there. He replies that he has drawn up an approximate route for the Rift boss. The picture shows a map. He says that based on the data he received, he realized several things. The first is that he is constantly moving north. Wajima is surprised to hear that the second is that he prefers to be in the shade, be it trees, bushes, alleys. The picture shows schematic houses with a monster. It is said that he has a theory that he specifically avoids sunlight because he is afraid of being dried out in the sun. The picture shows a pointer to a point. It is explained that based on all this, they need to attack suddenly, and then, when he tries to escape, you need to direct him to the alley they need from which there will be no exit. Wajima puts his finger to his face and says that all this is some kind of trap for the boss. The green-haired friend looks at the protagonist and says that this is the first time he fights a Rift boss, because he has never seen how the pros work in action. The admiring hero looks at the main character and says that Ikoma is incredibly cool because he came up with a plan to catch the boss in such a short time. It is written that Wajima thinks that Ikoma is younger than him, because he has achieved so much despite his young age. He thinks that it is not surprising, because he is actually 28 years old, and has spent his whole life in the rifts. Wajima says that he reminds him of his older brother. He was incredibly strong, smart, and had a great sense of humor. He began to cry because of the memories in which he was always compared to him. The main character looks ahead, not knowing how to respond to this. A new notification comes to the smartphone. The picture says that a serial killer nicknamed the Saut Collector is rampaging in this area, and let this in no way relate to the capture. The frame shows the villain. The main character thinks that he kills only high-ranking adventurers and collects loot from them as a trophy. The protagonist looks at his phone, thinking about how the once strongest adventurer, whose class is based on summoning familiars, was rampaging even in the past timeline. The picture shows a newspaper, explaining that even a special unit could not catch him, and those who managed to face him in battle never returned alive, adding that Saut ended up here, at the site of the disaster. Against the background of the city, he states that he cannot consider this a coincidence. In the frame, there are villains. Ikoma is sure that they were hired by the Fawn of the Chimera. Akasha is standing in front of the ring. It is said that she came to take the Ring of Wisdom. Ikoma looks ahead, thinking that the former strongest adventurer is one whose strength is much higher than mine, and whether he will be able to give him a worthy rebuff. Wajima looks at him and asks if everything is so, because he is now making such an expression. The protagonist with a displeased look states that everything is fine. Wajima kneels down while he thinks that he needs to kill the boss as soon as possible. The guy notices that a serial killer has been spotted in the area. Wajima is confused when he hears that according to the tweets, he was seen in a family restaurant nearby, and it seems that he encountered a special unit, but he managed to escape. Ikoma stands in front of him and explains that for an E-rank adventurer, this is too dangerous, and if they meet, they need to run as fast as they can. The protagonist pokes at his smartphone while Wajima is shaking in fear. The protagonist sees that this is a new tweet with information about Geokarina. The pop-up window says that he was so surprised to see a huge slug and unfortunately did not have time to take a photo, but it headed outside. Ikoma understands that it is very close and a little more, and they will be able to catch it. The guy holds his head and cries, realizing that he will send the information to the chat, but Mio and Satsuki. The protagonist turns to Wajima, saying that he has already received information about Geokarina's location. Ikoma, with a straight face, says that he will need his help to defeat him. Wajima, with glassy eyes, looks forward. He clenches his fist in anger. Wajima loudly declares that he understands everything. Ikoma stands next to Wajima and says that the boss hates sunlight, and they are taking advantage of this time. The picture shows two arrows, saying that they will deliberately change the route. It shows a diagram of the characters, saying that he will scare him, and when he tries to hide, he will run into an alley and wait there. Ikoma looks at Wajima and asks again if he can handle it, because all he has to do is kill him, and it will be enough to just catch him. Wajima points his finger up in admiration and says that he has just the items that he can break. He strikes a pose and claims that he will defeat the monsters around. The guy wants to ask something before they start, at which time the protagonist explains that if something unexpected happens, you should not worry about it, and just run to a safe place. Wajima looks at him and asks why he became an adventurer. Surprised, Ikoma hears that they risk their lives every day. He sheepishly continues to say that this is not the most rewarding and profitable job, and he wondered why he chose this path. The protagonist states that the interlocutor is still a strange guy. Wajima exhales after Ikoma called it a really good question. The protagonist says that he initially chose the path with the thought of how far can I go. In the background of the battle, an addition is heard, before I meet my death. The picture shows two characters. He says that the higher he climbed. In the picture, Bloody Heroes, Ikoma explains that the more he realized that with this layer he can save many lives. The protagonist looks up and thinks that with great power he has come to feel a sense of responsibility towards all the people who may suffer from monsters or others. Wajima watches him. The protagonist scratches his head and says that he has never been asked such a thing, so he has never thought about it. A sad green-haired guy hears this. He says with an angelic smile that it is more than enough to answer. The guy exclaims and thanks him for sharing with him. With the city in the background, the guy says that they are a thief, because there is no time for chatter. A monster in the form of a tree slug rushes through the living room. The character jumps from roof to roof. The protagonist runs next to Geokarina. Ikoma watches what is happening. He uses Grante's skill against it. The slug begins to sigh in pain. The monster tries to run away. The protagonist, as he thought, cannot be born in this circle. The protagonist stands in front of the sky and hears that his time will come soon. Wajima looks ahead with confidence. The protagonist runs after the boss. He watches it and realizes that he won't be able to catch up with it at this speed. The boss uses the Waking Nightmare skill against him. Plants and insects buzz nearby. Monsters are waiting for orders. The protagonist runs further. He runs past the enemies using the gravity reduction. The boss screams what's going on. Ikoma runs forward and realizes that such tricks won't stop him. The protagonist jumps above the enemy. The slug clings to the ground frantically. The protagonist flies down, realizing that he can use the cubs as a living shield to hide from the enemy without being noticed. Ikoma slides on the grass, thinking that this is what Mio wrote about. He runs away, saying that all he needs to do at this point is ignore the monster and just follow the boss. The protagonist deals a strong blow with the blade. The Wii begins to resent. Ikoma sees the event of a swift escape in front of him. He looks ahead and does not understand when Geokarina will receive damage. He activates a special item Swift Escape and tries to find the most secluded place to hide from the pursuer. In the picture, a diagram about whether it can or cannot be used. He thinks that the skill has a nuance, and it will take an hour to cool down this skill. Wajima sits and looks ahead. The guy thinks that it consumes a lot of mana, so Geokarina will not be able to escape from the enemy even if she wants to. The slug shouts something. He looks to the side questioningly. Wajima walks towards it. He is frightened to see that the monster really came here. He realizes with a smirk that this is a chance to become famous, namely to catch the slug and become a hero like Ikoma. He holds a bottle and hopes that it will work. Wajima squeezes the crystal and begins to use item splitting. The guy throws a potion at him and demands to try it. The contents pour down, burning the world tree. The guy smiles and thinks that Ikoma was right. The slug sits quietly while the hero is sure that Geokarina is afraid of fire and can simply freeze in fear at the sight of it. Wajima happily shouts that he caught it. The slug growls in front of him. The protagonist praises everyone for the warm welcome. The protagonist smirks and tells her that this time it will not be possible to escape. The picture shows a monster. Someone explains that there is little mana left, and he spent it all on summoning monsters and escaping. The protagonist looks forward and hears a question about what he will do. The slug screams loudly. The monsters prepare to attack after using the nightmare skill in reality. The roots tighten the snail's body. It uses a warning. The trunks envelop the enemy. It is said that the boss has entered combat mode. Ikoma watches what is happening and thinks that for the place of escape he decided to spend all his MP on defense. Wajima covers his ears and screams that it is too loud. At this time she is asked to retreat. The monster is preparing to attack the guy. Wajima shows his palms and screams that they need to escape. The protagonist with a smirk called it a futile attempt. There is a quick dissection of monsters into pieces. The protagonist bravely fights them. The embarrassed girl covers her face and says, "Oh my god." The tree trunks entangle the slug. The protagonist jumps off, realizing that it has finally been caught. Ikoma plunges his sword into its mouth. The surprised guy screams about Grant. The tree trunks squeeze everything around. There is a flash. The slug lies on the ground. Wajima covers himself from the bright light. A pop-up window says that 1135 experience points have been received. The monster is sitting in a building. A delighted Wajima exclaims that he did it. The guy is happy next to the protagonist. The voiceover says that he looked at him and nothing suspicious. The guy in the hood stands in front of the bright glow. He smirks and declares that he is not impressed at all. Wajima runs up to the hero, joyfully exulting. The brunette sighed and thought that Geokarina was defeated. He opened the messages on his phone and decided that all that was left was to warn Mio and Satsuki. The bespectacled guy looked at the interlocutor in surprise when he thanked him for his help, noting that without him he would not have been able to catch the boss so easily. Wajima sheepishly scratched the back of his head and replied that he never thought that he would be praised by the Tokyo legend, so it was even awkward. He looked at his hand and said that when he first received this class, he didn't expect to be able to defeat a boss even once in his life. But after defeating Geokarina, he guessed that he had potential. The adventurer waved his fist and exclaimed that he would level up and save people like the main character. Ikoma looked at him and said that in his experience, there are no good or bad classes, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. He remembered how he was abandoned by his own team in the past, and added that each class is useful in different situations. The guy remembered the bespectacled guy during the fight and said that the hillbillies, for example, can split objects and turn them into skills, and this mobility helped them catch the boss. Wajima stared dumbfounded at the brunette, who said that if you develop your strengths, no one will pay attention to your weaknesses, and he will achieve more, especially after challenging a boss who was clearly a higher level. The interlocutor folded his arms and became touched, after which he asked what the Gravity Master's greatest strength was. The protagonist thoughtfully looked away and asked again. He frowned and warned that he could not speak for the whole class in principle, but he would speak for himself. Wajima smiled in anticipation. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and said that it was the ability to strive for more. This answer struck the interlocutor right in the heart and made him open his mouth. The bespectacled man's eyes sparkled and admired such coolness. He approached the brunette and exclaimed that he was sure that he could achieve so much, and the hero thanked him, noting that it was time to get out of here, because a serial killer was wandering around the area. The street was empty. The young man turned to the interlocutor and added that he did not want to meet the maniac again. A silhouette flashed over the hero's head, just when he was telling them to run as fast as they could if they did come across him. Ikoma swung his sword sharply, deflecting and throwing the enemy away. The brunette frowned, realizing that the collector had already found them. Saut stood in front, and Doll hovered next to him. The criminal stood with his head down, while the hero thought that he did not even sense his presence next to him, so such guys are the most dangerous opponents. The doll's hands moved, activating the spectacle of life and death. Black threads stretched from it towards the youth. Ikoma furrowed his eyebrows and leaned to the side. At that moment, the enemy swung from behind him. The protagonist quickly appeared behind him, cutting the air with his blade. The weapon fell to the ground with a clang. The adventurer gritted his teeth, realizing that it was a slime, not a person. The figure began to flow. The man stepped forward, crushing his glasses, and thought that he had been sitting in the shadows all this time. The man smirked and put the rings on his hand. Wajima bared his teeth, burning with desire to finish off the protagonist. He suddenly jumped up and ran towards him. Ikoma turned around and blocked the blow. The brunette swung his leg, and the opponent jumped back, cursing. The criminal smirked and admitted that the reaction was not bad for such a loser. The man frowned and added that he would have died if he were not real. The protagonist calmly looked at him and clarified whether he was the collector, the very same serial killer of adventurers. The man remembered moments from the current battle and thought that, although he was able to carry out a surprise attack, even made Doll attack him, thereby timing the moment and attacked personally. But he dodged not only the doll, but also its owner. Saut blushed and decided that this was interesting prey. He came closer and assumed that the guy's knees were shaking from the realization that he was at arm's length with him from the very beginning. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and said that he always knew that it was him hiding behind Wajima's guise. The other man gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked again. The hero presented the system window and remembered that Saut was a legend among adventurers, and even in the previous timeline, no one knew anything about him, no relatives, no face, no past, and even his class was hidden from everyone. The guy remembered Akasha and thought that the Ring of Wisdom was able to show the class of anyone he pointed to, although, unfortunately, it took a lot of mana to use this skill. The brunette presented a tablet with the reserve skill, which reduces the use of mana when activating items, and this is the skill that revealed Saotom's guise, because if he used it, the mana would not be spent so easily. The other man crossed his arms and noted that this theory was a bit far-fetched, because why would he team up with the enemy if he knew who he was? The hero introduced the monster and replied that, firstly, he had come up with a great plan to catch the monster, which required a second person, so he used him. The young man pointed at the criminal and added that the collector would not have attacked while the boss was rampaging around the area. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and said that it was advantageous for him to gain his trust, and after capturing the enemy, just finish him off without unnecessary witnesses. Saut frowned, mentally amazed that the adventurer knew that he was exposing himself to danger, but decided to use it to quickly kill the boss, after which he shouted that he was just a fucking saint. The man raised his hands and said that killing such people is much more fun, so it's time to fight. A new silhouette appeared behind the criminal. Saut held out a dagger in front of him and offered to fight the protagonist. The brunette frowned, realizing that he could not read his movements, and had not fought opponents one-on-one for a long time. The interlocutor grinned, and the young man thought that his level was much higher. Besides, his physical abilities and combat experience were much more extensive than his. The adventurer remembered the monster and the sudden attack and noted that he had spent a lot of energy in the battle with the boss, and then also on blocking his first attack. Ikoma took a step and realized that in such a situation, one-on-one, absolutely not knowing his skills, he was simply powerless. The guy turned around and decided that he needed to run. Saotom's eyes widened and he exclaimed indignantly. The main character ran forward, thinking that the Rift boss was defeated, so he should go to a crowded place to the other adventurers to have a chance at victory. The enemy put out his hand, ordering Doll, and asked where he was going. The brunette did not turn around. The young man frowned, continuing to move. The man frowned, indignant that the interlocutor did not even look back. He looked at Doll, a puppet that could kill with strings that were impossible to notice at first. The criminal remembered how the boy had dodged them without even looking. Saut grinned and was glad that he had such a clever prey. He pulled away from his spot, exclaiming that he didn't mind playing tag. The man stopped at the crossroads, wondering where the boy was. There were trees in a park to one side, but the killer decided that the boy was not so stupid as to hide so obviously. Buildings towered behind him. Saut stopped, thinking that the enemy would need to gain a huge falling speed to make a strong attack, which meant that he would strike from above. At that moment, the protagonist swung his sword. He brought down his attack on the enemy, but he parried it with Iblis' crushing hand with a smirk. Ikoma frowned, annoyed that his attack was blocked. The boy landed on the ground, and the interlocutor said that he now realized that the boy ran away because he had a significant advantage in the alley, and in the open space it was easier to dodge blows. In other words, he was deprived of his advantage. Saut bared his teeth, calling for his minions and asked if the hero really thought that this would help him in any way. The brunette narrowed his eyes and noted that the enemy had summoned 3 familiars, but there could be many more. The slime swung while the boy was thinking that the killer must have spent all his skill points on item summoning, causing his charges to be the same level as him. Ikoma extended his blade, blocking the blow, and realized that he was fighting against 4 high-level opponents. He frowned, feeling the threads behind his back. The boy jumped, and the asphalt beneath him was cut, so that he could not relax for a second. The hero turned to his opponent, wondering how he managed to achieve the ability to summon 3 familiars on the battlefield. The opponent grinned. His gaze became wild, and the man thought that he was having hell of a lot of fun. He remembered being at a kendo competition, where his opponent was suffocating on his knees. The others looked at him indignantly, shouting that hitting in the neck is prohibited. Saut continued to stand, clutching his sword. A grin appeared on his face, because he could not hide his amusement. The assassin grinned and decided that he would show the hero how insignificant he was and trample him into the dirt. The man looked at the boy and asked again when he asked if Chimera Fang sent him. The brunette stood in front of him and suggested that they specially created this disaster to lure him out. The interlocutor frowned and thought that he was surprisingly smart. Saut arched his eyebrows and replied that he did not understand what you were talking about, because he simply hated being indebted to a grumbling hag, so no offense. The boy narrowed his eyes in confusion. Ikoma jumped back, and a huge hand hit the floor behind him. He looked back, and his opponent said that he would tell the secret if he defeated him. Doll raised her hands, activating the spectacle of life and death. A pillar was cut behind the guy. He turned around, realizing that her attacks were much faster than before. Saut closed one eye and thought that if the hero focused only on Doll, he would not be able to finish her off. The man smiled and noted that the boy was still thinking about how to survive. He put out his hand, calling on energy, and decided that he would have to use his entire arsenal against him. The demon Rogel appeared behind the protagonist. Ikoma frowned, noticing the 4th. The opponent extended his fingers and exclaimed that if he thought that was all, then he would be disappointed. The cursed Sophie appeared in the air. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. The protagonist looked at him in confusion and thought that Saut was truly the strongest opponent he had ever fought, since he was able to summon 5 familiars to the battlefield. The young man grinned and noted that he had a chance to win, since his opponent had shown all his trump cards. Sophie bared her teeth, engulfed in dark energy. The protagonist turned and ran, realizing that it was dangerous to engage in battle without knowing the powers of the summoned creatures, so he first needed to understand their features. Suddenly, a monster appeared next to the guy. The brunette's eyes widened, noting its speed. He swung his blade, cutting the enemy. Sophie appeared in front of him again. Ikoma sweated, thinking that he had hit her, but she didn't care at all. He jerked to the side. The enemy opened her mouth and screamed. The young man frowned and realized that, although it was troublesome, all he could do was identify their weaknesses without going on the offensive. Rogel suddenly struck the guy, but he managed to jump back. The hero cut the slime with his sword. He stopped, surrounded by monsters. Red threads flashed in the air. They cut the slime in front of the guy. Ikoma managed to dodge, so he only lost a couple of strands. The brunette quickly looked away. He barely had time to extend his blade to block Saotom's attack. The man looked at him with admiration and shouted that he was really strong, just like the hag said, and he wouldn't win if he fought one-on-one. A huge fist hung over the hero's head. There was an explosion, and the criminal shouted that the boy didn't stand a chance against his assistants. Ikoma ran away while he laughed that he was running away again, and it wasn't funny at all. The boy looked at his trembling fingers and noted that he had used gravity reduction when attacking the demonic hand, but it didn't save him from damage. There were monsters hovering behind Saut, and the brunette thought that despite the fact that he had summoned 5 familiars to the battlefield, he didn't look exhausted, as if his mana was barely being spent. Rogel moved forward, and the boy noted that the man also skillfully controlled them, so the demons acted like an extension of his arms. The man grinned, and the hero realized that the fanatic who loved fights not for life, but for death, had come up with the perfect battle tactics, which made it impossible to get close to him. Ikoma smiled and reminded himself that there are no invincible opponents, which means there is something he is missing, but it is clear that his opponent wants to deal with him as soon as possible. The young man narrowed his eyes. The criminal standing opposite him looked at him with undisguised delight and excitement, and the brunette noticed that he looked like he wanted this fight to last forever. The protagonist tossed the stone on his foot. The projectile flew through Sophie. The monster looked around in bewilderment, and the guy thought that he threw the stone at her using gravity magic, but it passed through her. The next projectile bounced off the fence. Then it hit the demon and fell to the floor. Ikoma moved forward, deciding that he understood everything, so it was time to act. The man bared his teeth, delighted, and ordered Rogel to move forward. The demon clenched his fists and swung with a scream. His powerful blows split the asphalt under his feet. He raised his head. The guy's foot immediately landed on his face. The monster fell on his back, and the young man immediately jumped back to the traffic light. Saut froze, looking at the guy, and thought that he dodged so gracefully that he almost fell in love. The brunette stood on a pole, and the criminal decided that in such a position he could easily finish him off. A red net appeared next to the guy, and Sophie was approaching from behind with a scream. The hero highlighted two demons in his mind and noted that only they could attack him in the air. Ikoma raised his blade, calling on energy, and used gravitia, increasing gravity in the selected area. The net fell on Sophie, and she squealed. Saut gritted his teeth, realizing that this was a trap for his familiars. He remembered the boy throwing 2 rocks at the demon, and realized that the adventurer had figured out that direct attacks wouldn't work on Sophie. The pillar was engulfed in purple magic. It fell right on the demon's head. Doll was standing nearby, and the man realized that her threads could hurt Sophie's body, so it was important to watch her attacks. The criminal sweated, realizing that the boy had figured out the weaknesses of his 2 strongest familiars in such a short time, so he needed to retreat and restore Doll and Sophie's strength. The protagonist stood behind his opponent. He smirked and noted that just like that, the enemy's strength disappeared in an instant. The monster lay on the ground, groaning. Rogel stood up, rubbing his head, so 2 of the 5 were eliminated from the game. Doll froze, disoriented due to accidentally attacking her comrade. Ikoma clenched his hand holding the ring and thought that now that his main trump cards were down, the real battle would begin. Saut looked back at the familiar that was an extension of his master's arms and realized that he had relaxed too much, allowing the 3 of them to attack at once. He frowned and thought that he would have to rely on himself to defeat this agile bastard. The man clenched his blade and remembered that he wanted to finish this quickly, but he himself could end up being prey, so the hag was right to be afraid of him. A glowing silhouette appeared in front of the criminal's face. Akasha swung her blade, activating the sword of Zeus, and the opponent barely managed to dodge. The girl frowned in displeasure. Saut paled, realizing that this bastard had sent his familiar to him during the last battle. A huge hand appeared near the brunette, and the killer thought that Iblis was still alive and could squash the guy like an annoying bug. Akasha looked at the man. She smiled brightly at him. The rival grinned and declared that her master was finished. Ikoma swung his sword, cutting the slime. The enemy raised the weapon above his head. The brunette parried the attack again. He narrowed his eyes and thought that no physical attacks worked on the slime, so he would have to use magic to destroy it. Rogel loomed over the boy, preparing to strike from behind. The adventurer jumped back, thinking that he had tried to disable it by hitting it with the double gravity of a falling traffic light, but it hadn't worked. Akasha had extended a glittering blade, and the protagonist thought that he had summoned her for exactly 30 seconds, and in that time he needed to deal with the remaining familiars of the enemy. The youth smirked and said, "Let's go." He rose from the ground, engulfed in purple magic. A demonic hand hung above him. The hero plunged his blade into it, using meteor fall and reverse gravity. The blade pierced the demon's eye, and it screamed. The brunette jumped on top of him and declared that he would be patient. Rogel looked around, looking for Ikoma. The youth swung his blade and attacked him with meteor fall. The slime watched as his comrade fell to the ground. The protagonist turned to him, summoning a magic circle, and thought that he was next. A bright sphere blew away the slime, and only a sword remained on the asphalt. The city darkened, and Saotom's voice was heard, shouting to get away from him. Akasha lay on the ground, and her body began to evaporate. The man turned around, trying to understand what was going on. His eyes widened. Doll's remains were lying on the ground. The protagonist suddenly found himself behind the criminal. The long-haired man managed to turn around and parry the blow. The dagger fell out of his hand, and he thought it was some kind of joke. Rogel was lying face down. A wet spot remained from the slime. Ibsis's demonic hand was lying nearby. Doll's puppet was disassembled into pieces. Sophie was unconscious. Saut sweated and asked if the protagonist had killed them all. The brunette tilted his head and wondered if the toys had run out, and now only the criminal was left. The man gritted his teeth and cursed. He leaned his elbow on his knee, thinking about how after defeating the familiars, he wouldn't be able to summon them for a while, because they needed to fully recover before summoning them again, so the man was left unarmed. The ring on his finger glowed as Saut remembered that he still had some mana left. Adorine appeared in the air with white wings. The hero narrowed his eyes, noticing that another familiar didn't seem dangerous. The long-haired man looked at the angel and thought that she could heal his wounds and restore his mana a little. He frowned and decided to use her to escape, lie low, and attack the boy with renewed vigor. The man froze, never giving an order, because he realized that he would never have another chance to finish off Ikoma. The criminal clenched his hand, realizing that he specialized in surprise attacks. His eyes widened as he realized that the next time they met, the protagonist would be prepared for this, and then the second attempt would automatically be another failure. The brunette stood in front of his opponent, who was thinking that the young man was not showing it, but his mana was also wasted. The hero frowned, and the enemy thought that he would never have a chance to meet him so weakened again. The man reached for his sword. The angel shone above him, having received the order to heal. He stood up and said that the young man's face was too reminiscent of someone. Ikoma narrowed his eyes, listening to the man who did not put in an ounce of effort, receiving everything that Saut dreamed of. The long-haired man grinned and asked the guy to attack, promising that he would teach the genius how to lose. The hero attacked, and the opponent put out his sword to block. The man gritted his teeth and noted that he was superior to him in combat experience, and Adarine would be able to enhance his characteristics if necessary. The criminal's hand sparked, and he thought that the guy's weapon was much heavier, so he was losing to him in every way. Ikoma looked at his opponent carefully, who was surprised that the guy did not show a shadow of fear. Saut flinched, seeing the blade at his neck. He jumped back and tried to calm himself, reminding himself that the opponent was weaker than he looked. The hero wiped the sweat from his face, and the long-haired one decided that he had spent a lot of mana, and his body was exhausted from constantly manipulating gravity. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that this was interesting. He remembered the man's first attack and noted that although he preferred to use magic in battle, he specialized in surprise attacks. Saut swung, and the hero noticed that he was no stranger to wielding a sword. His movements revealed that he used to practice kendo, and the boy reads it because of the many battles he had experienced. The enemy took a fighting stance, and the brunette decided that he needed to concentrate, and then it would be over. Ikoma narrowed his eyes and noted that he had become much more careful. The enemy stood in front of him, and the hero noticed that his movements had become sharp, as if excitement had flared up in him, where his life was at stake. Saut put out his blade, while Ikoma was thinking about how surprising it was for the magician to still hold on, when he could calmly retreat, and the young man would not pursue him, but he seemed so reluctant to lose. The man opened his mouth and said that he did not care about life and others. His eyes sparkled, and he declared that victory was truly important to him now. Saut gritted his teeth and thought that he would never lose to upstarts who were born with talent along with good looks, a sharp mind and a loving family. He remembered how he put on his shoes as a child, and was asked if he had really left the football club. His older twin brother approached him and muttered that he wanted to come and cheer for him at the competition. Saut stood up and exclaimed that he was doing well. His father approached his older brother and praised him for coming in third, and the teacher also told him about his excellent academic performance. The boy smiled sheepishly when the man said that he was doing well on all fronts. Saut stood up when his father remembered that his older brother's birthday was next month, and asked him what he wanted for a present. The boy turned to him and reminded him that it was also his younger brother's birthday. Saut turned around and muttered that he didn't care about the holiday, so they could celebrate without him. The man put his hand on his older son's shoulder, and the long-haired boy remembered that his brother was the most amazing guy he had ever known, because he was smart beyond his years, capable, and at the same time, he did not do a damn thing. Saut looked up and wondered what to do. Clouds floated lazily above the school, and a voice exclaimed that without the upperclassmen, their club would be closed. The boy frowned as the interlocutor begged him to just join and not go to classes. On the table lay the form for joining the kendo club. The gym, from where the sounds of blows were coming. Saut shyly pulled away when a friend tried to enthusiastically hug him, because he had a talent for kendo. On the floor lay a sword, and this was the only place where the boy was not compared to his older brother, so he devoted his entire middle school to this activity. When Saut entered high school, he simply walked past his parents, who completely distanced themselves from him, pretending that he did not exist, but this made it even easier. That day in the second year of high school, the sky was painted in the colors of the sunset. The older brother smiled and said that he decided to quit soccer and take up kendo, offering Saut to be his senpai. The other man paled, realizing that he had touched the only thing that distinguished them. Light fell on the bulletin board. The summer of senior year was the last chance to prove themselves, because there was a prefectural competition, which, if passed, their school could go to the nationals. Saut frowned, exchanging glances with his brother, who, ironically, had also been nominated for the role of captain. There was a form on the sheet, and in order to decide who would go to this competition, they decided to have a sparring match. The older brother threw the first blow and defeated Saut in one round. They stood opposite each other, and the boy thought with horror that he had worked all 6 years to achieve the role of captain, and Saut achieved it in a shitty year. Then the young man frowned and swung his sword. The sound of a loud blow was heard in the hall. The student cringed, and someone shouted that the boy used an illegal strike to the neck. Saut clutched his sword, realizing that he had lost his temper. The coach frowned and was about to announce the cancellation, but the schoolboy stopped him. The boy turned to the man and admitted his guilt, promising that it would not happen again. He bared his teeth, realizing that he had hit his brother right in the neck, and it hurt him even to breathe, after which he managed to defeat his opponent for the first time. New marks appeared on the form, notifying that Saut had won, poisoning honor and nobility to hell. His older brother sat with a bandaged neck. The boy himself smiled excitedly. A year later, the guild building. The receptionist frowned and said that his class was not suitable for working as an adventurer. The interlocutor lowered his head and agreed, thinking that he never wanted to become a hero. The computer room, from which a voice was heard, announcing that their power would be revealed only at level 30. Saut was sitting at the computer and said that if they didn't want to wait, they could buy a ring that could summon familiars to the battlefield. He smirked and thought that an option would be to level up their skills based on the strength of their familiar, and then they could become a real imba. The boy touched his chin with a smile and noted that powerful familiars require money, and he was not able to conquer rifts. Some time later, he stood in front of the man's body, saying that it was just ordinary theft, nothing special. He held a knife in his hands, and Saut added that he never wanted to be a righteous hero who only had good deeds on his mind. The man frowned and decided that he was capable of achieving more, and would do anything for it, even if he had to lay out a path from other people's corpses. He continued to stand in front of the adventurer's body. Saut did not turn around, muttering that he was simply unlucky to run into him, but even he himself was disgusted with himself. The boy moved in the other direction, realizing that he could not turn back. A dark sky hung over the temple. A man stood there, and Saut said that he did not know that criminals were now caught right inside the rifts. The interlocutor turned around and replied that he would never have thought that his younger brother would stoop to stealing from ordinary adventurers. You, a member of the special forces, assumed a fighting stance and assumed that he did not intend to surrender. The long-haired man frowned and exclaimed that fate was a bitch, since it pitted brothers in battle again. Rogel swung his paw at the swordsman. He swung his blade, parrying the blow. Saut looked at the flying familiar in confusion. His henchman lay with severed limbs, and the boy realized that in a little while he himself could die. He smirked and admitted that his brother had become strong. The interlocutor stepped towards him. Yu held his sword in front of him and asked if he had anything to say in parting. The opponent lowered his head and asked for another chance, and the boy was surprised that someone had fallen so low that he was begging for mercy. Saut smiled, tears streaming down his face, and said that he wanted to be better than him at least in something. The swordsman frowned and froze. The long-haired man bared his teeth, thinking that he was even more terrible than he could have imagined. Dal appeared above Yu's head, and her owner noted that his brother was very easy to fool. The man turned around in surprise. Blood splattered. Saut looked down at the severed head and said that he had now surpassed him, knocked out the genius. He turned around and promised that he would kill anyone who would hinder his ascension. Now the swordsman stood in front of the protagonist, thinking that he had become stronger, smarter, and had many familiars. Saut blocked another blow, not understanding why he was losing to this trifle. The long-haired man frowned and exclaimed that he would never lose to such a runt. He took a fighting stance and reminded himself to just focus and watch his movements. The brunette stared at him, and the criminal noticed that he was acting too confident, but if he didn't attack, he would simply kill him. Ikoma moved to the side, deciding to close the distance. At that moment, Saut lunged and struck his neck. The brunette quickly jumped back, and the man was glad that he could still read his movements. The hero tensed, noticing the blood on himself. The enemy smirked and thought that the guy would not defeat him. The young man turned his gaze to him and noted that it was not bad, but now he knew the essence of the opponent's fighting style. He stood in front of the man, understanding that as soon as he got into a fighting stance, he would try to counterattack. Ikoma glanced to the side, realizing that he could try to escape, but the enemy foresaw this too. The guy imagined a man with artifacts and remembered that the opponent's class specialized in magic items, and if he escaped, he would be able to stop him by killing him on the spot. They exchanged glances, and Ikoma realized that the only thing left was to fight one-on-one, not having the right to escape. The brunette grinned, muttering that he had not had such a fight for a long time, when neither wanted to escape. He moved forward sharply, noticing that the blood began to boil in his veins when meeting a strong enemy. The young man bared his teeth, wanting to experience the peak of his capabilities. Saut frowned, noticing that the enemy began to enjoy the fight, and this was exactly what he needed, someone who would enjoy the fight, putting his life on the line. The man raised his blade, realizing that he did not intend to give in to him and lose. The opponents exchanged blows, and Saut lost his hand. The criminal swayed. He fell to the ground, surprised that he had used up all his mana, and that was bad. The long-haired man turned pale and thought that he couldn't move at all, but he didn't feel tired. The man remembered his brother playing football. He was sitting on the bench, watching him with a smile. Yu smirked at him, and Saut realized that all this time he just wanted to find a place where he could be better than his brother, and on the contrary, he always followed him for one purpose. A memory of killing Yu, who wanted the younger one to finally defeat him, popped into his head. The man was lying on the ground, apologizing to his brother. The protagonist stood next to him, resembling a swordsman. The killer remembered the moment when they ran together on the football field and smiled. A blade was put to his throat, and the brunette reminded him of the promise. Ikoma imagined the moment when the rival said that he would share a secret if he lost. The boy looked down at him and demanded to know about Chimera Fong and who was hunting him. The bridge over the road was empty. Suddenly, a glow appeared on it. The dark-haired girl touched her chin, removing the stealth skill, and thought that she did not expect Saut to lose to anyone, which meant that the boss was right to ask her to follow him from afar. She took out her weapon and decided that she now knew everything about him, skills, strengths, and weaknesses. The main character stood with his back to her, and the girl noticed that he was very exhausted from the fight, so he could be calmly eliminated, and he would not even notice his own death. Amakatsuruka, a magical musketeer, took a gun. Ikoma pointed his sword at the enemy, realizing that this man was not here by chance, and this whole catastrophe was a big trap that he fell into. The young man remembered Kikuyu and Arisu and decided that it was all for the sake of taking the Ring of Wisdom from him. He imagined a silhouette behind the enemies and assumed that there was someone else behind Chimera Fong who could create artificial artifacts, and whom the guy had definitely never met before in his first life. The man looked at the brunette and said that he did not know who he had pissed off so much that the old woman sent him away. He grinned and added that he had an assumption that would not please him. The criminal smiled when the hero asked again and said that this guy was a vengeful asshole who would never leave anyone who crossed him. Ikoma frowned, and the interlocutor noted that he himself had already realized this. The long-haired man looked down and said that this man was from a special forces unit, and not a sucker, but a big shot among them all. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. He imagined a tall building and remembered that in the previous world line, the Ring of Wisdom was lost in the research center of the special forces that guards and studies portal disasters. The brunette opened his mouth and realized that he would be in big trouble if the interlocutor did not lie now. The guy imagined 3 people and thought that one of the high-ranking officials of the Chimera Fong Special Forces worked with political organizations in his past life, so it was more and more likely that he was telling the truth. The rivals looked at each other. The girl took a few steps and decided that it was time to end this conversation before Saut blurted out too much. Ruka took her weapon and realized that Ikoma was the highest priority target and a big obstacle for the organization, after which she activated Magic Charge. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and asked if he had any evidence, because so far these were just empty speculations. The man looked at him and was about to say something. Suddenly his eyes widened. He noticed a flash on the bridge behind the young man. Saut jumped up abruptly, grabbing the dagger with his remaining hand. The brunette frowned, thinking that he wanted to run away. Suddenly, a blue beam pierced the criminal. He fell to the ground, gritting his teeth. Ikoma looked at him, realizing that it had just been a shot from a magic weapon, and aimed at the young man, but the rival covered him with his body. The long-haired man raised himself, bleeding, and muttered that if the hero wanted proof, he should find this old hag who would tell everything. The man smirked and raised a finger. He pointed at the girl on the bridge and added that in order to find the woman, the guy should not let the shooter get away. After these words, Saut fell to the ground. The protagonist looked at the system windows that appeared, notifying that 17,435 experience points had been received, and the level had been increased from 58 to 61. The brunette frowned, muttering the name of the deceased opponent, and realized that he had received experience points for the death of a person. He turned around, reminding himself that this was not the problem now. Ikoma remembered the moment of the shot, and noted that the magic musketeers were long-range fighters who used magic weapons, imbuing them with their mana. The street was empty, and the hero realized that the situation was playing against him as much as possible, because he did not know where the shooter was, and besides, he had no mana left. The man was lying on the ground, and the only thing the brunette had was his direction. The hero turned and quickly ran forward, deciding that he would have to trick the enemy into retreating. Ruka jerked, not understanding why the young man had run here, and assumed that he could still fight. Dark hands appeared behind the girl's back, while she was thinking that this was nonsense, because it was impossible not to be exhausted after such a protracted fight, so she needed to concentrate and not fall for this provocation. Suddenly, her body and gun were seized by black energy. Satsuki frowned and ordered to stand still. The shaman squeezed her staff, standing in front of the bridge. The brunette gritted her teeth and jerked. A bright beam hit the side of the girl. Satsuki did not move, staring ahead. Her rival sweated, not believing that she had missed. She clutched her weapon, thinking that this was a member of the Ikoma group, who despite their appearance was a formidable opponent, so they needed to shoot the target as soon as possible. The brunette flinched, hearing a clanking sound behind her. Ruka turned around, cursing. She barely managed to raise her musket, blocking Mio's crimson blade. The protagonist frowned, noticing that his comrades had found him. He remembered that he had sent them a message and coordinates before the boss battle, and the girls had arrived just in time. Ruka gritted her teeth, not expecting another enemy to appear, and thought that at this rate there was nothing else to do. A powerful explosion was heard. Satsuki looked ahead and exclaimed that this girl must be from Chimera Fong. She approached Mio and asked if she had won, but she replied that the shooter had managed to escape. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that this was even better for them. The partners were standing in front, and the young man assumed that they were probably tired from fighting monsters, and he himself had spent all his mana, so if he ran after the enemy, someone could get seriously hurt. Ikoma approached his partners and thanked them for coming in time, and Satsuki asked what was going on. The brunette looked away and said that there might still be a musketeer nearby, so it would be better to talk when they got to a safe place. The three moved along the deserted streets. A black shadow flashed in one of the alleys. Ruka crouched down, clenching her teeth, and deactivated Shadow Step, allowing users to move in the shadows unnoticed by others. She frowned, remembering Mio, and thought that this gorilla ruined her entire hunt, so next time she would finish her off first. There was blood on her shoulder, and the girl realized that with such a wound she would not be able to complete the task. The girl leaned against the wall, closing her eyes, and remembered that her class specialized in eliminating a single target, but the arrival of his comrades had completely ruined her chances of success. Ruka frowned in displeasure, recalling how she had asked her boss if she really needed to back up this man. She stood in front of her superior, who replied that Saut would most likely manage without her help, but it wouldn't hurt to be extra careful. The old woman leaned on her hands and added that their client had made it clear that he would not tolerate another failure, and if they failed this time, it could be the end of the entire organization. Ruka lowered her head, illuminated by the glow. The dining room. Hashinin raised her glass and congratulated them with a smile on preventing the rift disaster. Various dishes were on the table, and exactly 1 week had passed since the fairy garden incident. There was a lot of construction going on in the streets, and after the volunteer work in the area was over, Hashinin suggested that they all get together and celebrate the completion of the work. Satsuki and Akasha clinked glasses, and the blonde looked ahead with a smile and asked Mio's name. The other girl blushed slightly when the blogger noted that she was indeed a beauty, although she had heard of her before. Hashinin grinned slyly and offered to star in her video, but the warrior replied that she was not interested. She took the glass away from her face and thought about it. The girl blushed and asked if it was Ikoma who told her that she was a beauty. Satsuki turned pale, and the blonde's eyes lit up. The shaman frowned and exclaimed that she knew that the girl fell in love with the main character after all the events, but she objected that she would never date the young man, because they were connected only by friendship. Ikoma was chewing at the time, not reacting to what was happening. There were quite a lot of people in the cafe. Hashinin stood up and said that she would go get them more food. Satsuki turned to her and noted that she was generous today, and the hero nodded and said that because of her stream, the guild gave the blonde a separate reward. The brunette looked up when the interlocutor noted that, thanks to his achievements, her popularity was constantly growing. The girl's blog flashed headlines about his victories over villains and closing rifts. Ikoma waved his hand and said that he did not ask her to tell him about it, since he hated attention to himself, and the shaman thought that this was a little cruel. The brunette looked at her and said that if she wanted popularity, then Hashinin would most likely help, and he would not object, but the interlocutor refused. The blonde's stream appeared on the news page, thanks to which they were able to not only find the boss, but also evacuate the residents of the area, which is why her popularity on the internet increased again. Hashinin grinned, because she said that she became a YouTuber to inspire people and talk about the dangers associated with rifts, so she was glad that her stream contributed to saving many lives. A couple of days ago, the girl rushed to her friends, waving her arms, and exclaimed that subscriptions had skyrocketed, as well as all views of streams and videos. Her eyes lit up, anticipating a tidy sum, and the hero realized that she had several reasons to be happy. The guy looked at Hashinin and said that she seemed to be taking a long time. The adventurer brought a tray of cakes and explained that she just got more goodies for them. Satsuki looked at the mountain uncertainly and asked if it was really possible to handle it, to which the interlocutor replied that her family ate such a portion in a matter of minutes, especially her brothers. The brunette glanced at her sideways and asked if the influx of subscribers had given her extra money for such a mountain of food, and the blonde exclaimed that they did not understand anything, because these viewers came as easily as they would leave. Hashinin puffed out her cheeks and said that while she had money, she wanted to set aside at least one day for herself so as not to deny herself anything, and only then would she be more careful with finances and take care of her family. Satsuki looked at her friend and thought that being the eldest in a large family was very difficult. The protagonist leaned on his hand and realized that he, too, should be more careful. He remembered the face of Saut, who said that the enemy was from a special forces unit and held a high position. The brunette frowned, realizing that even though he had strong allies and a fairly high level, he didn't feel safe, because someone was deliberately wanting him dead. The guy imagined Kikyu and Arisu. Then the image of Saut popped into his head, and the hero realized that even if he resigned, which he wasn't going to do, they would send an assassin, who could be disposed of just as easily later. Ikoma remembered how the man took a bullet, although he could have let the organization kill him, but chose to sacrifice his life and save the young man from a surprise attack by the enemy. In the brunette's mind, the bespectacled man smiled warmly, and the hero decided that no one would forget this act, although he still didn't understand the reason for it. Ikoma narrowed his eyes, realizing that in the future he would face even greater danger than before. He shuddered when the blonde handed him the phone and reminded him that he helped her promote the channel. Her eyes lit up when she suggested starting a stream and introducing him to his loyal fans, and Satsuki looked at her skeptically and was surprised that she hadn't given up yet. The boy rubbed his chin, muttering that they helped them catch the boss. The shaman jumped in surprise when the hero replied that they could do one stream. Hashinen covered her face with her hands and froze, and asked her why she had suddenly become quiet. The girl blushed and said that she was just in a slight shock, since she didn't expect the guy to agree. She looked at the boy and asked again if he was joking, but received an affirmative answer. The girls actively talked among themselves, while Ikoma thought about how Chimera Fawn was the biggest problem at first, and now he was facing a fight against a special forces unit. But no matter what awaits him on the way, he will continue to level up and become stronger. The boys were all sitting at the table together, and the brunette decided that the day would come when he would be able to deal with this pursuit. There was a dark sky above the building, and a voice said that Chimera Fong had failed again. The man folded his hands in front of himself and declared that he had given them enough chances, so he was not going to tolerate failures anymore. The screen showed a call from an unknown number, and the person on the other end of the line noted that if he broke the contract with him, they would start causing trouble and it could backfire on them. To which Kurabi replied that he was not going to deal with this trash anymore, and if they tried to throw something away, they would lose everything they had. There was a photo in the drawer, and the man thought that the situation was quickly getting out of control, and if the guy continued to level up, they would not be able to stop him. He took the frame and said that he would have to cause a labyrinth of time rift with the local boss, the time dragon Kronos. There were 2 children in the photo, and Kurabi apologized to Olivia, explaining that he had no choice. The old man's eyes flashed red and he muttered that Ikoma had crossed the line and he would put him in his place. The protagonist was sitting at the table, looking at his laptop. Akasha was dozing next to him, and the guy muttered that he had noticed it from the beginning. And yet it was true. The screen displayed a special forces summary regarding the appearance of rifts, and the frequency of appearance was much higher than in the first timeline. The graph was rapidly growing upward, and the hero noted that the trend was continuing. The number of rifts increased every year, and the indent of the threat of catastrophes jumped sharply in September last year. The young man remembered how he grabbed his phone to check the date, and it was on that day that the time reset occurred, and although he did not want to think about it, but the more the guy analyzed his appearance in this timeline, the more he saw a connection with the increase in the frequency of rifts. Akasha sleepily opened her eyes, and the brunette wondered how he could be connected to this. The girl touched his hand and mumbled something. Ikoma took the notebook and pen and looked at it carefully, assuming that this was a new lead. The blonde looked up at him and said that she wanted pudding. The brunette covered his face with his hand and replied that he would be right there. On the paper were several notes about Akasha's behavior, to which was added a love for puddings. Ikoma opened the refrigerator, and the girl suddenly said, "A game." The hero looked around in surprise. The interlocutor was sitting on the table, saying, "Convince God." She calmly looked at the owner and added, "That's why the game is being held." Ikoma frowned and sweated. The Adventurers Guild branch in Maroma. Satsuki was on the training ground, using the dark bullet, and Sarazawa was watching from above. The protagonist dodged the dark sphere. He moved forward, and Myo jumped at him from the side, swinging her sword. She swung her weapon, but the guy deftly dodged. The shadow blade appeared from the darkness behind him. The hero grinned, thinking that the girl had deliberately directed him to Myo, knowing that he would retreat, and had prepared a trap. The brunette grabbed the sword in his hand. Ikoma hit his opponent with the back of his hand, knocking the weapon out of her fingers. A black hand with a dagger rose in the air. The guy turned around and cut it with the blade. Satsuki frowned and thought that she needed to buy time for Myo to pick up the blade, and most importantly, not let the enemy get close to her. She raised her hand and created a shadow curtain between them. A purple trace flashed on the floor. The main character jumped, overcoming the barrier, and the girl opened her mouth in surprise. She furrowed her eyebrows, exclaiming that he jumped very high. Ikoma extended his hand, engulfed in purple magic. He lightly poked her in the forehead, while his partner closed her eyes. The guy smiled and said that was enough for today. Satsuki touched her forehead in embarrassment and thanked her for the training, while the boy noted that she had learned to assess the situation on the battlefield faster, and Neo had begun to work more harmoniously in the team. The sorceress looked down and thought that she did not feel any progress, despite Ikoma praising her. She remembered how the hero cut her shadow blade and realized that she needed to react much faster, as well as pay attention to the movement of the opponents and purposefully use their moves against them. Neo looked at the protagonist when he said that she relied more on brute force. Although this tactic was suitable for defeating monsters, it was not so effective against people. She narrowed her eyes, watching the boy communicate with his partner, and thought that he had amazing combat experience, but it was unclear where he learned to fight so well against people. The girl fixed her hair and said that, of course, she was grateful for the training, but lately they were sparring not in the rift, but against each other. Ikoma's eyes widened and he flinched when she asked if he was afraid that they would be attacked by those strange people again. The interlocutor looked away and, after a pause, answered that it was not only the Chimera Fawn. There was no one else on the field except them, and he added that the problem was also the rifts that were appearing more often, and yes, they were all B-rank adventurers now, but they needed to train more to become stronger. The young man remembered Saut before his death and assumed that he was simply paying too much attention to warning this man. The deputy guild leader approached and exclaimed with a smile that this was simply an incredible fight, adding that it was the first time he had seen such coordinated work in progress. Serizawa looked at the protagonist and noted that their combat training was simply top-notch, and Ikoma himself was very good at noticing others' weaknesses, after which he asked if he really worked as a martial arts teacher, to which the young man replied that it could be called that. The brunette remembered himself in the past, when, as an S-rank adventurer, he gave a lot of advice to newcomers when he found himself in rifts with them. The bespectacled man spread his arms and said that the guy had an incredible talent, but the interlocutor only laughed awkwardly, not admitting that it was because he was living a second life. Satsuki looked at the man with alarm and noted that it must be hard for him when he said that the number of contract soldiers in the guild had recently decreased significantly, and there was no one to work. Serizawa looked at the protagonist with a smile and suggested that he might want to try, and the young man replied that he would think about it. Ikoma frowned and thought that he couldn't work in the guild now, since he had made a lot of progress in a very short time, but something was wrong. He imagined a person in a tall building, thinking that there was a villain who somehow controlled Chimera Fang, and was also a member of the top management of the special forces, and since he was at the very top, he had enough connections and power that the hero did not. Ikoma squeezed the hand with the ring and decided that now he needed to continue training and wait for a new rift to become stronger. Tokyo, Central District. The sign said that an entrance to a portal had appeared here, so outsiders were prohibited from entering, and someone was indignant that another rift had appeared again. There was a dark sphere behind the partition, and passers-by grumbled that the adventurers or the special forces should do something about it already. Behind the traffic controller, the entrance to the Forest of Distortion was visible. A red eye squinted in the darkness. It suddenly opened wide, radiating an ominous energy. The adventurers sat quietly at the round table, looking at each other. Satsuki looked, asking if the rift was in the Odo area, receiving a positive answer to her question. Something was sparkling in the dark, gloomy forest. It was the most difficult rift in Tokyo. It was for adventurers of rank B and above. Ikoma looked and said that they needed to raise the level, and the difficulty of the rift was much more difficult than the special forces said. The young man stretched out his hand, saying that the boss would be impossible to defeat, and the monsters at the entrance were a lot of trouble. The girl asked why he thought so. The guy took out 2 large folders with information about the rifts, glad that the girl asked him about it. She looked at him with displeasure, listening to his lectures about the ruins, but after he was asked not to continue, he looked upset, saying that he had not even started yet, but the girl already understood everything. Satsuki pointed a finger, beaming at the girl's words about how surprisingly serious the boy was when it came to analyzing the rifts directly. The boy looked at the folders, all the data he took from the previous timeline, but even so, he noticed that the rifts had become more dangerous in this timeline. Ikoma frowned, understanding that he needed to challenge stronger opponents to level up more effectively, but that carried a certain risk. The girls looked at him, listening as the desire to become stronger as soon as possible belonged to him, so they could refuse if they did not agree with his method. The hero looked at them. He was asked if he wanted to become stronger to be ready to face those strange mercenaries. Mule smiled, saying that he saved her, and she had to repay him by becoming stronger. Satsuki also smiled, saying that Ikoma had done a lot for her, so she wanted to continue watching his back. The boy looked at them with a smile, thanking the girls. The weather was clear above the city. There was a sign in the metro with the name of the station. The guy was discussing something with someone. The girl was looking ahead. She looked, noting that the rift was in the middle of the area. For this reason the special forces evacuated all the residents, the guy answered her. The guys were standing in front of the rift. Red energy was emanating from it. The young man distrustfully extended his hand to this rift, realizing that something was wrong here. The light of the rift was reflected in his eyes. He covered himself with his hands. The rift suddenly increased in size, absorbing them. The heroes flew down into some dark place. Something was shining around them. The girl and the guy tensed up, preparing to land. They landed successfully. The young man looked up. Kisaragi was falling right on him. The young man managed to catch the girl in his arms. She looked at the guy, thanking him, but not understanding what was happening now. Myo tensed up, realizing that this was the first time she encountered a rift to fall straight from the sky. The portal to the human world was sealed with a magic grid. Satsuki looked at the portal, wondering what the hell it was. The boy looked and replied that it was a rift sealing, a completely new phenomenon related to rifts. The portal was sealed with a chain. In this phenomenon you can enter, but you can't leave. To get out you need to defeat the boss, a very dangerous phenomenon. The girl with her hand on her chin summed it up, saying that they were trapped. The boy looked at her and apologized. He shouldn't have led them there. Myo replied that he himself didn't know that this would happen. 3 strange figures approached them, calling them newcomers. 2 boys and a girl were looking for the same adventurers, but found only them, calling them brothers in misfortune, surprised that they knew about the sealing. The girl looked, thinking that they would send reinforcements. The boy replied that the special forces did not know about what was happening inside the rift. The boy looked and answered positively when asked if he was the leader of the group. The boy extended his hand and introduced himself as Jurakuji, telling him that he was trying to gather all the adventurers into a large group for the boss fight. The boy shook hands. He told him that he was presumptuous to call himself the leader, but he was an A rank, so he took on this burden. The boy stood in front of a sparkling stained glass window. His class, Sage, was special. He was a virtuoso in managing white and dark magic, a specialist in support and attack. The boy frowned, realizing that his defense was his only weakness. In the past, this class was considered one of the strongest and rarest classes among adventurers. Jurakuji looked and said that he would like them to work together to get out of there faster, asking if they were okay with it. The hero looked at him, realizing that he was collected and calm, as expected of an adventurer of his rank. The girl looked at the leader. The boy understood that thanks to his charisma, he had already gained the trust of the other members of the group. The boy looked at him, saying that he agreed and would be happy to work with him. Their groups stood opposite each other. The leader called out the names of all 3, checking if he was mistaken. There were 5 more people behind Jurakuji, including him and the newcomers. There were 9 in total. The boy smiled, saying that they would be very happy if they agreed to join them. Satsuki looked at the boy, asking if he thought he was a good leader. He took out his phone, realizing that the sealing of the rift had begun 5 hours ago. Jurakuji, with his hand over his face, looked at the phone, realizing that it had not been long enough for the special forces to sound the alarm, noting the poor connection. The other members of the group were surprised to hear him say that gathering forces to clear a rift of this level would take him several days. The boy asked fearfully what they would eat and drink in those several days. The boy looked at the girl, noting that they hadn't met any monsters yet. In response, he was told that the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Satsuki, with her hand to her mouth, understood that her dry rations weren't enough for long. The boy decided to ask the group leader something. Jurakuji looked at him. The boy said that this is usually how it happens in their situation, and it might take the special forces several days to clean up. Ikoma looked at him and said that the rift was in the middle of a residential area. It was assigned a fairly high level. The leader closed his lips, listening to that the rift's strength would increase if the fact that 9 adventurers were missing was ignored. It was not in the interests of the special forces. Jurakuji hit the tree behind him, listening to the boy say that they wouldn't have to wait several days. His eyes widened. He asked if the hero thought that he said that without analyzing the situation, like some kind of idiot. The boy and the girl stood silently and looked at him. Jurakuji threw up his hands, apologizing for losing his temper. He was a little on edge. Because human lives were at stake, he was apologizing for losing his temper. The girl closed her eyes, saying that it was better to think about what they should do now than to argue when help came to them. The guy frowned, realizing that the leader's behavior seemed too calm to him initially, but not now. Jurakuji looked at him with narrowed eyes. The hero saw that something was wrong with him. He pointed his finger to the side, saying that he would try to take into account everyone's opinion, but he would act based on his own experience. He stood in front of the guys, saying that he appointed himself as the leader for a reason, because he was the only adventurer present who had rank A. The guy looked at the hero, telling him to stop empty quarrels. They were useless, because they were already on edge. Ikoma looked at him with distrust. He raised his hand to the girl's cries that he had already defeated an A-rank boss, and had also defeated an A-rank criminal on his own. He looked at her, saying that there was no point in arguing with him. Their conversation would lead nowhere. The leader stood confidently. The boy understood that he was using his position in the group, turning everyone against him. Jurakuji raised his hand, telling her to think for herself. Time passed differently in the rift, so it was unclear how long they would sit and wait for help. The boys stood opposite each other. The leader asked if he was right in saying that the faster they defeated the boss, the faster they would get out. The young man sighed, realizing that the adventurer would insist on his own until the very end. The boys talked among themselves. One did not understand how they would defeat such a strong boss, the other replied that they had no other option. He looked at the leader, saying that they would do everything as he said. Jurokuji looked and replied that the battle was not easy, and they were all B rank, but it was his duty to lead them to victory as an A rank adventurer. The girl said enthusiastically that they all entrusted their lives to him and would listen to any of his orders. The young man recalled the monster. According to preliminary information, the boss should be much stronger than the cursed queen. The guy and the girl were talking about something. The hero understood that he no longer had information about the boss, so their chances of winning were 50-50. Jurokuji looked at the guy. With his speeches he instilled confidence in them, but kept silent that in a battle with such a boss, they still cannot avoid casualties. He asked something to the main character. The guy looked at him. He was asked if they would prefer to wait here if they were so sure that the special forces would come to the rescue. The girls looked at them, listening that they could go with their group and leave the Gravity Master, considering the class potential. Satsuki answered irritably that she would have to refuse his offer. The girl closed her eyes, calling the leader a rude person who was not ready to listen to criticism in his direction, but the young man interrupted her, saying that they would go with him. She was indignant, but the hero said that their chances of surviving with the group were higher than without her. The blonde listened with displeasure to the guy about how if the group members saw what kind of monsters they would have to fight, they would retreat themselves, abandoning the idea of battle with the boss. Jurokuji looked at the girl in surprise, who was indignant about the guy's words. She did not think that they could be treated like that. The leader extended his hand in a friendly manner, saying that he would be glad if they joined them. The guy looked and realized that if they were left alone, they would die. They followed the group. Ikoma was going to show the danger so that they would return to the exit, waiting for help from the special forces. The blonde held the leader by the arm. He was surprised that the guy did not change his mind, even after he set the group members on him. Jurokuji looked at the boy with displeasure. Unfortunately, he did not manage to leave them there, but he decided that he would still take it out on him. The Master of Gravity looked forward seriously, being smarter among this whole herd. They talked about the fact that it was pointless to start a fight. Help would come the next day, there would be casualties, and it was not a fact that they would definitely defeat him. Jurokuji smiled evilly, realizing that it was more interesting to fight this way, let all the group members die for him, and he would appropriate the reward for himself. The leader in a kimono with a fan in his hands offered to play a deadly game. He wondered if the boy would be able to dissuade everyone from going to the slaughter. The boy turned around in fear, asking what those sounds were, like cicadas chirping. The hero took out his sword, realizing that they had come. The multi-eyed flying monsters were flying straight towards them. This multi-eyed monster was level 62 and was called an abomination. The party members tensed up, not understanding what kind of monsters they were and why they were all above level 60. Jurokuji smirked, wondering how the smart and insightful young man would handle a real fight. The people were sitting in the Special Forces headquarters, in the conference room, thanking them for their presence. The girl with the paper in her hands was telling that not a single adventurer had emerged from the new rift after 5 hours. She looked at the presentation, saying that the rift was sealed from the inside, but they were still investigating the matter. The man looked and said that if they waited to send help, the strongest adventurers could get hurt. The girl raised her hand, being next to the grumbling man, asking what was the danger of sealing the rift. The girl looked, answering that the phenomenon itself was not scary. The guys were absorbed by the rift. The longer it remains sealed, the more magical energy it accumulates from the inside. The data papers said that in the rifts with this phenomenon, at a certain percentage, everything turned into the evolution of the local boss. The man was indignant, saying that if they did nothing, the boss would come out of the portal and many innocent people would suffer. Kurebi folded his arms, wondering if this happened because of the artificial disaster of the portal. The girl with the paper said that they can send a squad there now. The authorities of the area are preparing for the worst, and they asked for help from foreign adventurers. The people at the table discussed how they should first form 2 squads, and maybe they will be able to avoid casualties. But if everything is bad, the area will be razed to the ground. The man was nervous when they said that someone would have to take responsibility for this operation. Tokishima stood up and asked to let him handle everything. He looked, saying that he had one guess: he was the head of the 1st Special Forces Corps. The man folded his arms and asked skeptically how he was going to save the city from another disaster. He frowned, saying that he wanted permission to use the Starry Sky Key, which was stored in the Special Forces lab. The man was indignant, asking if he knew about the consequences of using this artifact. He looked at the head. He thought it was quite reasonable, so he gave permission. The head looked, folded his arms, telling Tokishima to enter the rift and use the Starry Sky Key, and in return he promised to hush up the whole incident. The man looked seriously and said to rely on him, because he is good at dirty work. Wooden blades suddenly clashed. The guys were practicing wrestling. The coach watched them, talking on the phone with Tokishima, asking about the purpose of the call. Toya talked to him, thinking that this one hated to mess with him. He was a Special Forces agent from the 2nd Squad. The man was talking on the phone, saying he had a job cleaning up after adventurers, an A-rank rift in the Oto area. He would take care of all the consequences. Toya held the phone to his ear. Remembering what this man was known for, he told him to go out, taking another strong fighter with him. He folded his arms across his chest. The agent understood that it was very strange that such a person would take on cleaning up the rift with good intentions. The voice from the phone said that the mission was top secret, and advised not to spread the word even in his platoon. The girl asked him who was calling, receiving an answer. She wilted when she heard that he was assigned a secret mission, suggesting that he not go. The girl bowed to the man leaving, who explained to her the strict hierarchy in the special forces, so he had no choice. She apologized for the liberty. The man looked at the off-screen of the phone. The guy behind him asked him if Toya should have been involved in this since he was in good standing with the higher-ups. The man turned around, saying that he was his backup, that he would do all the work and deal with the key. He opened his eyes, saying that he was just lucky to be on top, but if the mission failed, he would blame him. Tokishima stood by the elevator, about to issue permission to use the key and bring in a talented fighter to do everything for him. The monsters attacked the girl and the boy. The abomination used its scarlet lightning skill. The people in the group were struck by lightning. The boy looked at the girls, telling them to help the people of the other group. The leader watched from the side, realizing that he had analyzed the abilities of each person in the group. With his hand over his face, he understood that in this way he was guiding them in battle, not expecting such leadership potential from the master of gravity. He looked at the hero's back, deciding to do something for the sake of decency, until he began to command him to. The boy looked at him, asking the leader to do something. The staff was at his feet. Jurakuji apologized, saying that he was waiting for the right moment to attack. He held the staff with a smile, using the Trishula skill. The phantom stood up. The abominations were struck by his crystals. The girl looked at the defeated monster, admiring. Trishula held the staff. He only had 3 ice charges, so he had to watch their movements to understand when to attack. He said with a smile that he also wanted to reduce his mana consumption, because they would need it in the fight with the boss. The boys looked at him, listening to him say that in a difficult situation he would enter the fight. One of them apologized, the other admired the leader. Satsuki was surprised that he was able to defeat level 60 monsters in one hit, not imagining how strong he was. The leader looked at the boy behind him, asking the gravity master if he understood their level difference when faced with reality. Ikoma curled his lips in displeasure. Jurakuji thought that he was too weak, stupid and young to compete with him. He was waiting for him to acknowledge his excellence. He beamed and praised himself, saying that the difference was not only in levels, but also in classes. He was blessed by the heavens themselves. That was why he was so good. The boy opened his mouth, about to say something. The hero looked at him seriously, saying that he decided to play the show off under the pretext of wasting mana. The leader pretended to be stupid, listening to him enter the battle when everyone was paying attention to prove his class superiority. The girl probably listened to the boy's accusations that he insisted on a massacre because of his rank, but at the same time he himself was sitting behind others' backs. He looked at him seriously, asking if he understood that such behavior could cost someone's life. The leader smiled nervously, asking how he was better than him. He raised his hand, suggesting that he was still angry that they did not take his side, but the boy interrupted, saying that it was not about that. Ikoma stood in front of him, stating that he did not care who became the leader of the group, because for him the most important thing was to survive. He seriously stated that if the leader continued to act like this, then no one would reach the boss alive. Jurakuji was very indignant, hearing his words. The members of the group were watching them. The hero did not know what was going on in his head, but other people's lives are above ambitions, otherwise no one would follow such a leader. Jurakuji remained calm, but inside he was very angry, intending to let him die first, in reality only amazed by his analysis. The girl stood nearby. Mio asked if he was angry, to which Satsuki answered positively. The members of the group were indignant at the words about their leader. Someone said to stop arguing. His lips stretched into a grin. At first the young man simply irritated him. He smiled evilly, remembering his words, realizing that he had not met someone who could so quickly irritate him for a long time. The abomination behind silently watched them. It turned around and flew away. The girl noticed it. She looked and wondered where this monster was heading. The monster flew up to someone, starting to buzz. Someone's paws grabbed the monster. Splashes appeared in the forest. Someone with a blanket on his head calmly closed his eyes. He saw some kind of glow from the front. The leader looked at the young man from the front with displeasure. The creature grinned. The group calmly walked further through the forest. The leader looked at the boy behind him, thinking to show his superiority by humiliating him, but he was stronger. The girl looked back with displeasure. Jurakuji thought that he shouldn't have taken him along, but fortunately for him, the rest of the group couldn't stand him. The boy frowned and looked away. The leader decided that now was not the time, so he would be more cunning and add fuel to the fire with the swordsman. He tearfully drove the boy away, pretending to be reluctant, going to tell the swordsman that the master of gravity did not respect him. This was the perfect plan. The leader smirked, thinking himself very smart. The girl remembered the monster, indignantly. Where did that bug fly off to? The boy and the girl looked at her, asking what she was thinking about. She looked awkwardly, thinking of not telling them anything, so as not to anger her leader. Something was sparkling in the dark forest. The boy noted that any little thing could save a life, so he advised sharing the thought with everyone. The leader walked in front of him. He told the girl to share with him, since she did not want to tell him. The girl looked away, saying that what she noticed was not the most unusual. The beetle was watching the leader. The girl said that it did not attack, and then simply ran away in an unknown direction. The boy squeezed his hand, noting that it was rare for a monster to have intelligence. The girl awkwardly agreed with him. The girl looked at him when he asked where the beetle flew after watching them. Ikoma looked away, suggesting that the local monsters had intelligence and a sense of self-preservation, or that the beetle was warning a strong monster. He looked at her and beamed, saying that it was a useful observation, and thanked her for telling him about it. The leader approached the swordsman in a friendly manner, intending to discuss something, but he was interrupted. The boy looked at him, saying that the local monsters were intelligent. They had probably already reported them to their boss, so it could be dangerous further. The leader turned around in displeasure, asking if he wanted to go back so much that he came up with such heresy. The girl looked at him with fear. The boy said that she saw a monster following them, and then running away. The girl was indignant. Ikoma noted that as a leader, he should consider all possible risks and listen to the members of the group. The girl was scared by Jurakuji's scary look. He was angry that she did not tell him everything. Touching his chin with his hand, the leader understood that this could not be ignored, but if he listened to him, then they would have to retreat. His gaze was frowning. Games are always associated with stress, which is why he liked to think about it so much. The boy looked at him, saying that he understood his desire to kill the boss, but they should not tempt fate. Jurakuji held out his hand, telling him to stop making a fool of him and trying to insert his unnecessary suggestions. He smiled evilly, saying that he took him to his group, but the boy does nothing but complain. The hero stood sullenly and listened as he covered himself with good intentions and in fact just wanted to seize the initiative so that everyone would listen only to him. The young man looked at him silently. The leader looked at him with a smirk, realizing that it no longer mattered whether he was right or not. The group members looked at them. Jurakuji understood that no matter what he said, people simply would not support him. Ikoma looked at him seriously and asked that he could blame him as much as he wanted, asking if he was ready to take such a risk for the sake of the leader's pride. Jurakuji opened his mouth, about to say something. They stood opposite each other. The leader noted that the guy was really starting to irritate him. The monster's hand suddenly appeared between them from the side. The girl turned around, shouting to the guy that the monster was already approaching. The strange creature with a blue tongue was a level 64 butcher. The monster swung at the disgruntled leader. He grumbled that they were interrupted at the most interesting place. Mio reflected the attack on the leader. She was nervous, noting that there were several of them, and they hid their presence well. Jurakuji was worried, realizing that someone had definitely sent them, and they had been surrounded this whole time. The monsters with blue tongues were in front of them. The leader knew that if a monster was watching them, then his game was over. He looked at the swordsman, believing that even though he had retreated, he could still build his position so that everyone would be on his side again. He watched warily, realizing that he had to finish off the monsters as quickly and efficiently as possible. He raised his hand, shouting that the monsters could still be hidden nearby. The guys looked at him. Jurakuji suggested that they split into groups of 3, the middle ones to hold the line and keep theirs open. The guy looked and thought that this time he would have to obey. The girl was paired with the swordsman. The young man understood that the leader had excellent combat experience. This would help them survive the battle. Ikoma attacked the monster from the front. He swung his sword, receiving a splash of blood in response. Another butcher jumped on him from the side, screaming. The monster was hit by a bullet of darkness. The other monster was scared, not rushing to attack. The girl held the staff. The other said in fear that there really was someone there. The leader looked displeased, realizing that the monsters were quite strong. They had a high strength and defense indicator. He watched as the people defended themselves, realizing that if he called on his ability now, he might not have enough mana to fight the boss. Satsuki looked at him with distrust. The leader decided to let the mages and melee fighters go first. He stood behind the people, marking the field into squares, intending to stay at a safe distance. The girl watched as the leader thought, realizing that it was unlikely that anyone would get hurt, but if something happened, he would use magic and return the respect of the group. Ikoma clutched his sword in his hands. Myo looked away. The leader thought about what would happen if someone from their team got hurt. It would be bad to kick them out without even healing them. He licked his lips, anticipating how the boy would beg him for help if he intentionally sicked the monsters on their side so that his team would suffer. A creature appeared behind the leader. It approached the smiling man very close. The monster swung straight at the leader. He turned, looking at it. Jurakuji dodged its blow, realizing who was commanding the monsters all this time. He looked at him in confusion. The leader jumped back, attacking the monster with an instant fire skill. His face twisted from the realization that while the others were attracting the main fighters, their boss decided to attack him. Projectiles were sticking out of the monster. Jurakuji only scared it so that it retreated and gave him the opportunity to move away from him to a safe distance. The monster stretched out his hands towards him. The leader knew that he could just use a strong spell. The leader stretched out his hand, trying to concentrate and attack. He created a shield that blocked the monster's attempt to grab him. The leader smiled, because this is a defense that only a sage can use. Although it is expensive, it is impenetrable. Under the shield he wanted to attack. He remembered the members of his party, realizing that the massacre with ordinary monsters and the boss is an incomprehensible task for them, but fighting without a vanguard is a bad idea. Jurakuji smiled, telling the monster to have fun. The monster suddenly had an item. In his hand he held a poisonous mead, a poison that nullifies all magical effects. This surprised the leader very much. The poison was thrown directly onto his shield. His protective barrier began to dissolve. He watched as his barrier dripped down. The monster was reaching out to him with his hands. The leader was confused about who he was, considering the use of items, the development of tactics, strength, and his self-awareness. Suddenly, a splatter of blood appeared. Jurakuji fell in front of the monster. He thought it was a joke, because the creature was not even the local boss. They had never met anyone like him. The stone face looked calmly. For the leader, any rift was fun. He was a genius who found a way out of any situation. He stood up, realizing that he always had backup plans, but he was indignant why this happened to him. Jurakuji turned around, looking at the monster. The youth said that such behavior could cost someone their life. Jurakuji was shocked to realize that he could die right there. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed. He looked at the girl. The monster's hand was grabbed by her magical powers. The monster's hand did not move. It was wrapped in the girl's ribbons. The leader looked back, realizing that Kisaragi was there. The hero stood before him. He was also surprised by this. The young man held a sword and looked forward, repeating his words that his main task was to allow everyone to survive. Jurakuji tensed up, keeping silent at his words. Ikoma hit the monster's hand, not allowing it to attack. He looked seriously, specifically asking the girl to slow down the monster. It felt like the blade was on rubber. The monster looked at them with displeasure. It was the one dressed in yellow with the 77th level. The guy assumed that he was resistant to cutting attacks. The girl sat down next to the leader, a high level of intelligence, analytical skills like a human. The rift was initially very dangerous. He turned to Satsuki. She offered to retreat and help the others, but the young man refused. Mio fought back with a sword. Her class is the best in close combat. She can handle small monsters. He looked at the one dressed in yellow, saying that their main task was to defeat him. Jurakuji put his hand on his knee. The guy assumed that if he was resistant to piercing attacks, then he must be weak to magical ones. The girl looked at the guy seriously. He asked to transfer some of the mana to Jurakuji. He watched as the young man rushed into battle, saying that the three of them should defeat him. The leader looked at Satsuki. She was going to say something, but only once. She looked angrily, saying that she would not spare him if he tried to escape. She would forcefully drag him into a fight. Jurakuji looked at her nervously, saying that she could not worry about it. The yellow-clad man suddenly dropped some poison from his hands. The grass burned completely at the place of the poison. Jurakuji tensed, realizing that after this he could not afford to just run away. The young man looked forward seriously. He was standing in front of the monster. The guy struck his hands. The young man dodged his attack. The yellow-clad man smiled. The monster stretched out his arms. They stretched further. The boy slid along them. He quickly walked up, closer to the monster. Jumping off the hands, he jumped straight at the monster that was looking at him. The youth struck him, swinging his sword. The monster's head began to fall. The hero landed next to it. The monster's head suddenly stood back up. It had completely recovered. Ikoma looked at him seriously, realizing that his resistance to piercing strikes protected even his head. The leader from behind the youth began to discuss his movements. The girl was behind Jurakuji, who spoke about his abilities, which were nothing against such a difficult opponent due to his difficult class. He recalled the boy's attacks, saying that he understood everything, because he assessed the situation maturely, but he was more surprised by the titanic calm of the youth. The youth stood sideways with a serious look. The leader decided that he really could be called a man. The girl stood behind and listened to the leader's speech, not understanding why he was acting like a proud peacock, if not worse. She looked at him when she was told not to get distracted. The monster turned to look at them, telling her that if she looked away, it would be the end for them all. She tensed up, listening to Jurakuji as he told her to use a less powerful spell to let him deal the brunt of the blow to the monster. Satsuki clenched her fist, looking at him, realizing that he initially seemed like an idiot, but in reality, he was just sick in the head. Jurakuji frowned, realizing that he was changing his fighting style depending on the enemy. It was the first time he had seen a normal monster change his tactics so quickly. The youth had his back to him. The leader was confused as to what kind of power source the monster was using. Jurakuji smiled slyly, realizing that the master was right. The monster extended its arms again. The leader realized that the deeper they went into the rift, the more of the same they would encounter. The youth was able to dodge the monster's blow. The yellow-clad man raised a jug with more poison. The boy was surprised, realizing that he had taken out the poison again. The jug with the liquid was floating in the air. Ikoma stood in front of him with a sword, realizing that now he would have to use a disgusting, but at the same time effective tactic. The monster took the jug in his hand, raising it on his head. Blowing the contents onto the boy, he used his storm skill. An empty, gloomy forest was in front of him. The leader looked, realizing how difficult this fight was for the boy. The monster was surprised, not seeing his opponent. His gaze opened when he was asked from behind what he was looking for. The boy was on a tree, dressed in yellow. Looking at him, he used reverse gravity. The hero swung his sword, using the fall of a meteor. Blue energy emanated from the monster. Ikoma looked at him seriously, realizing that the opponent was still alive. This was expected. The girl looked at the leader, who called the boy smart, considering how masterfully he was able to avoid the deadly poison. He frowned, nervous, as it was hard for him to admit that the gravity master had exceptional talent and would give him competition. The monster raised his hands above his head and clasped his fingers together. The boy looked at it, surprised at the sense of pride and excitement in such monsters. The monster raised 2 more jars of poisons into the air. The boy jumped back. The jars fell on both sides of him. The jar flew at the girl and the boy. The girl raised her staff, using a bullet of darkness, absorbing the jar. She looked away, asking the leader if he could move, to which she was told to continue pouring mana. Satsuki looked irritated when she was told that if they moved, the monster would notice them, and no unnecessary movements. She shouted at him from behind that she had already given him enough mana, but the leader replied that he would need the strongest spell in his arsenal for the fight. He looked at him seriously, saying that the enemy was in confusion. They had a chance to attack, but if he didn't have enough mana, they would lose their last chance. The hero clenched his hand, saying that he would begin the spells he had prepared. The monster made a kind of ring out of his hands. Evil energy was emanating from it. The boy looked in the direction of his attack. It was a wind slash. He jumped up. The boy kicked the monster's poison jug. The liquid spilled right on the monster's face. The boy looked at him with satisfaction. The yellow-clad man held his face. The leader extended his hand with the staff, realizing that now was the time to attack. The phantom fighter showed up. The leader summoned the Trishul again. The phantom raised the crystals up. The monster was pierced by the crystals. The girl shouted that the monster was trying to escape. Jurakuji's eyes lit up. He asked where the yellow-clad man was going, telling the Trishul to use the trident. Crystals began to appear from the monster. The girl clenched her fist, happy that thanks to the boy they managed to defeat it. The leader believed that it was all thanks to his magic. The monster looked at the spikes. Jurakuji explained that they were much sharper, despite the strength of his body. The yellow-clad man closed his eyes and raised his head, starting to scream. The monster broke in half and began to run away as fast as possible. The boy was right in his path. Satsuki screamed the boy's name in fear. The boy looked seriously, using a spell, asking the monster if he had finally decided to attack him head-on. The monster hit the ground, but the boy jumped back. The boy appeared in the air from the back of the yellow-clad man. With flames in his eyes, the hero shouted Grant. He put out his sword, preparing to pierce the monster. The stone face went at the seams. The monster screamed loudly after the attack. The girl and the leader watched a large purple flash. The stone mask flew off to the side. The boy stood in the fog that cleared, gaining 16 skill points, 22,200 experience points, and leveled up from 61 to 64. The boy looked at the dead monster. Mio put her sword away, telling him that it was clear. Satsuki looked at her, telling her that she had done just fine without them, as expected of her. The sky was starting to darken. Soon the sky was completely black. The boy stood in front of the leader, who was sitting on the ground. He put his hand to his wound, starting a quick healing. The blonde extended her hand, but Jurakuji said that he was fine and could handle it himself. The boy looked at him as he said that he could heal others with his white magic, receiving in response that no one was hurt. The hero looked at him, telling him that they had something to discuss before that. Jurakuji looked away and remained silent. The boy pounced on the leader, repeating his words. He angrily shouted that he promised to protect them, but they survived only thanks to Ikoma. More people came up. They were interested to hear about it. They asked Jurakuji why he was silent. The swordsman put his hand out, not understanding why everyone was pestering him, asking if they thought they were right. The swordsman shouted that they initially relied on him, and the only idiots were the members of the group, because it was thanks to the leader's decision that they survived. The blonde joined in, noting that they defeated the guy in the mask thanks to their leader, and if something did not suit them, they could go to all 4 sides. The guy looked at them, realizing that a split had occurred. This quarrel could have been avoided. This was not what he wanted. The guy and the girl defended Jurakuji. The young man guessed that they were with him from the very beginning, so they were trying to shield him. The swordsman looked at the girl, asking whose side she was on. She awkwardly poked her fingers, saying that she adhered to the opinion of the majority. The guy was indignant, asking if the girl had her own opinion. She apologized. The girl folded her arms, telling that, having fallen into the rift, she was seriously injured and scared that she could not get out. Jurakuji was sitting in front of her. He was the one who came and saved her. She clenched her teeth in displeasure, realizing that everyone could talk badly about him. She looked at the others, shouting that she would always be on his side, but the leader admitted that the master of gravity was initially right. The blonde was shocked. The young man asked if he was ashamed that he had only now come to his senses. Jurakuji asked for forgiveness, because you need to be able to admit your defeat. With a hand to his face, he thought that they could defeat the boss by uniting everyone, but when faced with an ordinary monster, he understood everything. The guy and the girl listened in shock to the leader's words that it was better to calmly wait for the Special Forces squad. Ikoma and Satsuki looked at him angrily, about to strangle him. The leader suggested not to quarrel. He would listen to all the complaints when they got out. The boy was suddenly pulled by the hand. Jurakuji held his hand. There were flowers around. He admitted that the hero was simply amazing. The girls looked at the glow strangely. The leader said that he had not been in a group before. He just took his share in the raids and returned home. The group members were also shocked. Jurakuji recognized the guy as the first adventurer, in front of whom he admits defeat and admires. The boy looked at him in shock and fear. Jurakuji's eyes sparkled, smiling, offering to abandon the girls and create a group with him as soon as they got out of there. The guy waved his hand away. Ikoma turned around, saying that they need to quickly return to the exit. He was sick of this man. The boy and the girl were crushed. He followed the boy for so long. The other girls said that he could not be saved. Toya walked towards Tokishima. It was not far from the fault. The agent and the girl looked at him. The man started looking for something, saying that the operation was about to begin, but before that he wanted to discuss something that he couldn't say over the phone. The man handed over the key, saying that the agent should use it in this mission. The girl was surprised. They explained to her that it was the key of the starry sky, just right for a secret mission. The agent looked at him seriously, while the girl asked in bewilderment what they were talking about. The key was sparkling. There was a rainbow arch around it, a special artifact that could cause overpopulation in the rift. With its help one could remove the seal. The girl was indignant, asking to wait, because with its help they would only attract a new catastrophe to this city. The man and his people smiled slyly. In response to the girl's statement, he told the agent that he ordered to take a strong fighter with him, not a stupid girl. The guys looked at her with a grin. The girl awkwardly turned away. The agent closed his eyes, saying that sealing precedes a disaster. In such rifts the boss evolves. If they do nothing, people will die. She was indignant from behind the man, saying that they need to kill the boss. He replied that in case of loss the boss will evolve and there will be a large-scale disaster. Toya looked seriously. Overcrowding will provoke the boss to come out. With the right actions they will fight his weak version with a minimum of risks. The man and his subordinates looked at them confidently. This is a low-risk operation, so the man decided on this operation, out of a sense of profit. Agents of the organization are located throughout the area. They are standing at the exits, ready for the monster to come out. Toya looked back. He looked at the girl who spoke about the tasks of the Special Forces agents, but in this case they themselves create an imminent disaster. His mouth opened. He calmly replied that the Special Forces are just a system. The girl folded her arms across her chest. She was offered to be an adventurer if she wanted to live fairly, only they were dying like flies. The man patted Agneta on the shoulder. He really liked his words. Tokishima looked gloomily, offering to start the operation. The man looked at the doubting girl, his subordinates and the agent, offering to help the adventurers fulfill their heroic duty. The magic hand clenched the monster into a fist. The abomination only buzzed. People looked strangely at Satsuki, who was sucking mana out of the monster. She was glad that they were lucky to meet monsters nearby. Now her mana was fully replenished. The guy looked ahead, realizing that thanks to the girl they restored their mana, and even if the Special Forces were delayed, they would be able to stand up for themselves. They had 2 packs of food. This was not enough to satisfy their hunger, but they would not die of hunger. The girl and the boy were depressed. They calmed down, although they had previously caused the most problems. The boy was irritated by Jurakuji, who raised his hands and called him. He stuck out his tongue, happily offering to create a group or at least think about it at leisure, the only one annoying the boy. The enthusiasm waned. He remained silent. He awkwardly asked the Master of Gravity to remind him of his name, because he accidentally forgot it. Jurakuji adjusted his hat. He specifically calls people according to their class. The boy assumed that he was just too lazy to remember names. The girl stood up for him, asking him not to say stupid things, because this simply could not be. She turned around with a smile, asking him if this was true. Jurakuji awkwardly poked his fingers, trying to justify himself. He would never do that to her. They stood opposite each other. He called the blonde a thief, although her name was Anna. Jurakuji was climbing up to the guy, asking him to remind him of his name so that he would remember it for the rest of his life. Kisaragi pulled him away from the guy. She told him with rage in her eyes to stop clinging to the boy. He asked if he was her rival, since she was so angry. They looked away, noticing something. The hero looked at Satsuki, saying that these were not monsters, but people. The man and the agent appeared. Tokishima looked at them, noting that there was a whole squad of adventurers here. The girl beamed, realizing that these were people from the Special Forces squad. Jurokuji looked at them with displeasure, not understanding why they came so early, because he wanted to enjoy surviving in the rift with Ikoma. The hero looked seriously, realizing that not even a day had passed, and they were here, somehow too quickly. Tokishima was at the head of the squad. The guy had no doubt that this was a Special Forces squad. The small Ikoma glowed, being level 64, and to clear the rift you need to be level 80. In Japan such people are few. A crowd of silhouettes. Some of them have mediocrity written on their foreheads. The Special Forces sometimes hire A-rank adventurers for serious missions. The boy looked at the wave of the hand. They were asked not to worry. He doubted that there were adventurers among them. The girl looked at them, asking them to go to the entrance of the rift and wait for the moment when they cleared it. The boy looked silently, listening to the outbreaks of the anomaly, so they were asked to refrain from fighting with monsters as much as possible. The party members looked at them, glad that they had arrived, asking if their work was finished. The swordsman looked at the girl, asking if they were supposed to have security in that case. She replied that all forces would go to clearing the rift. The man turned to the boy, who asked if he could ask a question. He looked at them, asking if they were a combat unit. Tokishima grimaced with displeasure, asking him again. The man looked at his subordinates, listening to the boy's desire to make sure if they were a combat unit or a research unit that should identify the cause of the anomalies. The guys looked at the hero with displeasure, asking if he was talking too much, strongly recommending to go to the exit. He looked at the girl. She said that the soldiers were creepy. She suggested leaving there. Jurokuji looked at the boy, asking what he didn't like, because he wanted to wait for the Special Forces. Now it was not their problem. He began to apologize to the soldiers. The girl thought to herself that no one asked him about it. Jurokuji tried to take the Master of Gravity away from there. His eyes flashed. He understood that something was wrong here, wondering why they refused to answer him. The silhouette of the man and the soldiers moved away. The girl looked at the agent in front of her. Toya walked calmly with a sword behind his back. The girl's lips twisted. Something was bothering her. She turned around and shouted at the hero who was leaving to listen to her. The guy turned around, hearing her warnings. Putting out her hands, the girl said that the rift was unstable and anything could happen. She stood with her back to the agent, telling the adventurers to run away immediately as soon as the entrance opened. Satsuki looked at her, noting how creepy the Special Forces soldiers were, and the girl, on the contrary, was very kind. The guy looked away, realizing that something was wrong. The rift was still poorly studied. The adventurers and soldiers were walking in different directions. The young man understood their interests. The information was important to them, but they sent combat units. The soldiers walked calmly. The hero saw that they did not hire an A-rank adventurer, refused to provide them with protection. The girl shouted at them to leave as soon as the rift opened. This is the boy's memory. The boy frowned, not understanding why they should be warned if after defeating the boss they would naturally leave the rift calmly. The boy turned around. The girl noticed this. He understood that this would happen if the rift was unsafe. The man turned to Ikoma, who said about the key of the starry sky. The man's gaze widened. He asked again what the boy had just said. Jurokuji looked at the hero happily. It was clear to him what they were planning. The man and the soldiers looked at him with displeasure. The boy realized that they wanted to use the artifact to cause an artificial disaster. They stood opposite. The man did not understand how he knew about this artifact. After all, he promised that no one would know about what happened on the mission. Tokishima frowned, asking himself, should he get rid of him right now? Myo also turned to look at the boy, guessing from their reaction that they really wanted to use the starry sky key. Satsuki looked at him, not understanding what the boy was talking about. The key was surrounded by purple energy. It was needed to remove the ceiling, during which the monsters became stronger and more aggressive. According to the scheme, the ceiling led to either evolution or overpopulation. The boy looked at the man and the soldier, asking if they were going to remove the ceiling with overpopulation. The girl with her hand on her chin, realizing that the Special Forces wanted to deliberately create an artificial rift disaster. The man got very angry, not understanding how they figured out everything. The phones were pointed at the key. Although the adventurers discovered the artifact, it was a secret. Information leakage was impossible. The man began to panic. The Special Forces were monitoring the secret. An ordinary adventurer could not know about this item. The young man looked at him angrily. Tokishima understood that if he continued to deny it, he would continue to press. For him, he was terrible. The guy in the group thought it was crazy that they were going to create a disaster and release all these monsters with their own hands. Another guy was also outraged that they wanted to create overcrowding. Dangerous monsters lived in the rift. It was a huge danger. Tokishima yelled at them, thinking that they were talking nonsense, because these accusations were unfounded. The guy looked at the guy in bewilderment. He replied that he did not consider the accusations unfounded. The young man looked seriously, noticing how they all turned around at once, as soon as he said the name of the artifact. The soldiers got very angry, clenching their teeth. The guys looked at them disapprovingly. They were caught. The adventurers suspected them. It was unclear what to do now. The soldiers also looked at them menacingly. The girl looked at the hero, not understanding how he understood everything. She was very scared, remembering how she asked them to be careful, assuming that it was because of her. The agent silently looked at the scared girl. Neil put her hand on the boy's shoulder. They were standing close and whispering. The girl recommended that he stop provoking them. The soldiers were worried. The man was very angry. She asked if the hero thought that they would just listen and fulfill his requests. The girl remembered her murdered parents, silently clenching her teeth in anger. Jurakuji, with his hand on his chin, wondered what the master of gravity was thinking, standing not far from them. The girl and the guy were standing with their backs to him. Jurakuji assumed that he was thinking about the danger, but he started the conversation with the special forces on a bad note. He thought, realizing that they could engage in battle, and perhaps win, but it would not lead them to anything good. The young man looked ahead calmly. Jurakuji understood that they would not defeat the boss, not understanding the point of the quarrel, because no one would benefit from a skirmish with a special squad. The guy opened his mouth, saying that he had a suggestion. Jurakuji was very surprised, because he thought it would be easier to leave without getting involved in this matter. The man and the soldiers looked at him. He was not going to criticize their decisions, understanding that in a critical situation they chose the safest option. He looked calmly, saying that they did not take adventurers. The lack of strength and great risks forced them to deal with the rift differently. The agent looked away and remained silent, listening to how they decided to use the artifact. They want to create a catastrophe to prevent huge losses. The young man pointed his finger at Jurakuji, saying that he has an A rank, he is strong enough on his own. The young man looked seriously, suggesting that they unite the Special Forces squad and adventurers. The soldiers and adventurers looked at him in shock, listening to his words about how together they could prevent a catastrophe and defeat the boss. Satsuki was worried about the guy. Jurakuji was also shocked. He smiled evilly, realizing that the hero knew a lot about fun. The man was angry, not understanding how this came to his mind. He took on this task only to not fight anyone. He grimaced in displeasure, not going to team up with adventurers who were ready to risk their lives for the boss in the rift. He lifted his foot off the ground, calling the adventurers eternal romantics who should be served battles and heroism. The man came close, saying that they were responsible for millions of lives, and he decided to play heroes. The guy looked calmly, saying that everyone who entered the rifts meets their death here over and over again. The agent looked back, listening to how when they had a choice, they would rather face death themselves than burden those who had never been there. The girls looked at him silently. In the past, he walked towards his comrades, understanding that the special forces wanted the best. The city was empty. There were mountains of corpses of people and monsters in it. He stood behind the screaming man. The hero thought that if they had arrived earlier, something could have been done, but it was too late. He turned around, saying that although they were stronger than ordinary people, in fact they were not strong, it was simply impossible to save them all. The hero had been in this situation many times. The young man lowered his head, saying that since he had the power to stop this, he would use it. He calmly looked at the surprised man, answering that it was not heroism that played in him. He was ready to prove his words with actions. Tokishima grabbed the guy by the collar, saying that adventurers are always about one thing, asking if he was confident in his strength. The soldiers drew their swords. The man was lenient with him, but ordered to teach him a lesson once and for all. Satsuki shouted at them to stop, because now was not the time for fights. The girls saw the agent approaching them. He approached the man, who considered that he was being disturbed, saying that the boy would not understand until he was reined in. The agent looked at him with displeasure, saying that he did not even think of stopping him, asking to leave the adventurer with him. The girl got scared, shouting the officer's name. Toya looked down. The girl thought that he would stop the commander, sort things out peacefully, but he seemed to get angry. He stood in front of the guy, saying that he could not stand idealists, because they impose their ideals, trying to show that they are better. The agent frowned, intending to show how great the difference in their abilities was, urging him to accept the challenge and attack. The man looked at the agent, realizing that since he himself volunteered, there was no point in stopping him. Toya stood in front of the high rises. He achieved success thanks to his fighting skills. He surpassed rank A as an adventurer. Tokishima looked calmly, realizing that he would never defeat him in close combat, and this adventurer would certainly not do anything. The girl looked at the guy with concern, asking him to calm down and disperse peacefully, but the young man refused. Ikoma took out his sword, realizing that words would not be enough for him. The agent looked at him, intending to show what he was capable of and make him change his mind. The guys stood opposite each other. The girls looked at them with concern. Jurakuji confidently looked at him along with the girl. She cried, realizing that if the Master of Gravity wins, then they will really have to go on an adventure and fight the boss. The man with the soldiers was already thinking about how to put the guy in his place. The rest will calm down after that. At first he was scared, intending to give the order for his death. He smiled evilly, realizing that everything could be done much easier. He was an employee who obeyed orders from above. Toya looked calmly. He had to calm him down. But if he had gone too far and killed him, then it would not have been the commander's problem. His gaze frowned, realizing that they had met somewhere before. Cheyenne screamed angrily. The guy remembered the adventurer as the one who cleared the Library of Mysteries. They stood opposite. The agent asked the guy's level, realizing that with such a guy he had a chance to defeat the boss. He looked seriously, stating that his level was 82. He was one of the outstanding soldiers of the Special Forces. The man calmly watched them. The girl was surprised at the level. The agent asked the guy if he was sure that his stubbornness was worth a fight with a high-level adventurer. The young man calmly looked at him, acknowledging his strength. The agent closed his eyes. The guy looked ahead, saying that he was too self-confident. Toya opened his eyes, calling it impudent. The agent began to attack, realizing that he would not even have to resort to his help. The girl was surprised that he was an archer, that he would fight without a bow. He swung his sword at the boy. Clutching a dagger, he said that fools, like the main character, can only be corrected by the grave. Jurakuji was nervous, noting the difference in 20 classes. This is not a fight in which you need to think about class superiority. The man looked at the adventurer, who understood that the agent put the guy on his shoulder blades without using a signature weapon, hoping that his comrade had a trump card. Toya swung his dagger at his opponent. The young man looked at him in confusion, realizing that by there was a colossal difference in levels. Dodging was becoming more and more difficult each time. He looked away, realizing that he was, after all, a Special Forces officer accustomed to hand-to-hand combat. He looked ahead, noticing the fist, thinking that he just needed to find an opening and counterattack. The boy dodged the blow, surprised that he was using not only a knife, but also his own hands. With sparkles in his eyes, he looked at his hands, because it was rare to meet those who had mastered hand-to-hand combat. It was no less effective. The agent kicked the guy, but he only jumped back a couple of meters. Toya rushed to attack. There was lightness in his movements. The hero was puzzled why he did not attack. The man threw a dagger at him. The boy realized that he could not dodge a direct blow. The boy put out a knife, and the dagger bounced to the side, crashing into him. The boy was grabbed by the hand where he held the sword. The man looked seriously, clutching the dagger in his hands. The man looked, realizing that the fight lasted a long time, but still the outcome was obvious. He looked at it seriously, realizing that the Agnet style combined many skills and tactics that he had used many times in combat. The agent was about to throw the guy with his free hand. The guy suddenly glowed. Toya looked at the glow, realizing that something was wrong. He had been kneed in the head, and the strange thing was the strange trajectory of the fall. The agent was taken aback by the blow. The boy looked at his opponent, saying that it was very expected that he would use his best move. The boy dodged, knives were thrown at him. He managed to hit the agent in the head with his knee. He looked at the officer, asking how he liked that. The girl's mouth fell open in amazement. An ordinary adventurer was able to catch the officer off guard. The man looked away, silently watching them. Toya wiped his face, saying that he thought he would just beat him half to death, but now the jokes were over. He glared, telling him not to complain if he died. The boy watched calmly, knowing that the agent knew his abilities. Next time he would not be able to counterattack so easily. He clenched his sword in his hands, thinking that he could save mana, but not this time. Toya took a stance, saying that his opponent was annoying him. They began to swing their swords at each other. The agent looked at him, saying that he would never lose to an adventurer like him, with lousy ideals. The boy looked at him calmly, finding it strange. Toya's eyes widened, hearing the words about whether the Special Forces often relied on the strength of heroes with lousy ideals. The action happened. The officer told him to shut up. The boy ended up on a tree, behind the opponent. He stood calmly, saying that as an officer, he was irritated by many things. The girl watched in amazement, listening to how the man was on the verge of death, cleaning up after the adventurers. His guys were constantly getting hurt. The man watched calmly, listening to about the rigid hierarchy, because of which talented young people cannot break through to the leaders. He stood with his back, clenching his fists. He was irritated by people who threw words to the wind, not knowing where it will lead. He clenched his teeth. The boy calmly looked down. The agent called him exactly the person who irritated him. The boys were fighting, holding a sword and a dagger. Toya swung his leg to strike. The young man was able to dodge. He jumped back, listening to the fact that if he did not defeat the boss, he would endanger all of Japan. The boy calmly answered in percentages, in which rifts the monster evolved, but they also recorded those that were stopped before evolution. He calmly watched, understanding that evolution would still happen. Considering what kind of squad was sent, the Special Forces were still weak. Toya looked at him, saying that he still wanted to kill the boss, despite the truth, asking if he understood what sacrifices they would make. The boy calmly looked, answering positively. He confidently answered that right now he would show how he was going to defeat the boss. The agent held the dagger in his hand, understanding that it was useless. Toya looked incredulously, understanding that he would still stand his ground, no matter what argument was given to him. The young man rushed to attack. Purple rings of energy were behind him. He was heading straight for the enemy. The agent noted that he was fast, indignant at how he had saved so much mana by this point. The young man lit up, stretching out his hand, depriving the enemy of his weapon. The guy looked at him confidently. The agent flew back, now it dawned on him. The knife in the air sparkled from the light. Toya understood why the hero pissed him off so much. The officer looked at his opponent with displeasure, realizing that he had saved what he had renounced. The guy also looked at him with fire in his eyes. There was a sign on the door with a cigarette. This was a smoking room. Someone was asking if the agent had given up a successful career and come to them. Toya in a suit 5 years ago answered positively. He looked at the smoker, offering his help, because last month there was a disaster, but he was told not to bother. His eyes widened when he heard that this work was done by adventurers. The old man with the cigarette said that their policy was only to support adventurers. The guy wanted to object, because they were ordinary civilians. People were holding a poster. After the disaster in the rift, people realized that they had to fight back. There was a video on the internet about rift research. Adventurers were those who cared about human lives, acting thoughtlessly. The young man tensed up listening to how they, as employees of the special forces, needed to take control in such situations. They helped people. He threw away the cigarette, listening to that, reminding that recruitment to the Adventurers Guild was still underway, but it was more difficult for them to get a job in the unit. He looked back with displeasure, talking about the consequences of these disasters. It even had national significance. The old man looked at the guy. They could not do everything alone. The young man wanted them to just take responsibility for the adventurers. Toya gritted his teeth in displeasure, listening to the fact that all his thoughts were just an irrational waste of resources. The efficiency of cleaning the rifts would fall. The old man put his hand on his shoulder, saying that the special forces were headed by an elite, even he was no exception. Toya was surprised by his words that he did not want to take on a case with huge risks and small chances of success, going to give him advice. The officer was shocked by what he heard. He was told to just not bother with ideas and work for the benefit of the corporation. His eyes widened. The old man said that these are the kind of soldiers they need. 5 years have passed since then. It is easier for him, but the organization has not changed. He looked at the man, serving only one ideal. He felt how something inside him was breaking and dying. Toya looked back at the girl. His life was easier, justifying everything with the system. The young man stood opposite, asking if he was able to prove his strength. Toya took out his bow, answering in the negative. The fate of the area was at stake. The man pulled the bowstring, saying that he had to put his own life on the line to convince him. The girl was nervous, realizing that he had decided to use his class weapon after all. The man tensed up, asking her to kill him quickly and stop wasting time. The arrow glowed as Toya began to pull it back. Shooting upward, red lightning flew down with the arrow. The young man dodged them, his attacks hitting an area, each shot comparable to a high-level spell. The hero swung his sword, jumping above the arrows. Toya looked at him in shock, realizing that he had lightened his body with gravity, wondering if he would attack from behind. His gaze widened. He told himself no. He pulled the arrow up, where his opponent was. The opponents and the onlookers, everyone tensed up at such a moment. The boy extended his hand with the sword. They were in a stalemate. Toya looked at the blade to his right in shock. The boy looked at him calmly. His lips stretched into a grin. The girl folded her hands in her lap, very worried. Toya lowered his head, saying that he admitted defeat, considering their huge difference in level. The weather was fine above the white building. The father was telling his son how he tried his best, but this was the last time he would see his son's face. The boy stood next to his sick father's bed, blaming himself for constantly working, because he had not taught his son anything. Behind him, people were whispering about how the man was injured while detaining a criminal, calling his act reckless. The boy lowered his head, asking him not to say that. His father taught him a lot. He always looked up to him. He wanted to live the same life. The man raised his head. He was irritated by resignation to reality. He could no longer adhere to his own ideals. He looked at the boy, asking, "What is his name?" He looked at him seriously, agreeing to follow his plan. Satsuki was happy, realizing that since the senior officer acknowledged Ikoma, together they would definitely be able to defeat the boss and prevent the inevitable collapse. The girl looked at the officer. She had a feeling that the officer had lifted a heavy burden from himself thanks to the battle and the new plan. Jurakuji pointed to his head, promising himself that he would not forget the name of the protagonist. The man looked at the agents, indignant at the phrases about uniting with the adventurers and clearing the rift. Toya calmly looked at the girl. The commander was indignant, whether he was thinking with his own head. The guild leader gave permission not to use the key of the starry sky. Besides, this is a secret mission. The man took out his sword, realizing that the officer with his actions went against the orders of the special forces. Someone's hand was raised to attract attention. Jurakuji, with his hand raised, said that he perfectly understood the young man's desire to deal with the boss, and his idea of joining forces against a common enemy. People looked at him, listening to the fact that the desire to defeat the boss belongs only to the boss. Not all adventurers and soldiers agree to this. The young man calmly replied that this is his desire. In order to defeat the enemy, they need a well-coordinated and competent teamwork. The swordsman was very scared. The hero said that without a team, some members of the squad can simply serve as meat. He stood next to the girl, suggesting to create 2 squads, a strike and a reserve. The girl, with her hand on her chest, exhaled, glad that she would not have to fight. The girls remained silent, listening to the functions of each of the groups. Ikoma looked at the man, who was indignant, and asked who gave him the right to make such important decisions. He threw his sword over his shoulder, saying that he was not the boss here. They were a special forces unit, so they would act according to the original plan. He frowned, unable to allow some adventurers to put other people's lives on the line. The boy looked at him, saying that his plan was perfect. If it failed, he would still use the key, the plan would change, and the risks would be the same. Tokishima got angry, asking if the hero had thought about the consequences for a minute. The party members looked at him incredulously, listening to how his reputation would fall if a bunch of adventurers took control of the special forces. He looked at the officer with displeasure and remembered the guild leader. His authority would be ruined if they found out that a soldier had lost to an adventurer, and they would also surround them. Toya stood next to the girl. The man clenched his teeth, angrily calling his subordinate a naive idiot if he thought that there was a place for weaklings like him in the special forces. Toya closed his eyes, saying that he understood his displeasure. He seriously stated that regardless of losing or winning, he would resign. The man frowned with displeasure, shocked by what he heard. The girl looked at the officer from behind with concern. They stood opposite each other. Tokishima did not like the approach to such things, but he did not expect that he would simply take and leave. He looked angrily at his calm opponent, not understanding how a senior officer could act so frivolously. His lips parted, saying that their values were very different. The man was shocked by what he heard. The interlocutor said that he knew about the inevitability of sacrifices, but the point was whether the commander was ready to compromise or turn a blind eye. He and the girl looked at him seriously. The officer asked which of them was acting frivolously now. Tokishima's eyes widened. He realized that it was no longer impossible to convince his subordinate. The man with the sword behind his back stood calmly. The commander hated stupid heroes. He turned around, waving his hand. They had nothing to talk about. He accepted the resignation letter. He can now be whoever he wants. The man suddenly jumped up and rushed to attack his subordinate. The officer stood with his back to him. The commander wondered if it was a mistake to take him along. The girl screamed. The man was going to beat him up, because he could take 2 ordinary people. More was not required to use the key. In the hierarchy of levels, Tokishima is 3 levels higher than him. He swung his sword, realizing that at such a distance the enemy would not have time to use his weapon. The officer jumped back using a hunting step. Toya took a bow. The enemy thought that he would not let him escape, constantly closing the distance as many times as he needed. He swung his sword again, using a tiger step, a technique that increases speed and strength like this. He tried to attack his opponent, thinking that this way he could be on equal terms with him. Toya took a bow in his hands. It was easy as pie to put the weapon out of his hands and knock him to the ground. The man knocked the bow out of the officer's hands. He confidently decided that his opponent was now completely helpless. Toya punched him in the face. The man's eyes widened after the blow, and the bow was just a primitive trick. He grabbed the enemy's hand, telling him that one blow to the jaw was enough for him to knock a man out. People were equally weak anyway. Throwing him over his knee, he noted how weak everyone was before a blow to the head. It was dark in the forest. He stood his ground, saying that he would never use a bow against him in a duel, because he was a weakling. The man was unconscious. He used his subordinates as cannon fodder, so he did not pose a threat to the officer in battle. He looked at him with displeasure, saying that he used to defend their ideals, but having retired, he no longer intended to do so. The soldier looked at him, asking if he was an archer. The guy was worried, not understanding how he managed to defeat a gladiator in hand-to-hand combat. The officer looked at the soldiers, asking if they wanted to stand up for him, receiving a refusal. The boy stood over the man, knowing that he would be a valuable fighting unit, but he would hardly agree to the plan. The girl looked at them, offering to continue the discussion. She would like to go to the strike line. The girl next to the officer raised her hand, saying that her job was to protect the peace of the citizens, so she would do whatever it took. The officer looked at her, about to object, but she replied that the lives of the people of all of Tokyo were at stake. She confidently said that she wanted to protect people, and not think about following orders. The officer was surprised by her words. In the dark forest, he apologized for doubting her, although she was initially against the commander's plan. Satsuki looked at the girl, who wanted to be in the reserve squad, because she was unlikely to help them with anything. Satsuki angrily looked at Jurakuji, who demonstratively cried and said that he was scared. A staff was pointed at him when he said that he would join the squad when the protagonist began to beg him to join. She said menacingly that no one asked him whether he was going or not. His dark eyes were frightening, she remembered. How he initially wanted to go to the boss himself, despite the warnings of others. The protagonist, the officer, his assistant, and the girls from the Ikoma group formed a strike force to fight the Rift boss. The young man stood behind the girls. He did not yet know how the situation was. Everything was different from their fight against the Cursed Queen. He looked seriously, realizing that they had no choice but to face this unknown.